1. Are there exceptionally capable, handsome men around? A soft, delicate voice emerged from the phone. Wang Gaoren instantly perked up, wishing he could traverse the waves of sound. He confronted the village chief of Menglong Village, Zhang Datsai, on the other end of the screen. Old buddy, your wife has just passed away 7 days ago, and you can't seem to endure the solitude, indulging in physical activities already. Breathless, Chief Zhang replied. Indeed, I am exercising, but it's not with someone else, it's a solitary endeavor I'm running on the treadmill. Wang Gaoren rolled his eyes at the phone screen. Who would believe that? I can distinctly hear a woman's voice. The village chief, struggling for breath, retorted. You, with your mind full of yellow fantasies, are imagining things. I am the most refined man in Menglong Village, comparable to the virtuous Liu Xiaohui, a good man who remains unperturbed. It's been 7 days since my wife's passing, and I haven't even held a woman's hand once. Wang Gaoren scoffed. Keep dreaming. No one believes you. Zhang Datsai promptly ended the call, switching to video, revealing the source of the soft, feminine sounds. Through the video, Wang Gaoren discovered that Zhang Datsai was indeed alone at the gym, running on the treadmill. Next to him, a stunning blonde beauty, clad in form-fitting athletic wear, ran vigorously on another treadmill, glistening with sweat. Aha! Wang Gaoren had indeed misjudged the situation. Now he found himself salivating, swallowing hard multiple times. Old buddy, quickly ask for the WeChat ID of that fitness beauty next to you. Hurry, or I shall sever our friendship. Then, the video frame was filled with Zhang Dekai's displeased face. Old Wang, you already have 3 enchanting wives on Yunu Peak, each more beautiful than the last. Can you refrain from pursuing more women? If you continue down this path, you'll surely invite divine retribution. Wang Gaoren, unperturbed, replied to Zhang Datsai. I am handsome and dashing, with an extraordinary presence that captivates women. Is that my fault? If it must be deemed a fault, let my beloved disciple face the wrath of heaven. Each time a storm brews, I send my disciple to the pinnacle of Yunu Peak for training, subjecting him to divine punishment, so that when I take my vows, he can shield me from calamity. Village chief Zhang Datsai shook his head, exclaiming, Old Wang, I truly admire your audacity, engaging in the acts of a scoundrel while expecting your disciple to bear the consequences for you. By the way, when will you repay the 10 million you owe me? I'm not getting any younger, and while my legs still work, I wish to travel the world with that money, so I can leave this life without regrets. Every time the village chief spoke with Wang Gaoren, he never failed to bring up the debt. Wang Gaoren had borrowed 10 million from Zhang Datsai to invest in the stock market, which had plummeted like a castrated man, never showing a glimmer of hope for recovery. 10 million has now dwindled to merely 2.5 million, still ensnared in the stock market. It seems that by the time they both meet their maker, recovering the losses will remain an elusive dream. However, Zhang Dekai incessantly demanded repayment, causing Wang Gaoren considerable distress. Consequently, he decided to offer his beloved disciple as collateral for his debts. Old pal, I am currently tasked with supporting 3 exquisite wives. Each one incessantly clamors for luxury handbags and designer cosmetics. And that is not all who on earth invented the concept of digital red envelopes. Every other week is a festival, and during these occasions, I must part with 1314 in red envelopes, not even sparing the Qingming festival. Goodness gracious, I feel utterly drained. It seems I cannot repay your debt for the time being. How about this? May I offer my disciple in lieu of payment? Zhang Dekai erupted in anger. Nonsense. Old Wang, you lack the capability to remain content with your modest plot of land and insist on expanding your forces. Your resources will surely be exhausted in no time. You owe me 10 million offering your disciple as payment is laughable. What value does he hold? You must be dreaming. To his surprise, Wang Gaoren retorted defiantly. Old friend, do not underestimate my disciple. He is far more valuable than 10 million. He bears my legacy and possesses formidable skills truly unparalleled. I have imparted my lifelong martial arts knowledge and the Nine-Yang Fire Cloud acupuncture technique to him. Beyond treating complex ailments, he excels in gynecological issues and even midwifery. Moreover, he is exceptionally diligent at work. Oh no, not in consuming food. He eats sparingly, yet accomplishes much. Just toss him a bun, and he can sustain himself for an entire day handling all manner of labor and toil. He consumes grass, yet produces an abundance of strength. If the village lacks a doctor, he can fulfill that role. If there is a need for a midwife, he is your man. Should the village require labor, he is capable. If there is a need for maintaining order, he can do that too. Even if the village seeks a women's director, he can step in. He is a friend to women and has a remarkable charm. Upon hearing of his exceptional rapport with women, Zhang Dekai was reminded of Wang Gaoren himself. It is said that a master's traits are often mirrored in their disciple. If Wang Gaoren's disciple were to share his master's qualities, would the women of Longming village not find themselves in a predicament? Especially the cherished daughter of the village chief, whom he guards with utmost care, she must be protected from the perils posed by Wang Gaoren's disciple. Zhang Dekai hurriedly refused. Do not offer your disciple as collateral, I implore you. Do not let him descend the mountain. Yet Wang Gaoren persisted, intent on sending his disciple forth. Old friend, my disciple is indeed formidable. You will see for yourself. If you find him appealing, you might consider him as your son-in-law. You have but one daughter, and should she marry, who will care for you in your twilight years? Perhaps you should contemplate the prospect of a son-in-law. I have no desire for a son-in-law, please. Do not let him descend and wreak havoc in Longming village. Hey, old Wang, that you rascal. Before the village chief could conclude his words, Wang Gaoren had already terminated the call. At this moment, he was preoccupied with urging his beloved disciple, Xiaoyao, to descend the mountain. Their conversation had taken place the previous evening, yet Xiaoyao was reluctant to part from Unipeak. Although Wang Gaoren was stern and demanding, his three wives cherished this disciple far more than a mother would. Upon learning that Wang Gaoren intended to send Xiaoyao down the mountain, the three matrons were tearful, unable to bear the thought of separation. Xiaoyao, too, was not immune to such sentiments. He knelt beside the bed, clinging to his master's long, graceful leg, pleading earnestly, "Master, I do not wish to leave the mountain." His master was a woman of extraordinary grace and beauty, with a voluptuous figure, alluring curves and long, enchanting legs, with a heavy heart. The master gently stroked Xiaoyao's head, reminiscing. I recall when your master, Wang Gaoren, ventured down the mountain for training and fortuitously encountered your mother, who was fleeing from villains while cradling you, a mere infant. After rescuing both of you, he discovered you were the fabled pure young body, a gem of immense potential. Your mother, kneeling before him, implored him earnestly to take you as his disciple. Thus, he brought you up to nurture your growth and uphold the lineage of our school. Xiaoyao, do not hold your master's harshness against him, as the saying goes. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. Under his devilish tutelage, you have attained the pinnacle of foundational cultivation, excelling in both medicine and martial arts. Despite this, over the years, the exceptionally gifted Xiaoyao had surpassed expectations, achieving heights that left Wang Gaoren feeling considerable pressure. However, the true reason Wang Gaoren found it intolerable to keep him around, wishing to expel him down the mountain, would be revealed in the next chapter. 3 enchanting mistresses, please refrain from such behavior. The primary reason why Master Wang urged his disciple Xiaoyao to descend from the mountain was due to Xiaoyao's transformation into a strikingly handsome young man, exuding charm and charisma, commanding an extraordinary presence. The 3 exquisite wives of Master Wang, who also serve as Xiaoyao's mistresses, eagerly tended to his every need, serving him tea and food, massaging his shoulders, and performing songs and dances in his honor. Even during his leisurely baths, the mistresses would dutifully present him with fruits and wine, attending to his indulgence. Master Wang often overheard their laughter and jovial conversations, which ignited a fierce jealousy within him, leading him to despise Xiaoyao even more. In a bid to rid himself of this troublesome disciple, Master Wang concocted a ruthless scheme. Each time thunder roared atop Unipeak, he would deliberately send Xiaoyao to train, cloaking his intentions with the pretense that enduring the storm would lead to profound enlightenment. However, the outcome was disastrous. Xiaoyao was struck by lightning and rendered foolish. Master Wang believed that this calamity would diminish the affection of his 3 lovely wives toward Xiaoyao. To his utter astonishment, upon Xiaoyao's folly, the mistresses showered him with even more maternal care, tending to him with unparalleled devotion. Master Wang, consumed by envy and resentment, schemed to send his foolish disciple down the mountain. This led to a pivotal moment when he contacted village chief Zhang to arrange for this foolish disciple to be taken in as a son-in-law. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao, cradling the delicate legs of his mistress, was gently supported by the second mistress, who said, "My dear disciple, if master does not want you, we mistresses shall keep you company. Perhaps we should all descend together." The three mistresses, filled with concern for Xiaoyao, feared he would struggle alone on his descent. After deliberation, they unanimously resolved to accompany him down the mountain. No one is permitted to descend. Master Wang's voice thundered, an icy authority that brooked no dissent. His imposing figure loomed before the mistresses, threateningly declaring, "Should you descend, I shall find solace in the arms of new companions." Indifferent to his threats, the three mistresses continued to prepare their belongings for the journey. Frustrated, Master Wang exclaimed, "Whoever dares to descend will find me marrying a new fourth, fifth, or sixth wife." Yet the mistresses remained unfazed. Ultimately, Master Wang resorted to a cunning tactic. "Very well. Accompany my foolish disciple down the mountain then. Hurry, hurry." This ploy of feigned surrender proved quite effective. The three mistresses believed that once they descended, their husband would secretly follow to pursue other women. Having already fallen victim to his charms, they could not bear the thought of this fierce tiger running rampant among others. The three mistresses exchanged glances, then collectively implored Master Wang, "It is acceptable if you do not allow us to descend, but please bestow upon Xiaoyao the invincible silver needles forged over 49 years, along with the insights of the nine-yang fire cloud acupuncture technique and the supreme skills of the Great Tang School. Grant him these treasures so he may study them at his leisure after descending." Wang Gaoren lightly furrowed his brows and remarked, "What is there to study? He has become a fool. How can he conduct any research now? Do not worry. After all these years by our side, he has acquired formidable martial arts skills. Even without carrying the secrets with him, he remains invincible. He will not suffer any injustice upon descending the mountain." The matrons, relentless in their efforts, searched Wang Gaoren thoroughly and eventually discovered 2 volumes of secret teachings concealed in his lower abdomen. They handed them to Xiaoyao, saying, "Disciple, we can no longer accompany you down the mountain. Safeguard these 2 volumes. Once your intellect is restored, you may practice the insights within, ensuring your rise to greatness in the realm of medicine and martial arts." The second matron produced a small, mysterious black pill from her pocket and unceremoniously forced it into Xiaoyao's mouth, compelling him to swallow it. Wang Gaoren in anguish exclaimed, "Oh dear, how could you waste such a precious item on a fool? The Qilin pill strengthens the body, but in his current state, which young lady would take a liking to him? Administering the Qilin pill to him is a sheer waste." The third matron countered, "Not necessarily. There is a saying, fools have their fortunes. Xiaoyao, come here. I have a secret to share with you." She pulled Xiaoyao aside and whispered, "Xiaoyao, your origins are rather complex. During your journey down the mountain, seek out your mother. She will reveal everything to you. As for the hideous scar on your arm, do not despise its appearance. It is a birthmark, and it will serve as your identifier when you reunite with her. Remember, each time you break through a barrier, you must practice with these 2 volumes to significantly enhance your abilities. As for the method of breaking through, after you experience certain events down the mountain, the understanding will come naturally." Given that Xiaoyao was currently a fool, he nodded in a daze, mimicking his master by placing the 2 volumes in his lower abdomen. "Ouch! This feels uncomfortable," he exclaimed. His physical condition was too superior. With the addition of 2 books, there was simply not enough space. Those who understood, understood. But why could his master manage to accommodate them? Wang Gaoren was left speechless by this foolish disciple and thought, quickly, "Go down the mountain." With a swift kick, he sent the fool Xiaoyao tumbling down the mountain. The night before, he had already written down the address of Menglong village and the contact number of the village chief, Zhang on a piece of paper for him. The foolish disciple, upon being kicked down, retrieved the paper from his chest, opened it, and saw not only the address and contact details, but also his master's repeated admonition. "Disciple, Zhang has a daughter of extraordinary beauty, as lovely as a celestial being. If you can marry her, You shall have someone to warm your bed every night. However, I must caution you. Once you arrive at the village chief's home, do not overindulge. Limit yourself to one bun a day. Speak little and work hard. Only then will the village chief consider marrying his daughter to you. Meanwhile, on the other side, the village chief, fearing that Wang Gaoren would indeed send his beloved disciple to Menglong village, ordered the temporary concealment of the village's stone tablet and replaced it with one that bore the name Mengshong village. The bachelors, puzzled, clamored to the village chief, "Chief, in our village, the number of bachelors is at its peak. You've transformed the mighty dragon into a mere insect, and now the eligible women from outside, upon hearing of insect village, turn and flee, leaving no one daring to marry in. Indeed, we do not wish to remain lifelong bachelors. We desire wives." Zhang Datsai coldly retorted, "If you want wives, you must keep quiet. I have a comrade who, unable to repay his debts, insists on sending a disciple down the mountain to toil and repay. However, Wang, the renowned heartbreaker, must have a disciple who is equally a rogue. I must temporarily change the village's name to mislead him, so when he descends, he believes this is not the dragon village and simply passes by. As long as he does not enter, our village's women will remain untouched, granting you bachelors a chance to wed." As soon as the village chief finished speaking, the bachelors vanished without a trace. What sorcery is this? In no time at all, some of these bachelors returned, hauling goods, while others drove tractors laden with heavy stones, marching back to the village entrance with great fervor. The village chief widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "What on earth are you doing?" "Village chief, do not hinder us. We intend to seal the village." Upon hearing this, Zhang Datsai slapped the speaking bachelor on the head, exclaiming, "You foolish donkey, isn't this merely drawing attention to ourselves? How is this any different from having no silver hidden here? A disastrous move indeed. No wonder we remain bachelors to this day. With such questionable intellect, even if you manage to marry, I doubt you will be capable of keeping your wives under control." Amidst the ceaseless scolding from the village chief Zhang Datsai, a silly wanderer stumbled through the area. Incredible! Even the excavator was pushed back by him. The wanderer pointed at the inscription on the stone tablet and exclaimed, "Mighty Dragon Village." Ah, this is indeed Mighty Dragon Village. The village chief and the bachelors were drawn to his words, and Zhang Datsai scoffed at this stranger. "Kid, you haven't even graduated elementary school, have you?" The second character is pronounced Chong, not long. This is not Mighty Dragon. It is Insect Village. How truly bizarre. The paper in the wanderer's hand bore the master's handwritten characters, Insect Village. Recalling his master Wang Gao's teachings, the wanderer confidently asserted that the character for insect is pronounced dragon. It seems Wang Gao understood the village chief Zhang Datsai well, having anticipated that he would change the stone tablet from Mighty Dragon Village to Insect Village. Thus, the foolish wanderer firmly believed this was indeed Mighty Dragon Village. One bachelor approached the village chief, wiping the sweat from his brow. "Village chief, it seems our efforts were in vain. They recognized us as Mighty Dragon Village at first glance." The village chief delivered a punch, causing the bachelor to faint on the spot. He then cautiously inquired of the unfamiliar young man, "Who are you? What brings you here?" With a slight stutter, the wanderer recited the flattering words taught by his master Wang Gao. "I have heard of the esteemed village chief Zhang Datsai, who is both wise and courageous, possessing virtue and talent, and is kind-hearted." The village chief, flattered, was nearly on cloud nine. The bachelors erupted in applause, and the village chief, in a tone of understated grandeur, proclaimed, "No need for applause. Let us remain humble. While I, your chief, radiate brilliance and am indeed formidable, humility is key." "So, you must be Chief Zhang Datsai?" Xiaoyao stepped forward, visibly excited. Indeed, upon hearing this, Xiaoyao was filled with ecstatic joy as if he had just found his father-in-law. "Esteemed father-in-law, I am a disciple of the renowned Wang Gaoren, and I have come down the mountain to be your son-in-law." Wang Gaoren, a beloved disciple? Has he truly descended to wreak havoc upon the women of Menglong village? And the first target is none other than Chief Zhang Datsai's cherished daughter? In the next moment, The chief, as if fleeing from a horde of zombies, distanced himself from Xiaoyao, retreating at great speed. Just as Xiaoyao was about to pursue, he discovered that the bachelors were not to be trifled with. They brandished an array of tools, sickles, hoes, wooden beams, and even whips used for guiding breeding pigs. The bachelors, fierce and menacing, charged towards Xiaoyao with their implements raised. Xiaoyao stood his ground, furrowing his brow as he glared at the oncoming mob, who resembled wild boars from the mountains. He recalled the time his master had thrown him into the thicket for training, where dozens of wild boars charged at him with reckless abandon. On the first occasion, he had resisted with all his might. It was left in a pitiful state by the relentless onslaught. The second time, he managed to reach a stalemate with the boars. On the third encounter, he summoned all his strength and sent a boar flying out of the thicket, leaving those creatures scattered and devastated. Now, this group of bachelors charged at him like the wild boars of yore. The outcome was all too predictable. A cacophony of anguished cries erupted, startling the birds into flight. One by one, the bachelors found themselves treated as if they were wild boars. With his indomitable iron head technique, Xiaoyao sent them soaring through the air. Some landed atop power lines, chattering with sparrows, while others plummeted into the sewers, sharing a kiss with the rancid oil. A few fell into a cornfield, startling the playful couples within, who fled in disarray, hastily covering themselves. "Clear out! Let me handle this!" A commanding voice rang from afar, as a bulldozer approached with undeniable swagger. The operator's skill suggested he must be a graduate of the Southern Excavator Academy, maneuvering the machine with unparalleled finesse, reckless and audacious. In the midst of Xiaoyao's astonishment, the bulldozer's scoop had already lifted him off the ground. "Ha!" The driver of the bulldozer chuckled triumphantly. The injured bachelors seized the moment for revenge. "Quick, bury him alive." "No, toss him into the cesspit." "No, let us throw him into the pigsty to become a human pig." "No, we should gather all the fierce widows of the village to deal with him." Upon hearing these words, the crowd turned their fierce gaze upon the bachelor who had spoken. "How dare you suggest he benefit from such a coveted opportunity? Then what should we do with him?" They exclaimed in collective alarm, their voices rising in panic. In the midst of their discussion on how to deal with him, Xiaoyao had already wreaked havoc by demolishing the bucket of the excavator. My goodness, what immense strength must one possess to accomplish such a feat? As everyone stood in stunned silence, Xiaoyao single-handedly pushed the excavator. The driver seated within was so terrified that he wet his pants. The excavator was soon toppled into the small river. Oh dear, how terrifying! There was also a bachelor lurking in the corner, having remained hidden and thus fortunate to escape harm. At this moment, he crawled off to seek the village chief, his legs trembling in fear. After a considerable struggle, he finally reached the chief's home, where the chief was busy fortifying all the doors and windows of his house. "Chief, you must stand up for us," the bachelor lamented, sounding as mournful as a funeral dirge. Zhang Datsai had finally secured the doors and windows, drenched in sweat. The bachelor, shivering, informed him, "Chief, what use is this fortification? That fellow is incredibly formidable. He even pushed the excavator back." "What? He pushed the excavator back?" The village chief, Zhang Datsai, collapsed in shock. At that moment, a melodious voice echoed from within the room. "Dad, why are you keeping me locked up? Let me out. I promised my best friend we would go to Xiaoyao's milk tea shop for the first cup of milk tea this autumn." "What autumn milk tea? If you don't hide well, you might end up being consumed as milk tea yourself." The chief refused to release his daughter. Seizing a modified hunting rifle he typically used for birds, determined to expel Wang Gaoren's disciple from the village. In less than no time, the chief, rifle in hand, arrived on the scene. "Father-in-law, I've been waiting for you. Quickly, take me to see my little darling." Although Xiaoyao had been struck by lightning and was somewhat dazed, he was not beyond redemption. His thoughts were consumed by the desire to marry and cherish his wife, to live a life akin to celestial lovers. However, he had indulged in his fantasies to such an extent that he nearly drooled, hastily swallowing his saliva. The bachelors finally discerned the situation and approached Zhang Datsai, saying, "Chief, this lad seems a bit foolish, doesn't he?" With this reminder, The chief also recognized that the boy's intellect appeared lacking, especially after he had misread a simple character. The chief deliberately engaged Xiaoyao in various conversations and, through their exchanges, confirmed his suspicions about the boy's mental faculties. If that were the case, why insist on driving him away? Keeping him around to toil and labor could serve as a means to repay his master's debts. Surely, that would not be unreasonable. After much contemplation, Chief Zhang Detsai resolved to retain this simpleton as a laborer. After all, this fool's master, Wang Gaoren, owed a considerable debt. Addressing the dim-witted Xiaoyao, he said, "So, your name is Xiaoyao, correct? You've come down the mountain on your master's orders to repay his debts? Well, to be frank, I am the creditor. Henceforth, you must work diligently day and night, every day of the year, without complaint. Do you have any objections?" The simple Xiaoyao shook his head vigorously, declaring, "Absolutely no grievances. But my master mentioned that you would betroth your daughter to me as my wife." As he uttered those words, the drool nearly dripped from the mouth of the foolish Xiaoyao. The village chief wore a look of disdain and inwardly scoffed. "Look at this foolish demeanor. He is not even worthy to fetch foot water for my daughter. How could I ever consider marrying my daughter to such a simpleton?" Yet, in order to make this simpleton toil for him without complaint, Zhang Dekai began to weave grand illusions for Xiaoyao. "It is not impossible for you to marry my daughter. But first, let us see how you perform. If you prove yourself worthy, I shall marry her to you in 3 years. 3 years? With 365 days in a year, how many days is that?" The simple Xiaoyao struggled to comprehend, and a headache ensued. Indeed, he was a fool. Who in their right mind would wish to marry their daughter to him? Zhang Dekai continued to harbor these thoughts while leading the simple Xiaoyao back to his home. Although Zhang Dekai was merely a village chief, a position as insignificant as a sesame seed, he owned dozens of acres of fertile land and several farms. In days gone by, he would have been considered a veritable landlord. At that moment, a deafening crash echoed as the protective barrier on the window fell to the ground, followed by a rotund figure wedging itself through the window, caught in a precarious position. "Help! Help! Someone save me! It hurts terribly!" Seeing this, the simple Xiaoyao rushed over without hesitation and pulled the trapped individual from the window. With another resounding crash, the weight of over 250 pounds of flesh landed atop the simple Xiaoyao. A chubby girl with a round face peered down at the pinned Xiaoyao, her eyes sparkling with delight. "Wow, a handsome boy has fallen from the sky. I don't care. You must treat me to the first milk tea of autumn." Zhang Dekai hurriedly intervened, pulling the girl away. "Maintain your distance. You two must keep at least a meter apart from now on." The simple Xiaoyao, panting with pride, rose from the ground. The chubby girl, confused, asked, "Dad, why must we keep more than a meter apart?" "Dad?" Though Xiaoyao was simple-minded, he was not naive enough to miss the implication. Upon hearing the girl address Zhang Dekai as dad, he instantly lost his composure. This over 250 pounds of flesh was Zhang Dekai's daughter, the bride he had come down the mountain to marry? No, this cannot be real. This must be a nightmare. The simple Xiaoyao turned and fled in terror. At that moment, his master, the esteemed Wang, called, "My dear disciple, how goes it? Have you become a son-in-law of the village chief yet?" As he ran, Xiaoyao answered the phone. "Master, I refuse to be his son-in-law. I do not wish to be rubbed against by over 250 pounds of flesh." Wang was displeased by this response and threatened, "You must remain in Menglong village to repay your master's debts." Of course, the debts are merely a pretext. There are many mysteries in this village that require your exploration. This will benefit your future cultivation. I hope you understand my good intentions. Everything I decide is for your own good." Xiaoyao paid no heed and continued to run, drenched in sweat. The chubby girl pursued relentlessly. Wang resorted to a harsh ultimatum. "Disciple, if you do not heed my words, I shall abandon your 3 beautiful mistresses and seek new affection, leaving them all to mourn your absence." The foolish Xiaoyao held the utmost respect for his 3 beautiful mistresses. His master threatened him with the lifelong happiness of his mistresses, compelling Xiaoyao to make a self-sacrificial choice for their sake. Tears streamed down his face as he trudged back, utterly despondent. The chubby girl who had been chasing him leaped onto him, leaving a flurry of red lipstick marks across his handsome visage. In an instant, Xiaoyao recalled what the village chief had mentioned. If he performed well, he could marry the chief's daughter in 3 years. This suggested that if he did not meet expectations, the chief would never allow the union. He chuckled inwardly. While everyone deemed him foolish, he believed himself quite clever. He resolved to feign incompetence so that Zhang Dekai would not grant him his daughter's hand. With this determination, Xiaoyao became wild. The village chief assigned him the task of herding cattle and sheep up the mountain. He cracked the whip fiercely, sending thousands of cattle and sheep scattering in all directions. He even jabbed several guard dogs with a 9-yang fire cloud needle. The agitated dogs then wreaked havoc on the village's female dogs, causing a cacophony of barks that echoed throughout the afternoon. The village was in chaos, with chickens flying and dogs barking, inciting the ire of male dogs, boars, roosters, and ducks, all of whom were left in a state of turmoil. After wreaking havoc on the village chief's livestock, Xiaoyao turned his mischief toward the farm. Observing the hired hands piling harvested rice stalks into towering heaps, Xiaoyao stomped his foot with vigor, sending rice flying haphazardly onto the heads of the busy farmers. He even stripped one farmer of his clothing, fashioning a scarecrow out of him and tying him up in the fields. An animated scarecrow indeed. "Dinner is served," he shouted, prompting the farmers to rush over, eager to feast on the fragrant buns. However, as if swept away by a tempest, 2 large baskets of buns were suddenly emptied in the blink of an eye. Xiaoyao's appetite rivaled that of Zhu Beiji, consuming an astounding amount of food in mere moments. The famished farmers, armed with their tools, chased him across several fields. Ultimately, Xiaoyao dashed into a dense field of crops that towered above him. He believed that by hiding among them, he could evade capture. Just as he prepared to emerge, he heard indescribable sounds emanating from the field. Peering through the foliage, he discovered a man and woman seemingly engaged in a game. Xiaoyao froze, recognizing the man as Zhao Dezhu, the village party secretary, and the woman as the wife of the local distiller by Yuntian. Though they were strangers to one another, secrets are best kept by the dead. In the next moment, the village secretary harbored murderous intent toward Xiaoyao and began to fumble for a folding knife in his pocket. However, Xiaoyao, with his characteristic foolish grin, cheerfully exclaimed, "Hee hee, what fun is stacking up? Why don't we 3 play hide and seek together instead? Come quickly, you fools." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntian's wife sighed with relief. "Oh, it turns out he is just a simpleton. I worried for nothing." However, Zhao Dezhu, the village party secretary, remained vigilant, his pocket knife poised for action. He gestured towards the lush crops, enticing the simpleton. "Young man, I just heard the sound of crickets in the fields. How about we catch them and have some fun with a cricket fight?" "Wonderful, wonderful. I adore cricket fighting." The simpleton clapped his hands in delight. "Why don't you lean in and see if there are any crickets?" Encouraged by Zhao Dazhu's words, the simpleton indeed leaned in. He looked left and right, but found not a single cricket leg. Seizing the moment, the village secretary drew his folding knife, preparing to strike the simpleton's back. Unexpectedly, the simpleton turned around, and the secretary missed, tumbling headfirst into the dense crops, landing in the mud. The simpleton, bewildered, asked Bai Yuntian's wife, "Hey, where's that man who wanted to play with crickets?" Embarrassed, she pointed to the field, saying, "Yes, right there. He jumped into play. Wow, so cricket fighting can be done lying down too. I shall join." The simpleton sprawled down, landing heavily on the village secretary's back. The secretary gasped, while the insects in the field trembled. The simpleton, seemingly slender, was surprisingly heavy. Indeed, he appeared thin, but his robust physique, coupled with the fact that he had just consumed 2 large baskets of steamed buns, made him quite the weighty presence. "Get off me, you fool." "No, I refuse to move." Bai Yuntian's wife surveyed the surroundings and advised the village secretary it might not be wise to deal with him here in the field. If someone comes by tomorrow, it could lead to trouble. Once more looking around, she crouched down and whispered in the village secretary's ear, "How about I lure him back to my wine cellar, get him drunk, and then soak him in a vat of wine? Once he gets out of breath, I'll notify you to dispose of him in a discreet location." The village secretary, struggling to breathe, could only grunt in agreement. Clearly, women know how to handle men. Bai Yuntian's wife cast a flirtatious glance at the simpleton, using a voice so sweet it could melt butter. "Hey there, handsome. How about you come my wine cellar? I'll treat you to some drinks." "Drink? No way." The simpleton shook his head vigorously. "Drinking makes one crazy and lewd. My master acted that way after drinking. My 3 masters' wives told me that alcohol is not good, and I must avoid it." Bai Yuntian's wife coaxed. "Oh, my wine is unlike ordinary wine. Its flavor is sweeter and more delightful than milk." "Sweeter than milk? Is that true?" The simpleton licked his lips, grinning widely. "Then I must go and taste it." With that, the simpleton sprang up and followed by Yuntian's wife. The village party secretary was nearly crushed, gazing at the distant figure of the foolish Xiaoyao, panting and muttering to himself. Where on earth did this foolish species come from? Once you find yourself drunkenly submerged in a vat of wine, I shall dismember you. In the wine cellar of Bai Yuntian, it is worth noting that Bai Yuntian's wife is named Song Rushi. However, Song Rushi is not Bai Yuntian's first wife. His original spouse bore him a daughter named Bai Tingting, who passed away a few years ago. Subsequently, Bai Yuntian married Song Rushi. To outsiders, Bai Yuntian and she appeared to be a loving couple, envied by many. Yet, only Song Rushi understood the truth of her situation. Her husband, Bai Yuntian, had developed a hidden ailment over the years, rendering their marriage one of mere formality, leaving her in a state akin to a living widow. Unable to endure such a life, Song Rushi eventually became involved with the village party secretary, Cao Daju. Bai Yuntian is a renowned local wine merchant who specifically established a large cellar for brewing in the back mountains of the village. This village is nestled against a great mountain, from which sweet, delicious spring water flows, ideal for winemaking. During the brewing process, water serves not only as the main solvent, but also participates in dissolving and carrying various components of the wine, including alcohol, esters, and organic acids. Moreover, the mineral content of the water significantly influences the wine's taste and flavor. Bai Yuntian traveled far and wide, discovering that the spring water from the mountains behind this fierce dragon village was unparalleled for winemaking. His business flourished, and his wealth grew exponentially, employing dozens of workers in the winemaking process alone. As one approached the vicinity of the cellar, the intoxicating aroma of wine wafted through the air, enchanting Xiaoyao, who swallowed hard in temptation. Like a rustic simpleton, he exclaimed, "Wow, is this the wine that the celestial beings drink? It smells so divine." Bai Yuntian's wife shot a secretive glance at Xiaoyao, inwardly mocking this handsome fool for his naivety. Yet, she gracefully uttered enticing words, "Indeed, this wine is fit for the gods. Come, while the workers are on their lunch break, follow me into the wine cellar. There is an abundance of wines to choose from. The more you drink, the better, if fortune smiles upon you. The celestial sister might even appear to pour wine for you." Upon hearing that the celestial sister might manifest to serve him, Xiaoyao, filled with anticipation, rushed into the cellar like a spirited donkey. Bai Yuntian's wife, trailing behind, thought, if only he were not such a fool. Following closely into the cellar, Song Rushi, panting, deliberately lowered her collar and seductively urged, "Fool, you are not a gentleman. I permit you to indulge as you please." Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, quickly shook his head. No. My 3 masters cautioned me not to recklessly pick wildflowers by the roadside or scan random codes on my phone. I cannot touch. You are truly a fool beyond measure." Song Rushi glanced around, relieved that the workers in the cellar were indeed on their break and absent from the scene. The fool, with his unrestrained tongue, must not be allowed to remain. Otherwise, a careless word could reveal his entanglement with the village party secretary. Consequently, Song Rushuang presented the fool with a jar of aged wine. "Drink up, consume it, and you shall feel as if you are in bliss." The fool, with one hand grasping the jar, tilted it and gulped it down. Song Rushuang, standing beside him, encouraged indeed, just like that, "Drink more." In her estimation, the potency of this liquor was formidable. Even the most robust man in the village would collapse after 3 large bowls, rendered unconscious. If this fool were down the entire jar, he would not only be on the brink of death, but would surely teeter on its edge. In a mere moment, the fool astonishingly drained the entire jar of potent liquor, His face flushed crimson, his body ablaze with heat, blood coursing through him, having consumed an entire jar of spirits. The fool felt transformed. While others might succumb to oblivion or become delirious, he found himself becoming increasingly lucid. His mind was flooded with the teachings from the 2 tomes bestowed by his master. He had memorized them thoroughly, yet his lack of intelligence had hindered his comprehension. However, the liquor seemed to awaken a clarity within him, allowing those previously incomprehensible concepts to coalesce and converge. Although the jar was emptied, droplets of liquor clung to his hair, cascading onto his chest. Hidden beneath his attire, his well-defined pectorals rose and fell, exuding a virile essence. If one were to observe him in silence, devoid of speech, they would perceive a strikingly handsome figure, an embodiment of masculine allure. Song Rushuang found herself unwittingly captivated. In the next moment, this embodiment of allure approached her, drawing nearer. Song Rushuang's cheeks flushed, and she, enamored, adjusted her hairstyle, convinced that the fool, after drinking, finally recognized her charm. She closed her eyes, adopting a pose of playful submission. Yet, after waiting in vain for some time, she realized the fool remained motionless. Alas, the fool is, after all, a fool. How could he possibly awaken to insight? Disappointed, she opened her eyes, only to discover the fool had vanished. "Fool, where have you gone?" she murmured, suppressing her voice as she searched for him. Where could he have possibly gone? It turned out that the moment Song Rushuang closed her eyes, the fool had slipped into another passage within the wine cellar. This cellar resembled a cavern, deep and frigid. The fool found a suitable spot, seated himself on the ground, and the contents of the teachings swirled miraculously in his mind, aiding his cultivation. After a while, he sensed his internal strength had doubled, and his martial prowess had ascended to a new realm. At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that his cerebral pathways had entered a state of clarity. This meant that as long as he imbibed alcohol, his mind would either return to normal or become unusually clear. Yet, once the effects of the liquor waned, he would revert to being a fool. Observing the labyrinthine nature of the wine cellar, the fool felt a sense of wonder and stepped through the nearest small opening. As he took his first step into the small cave, a stunning beauty emerged, cradling a jar of wine. They collided unexpectedly, causing the woman to tremble and drop the jar, shattering it into countless pieces. The exquisite wine spilled onto the ground, seeping into the earth, much to the delight of the land god. Alas, this was the fine wine she had painstakingly crafted in secret over a considerable period. With her father's birthday approaching next month, she had intended to present it as a source of joy. Her heart and soul had been poured into this creation, and no amount of money could replace it. Now lost to a single mishap, the enchanting maiden was about to cast a reproachful glance at Xiaoyao when their eyes met, intertwining in the air, captivating them both. In Xiaoyao's eyes, this girl was the most breathtakingly beautiful woman he had ever encountered. Her appearance was nothing short of astonishing. Her skin was as fair as jade, smooth and supple. Her eyes sparkled with a luminous glimmer, and her figure was alluringly curvaceous, both slender in attire and voluptuous without. Her beauty was both vibrant and irresistibly charming, leaving one utterly awestruck, akin to a goddess from a painting, seemingly capable of illuminating the entire world. Conversely, in the eyes of the maiden, Xiaoyao was the most handsome and dashing man she had ever seen, a figure of elegance and extraordinary grace. They were instantly smitten with each other, and in that moment, time seemed to stand still. Should this woman become Xiaoyao's wife, he would willingly endure anything for her, even the wrath of heaven itself. Xiaoyao took the initiative to apologize. "I am truly sorry. It was unintentional. How much is the wine? I shall compensate you." His demeanor was one of sincere contrition. Yet even if he were wealthy, he could not truly make amends. The wine required a significant period to brew, and with her father's birthday just around the corner, no amount of money could buy back the time needed to recreate such a fine vintage. "Forget it. You cannot afford it. By the way, I don't believe I have seen you before. Are you a new employee at the wine cellar? The proprietor is quite stringent with wages. I can see you are new, and this will be our little secret. As long as you do not speak of it, the owner will remain oblivious and will not deduct your pay." With his intellect engaged, Xiaoyao pondered her words. If he were to remain and work in the wine cellar, perhaps he could frequently encounter this beauty. Ecstatic, he introduced himself. Hello, my name is Xiaoyao. I have only recently arrived in this village and have yet to find employment. If you need assistance here, would you consider taking me on? I am quite capable, worth 10 men. The beauty grew cautious. Aren't you a new employee? How did you manage to enter the wine cellar? Thinking quickly, Xiaoyao decided to use Song Rushuang as a shield. Oh, I was brought here by the owner's wife. I'm a distant relative, and she kindly brought me along. Where might I find the owner? I wish to ask for position. Upon hearing that he was a relative of the owner's wife, the beauty relaxed her guard and led him out of the wine cellar to seek the owner's favor for his employment. Meanwhile, Song Rushuang continued her search for leisure within the wine cellar, a labyrinth of numerous passages. At the moment when Xiaoyao was departing with the enchanting lady, their paths did not cross. The lady led Xiaoyao to seek out the proprietor. Upon arriving at Bai Yuntian's office, the lady noticed the proprietor was not yet present and instructed Xiaoyao to wait patiently while she went to fetch him. Xiaoyao lingered in the office, eagerly anticipating the return of the celestial sister. After a considerable time, Bai Yuntian finally entered, briefcase in hand. At that moment, the effects of alcohol began to wane from Xiaoyao, returning him to a state of simplicity. As Bai Yuntian opened the door, he found himself locked in a gaze with the simpleton. Are you the boss? I wish to see the celestial sister every day. Please allow me to work in the wine cellar. The simpleton stated directly. Bai Yuntian was momentarily taken aback by the simplicity of his request, raising his brows in curiosity. A young and robust lad just came to me, asking to be taken on in the wine cellar. Could it be you? What is your name? And what are your salary expectations? I must warn you, the probation period here is quite extensive. If you do not perform well during this time, I shall have to let you go, and there will be no remuneration. Indeed, Bai Yuntian was a shrewd businessman, imposing such stringent conditions on his employees. However, he was utterly unprepared for Xiaoyao's unhesitating acquiescence. It's quite all right. I can forego my salary. I can even eat less. As long as the boss is willing to take me in, I can work as hard as 10 men. Bai Yuntian was taken aback and felt a surge of excitement. This was the most agreeable candidate he had encountered since becoming a boss. I ask for little, just provide me with meals and lodging, and I shall not require a single cent in wages. The sight of such resolve nearly brought tears of laughter to Bai Yuntian's eyes. Look at this. This is what I call vision. Those who constantly badger me for wages have utterly lost their perspective. With Bai Yuntian's seasoned experience, it was evident that Xiaoyao's intellect was not particularly sharp. Yet Bai Yuntian was in dire need of laborers to move wine, not winemakers or accountants. What good was intelligence in that regard? A simpleton like Xiaoyao, who did not concern himself with salary, appeared quite useful, obedient and easily managed. He could be employed for physical labor without any compensation. What could be better? Thus, the simpleton Xiaoyao became a laborer in Bai Yuntian's wine cellar, indeed living up to his claim of being worth 10 men. While other workers struggled together to lift a single barrel of wine. Perspiring profusely as they loaded it onto the truck, Xiaoyao effortlessly carried one barrel in each hand and balanced another atop his head, moving with fluid grace. In a swift motion, he transported barrels from the wine cellar to the truck, leaving his colleagues astonished. In no time at all, he had filled the entire truck with barrels of wine. Xiaoyao toiled tirelessly from dawn until dusk, driven by the hope of seeing the enchanting lady once more. Ever since that fateful day when I first encountered her, I have not laid eyes on that enchanting beauty again. Foolish and carefree, I toiled away while eagerly anticipating her return, lost in a reverie. Suddenly, Uncle Chang's booming voice broke my trance. You silly boy, what are you dazing about for? Are you pining for a woman? Stop daydreaming and pay attention. That jar of wine must not be loaded onto the truck. It serves a very special purpose. We must not even touch it. After imparting his instructions, Uncle Chang retired to rest. I cast a glance at the jar of wine, swallowing hard. The more Uncle Chang cautioned us against touching it, the more my curiosity was piqued. I surveyed my surroundings. It was the workers' break time, and no one was in sight. If I were to sneak a taste, no one would be the wiser. Temptation surged within me, and I could hardly contain my excitement as I opened the jar. The aroma of the wine wafted through the air, intoxicating and divine. This wine must surpass the potent spirits that Song Ruo Shuang had offered me. I simply had to try it. I lifted the jar and took a generous swig. This elixir, a gift from the heavens, was a rarity indeed. It was utterly exquisite. One sip was simply not enough. I reasoned that a second sip would attract attention, so I indulged again. Oh my, it was pure bliss. I needed a third sip, lest I be restless throughout the night. Thus, I continued to down the wine, one mouthful after another, until I had emptied the entire jar. A satisfied belch escaped my lips, and soon I began to sway, feeling pleasantly disoriented. When I finally opened my eyes again, I was once more the clever and whimsical Xiaoyao. My mind swirled with profound insights and secret techniques. I began to practice the martial arts moves that the three beautiful mistresses had taught me atop Jade Maiden Peak. My earlier foolishness had left me with only half of my Master Wang's teachings, but the insights shared by the three mistresses, combined with my diligent practice, had led me to self-discovery. After a period of intense training, I glanced at the now-empty jar of wine. If Uncle Chong were to discover this, he would surely report me to the boss. A sudden idea struck me. I approached the empty jar and discreetly relieved myself into it, then added some water from outside before sealing it again. It appeared flawless. Now, while my mind was clear, I must seek out that enchanting beauty. However, despite scouring the entire wine cellar, she was nowhere to be found. Just as I was stepping out in disappointment, I heard a melodious and enchanting voice not far away. Was it not the voice of that very beauty? Though we had only met once, her every smile and gesture had etched themselves into my memory. Listening intently, I discerned that the voice emanated from the neighboring estate, which was expansive and grand. I climbed the estate's wall to investigate. Sure enough, there she was, frolicking on the grass with another young lady, flying kites in the gentle breeze. The kites soared ever higher as she ran and laughed, her every smile and frown captivatingly enchanting, rendering the onlooker utterly spellbound. Suddenly, she halted, wiping the fragrant sweat from her brow, and exclaimed, "Cousin, I can't continue. I'm drenched in sweat and yearn for a bath." It turned out that the enchanting maiden was accompanied by her cousin. What splendid genes must this family possess, to have birthed such stunning beauties? Though her cousin was not as breathtaking, she was nonetheless a charming and pure beauty in her own right. What had they been discussing moments ago? The distance had rendered it impossible for the onlooker to catch their conversation, and the thought of losing sight of such beauty was unbearable. Seizing the opportunity, he scaled the wall and quickened his pace to follow the two lovely ladies. Upon entering a room, the melodious sound of rushing water filled the air. Though obscured from view by the bathroom door, the sound of their playful splashes beneath the shower was intoxicating to his senses. Oh, how he wished to join them! Yet, he scolded himself. What indecency! What indiscretion! Just as he resolved to slip away and find a stream to cool his heated disposition, he noticed several men lurking in the tree above. Their hungry gazes were fixated on the direction of the bathing beauties. The bathing area was not in the bedroom, but rather adjacent to the restroom, with no windows, save for a translucent glass panel above. If someone were to climb the tree and peer through that glass, they would catch a glimpse of the scene within. Unable to contain his outrage, he bellowed, "What are you all looking at? Come down this instant." His commanding voice sent the 9 men tumbling from the tree in fright. Scoundrels! What a horde of scoundrels! He advanced toward them, fury surging within him. Who dared to spy? The men, startled by his reprimand, were not pleased, and with his clenched fists approaching, they foolishly prepared to gang up on him. Yet, despite their imposing stature, they were no match for him alone. With an unseen force, he unleashed his inner strength, sending them sprawling in all directions. The commotion startled the 2 lovely maidens in the bathroom, prompting them to hastily don their garments and investigate. The leading man, upon seeing the beauties emerge, hastily took the opportunity to play the victim. "Miss Bai, this scoundrel climbed the tree to peep at you bathing." Miss Bai? The man referred to her as such, implying she hailed from a wealthy family. Could she possibly be Bai Tingting, the sole daughter of the renowned winemaker Bai Yintian? The beauty's cheeks flushed a delicate pink. She recognized the onlooker having encountered him previously in the wine cellar. At that moment, she held a rather favorable impression of him, unaware that this man was so lascivious, secretly climbing a tree to spy on them. The beautiful cousin, by Yuan, initially wanted to express her anger, but upon discovering that the peeping Tom was such an extraordinary handsome man, she felt an inexplicable delight in her heart, her tone softening. Oh dear. I know many people secretly admire me and my cousin, but they all pursue us openly, unlike you, you naughty rogue. How utterly embarrassing. The cousin, by Yuan, covered her slightly flushed face, overwhelmed with shyness. Xiaoyao stepped forward, earnestly explaining. So you are Miss Bai? Let me clarify. It was not me but them. They all climbed up the tall tree. Those men were hired by Yuntian to act as enforcers in the manor, with Yuntian being their employer and Bai Tingting their young lady. How could they possibly admit to their own lewd behavior? Outnumbered, they firmly insisted that it was Xiaoyao who engaged in this disgraceful act. The leading thug, Ada, swore first. Miss Bai, every word I utter is true. It was this shameless little brat peeping, not us. If I lie, may I bleed from all 7 orifices. As soon as he finished speaking, blood began to flow from his nose and ears. No way. How eerie. He quickly rationalized. I swore to bleed from all 7 orifices. Now it's just my nose and ears bleeding, so my oath hasn't taken effect. I definitely did not spy. With that, his nosebleed intensified. Soon after, the others, eager to shed suspicion, began to shift the blame onto Xiaoyao, raising their hands to swear. We never engaged in such sordid acts. If we lie, may we be struck by heavenly thunder. Just as they finished, thunder rumbled across the clear sky. No way. Could it be so effective? Terrified, they trembled. Their earlier righteous indignation replaced by a cowardice akin to that of ostriches, wishing to bury their heads in the ground. Xiaoyao, seizing the moment, was about to confront them further, but suddenly the effects of the alcohol waned, and he found himself slipping back into a foolish state. Yes, as the intoxication faded, Xiaoyao reverted to his simple-minded thoughts. Fairy sister, I finally found you. The foolish Xiaoyao laughed innocently, his speech still disjointed, resembling a simpleton. He even leaned closer to Bai Tingting. The thugs, initially poised to be at a disadvantage due to the fulfillment of their oaths, saw the simpleton's antics and sensed an opportunity to turn the tide. Taking advantage of the situation, incited by Tingting, Miss Bai, look, this fellow is nothing but a lascivious man, constantly thinking of sordid matters. His mind is utterly deranged. Just look at him. Isn't that so? Indeed, it was he who climbed the tree to spy, and we caught him during our patrol. The simpleton, flustered, stammered. I did not spy, fairy sister. As he explained, he awkwardly rubbed against Bai Tingting's arm, appearing quite foolish. Determined to completely shift the blame onto this simpleton, incited the other thugs to bind him and hand him over to Bai for her judgment. Lady Bai, step aside. Today we must capture this shameless, lecherous fool and see if he dares to spy again. Bai Tingting felt there were some suspicious aspects to this matter and was about to inquire further when the thugs charged aggressively towards the fool. Sister Immortal, please move aside. So you are not hurt. The foolish Xiaoyao pushed Bai Tingting into a safe zone and turned to confront these bullies. Remarkably, these thugs possessed considerable martial prowess. Some practiced the eagle claw technique, others the praying mantis fist, and there was even one employing the frog technique. What a curious spectacle, reminiscent of a wild animal kingdom. The practitioner of the eagle claw leapt into the air, soaring up to a tree, and with the ferocity of an eagle diving towards the ground. He charged at Xiaoyao with claws bared. In an instant, Xiaoyao sprang upward with the energy of flight, vanishing without a trace. Yet, in the next moment, he unexpectedly landed on the shoulders of the eagle claw practitioner. He swiftly clamped the thug's head, twisting with force and with a crack. The man's head performed a horrifying 180-degree turn, facing backward, a sight that was truly ghastly. Seizing the moment, the practitioner of the praying mantis fist attempted a stealthy attack from behind, aiming to strike Xiaoyao. However, Xiaoyao nimbly evaded the assault. The techniques of the praying mantis were swift and powerful, akin to a poised mantis ready to strike. The thug moved lightly, fluidly, his attacks a blend of feigned and genuine strikes, creating an air of uncertainty. He executed the mantis probing strike, closing the distance with a series of punches, followed by knee strikes and a back fist, ultimately attempting to target Xiaoyao's vital area. Protecting that area was essential, though foolish. Xiaoyao remembered the repeated admonitions from his three beautiful masters to safeguard his crucial parts, for only then could he hope to marry, lest no bride would wish to accompany him. Mindful of this, Xiaoyao defended himself while employing the crane-style fist. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the yellow bird behind. The yellow bird represented the crane style. Xiaoyao spread his arms wide, resembling a white crane taking flight, exuding an aura of grandeur. He then performed a classic crane-style move. The white crane spreads its wings. With his weight on his right leg, he lightly tapped the ground with his left foot while raising both palms to his chest. He then moved his right foot gently to the left front, separating his palms outward with palms facing away. After retracting his right foot to its original position and bringing his palms back to his chest, he turned his palms into fists, bringing them down to his waist, unleashing a forceful display reminiscent of a crane soaring through the universe, accompanied by the might of thunder. With a single punch, he sent the praying mantis practitioner flying out of the estate. Nine-yang fire cloud needle, he proclaimed, sending the foul frog soaring. Wow, this rascal stutters like a fool when he speaks, but when he fights, he truly embodies the spirit of a great hero. Bai Tingting's cousin, Bai Yuan, gushed in admiration. Bai Tingting, too, felt her cheeks flush. This foolish lad may stumble in speech, but when he unleashed his power, he appeared strikingly heroic. As the practitioners of Eagle Claw and Praying Mantis styles fell victim to the foolishly carefree individual, the remaining few adept in the frog style exchanged glances, silently deliberating their next move. Should we advance? You should go first. Why don't you take the lead? Each one feared being subdued and ground down beneath him. No one dared to charge into the fray at this moment. Perhaps we should collectively employ the frog style to assail him? After some discussion, they resolved to unite in their attack. One by one, the remaining fighters crouched low, their arms bent at shoulder level, emitting croaking sounds reminiscent of a great frog preparing to leap. They inhaled deeply, their voices resonating with guttural croaks. The frog style, primarily relying on strength, derives its potency from enhancing muscle explosiveness through internal energy, maximizing formidable striking power. As these figures, akin to toads, crawled on the ground, their movements interlinked like the leaps of frogs, rendering it impossible for the foolishly carefree individual to anticipate their next assault's direction or intensity. The cacophony of croaking surrounded him, inciting a sense of disarray. These toads, masters of building momentum, possessed great strength capable of awakening the ignorance of their opponents, with impeccable defense to withstand ordinary attacks. In a moment of vulnerability, when he felt cornered, he suddenly recalled the nine-yang fire cloud acupuncture technique, a unique skill passed down by his master, Wang. This method could address various ailments, including infertility, prostatitis, marital discord, and even lovesickness, while also utilizing the acupuncture needles as concealed weapons. With a swift motion, he produced the silver needles he always carried, launching them from his fingertips. The needles struck the inflated chins of those employing the frog style, deflating their gathered energy. What chance did they have now to pursue lofty aspirations? Seizing the opportunity, he surged forth, rising with vigor, his long legs sweeping across like a formidable blade, unstoppable in its momentum. His leg strikes were overwhelming, akin to colossal waves crashing against rocks. The agility of his kicks resembled that of dragons and serpents, rapid and graceful, with each blow compelling his adversaries to retreat. They lost their front teeth, their cries morphing into a disconcerting blend of despair. How overwhelming! How ferocious! The group of fighters within the estate, paralyzed by fear, crawled to the feet of Bai Tingting, slapping their own faces in a display of submission, confessing, "Miss Bai, we are not human. We are merely beasts. We should not have spied. It is all our fault. We promise not to do it again. If we dare to spy again, we shall blind ourselves. Please make him stop. If this continues, we shall not see the sun rise again." kneeling before Bai Tingting. They pleaded for mercy, their earlier bravado now replaced by utter humiliation. Bai Yuanyuan rushed over, linking her arm with Bai Tingting's, urging, "Oh, so it was indeed your intention to spy, and to shift the blame onto others. How despicable and shameless. Cousin, we cannot show them any leniency. In my opinion, we should sever their hands and feet to use as fertilizer. Please no. Miss Bai, please do not allow them to sever our hands and feet. We are the hired enforcers of Boss Bai, relying on our physicality to earn our livelihood. If we lose our limbs, how shall we support our families in the future? Bai Tingting, possessing a kind and pure heart, cannot bear to harm others. Yet warnings and punishments are inevitable. You dare to commit such unspeakable acts? Therefore, we shall deduct your year-end bonuses this year. Do you have any objections?" The deduction of year-end bonuses is no trivial matter. They all felt the sting, yet dared not voice dissent, for they were indeed in the wrong. No objections means you may take your leave. After dismissing the group of enforcers, Bai Tingting approached the simple-minded Xiaoyao. "Thank you. Xiaoyao, we meet again." Xiaoyao bashfully rubbed his head, offering a silly grin while his gaze remained fixated on Bai Tingting, making her feel somewhat bashful. "Fairy sister, you are truly beautiful, like the moon goddess Chang'e." Bai Yuanyuan, her cousin, stepped in front of Bai Tingting, preventing Xiaoyao from getting too close. "Oh dear, what a pity, he is truly a fool. Such a handsome face and strong physique wasted. You think my cousin resembles Chang'e? Have you ever seen Chang'e? Are you perhaps Zhu Beiji? Ha ha ha." Bai Yuanyuan teased Xiaoyao. Bai Tingting, stepping around her cousin, approached Xiaoyao and said, "Cousin, please do not tease him." Bai Tingting felt quite surprised. The first time she met Xiaoyao in the wine cellar, he seemed perfectly normal, not at all like a fool. Why, upon seeing him again, did he appear so silly? She nearly misjudged him as a lecherous voyeur. However, seeing Xiaoyao as a fool, Bai Tingting felt no disdain. Instead, she regarded him as a 3-year-old boy. She took out a tissue to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Look at you, sweating profusely. How'd you get dust on your nose?" Bai Tingting's gentle actions soothed Xiaoyao. He stood before her, gazing intently, increasingly captivated by her beauty, so breathtakingly exquisite. At that moment, Bai Tingting resembled the 3 beautiful mistresses from Yunnu Peak, treating Xiaoyao with tenderness and care. Yet, she was more innocent than those mistresses, as she was still a budding flower. The mistresses, on the other hand, were like fully blossomed roses, having their faces refreshed each morning with dew collected by their master from Yunnu Peak. Suddenly, Xiaoyao grasped Bai Tingting's hand and earnestly promised, "Fairy sister, may I go to the mountain every dawn to gather dew for you to wash your face? I have heard that dew is very nourishing." Bai Tingting smiled softly, not taking his words seriously. "Silly boy, gathering dew for face washing requires waking up early and collecting a lot, doesn't it? It must take several hours, which is far too arduous. No need for that." Her cousin Bai Yuanyuan shot a disdainful glance at Xiaoyao, mocking, "A toad wishing to eat swan meat. You a fool. Think you can approach us? You aren't even worthy to carry our shoes. Return whence you came. This is not a place for sycophants." That cousin Bai Yuanyuan truly possesses a shallow perspective. Just moments ago, when she was unaware of Xiaoyao's foolishness, she acted like a lovesick fool. Now that she knows he is a simpleton, she would gladly kick him out, were it not for Bai Tingting protecting the foolish Xiaoyao. Bai Yuanyuan would have long since expelled him from the estate. Thus, from the following day, the simple Xiaoyao rose early to gather dew for Bai Tingting. This majestic mountain, adorned with clear waters and lush greenery, not only yielded fresh dew, but also served as an excellent training ground for martial arts. Xiaoyao sat cross-legged, palms spread wide, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, the spirit of heaven and earth, converting it into internal energy to enhance his martial prowess, rendering him even more formidable. With unwavering focus, he concentrated entirely on his practice, his intent guiding his movements, wielding his energy with precision, and cultivating his inner strength to its zenith, achieving a state of effortless mastery. At that moment, the leaves rustled around him, and the dew seemed to be drawn towards him by an invisible force, gathering in unison. He collected it in a bottle, envisioning how the divine beauty of his celestial sister would be further enhanced by this dewdrop water, causing him to grin foolishly. With a full bottle of dew, he sought out Bai Tingting. As Bai Tingting's father, Bai Yuntian, was to celebrate his 50th birthday with a grand banquet at the estate. Bai Tingting, her cousin Bai Yuanyuan, and even Bai Yuntian's wife, Song Rushuang, were temporarily residing there to oversee preparations. The few henchmen, emboldened by their numbers, yet embittered by Xiaoyao, his earlier lesson, barred his entry through the main gate. Though they recognized his might and knew they were no match for him, they also realized he was a fool. As long as they did not provoke him, they might have a chance to exact revenge for their humiliation. The henchman Ada, who practiced praying mantis fist, had learned to be clever this time, knowing better than to confront the simpleton directly. With a smirk, he greeted Xiaoyao. "Hey Xiaoyao, are you here to see or Miss Bai again?" Xiaoyao, in his navet, nodded earnestly. "Yes, let me in quickly, or I might have to send you all fleeing like last time." A heir, who practiced eagle claw technique, could not contain himself, impulsively wishing to challenge Xiaoyao once more, but was restrained by the others, a San, a Si, and a Wu, who were still haunted by their previous encounter. They whispered to Aer, "Have you forgotten? This guy is like a rampaging bull, capable of wreaking havoc. We must outsmart him, not confront him head-on." Thus, Aer calmed his impulsiveness. Ada, with a mischievous grin, pointed toward the small dog door beside the side gate of the estate, tempting the simple Xiaoyao. "Our boss has repeatedly instructed that no one is to enter the estate without permission. If you swagger in like that, our boss will hide his daughter away, and you will never see Miss Bai again. So, my friend, we suggest you crawl through the dog door. No one will be the wiser." As the words fell, those arrogant creatures, emboldened by their power, laughed raucously, casting sidelong glances at the foolish Xiaoyao, eagerly anticipating a spectacle. Xiaoyao approached the dog hole and crouched down, discovering a fierce Tibetan mastiff nestled within. The mastiff's gaze exuded a primal ferocity, an aura of dominance and authority that no creature could resist. Its muscles, as solid as iron, spoke volumes of its strength and majesty. In the next instant, the mastiff lunged at Xiaoyao. Just as everyone expected Xiaoyao to be bitten and potentially contract rabies, the mastiff and Xiaoyao tumbled together. Rather than attacking, the mastiff affectionately licked Xiaoyao's cheek, as if it had found its master. "Please, no ruckus. May I pass through your hole? I wish to crawl in and deliver, due to the fairy sister." Ada and the others stood agape, utterly astonished. The mastiff was unexpectedly amiable, forming an unlikely bond with Xiaoyao. Typically, it would bark fiercely at any stranger, almost biting off a chunk of Ada's rear when they first arrived at the estate. Who would have thought that this foolish Xiaoyao could resonate so well with such a fierce creature? Aer remarked to Ada, "Do not be perplexed, Ada. He is indeed a fool. A fool and a beast are naturally inclined to connect. You speak the truth." Ada shuklet, Xiaoyao, uhi. "Crawl through the dog hole. Crawl through the dog hole." The other thugs chimed in enthusiastically. Just as Xiaoyao prepared to crawl through the dog hole, he suddenly remembered why he needed to do so. Hadn't he entered by climbing over the wall last time? He could easily sneak in the same way now without White Boss knowing. "I shall not crawl through the dog hole. It is too slow. I will simply do a somersault and leap over the wall much quicker." In a flash, Xiaoyao had already vaulted into the estate. This infuriated Ada and the others, who gritted their teeth in frustration. Aer consoled, "Ada, do not be upset. A gentleman's revenge is best served after a decade. We shall have ample opportunities to retaliate against this fool." Thus, Xiaoyao successfully scaled the wall, yet the estate was vast, and he had no idea which room White Tingting resided in. He wished to call out loudly, but feared being discovered by White Boss, so he restrained himself. Fortunately, this fool had not yet descended to that level of foolishness. After searching the estate for a while without spotting White Tingting, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Just then, his cousin Bai Yuanyuan emerged, clad in a cute pink pajama dress. Upon seeing Xiaoyao, she nearly squealed. Quick as a flash, Xiaoyao covered her lips, whispering, "Do not be so loud. If White Boss finds out, we will surely be expelled. Could you please tell me where the fairy sister is?" Bai Yuanyuan remained silent. Growing anxious, Xiaoyao urged, "Please tell me, where is the fairy sister?" "Where? Bai Yuanyuan gestured for him to remove his hand from her mouth. How could she speak otherwise? Only then did Xiaoyao sheepishly release his grip. Bai Yuanyuan, consumed by jealousy, could not help but resent her cousin Bai Tingting's beauty, which was evidently superior to her own. Even the simpleton could see that Bai Tingting was more enchanting. The incessant praise of fairy sister from those around her drove Bai Yuanyuan to a frenzy. What fairy sister are you talking about? Am I not the fairy sister? She retorted, seeking affirmation. Yes. The simpleton Xiaoyao nodded eagerly. Yet, before she could bask in her fleeting joy, Xiaoyao added, You are not as beautiful as the fairy sister. Bai Yuanyuan shot him an exasperated glare. You are such an idiot. It's early in the morning, and here you are, fawning over me. I'm not here to fawn. I have come to present you with dew, Xiaoyao proclaimed, pulling out a bottle of dew he had painstakingly collected, the liquid within shimmering with a gentle glow. Bai Yuanyuan, skeptical, inquired, Is this truly dew you gathered from the mountain? Indeed, I rose early to collect it. She snatched the bottle from his hands. On such an important day, how could you cause a ruckus? My cousin is still asleep. If you barge in like this, you will disturb her slumber. Let me deliver it to her instead. However, Xiaoyao was determined to personally present the gift to the fairy sister. Bai Yuanyuan, constantly dissuading him, warned, Oh, you foolish one, if you delay any longer, my uncle. Boss Bai will wake up and, upon seeing you near his precious daughter, will surely expel you from the estate, and you shall never see my cousin again. The simpleton, swayed by her alarmist words, became genuinely apprehensive. Reluctantly, he entrusted the precious dew to Bai Yuanyuan, saying, Then you must remember to give the dew to the fairy sister. Rest assured, I will make certain she receives the dew you gathered. Bai Yuanyuan promised earnestly. The simpleton, glancing back every few steps, reluctantly exited the estate. After he departed, Bai Yuanyuan indeed kept her word and brought the dew to Bai Tingting. However, she rewrote the narrative. Entering the bedroom, she boasted to Bai Tingting, who had just emerged from the bathroom, Oh, you won't believe it. That simpleton actually climbed over the wall this morning and gifted me this bottle of dew he collected from the mountain. He praised my beauty and claimed that washing my face with this dew will make my skin even more delicate, plump, and elastic. As she spun her fib, she admired her reflection in the mirror with unabashed vanity. Bai Tingting felt a twinge of disappointment. After all, the simpleton had promised to gather dew for her, and now it was presented to her cousin instead. It seemed that even the words of simpleton could be deceptive. From that day forth, Bai Yuanyuan awoke earlier than Bai Tingting each morning, waiting by the estate's wall for Xiaoyao to bring her dew. The simpleton, wholeheartedly devoted to the fairy sister, tirelessly collected dew, only to have it bestowed upon the mercenary Bai Yuanyuan. Thus a week passed. At last, the day of the wine merchant Bai Yuntian's birthday arrived, and the estate was adorned magnificently for the occasion. Bai Yuntian, being rather traditional, saw his birthday banquet take on a distinctly Chinese style. Meticulously organized by Song Ru Shuang and Bai Tingting, the estate was alive with festive hues of red, accompanied by the clamor of drums and the crackle of firecrackers. Friends from the business realm and relatives from the family flocked in to celebrate the occasion. On such a joyous day, the workers toiling in the wine cellar would typically have no stake in the festivities, but today, as the boss turned 50, a substantial supply of wine was required. Silly Xiaoyao, known for his strength and agility, was dispatched along with other robust fellows to transport hundreds of jars of wine from the cellar to the estate. This time, he had the legitimate opportunity to stride through the main entrance of the estate. With a large wine jar in each hand and another balanced atop his head, he entered the estate with an unyielding gait, seemingly unperturbed by any familial ties. Ada and his companions, unable to intervene, seethed with frustration. On this significant day, the village chief, Zhang Datsai, and his daughter, the notably hefty girl, also made their appearance to extend their congratulations. As the chief's daughter entered the estate, she immediately noticed silly Xiaoyao. Wow, what a strikingly strong man. A true powerhouse. Her eyes sparkled with admiration as she rushed toward him, starry-eyed. With jars in both hands and one on his head, silly Xiaoyao could not escape as deftly as before. Before long, he was caught up by the hefty girl, who embraced him tightly, clinging to him like a pendant. Handsome brother, where have you been all this time? We've been searching everywhere for you. The weight of her 250 pounds was not to be underestimated. Despite silly Xiaoyao's immense strength, he found it challenging to bear such a burden. Please, come down, he implored. However, the girl was obstinate. I want to come down. Not at all. At that moment, Bai Tingting and her cousin emerged from within to greet the guests. Upon spotting Bai Tingting from a distance, silly Xiaoyao felt a surge of excitement. Yet, the hefty girl clinging to him caused him to stagger, disrupting his balance and sending the jar atop his head crashing to the ground in a shattering mess. On this momentous occasion of Bai Yuntian's 50th birthday, such a calamity with the wine jar was deemed most inauspicious. The guest's attention swiftly turned towards silly Xiaoyao. The village chief hurriedly pulled his daughter aside, keen to deflect blame onto Xiaoyao. Bai Yuntian approached through the crowd, visibly displeased. The twitch of his mustache betrayed his ire. The assembly drew closer, intrigued. Seizing the opportunity while everyone was distracted, the village party secretary, Xiaoyao, exchanged knowing glances with Song Rushuang, hinting at their clandestine plans. What fate awaited silly Xiaoyao in this predicament? Whispers and speculations filled the air. I am truly sorry, Boss Bai. It was not my intention, silly Xiaoyao stammered an apology. Bai Yuntian, a man known for holding grudges, was particularly incensed today, given the significance of his birthday. Typically, if a laborer were to accidentally topple one of his precious jars, he would begrudge them for an eternity, deducting wages and bonuses. Now, what could possibly await silly Xiaoyao beyond mere financial penalties? On this momentous occasion of Bai Yuntian's 50th birthday, how could he possibly commit the grave error of toppling the wine jar, thereby inviting misfortune? Surely, such an act carries ominous connotations. Nevertheless, the gathering was graced by esteemed friends from both the business and political realms, individuals of considerable stature. The hypocritical Bai Yuntian would never dare to publicly chastise the foolish Xiaoyao. Instead, he discreetly signaled to Ada and the others, take him away and administer a mild reprimand. After all, he is a newcomer, a commoner facing life's hardships. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in applause, perceiving Bai Yuntian as a magnanimous and benevolent employer. Yet, the loyal henchman who had served him for years understood that this was merely a ruse. The true intention was to mete out severe punishment to the hapless Xiaoyao for his blunder. However, Ada and his companions hesitated, well aware of Xiaoyao's formidable nature. Who among them would dare to drag him away for punishment? They exchanged glances, paralyzed by indecision. At that moment, Bai Tingting stepped forward to soothe her father, exclaiming, "Father, congratulations. This new employee's mishap with the wine jar is a good omen. Look, it signifies blooming prosperity and fortune. Furthermore, the shattered jar represents peace and safety for years to come." With Bai Tingting's eloquent reassurances, Bai Yuntian felt his anger dissipate, and a sense of relief washed over him. She subtly gestured to Xiaoyao, indicating that he should take his leave. However, an alluring and audacious male voice rang out from nearby. After years apart, my dear little Jiao has blossomed into an even more enchanting and articulate young woman. How delightful! The guests collectively shifted their gaze to the source of the voice, revealing a seemingly harmless man clad in sunglasses and a tailored suit, exuding an irresistible charm that captivated all. His tie was impeccably knotted, exuding an air of refined debauchery. Behind him trailed a formidable entourage of bodyguards, laden with lavish gifts. The moment he removed his sunglasses, the astute guests recognized him. Particularly, figures like village chief Zhang Dezai, who thrived on sycophancy, immediately identified the unexpected guest. Is that not the illustrious son of our village's wealthiest man, Hao Yuqian? I thought he had settled abroad with his affluent father and had not returned for years. Today, his arrival is bound to elevate the fortunes of our village. Zhang Dezai, wearing a sycophantic grin, eagerly ushered his cherished daughter, the plump girl, to Hao Yuqian, exclaiming, "Young Master Hao, you used to play house with my daughter when you were little, and you promised to marry her someday. I have raised her to be healthy and plump, eagerly awaiting your return." Upon hearing this, Hao Yuqian furrowed his brow in alarm and took 3 steps back. The village chief's daughter, though not as striking as Bai Tingting in her youth, was still deemed the second most beautiful girl in the village. Over the years, has the village chief truly treated his daughter like a pig? Indeed, several years ago, when pig prices soared, the village chief constructed multiple pig farms and raised a considerable number of pigs. His prowess in pig farming was impressive, to the extent that it seemed his daughter had taken on the appearance of a sow. Hao Yuqian couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Children speak without reservation. Village chief, those childhood words were merely child's play and cannot be taken seriously. Unexpectedly, the plump girl had her sights set on the foolish and carefree Xiaoyao, dismissing Hao Yuqian entirely. Brother Yuqian, I'm sorry, but I cannot marry you. My heart belongs to someone else. However, there was no need for him to be disheartened. He was not the only one unable to win her affection, as many handsome fellows also fell short. I've stood up Si-Hong 3 times and rejected Lu Han 5 times. It's just that my charm is too overwhelming for the average handsome man to bear. Indeed, with her weight of 250 pounds, who besides Xiaoyao could bear the burden so easily? Hao Yuqian swiftly pushed the plump girl out of his sight, feeling an instant relief as his vision cleared. He strode towards Bai Tingting and Bai Yuntian with the determination of one who had severed ties with kinship. Uncle Bai, today marks your 50th birthday. My father is unable to return home due to an injury, so I have come with a modest gift to celebrate your special day. Wishing you blessings as vast as the eastern sea and longevity akin to the southern mountains. Hao Yuqian's grand entrance inadvertently diverted attention from Xiaoyao as clumsiness with a wine jug. Everyone's focus shifted to this uninvited guest, their whispers buzzing with speculation about the wealth of the Hao family. It is said that the Hao family's villa abroad is so immense that one might question reality. Food brought from the kitchen to the living room cools before reaching its destination due to the distance. What of it? I have also heard that the father and son indulge in extravagance abroad, growing weary of Chinese cuisine and now exclusively dining on Western fare. Those foreign girls are indeed amusing. What of it? I have also heard that they have grown tired of both Western and Chinese cuisine and have switched to African dishes. Is that so? African cuisine. Isn't it dark and unappetizing? How can one possibly eat that? How can one not enjoy it? The thrill is in the experience. Having grown weary of both Chinese and Western dishes, the switch to African cuisine offers an entirely different flavor. The guests continued their chatter, spiraling further into absurdity. The more outrageous their claims became, the prouder Hao Yuqian felt. Bai Tingting had never held any affection for him, and even now, despite his harmless appearance, she felt no romantic inclination. Yet, the overwhelming wealth piqued Bai Yuntian's interest. He smiled with avarice. Ah, young Master Hao, it is no wonder the estate shines so brightly today. It is your brilliance that illuminates it. After returning, I shall certainly convey your regards to your father, he added. Hao Yuqian clapped his hands, and one by one, his bodyguards brought forth extravagant gift from abroad to present to Bai Yuntian. Oh, your presence on my birthday has rejuvenated me by a decade. There was no need to go to such lengths and bring so many gifts from afar. Under the guise of polite discourse, Bai Yuntian's avaricious gaze occasionally darted towards the luxurious gifts. It was said that the beautiful nation was home to many extraordinary treasures. Upon glimpsing the opulent items presented by Hao Yuqian, with their exquisite packaging, he was certain they were indeed precious. Bai Yuntian nudged his daughter, Bai Tingting, towards Hao Yuqian, smilingly urging, Tingting, why not greet your brother Yuqian? Earlier, from a distance, Hao Yuqian had noticed Bai Tingting's graceful figure, finding her stunningly beautiful. Now up close, she resembled a luscious flower bud, enticing and ripe for the picking. He felt an overwhelming urge to seize her. His mind was awash with thoughts of desire. Bai Yuntian, an old hand in the game, understood clearly that Hao Yuqian harbored feelings for his daughter. He aimed to facilitate their connection, hoping to secure Hao Yuqian as his son-in-law. In the future, united in strength, they could leverage Hao Yuqian and his father's influence to penetrate the market of the beautiful nation, ensuring the Bai family's wine would flourish in foreign markets. Hao Yuqian gazed at Bai Tingting with unabashed longing, exclaiming, Ting Ting, it's been too long. You look more beautiful than ever. Bai Yuntan, ever the instigator, interjected, there's so many guests today, and I'm unable to attend to everyone. How about you take care of Brother Yuqian? He has just returned from the beautiful nation, and perhaps he hasn't adjusted to the time difference. You could show him to the manor upstairs for some rest, serve him some tea, and have a little chat. Bai Yuntian's intentions were transparent. He was effectively entrusting his daughter into Hao Yuqian's hands. Among the guests, those who aspired to a union with Hao Yuqian hesitated, notably the village head, Zhang Dicai. He glanced at his daughter, Fat Niu, then at Bai Yuntian's daughter, Bai Tingting, noting the stark contrast between them. With a furrowed brow, he advised Fat Niu, enough of this. You should eat less and consider shedding a few pounds. Just look at Tingting like a flower with a perfect figure. And then look at yourself. My heart feels heavy. Fat Niu dismissed his concerns. What is wrong with my figure? I'm substantial. I live for good food and will never diet. And then there Xiaoyao, her gaze drifted to the distance where Xiaoyao stood, her eyes sparkling with affection. Yet, in that moment, the foolish Xiaoyao's focus was solely on Bai Tingting. Although he was in a dazed state, a hint of jealousy stirred within him as he saw Hao Yuqian draw near to Bai Tingting. Bai Tingting was reluctant to entertain Hao Yuqian, which offered her cousin, Bai Yuanyuan, the perfect opportunity to step forward, suggesting, why don't I take Brother Yuqian upstairs to the manor for some rest? She cast a flirtatious glance at Hao Yuqian. Without Bai Tingting present, Bai Yuanyuan might have been considered beautiful, but in her cousin's company, she paled in comparison. Hao Yuqian barely spared her a glance, his attention fixated solely on Bai Tingting. Bai Yuntian subtly pinched Bai Tingting's back, signaling that she must attend to Hao Yuqian. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, failing to show respect to the birthday celebrant and to Hao Yuqian would lead to an awkward situation. Bai Tingting had no choice but to reluctantly escort Hao Yuqian upstairs to the villa for a rest. As they walked further away, the sight drove Xiaoyao into a frenzy. The open space of the estate was alive with the sounds of gongs and drums, firecrackers exploding, and the lion dance team showcasing their talents. After leading Hao Yuqian to the resting area of the villa, Bai Tingting coldly and perfunctorily addressed him. Brother Yuqian, please rest here to adjust your time zone. If you need anything, just press this bell, and a servant will come to attend to you. After saying this, Bai Tingting turned to leave, but Hao Yuqian was unwilling to let her go so easily. He reached out with his long arm, blocking her path. Sister Tingting, it's been years since we last met. Brother Yuqian has much to say to you. Don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let me have a good look at you. In the midst of his words, he began to make unwelcome advances. Bai Tingting brushed his hand away. Brother Yuqian, please don't do this. You should focus on resting. I don't want to eat that. Hao Yuqian replied cryptically, staring intently at Bai Tingting and brazenly edging closer. Bai Tingting instinctively recoiled, her innocence leading her to believe that since they were in her family's estate and Hao Yuqian was a guest, he would not dare to act inappropriately. However, she underestimated his depravity. Sister Tingting, your father sent you to bring me here, which implicitly allows us to be together. Just comply with me. If you make me happy, I can marry you and take you to the beautiful country to enjoy the finer things in life. Bai Tingting shook her head, retreating step by step. Brother Yuqian, please don't do this. We really aren't suited for each other. Before she could finish her sentence, Hao Yuqian had closed the distance, leaving Bai Tingting with her back against the wall, with no escape. He grasped a strand of her hair and inhaled deeply. What a refreshing scent. Sister Tingting, you are truly captivating. Rest assured, Brother Yuqian will take responsibility for today's actions. With that, he was about to force himself upon her, just as Bai Tingting was about to refuse. A voice from behind crashed into the scene. You bastard, let go of the fairy sister. Hao Yuqian turned to see which audacious fool had the gall to threaten him. In that instant, a shoe came flying through the air, striking him squarely on the nose. Who dares to ruin my plans? Enraged, Hao Yuqian turned and lunged towards Xiaoyao. Over the years, Hao Yuqian had not been idle in the beautiful country. His father had invested considerable resources for him to study under the nation's top boxing champion. That champion was known for his brutal techniques, often leaving opponents bloodied and questioning their very existence. Thus, it was no surprise that a disciple trained by such a master would be equally ruthless. Hao Yuqian clenched his fist, ready to strike Xiaoyao. "Be careful, Xiaoyao," Bai Tingting anxiously cautioned him. Silly Xiaoyao nimbly evaded the formidable punch from Hao Yuqian, unexpectedly delivering a kick to his back. Hao Yuqian crashed against the wall. Had it not been for the wall as support, he would have undoubtedly fallen in a most humiliating manner. Hao Yuqian was utterly astonished that the seemingly inconsequential youth he had dismissed could actually inflict harm upon him. In a fit of rage, he shed his coat, his inner energy surging forth, and in an instant, his fitted white shirt tore into shreds, cascading to the ground. His physique, a tapestry of muscles and tattoos, exuded both an awe-inspiring presence and a heart-stirring power. His biceps bulged like rocks, and with the slightest exertion, the taut fibers seemed poised to explode, as if capable of obliterating any opposing force in a heartbeat. Bai Tingting could not help but break into a cold sweat for silly Xiaoyao. Yet, was it possible that his foolishness rendered him impervious to fear? At this moment, he still maintained a calm demeanor, flashing a silly grin at Bai Tingting. In the next heartbeat, Hao Yuqian let out a furious roar, his heavy fist aimed at Xiaoyao's chest. Silly Xiaoyao, like an elusive specter, evaded Hao Yuqian's bewildering onslaught. Provoked beyond measure, Hao Yuqian unleashed a ferocious barrage. Akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, his punches swift and powerful. Silly Xiaoyao countered with equal speed, employing the profound techniques taught by his master, Wang Gaoren, navigating the conflict with ease. To everyone's shock, Hao Yuqian launched a sudden assault, a heavy fist crashing down upon silly Xiaoyao's head. That punch was akin to a hammer, fierce and unyielding, capable of shattering skulls. Bai Tingting gasped in horror, her heart aching for silly Xiaoyao for several seconds. Yet, who could have anticipated that silly Xiaoyao had honed his iron head technique atop the Jade Maiden Peak? Despite the tremendous blow to his head, he remained unyielding, his expression unchanged. This alone was astonishing enough, but in the next moment, an invisible wave of inner strength emanated from him. Hao Yuqian was sent flying, colliding violently with the wall. Seizing the opportunity, silly Xiaoyao launched a rapid and fierce series of punches, a dazzling display that was exhilarating and defied description. His fists fell like torrential rain upon Hao Yuqian, swift as lightning, imbued with immense power. Hao Yuqian could only muster his last breath to retaliate, kicking out while launching a ferocious punch. In an instant, he seemed to have been bestowed with some mysterious power, as if charged with electricity. His arms, powerful as iron pillars, carried an earth-shattering force with every step. Yet, silly Xiaoyao refused to be outdone. When the enemy approached, he met them head-on. When the water surged, he built a dam. With the grace of a Qilin, he swung his arms, unleashing a miraculous force that sent Hao Yuqian crashing through the window. Hao Yuqian fell from the window, landing squarely upon Bai Yuntian. How could this be happening? Bai Yuntian, who had been mingling with esteemed guests, could never have anticipated that on the joyous occasion of his 50th birthday, such a calamity would befall him. Who on earth is this audacious fool? So oblivious to the heavens above and the earth below that he could plummet from the sky with such precision, landing and leaving him in utter disarray? At this moment, Bai Yuntian could no longer maintain his gentlemanly facade, nor exhibit any magnanimity. Sprawled upon the ground, he erupted in expletives. Which impertinent wretch dares to clear my path? The onlookers found it amusing, yet, out of courtesy, stifled their laughter. The attendants, quick on their feet, hurried to lift the injured Hao Yuqian. Bai Yuntian, gritting his teeth, rose to his feet, ready to kick the one who had fallen upon him, only to discover it was none other than Hao Yuqian. The sycophant promptly donned a fawning smile. "Why, it is young Master Hao. Did not my daughter escort you upstairs to rest? How is it that you have fallen from the window?" Hao Yuqian, always perched atop the pedestal of arrogance, could not possibly admit to being unceremoniously hurled down by another. He swallowed the painful truth along with the blood that surged forth and calmly addressed the guests surrounding him. "Oh, I merely took a brief 10-minute respite. I feel invigorated and do not require any adjustment to my body clock. I was simply eager to engage in further conversation with Uncle Bai." Hence I leapt through the window. His skill in fabricating such absurdity was truly unparalleled. Many guests harbored doubts, yet none dared voice their skepticism. Bai Yuntian, ever the opportunist, who had just moments ago been hurling insults, now lavish praise upon Hao Yuqian. Ah, I see. Young master Hao's descent upon my head is indeed a sign of great fortune. A good omen. You must indulge in a few more drinks today, and not leave until you are well inebriated. The vintage from my wine cellar awaits your discerning palate. Should you find it to your liking, perhaps you could assist me in introducing it to the international market. Hao Yuqian readily agreed. Certainly. Bai Yuntian, brimming with excitement, hastily instructed the steward to fetch the exquisite wine brewed by his daughter, Bai Tingting, for Hao Yuqian to savor. Bai Tingting had been preparing fine wine for her father's 50th birthday since she was 10 years old. Gifted in the art of winemaking, the elixirs she crafted possessed the power to transport one to a realm of ethereal bliss. She had prepared 2 casks of special wine, one of which she cherished most dearly. However, during a mishap in the wine cellar, it had shattered, resulting in the regrettable loss of a precious batch. The other cask, though not quite as remarkable, still stood as a superior vintage in the cellar. Bai Yuntian emphasized, "Young master Hao, you must indulge generously in this fine wine, as it is brewed by my daughter's own hand." Hao Yuqian's throat bobbed as he envisioned the meticulous preparations Bai Tingting had undertaken. The fragrant perspiration that had mingled with the wine, enhancing its flavor. He could hardly wait to taste it. The steward promptly commanded the laborers to bring forth the exquisite wine crafted by Miss Bai. Indeed, what had once been a task easily accomplished by the dim-witted Xiaoyao now required 2 workers to lift. They began to pour it into bowls for everyone to enjoy. Hao Yuqian eagerly seized a bowl, and soon after, several prominent figures were fortunate enough to partake in the tasting, thanks to him. After raising their cups in a toast, Hao Yuqian was the first to drink heartily. However, once he finished, he sensed something amiss. It was not just him. Even Bai Yuntian felt the oddity. How could one describe it? What was this strange odor emanating from the wine barrel? The guests shared his sentiments, yet none dared to voice their thoughts. Exchanging glances of uncertainty, Hao Yuqian could hardly believe that the exquisite wine crafted by the beautiful lady could be tainted by anything undesirable, particularly that ruffian who had unceremoniously cast him aside. This was indeed the result of a previous incident in the wine cellar, where the steward had repeatedly warned Xiaoyao against touching another barrel of wine. Yet Xiaoyao, seizing the opportunity in their absence, had not only indulged in the wine, but had also inadvertently taken his own share. Little did he know that Hao Yuqian would be the first to partake. The taste was known only to him. He was genuinely puzzled. Could this truly be the fine wine brewed by his beloved Tingting? Was it possible that she had added her essence into the barrel? Without hesitation, he feigned a rapturous expression and extolled, "What a marvelous wine! Such a divine nectar, seldom found in the mortal realm." Observing Hao Yuqian's enthusiastic praise and enjoyment, Bai Yuntian, as the host, felt compelled to match his enthusiasm. Otherwise, his sincerity would be called into question. Thus, he threw down the bowl of wine in one go. The notable guests beside him followed suit. Though they all internally acknowledged the peculiar odor, yet remained silent. One sycophant even flattered, "Truly exceptional wine. No wonder it is crafted by the esteemed Bai's daughter. The fragrance is simply intoxicating." Bai Yuntian, feeling a twinge of guilt, nodded in agreement. Were it not for the presence of so many guests, he would have unleashed his fury, interrogating every employee in the wine cellar. But now, caught in a predicament, he could hardly dare to question, especially since Hao Yuqian had already taken the plunge. He could only muster his courage to drink along. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Tingting was fortunate that the foolish Xiaoyao had come to her rescue just in time, preserving her innocence. She was immensely grateful, for without him, she might have met a tragic fate today. Bai Tingting gently wiped the beads of sweat from Xiaoyao's forehead, saying, "Thank you, Xiaoyao." Her grace and beauty were evident, even in the simple act of wiping away sweat, leaving Xiaoyao mesmerized, unable to tear his eyes away. He chuckled foolishly. "Hey, fairy sister, you look truly lovely. Ever since you've been washing your face with the dew I gather every morning, your skin must be as delicate and smooth as silk." Allow me to see. Xiaoyao, though simple-minded, gazed at Bai Tingting with a sincerity that captured her attention entirely. With his tall stature and striking features, he exuded an undeniable charm, albeit with a touch of folly. Yet, even with his shortcomings, the intensity of his gaze caused Bai Tingting's cheeks to flush with a gentle hue. She shyly turned her face aside, timidly saying, "Silly Xiaoyao, don't look at me like that." At that moment, she suddenly realized something and shifted her gaze back to Xiaoyao, asking, "What did you say? The dew I collect for you every morning? Aren't you the one who gathers dew for my cousin, Bai Yuan?" Silly Xiaoyao vigorously shook his head in explanation. No, I don't collect dew for your cousin. I gather it for the fairy sister. However, since I sneak in so early to avoid disturbing her slumber, I hand the dew to your cousin Bai Yuan. She promised to personally deliver it to you. That SY felt at ease giving it to her. So that was how it was. Bai Yuan, in her vanity and jealousy, had deceived Bai Tingting. Now that the truth was revealed, Bai Tingting's gratitude towards silly Xiaoyao deepened. After all, gathering an entire bottle of dew each dawn was no trivial task. Silly Xiaoyao, you are truly wonderful to me. Bai Tingting smiled shyly, resembling a blooming flower, enchanting enough to capture the heart of the foolish boy. Silly Xiaoyao swallowed hard, leaning closer. The fairy sister is truly beautiful. I want to marry her. Just as he spoke, he unexpectedly kissed her cheek, catching Bai Tingting off guard. Her heart raced, and she felt a rush of embarrassment. Silly Xiaoyao, you're so naughty. I won't talk to you anymore. With that, she turned and dashed down the stairs. Was she bewitched? How could a kiss from a fool make her blush and her heart race? She had always held herself in high regard, believing that in this world, one should either marry a great hero or remain single for life. How could she possibly feel something for a fool? It must have been a momentary lapse of judgment. Bai Tingting, in disbelief, hurried down the stairs, almost stumbling in her haste to exit the villa. Silly Xiaoyao followed closely behind. Upon seeing his daughter emerge from the villa, Bai Yuntian immediately called out, "Tingting, come here to toast your uncles and brothers, and keep Hao Yuqian company." The moment Bai Tingting laid eyes on Hao Yuqian, who had just been leering at her upstairs, pretending to be oblivious while mingling with the guests, it made her stomach turn. "Dad, I don't drink." Though Bai Tingting could handle a little alcohol, she deliberately avoided the social occasion. Silly Xiaoyao had just chased after her. Bai Yuntian, noticing Xiaoyao behind his daughter, hurriedly approached, fearing Hao Yuqian might get the wrong idea, and forcibly pulled Bai Tingting over for the toast. In the next moment, Bai Yuntian presented a full bowl of liquor to Bai Tingting, tilting his chin in a clear gesture of expectation. Reluctantly, she accepted the bowl, but before she could take a sip, she noticed something was amiss with the scent. "Isn't this liquor the one you brewed yourself?" Bai Yuntian questioned. Bai Tingting glanced at the jar. Indeed, the liquor she had crafted for her father was stored in 2 unique jars, one of which had broken, leaving only this one. It was easily recognizable. However, the exquisite wine she personally brewed should have been fragrant, so how could it emit such an unpleasant stench? Just as she stood there, bewildered, the foolish Xiaoyao rushed over, snatched the wine from Bai Tingting's hands, and hurled it to the ground. "Fairy sister, you must not drink it. You must not drink it. This wine contains urine." Xiaoyao, in his panic, inadvertently revealed the truth. All voices fell silent, and time seemed to freeze for a brief moment. The next instant, with a resounding crack, Hao Yuqian crushed the wine bowl in his hand. Some things are intolerable. The prominent figures nearby began to exchange barbs. "I sense that foul odor. How could you drink it so eagerly just moments ago? Weren't you doing the same? If you had the courage, why didn't you raise your doubts earlier? Who was it that showered praises just a moment ago? Ugh, disgusting." Those who had been fawning moments before were now doubled over, retching uncontrollably. Bai Yuntian exploded with rage, his fingers trembling as he glared at the foolish Xiaoyao, his nostrils flaring. "You foolish donkey! Are you even human? Someone, bind him up, beat him senseless." Yet, none of the thugs who had previously experienced Xiaoyao's prowess dared to step forward to restrain him. "Uncle Bai, allow me to rid you of this trash." Hao Yuqian, still nursing a grudge from being kicked off the building by Xiaoyao earlier, seized the opportunity to confront him under the pretext of cleansing Bai Yuntian's domain. Although he had felt the weight of Xiaoyao's strength on the upper floor, he believed that with the addition of his bodyguards, victory was assured. With a snap of his fingers, several bodyguards appeared behind him, eager to assist in the onslaught. Alone, Xiaoyao had no choice but to resort to a makeshift weapon, a bamboo pole he had uprooted from the estate's wall. In his hands, the bamboo pole transformed into a sword unsheathed. With each swing, it sliced through the air like a white serpent darting forth, swift and fierce. Each move was as rapid as lightning, causing the leaves on the apricot trees throughout the estate to scatter like confetti. Such overwhelming charisma, such striking handsomeness. In the midst of unleashing his martial prowess, he bore no resemblance to a fool. One of the bodyguards was lifted high by Xiaoyao's long bamboo pole, resembling a turtle dangling from its tip, flailing its limbs in a comical manner. Immediately after, Xiaoyao yanked the pole back, sending the man crashing to the ground, his face and nose landing in the mud. The next moment, Hao Yuqian charged at him like a ferocious hound, his fist nearly grazing Xiaoyao's forehead, only to be halted by an invisible force that sent him sprawling away. What on earth was that invisible force? It propelled Hao Yuqian's entire body into the goose coop tended by the estate's maids. He landed right in the midst of it, unintentionally consuming a mouthful of goose droppings, startling the mother goose that was in the midst of laying eggs. The frightened goose, in a panic, retracted the eggs that were about to be laid. Chaos ensued in the entire goose coop. The young master was assisted by his bodyguards as they rushed to his side. This was the first time in his life that Hao Yuqian found himself in such a disheveled state, with remnants of goose droppings stuck to his forehead, his dignity utterly shattered. "Get him! Make this scoundrel pay!" Hao Yuqian spat out the foul substance from his mouth, pointing at the foolish Xiaoyao and shouting in fury. Yet, this was not the end of it. He pulled out his phone to call his father in the beautiful country, pleading for assistance. "Dad, your son is being bullied. Quickly send someone skilled from the beautiful country to make this scoundrel suffer, to the point of no return." On the other end of the line, his father's resolute voice resonated. "Son, are you all right? Who dares to lay a hand on my child? I will bring back experts to teach him a lesson. By the way, have you found any leads on that woman I asked you to investigate?" The foolish son was oblivious to the fact that Hao Yuqian's father, Hao Daki, was not merely inviting his son back for the sake of celebrating Bai Yuntian's birthday. His true intention was to have his son uncover information about a woman who, despite being a fleeting romance, had left an indelible mark on Hao Daki's heart. In his youth, at the cusp of marriage, he encountered this woman, and their brief affair haunted him ever since. However, his legitimate wife hailed from a powerful family, and without her family support, he could never have achieved his wealth and status as the richest man in the village. Bound by the influence of his wife's family, Hao Daki dared not divorce her to pursue another. Eventually, the family immigrated to the beautiful country, where his business flourished and he outlasted all of his wife's influential relatives. Now, with his elevated status as a formidable tycoon, he no longer feared the constraints of his legitimate wife and was determined to seek out the woman who lingered in his dreams. However, he could not expect his son, Hao Yuqian, to genuinely assist him in this endeavor. It would be akin to helping his own mother find a rival. Yet, in his desire to gain his father's support to return home and claim Bai Tingting, Hao Yuqian solemnly vowed that he would not return to the beautiful country until he located the woman named Dyer, who haunted his father's thoughts. Consequently, Hao Daki mobilized numerous bodyguards and prepared lavish gifts for Hao Yuqian's return to celebrate Bai Yuntian's birthday, all while subtly seeking information about Dyer's whereabouts. However, before any leads could be uncovered, his son was already bullied to the point of injury. It was well known that Hao Daki was a formidable figure in business. Who would dare to lay a heavy hand on his son unless they were seeking their own demise? This was a clear affront to Hao Daki himself. He reassured his son over the phone, "Do not fear. Once I finalize my most significant business deal, I will personally return to avenge you. It will not be long." After ending the call, Hao Daki immediately commanded his subordinates to make the necessary preparations. Meanwhile, his legitimate wife, and Hao Yuqian's mother, forbade her husband from returning to the homeland. "You scoundrel, are you still harboring feelings for that wretched woman, hoping to rekindle old flames?" as long as I am alive. You shall never have the chance. Upon his return to the homeland, how Daki indeed sought to bolster his son's standing. It was also true that he was in pursuit of Dyer. With power firmly in his grasp, he felt little trepidation over the distress of his legitimate wife. However, he harbored a particular aversion to discord. Thus, he dismissively remarked to his wife, "In such dire times, do you still possess the leisure to engage in jealousy? Our son has been injured, and I must return to exact retribution upon those responsible." Meanwhile, after concluding the call, Hao Yuqian was unceremoniously lifted from the goose pen by his bodyguards. His appearance was indeed disheveled, leaving the guests torn between laughter and restraint, their discomfort palpable. Hao Yuqian spat out the remnants of goose droppings. Bewildered, he inquired, "Uncle Bai, why do we raise geese at the estate?" Bai Yuntian hurried to assist Hao Yuqian in straightening his disordered attire and hair, sheepishly explaining, "My apologies. It is merely that my wife has a fondness for French foie gras, and I have gone to great lengths to import these geese from France." Fuming, Hao Yuqian's teeth trembled in indignation, vowing, "I shall ensure that imbecile experiences the taste of goose droppings." Yet, upon uttering these words, not a single bodyguard dared to charge into battle for their young master. The foolish and carefree individual was indeed formidable enough to incite madness. Further conflict might rend the heavens asunder. Are you all too cowardly to act? What use is there in keeping you inept fools? Hao Yuqian was on the verge of explosion. Experience prevails. Bai Yuntian interjected, seeking to alleviate Hao Yuqian's fury. "Young Master Hao, do not let anger consume you. That foolish donkey was a recent addition to my labor force. While he possesses the strength of a mule, his intellect leaves much to be desired. To have you dirty your hands would be a disservice. I have my own stratagem." Bai Yuntian donned a cunning smile, his wrinkles betraying a ruthless demeanor. He turned towards the foolish individual in the distance, just as a sudden groan of pain emerged from the crowd. "Oh no, the amniotic fluid has ruptured. This could lead to premature labor. Quick, we must take her to the hospital. With the amniotic fluid broken, there is no time to reach the hospital. What shall we do? Is there a midwife nearby?" Indeed, the midwife lives next door, but after last night's feast, she could barely stand. This afternoon, I noticed her lacking energy. She surely cannot assist in childbirth at this moment. Such a predicament. The pregnant woman was no ordinary individual. Those invited to Bai Yuntian's birthday banquet were indeed exceptional. A frail, white-haired elder stood anxiously at a loss for action. Was he the pregnant woman's elder? No, he was her husband, though they were separated by 50 years, for she had married for wealth. It was said that this venerable man, known as Zhang Zhizhong, was a distinguished director in the village of Menglong. The village achieved national recognition as a model rural community largely due to his masterful promotional films, which captured the unique cultural essence of Menglong, even transforming burnt rice crusts into culinary delights worthy of praise. One can transform solitary bachelors into towering heroes. One can elevate widows into paragons of virtue. Even a breeding sow can be celebrated as a significant contributor to the village. Such prowess. Thus, despite his advanced age, there remain young women who willingly bear his children. Indeed, the anguished expectant mother carries the 10th child of Director Zhang, a blessing in his twilight years. Both the mother and the child within her womb are treasures, deserving of utmost protection. Who will come to the aid of my wife and her unborn child? Hurry! Director Zhang, filled with anxiety yet helpless, cried out in desperation. "Allow me." A confident voice emerged from the crowd, parting the throng. There stood the simple-minded Xiaoyao. Bai Yuntian immediately objected. "You foolish donkey! While you may possess some skill in brawling, how can you possibly assist in delivering child? I thought your dim-wittedness was merely endearing, but it seems you have descended into absurdity." Xiaoyao, with utmost seriousness, approached Director Zhang. "Let me help her deliver. In the past, I assisted the sheep, horses, cows, and monkeys on Yunu Peak during their births." The proclamation left the crowd in stunned silence. Remarkable. Director Zhang had been hopeful, thinking Xiaoyao might indeed possess some birthing experience. However, upon hearing him mention delivering animals, Zhang's expression turned icy. "Begone. My wife is of great worth. How can she be compared to livestock? Xiaoyao persisted. It's the same. It's the same. Let me give it a try. Absolutely not. Director Zhang decisively rejected the idea. Bai Yuntian chimed in. With your dim-wittedness, how could you possibly assist in delivering Zhang's wife? Kindly retreat to the corner in a more graceful manner. Oh, I cannot hold on much longer. The expectant mother cried out, her forehead beaded with sweat, her entire being drenched. Let him assist in the delivery. Let him assist. Director Zhang's wife, in excruciating pain, trembled as she pointed toward Xiaoyao. Was this a desperate gamble? With amniotic fluid flowing increasingly, time was of the essence. If not delivered soon, the child could suffocate within her. Director Zhang was at a loss, seemingly acquiescing. Xiaoyao crouched down, addressing the mother. Now follow my lead. Inhale, exhale. Oh dear, you must maintain a rhythm. How can you be less coordinated than the mother gorilla on Unipeak? When I assisted her, she had a proper rhythm. Director Zhang wished he could silence Xiaoyao for good. Then, Xiaoyao gently touched the expectant mother's belly and, with a serious demeanor, informed the guests, alas. The little one inside is rather mischievous, with its head facing upwards and feet downwards. The position is incorrect. Upon hearing this, the expectant mother's cries intensified. Fear not. My master, the esteemed Wang, has taught me the Nanyang fire cloud acupuncture technique. With this method, we can turn the little one around. As the words fell, the foolish Xiaoyao took out a silver needle and inserted it into the outer side of the pregnant woman's little toe, precisely 1 inch from the base of the nail, targeting the end point. He then channeled his internal energy and, with a fluidity akin to Tai Chi, he exerted a gentle yet decisive force upon the woman's abdomen. Miraculously, the baby within began to turn, a sight visible to all gathered. Xiaoyao commanded, push. Push with all your might, as if you were relieving yourself. The coarse words were not without truth. Childbirth indeed requires immense effort, akin to the struggle of constipation. Just as it seemed the woman was on the verge of success, Hao Yuqian, lurking among the crowd, plotted a surprise attack on Xiaoyao. Seeing the baby's head had emerged, Xiaoyao instinctively reached to pull the child free. Suddenly, a small stone flew from the shadows, striking Xiaoyao squarely on his rear. Startled, his hand trembled, and inadvertently, he pushed the baby's head back in. Is this even possible? The audience tensed in shock, while Director Zhang felt a surge of frustration, wanting to pound the bed in exasperation. Yet, he dared not unleash his ire on Xiaoyao, knowing the fate of both his wife and child rested in his hands. Infuriated, Zhang resorted to beating his own chest in frustration. It's all right. Keep going. Breathe in, breathe out. Push. Xiaoyao encouraged the pregnant woman, who indeed summoned all her strength to cooperate. At last, once more, the baby's head emerged. Xiaoyao heightened his vigilance, pulling the child's head outward while remaining alert, fearful of another stone that might cause him to inadvertently push the baby back. 1, 2, 3. It's out. The baby's powerful cry resonated alongside Xiaoyao's triumphant announcement. The guests were left speechless. Incredible. A premature infant, breech and with waters broken, had been successfully delivered by him. He was indeed a marvel. Xiaoyao, elated, held the bloodied infant aloft, exclaiming, "We did it. We succeeded." However, Hao Yuqian, feeling disgruntled, contemplated his next move. A concealed needle slipped from his sleeve to his fingertips. Should this dart be launched, Xiaoyao may not perish, but he would surely falter. If he did, the infant he held aloft would plummet to the ground, potentially leading to its demise. This would undoubtedly incite the wrath of the entire village of Longlong. The more Hao contemplated, the more pleased he became as the needle worked silently in his grasp, hurtling towards Xiaoyao at lightning speed. The needle struck Xiaoyao's leg, causing him to buckle momentarily. In that instant, the baby he held aloft was sent flying in a parabolic arc towards the ground. The guests gasped in horror. Director Zhang was rendered speechless. The pregnant woman was nearly suffocated by fear. Yet, in a flash, Xiaoyao dashed forward with the swiftness of a basketball star, catching the baby with perfect timing before it reached the ground. A collective sigh of relief swept through the audience. "Xiaoyao, you are truly remarkable," came the heartfelt praise from Bai Tingting. Though carefree and seemingly foolish, when Xiaoyao showcased his skills, he invariably stirred the heart of Bai Tingting. As for his cousin Bai Yuan, while she too found Xiaoyao strikingly handsome, her disposition was distinctly superficial. Aware that Xiaoyao was merely a laborer in the wine cellar of Bai Yuntian, she saw no need to expend energy in flattering him. Instead, she preferred to charm the affluent and talented Hao Yuqian, considering that his father was a prominent financial mogul on Financial Street in the beautiful nation. Bai Yuan approached Hao Yuqian, offering her assistance with a sweet demeanor, inquiring, "Young Master Hao, are you all right? We were terribly worried about you." Hao Yuqian, suppressing his ire, brusquely pushed Bai Yuan aside, retorting, "What do you mean? You were worried about me? So, you've always thought I'm no match for that foolish donkey?" No, that's not what I meant." Bai Yuan's attempt at cleverness fell flat. Bai Yuntian, weaving through the crowd, sidled up to Hao Yuqian, saying, "Young Master Hao, please don't be upset. I assure you, I will make that foolish donkey pay for his disrespect towards you today. Just wait and watch the spectacle." With that, Bai Yuntian moved through the throng, seeking out the simple-minded Xiaoyao. At that moment, Xiaoyao had become a benefactor to the esteemed Director Zhang and his wife. Director Zhang, overwhelmed with gratitude, proclaimed, "Young man, you possess the miraculous touch. It's as if Hua Tuo has returned. You have saved the lives of my wife and beloved son, and I am willing to plan a project for you free of charge, allowing you to grace the screen and become a star." Such an opportunity was the dream of many. The illustrious Director Zhang, voluntarily offering to film a project for Xiaoyao, and for free no less. The guests were envious beyond measure. Even a minor role in Zhang's work could lead to a chance to walk the red carpet at an international film festival. Yet Xiaoyao, blissfully oblivious, simply chuckled and naively declined, "I'm content imagining myself laboring in the wine cellar and marrying a fairy sister." This remark elicited uproarious laughter. Indeed, he was a fool. "Xiaoyao, come here for a moment." Bai Yuntian's hand landed on Xiaoyao's shoulder, a sinister smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Have I fallen into a trap? Am I to meet my doom? Boss, are you dismissing me?" Xiaoyao felt a wave of anxiety. He could forego acting in Director Zhang's script, forsake fame on the silver screen, and even refuse payment, but being cast out was not an option. If he were expelled, he would never have the chance to see the fairy sister again. "Boss, are you still blaming me for knocking over your wine vat? I truly did not mean to." "Oh no, not at all." Bai Yuntian feigned benevolence, reassuring him, "It was just a wine vat. Besides, you saved Director Zhang's beloved wife and child. I will reward you with a bonus this month." "Ah, the bonus is unnecessary. Merely being close to the fairy sister is more exhilarating than mountains of gold. So, what would you have me do now, boss?" "Come." Bai Yuntian lured him further, guiding Xiaoyao to the entrance of the wine cellar, insisting that Bai Tingting could not follow, claiming that it was simply to have the strong Xiaoyao retrieve a few more barrels of wine. "Xiaoyao, venture into the innermost chamber and retrieve the finest casks of wine hidden there for the boss. Remember, it's the ones at the very back. Hurry back." The foolish Xiaoyao obediently complied with Bai Yuntian's command, but after taking just a few steps into the wine cellar, he returned, "Old boss, may I request a favor?" Bai Yuntian, confident that Xiaoyao would never return once he entered, boasted with certainty, "Whatever it is, the boss will grant you." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao beamed with joy. "Thank you so much, boss. I wish to marry your daughter." How brazenly audacious. The audacious frog desires to court the swan, setting aside his lack of wealth and influence. This alone was sufficient for Bai Yuntian to dismiss him from the ranks of suitable suitors. However, in order to coax Xiaoyao into his demise, Bai Yuntian readily agreed. "That is absolutely no problem. As long as you retrieve the finest casks of wine from the depths of the cellar, I shall bestow my precious daughter upon you." "No, absolutely not." A voice of dissent rang out from a distance. It was Hao Yuqian, limping over with the support of his bodyguards. "Uncle Bai, how can you entrust my sister Tingting's lifelong happiness to this fool? Wouldn't that mean she would never experience the true bliss of being a woman?" Bai Yuntian exchanged a knowing glance with Hao Yuqian, who finally calmed down a bit. Xiaoyao, unable to contain his excitement, dashed into the wine cellar. Seizing the opportunity while he was absent, Bai Yuntian revealed the truth to Hao Yuqian. Do not fret, young Master Hao. My precious daughter is meant for you. Although I promised that fool, he is not worthy of her. For once he enters, he shall never emerge. Hao Yuqian, listening to Bai Yuntian's charming laughter, felt somewhat bewildered. Bai Yuntian dismissed Hao Yuqian's bodyguards and leaned in to whisper, My wine cellar is deep and extensive. The casks at the very back are immovable. Anyone who dares to disturb them will trigger a mechanism and be ensnared in a net of doom. This trap, designed by the renowned designer Xiaoyao, was created to deal with those I find displeasing. Once ensnared, the victim will perish from starvation without any need for violence. Hao Yuqian, still unsatisfied, retorted Uncle Bai, letting that fool starve to death would be too merciful. He should be thrown off a cliff to shatter into 1,000 pieces for true satisfaction. With this shared sentiment, the two conspired with dark laughter. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao sprinted through the wine cellar, traversing a long distance until he finally reached the deepest recesses. This desolate area was shrouded in cobwebs between the wine casks and the walls. Found it. These must be the ones. I swear, I won't break another cask belonging to Boss Bai. He muttered to himself as he hurried over, eagerly grasping the casks. To his surprise, as he lifted one in each hand, the surrounding walls began to tremble. In an instant, titanium alloy wires shot out from the walls, ensnaring him tightly. He was bound as securely as a silkworm in its cocoon, rendering Xiaoyao utterly trapped. Initially, he had a chance to escape due to his agility, but his hesitation arose from the 2 jars of wine he clutched in his hands, fearing they might shatter. Alas, he was struck by a bolt of folly. Fixated solely on protecting the jars, anxious that breaking them would displease his boss, leading to his dismissal. Now he found himself utterly ensnared, the jars included, creating a rather absurd spectacle. At that moment, the sounds of applause echoed in, confirming the brilliance of the scheme. To deal with such a brutish yet foolish donkey. This was indeed the method. Hao Yuqian and Bai Yuntian entered the scene. The foolish Xiaoyao, still preoccupied with the jars, exclaimed, Boss. This time Xiaoyao has not broken your wine jars. Bai Yuntian teased. Look at him, a fool indeed. Even while being outsmarted, he still strives for my favor. Xiaoyao's action stemmed purely from his recollection of Bai Yuntian's earlier promise at the cave entrance, vowing to betroth Bai Tingting to him. Boss Bai, this time I am firmly holding onto the jars, not a single one broken. Once I successfully carry them out, you must remember to grant me the celestial sister. He chuckled. You foolish donkey. Are you still able to laugh? Do you not realize your imminent demise? Hao Yuqian snatched the word from Bai Yuntian, deriding the foolish Xiaoyao. With your donkey-like demeanor, how could Bai Tingting possibly marry you? That would be a gross injustice. Xiaoyao remained undeterred. Boss Bai. You promised me. You cannot go back on your word. My master taught me that one must be trustworthy and keep promises. Why should I, a dignified boss, keep promises to a fool? What a ridiculous notion. Someone, take this noisy donkey to the back mountain and throw him off the cliff. Xiaoyao was hoisted by Hao Yuqian's bodyguards towards the mountain-s precipice. The titanium alloy rope was no ordinary binding. Even with immense strength, it was not easily broken. They hurriedly carried Xiaoyao to the cliff's edge. Hao Yuqian prepared to kick him down personally. The back mountain, towering and remote, revealed a misty abyss that sent shivers down the spine. Falling from such heights would surely result in a gruesome demise. You dare to compete for a woman with me? Today, I shall send you to hell. Bai Yuntian added maliciously, blame only yourself for your misfortune, born foolish and impoverished. Perhaps in your next life, you should open your eyes before reincarnation. Amidst their arrogant laughter, Xiaoyao was kicked off the cliff by Hao Yuqian. Gazing down into the swirling mist, his fate seemed sealed. Bai Yuntian and Hao Yuqian, arm in arm, returned to their estate to continue the birthday celebration. Hao Yuqian expressed a concern. Uncle Bai, does Tingting wish to accompany me to the beautiful country? Fear not. If she refuses, I shall bind her and take her myself. You are the son-in-law I have chosen. Although Tingting has a stubborn temperament, with my influence, I will ensure she weds you. I would like to express my gratitude to my esteemed father-in-law. the sounds of these two rascals echoing through the mountain path, reveling in their mischief. Meanwhile, the foolishly carefree one, bound and cast off the cliff, was diligently channeling his energy. Just as he plummeted into the void, he finally managed to harness his internal strength, breaking free from the titanium alloy ropes. However, even after the ropes snapped, he continued to descend. In the midst of his fall, fortune smiled upon him as he grasped an unfamiliar object. Suddenly, his body ceased its downward trajectory, teetering precariously on the edge of the cliff. "Hey, brother, could you please stop swaying? If you keep this up, we might both tumble down." A sound crashed down above the carefree one. He looked up and was taken aback to see a handsome man clinging to the cliffside. The man, gritting his teeth, called out with a strained voice, "Brother, could you please grab somewhere else? Don't hold on to that." The foolish one, puzzled, realized he was gripping the man's belt. "Was there a problem with that?" "That's not a belt, it's my apologies." He quickly released his hold. The moment he let go, he nearly fell, but fortunately, he swiftly clutched the handsome man's belt once more. This time, it was indeed a genuine belt. Yet, the foolish one still felt a twinge of concern and inquired, "Is your belt sturdy?" The host in a live stream was practically hoarse, claiming that while marriages can falter, familial bonds can fracture, and friendships can divide, this belt will endure until the end of time. Just as he spoke, fate dealt a swift blow. With a resounding snap, the belt broke. The foolish one plunged down again, but luckily grasped the handsome man's ankle, causing the man to squirm with discomfort as they both fell together. Their cries echoed in unison. Fortuitously, they landed in a pool of water. As they emerged from the depths, the foolish one had a fish dangling from his mouth. Upon swimming ashore, he spat the fish onto the grass, exclaiming, "Hey, we have a delicious roasted fish to enjoy." At that moment, the tall and striking man approached the foolish one menacingly. Assuming he was about to settle the score, the foolish one repeatedly apologized. "I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to pull you down." "What's that? I owe you my gratitude. If it weren't for you, I would have remained clinging to the cliff, believing the ground below was merely stone, too afraid to let go. Thanks to you, I avoided a slow demise from starvation." Upon closer inspection, the foolish one noticed the handsome man was adorned in military attire, exuding an air of gallantry, resembling a dashing officer. "Are you a military officer?" Having been saved by the foolish one, the handsome man regarded him as a benefactor and replied candidly, "I'm a Special Forces soldier." "What is a Special Forces soldier?" The foolish one was left bewildered. The dashing soldier elucidated. "Special Forces soldiers are those tasked with executing unique missions, including Marines, airborne troops, and special police forces. We possess exceptional capabilities in individual combat, having undergone rigorous military training, executing unconventional operations, reconnaissance, infiltration, sniping, and counterterrorism missions. My comrades and I launched an assault on spies dispatched by the United States, but during the sniping operation, I inadvertently fell from a cliff. My comrade remains missing. In the heart of the carefree fool Xiaoyao, there is immense admiration for such heroes. Truly remarkable. You are all individuals of extraordinary prowess." After the handsome Special Forces soldier provided an explanation, he commenced a search for his missing comrade. Apart from a small pond where they had fallen, the surrounding area was overrun with dense weeds and thorny brambles, making the search for the fallen comrade exceedingly arduous. Moreover, if the comrade had landed elsewhere, the chances of survival were slim, as the cliff was perilously high. They searched for some time, yet to no avail, when suddenly, amidst their exhaustion, they faintly heard intermittent groans. "Help me! Help me!" Fool Xiaoyao's hearing was sharper than the average person's, and he detected that faint sound. Following the noise, he hurried forth, with the dashing Special Forces soldier closely behind. As fate would have it, they discovered their battered comrade amidst the overgrowth. Miraculously, he had not met a fatal end from such a great height. The comrade pointed to a tree, indicating that he had fallen onto it, which had cushioned his descent before hitting the ground. If that were the case, how could he appear so gravely injured? Special Forces soldiers are paragons of combat prowess and exceptional fighting skills. The comrade then gestured to his leg, revealing that he had been bitten by a venomous snake upon his fall. "Ah, that explains it. In this desolate wilderness, Where could they possibly find a doctor? I can treat him. The Special Forces soldier glanced skeptically at Fool Xiaoyao, whose demeanor hardly suggested that of a medical professional, appearing somewhat foolish in his movements. The soldier sternly cautioned, "You can treat him? This is a snake bite, not a mere mosquito bite." "Donotist." Fool Xiaoyao nodded earnestly before falling from the cliff. "I assisted in delivering a baby for a pregnant woman." The Special Forces soldiers exchanged incredulous glances, perceiving Fool Xiaoyao as a simpleton whose words were likely nonsensical. "Young man, do not act recklessly. If you touch the wound of a snake bite, you risk poisoning yourself," the soldier warned. Fool Xiaoyao proceeded to forcefully expel the venom from the soldier's thigh, using silver needles to control the arteries near the thigh, preventing the venom from spreading through the bloodstream. "Is that all?" Fool Xiaoyao shook his head. "No, it's not finished. I need an antidote herb, but it seems there are none nearby. Perhaps there is some on the cliff." The cliff, being so high, posed a daunting challenge to ascend. At that moment, an enemy lift pinpointed the location of the Special Forces soldiers, descending rapidly. Fool Xiaoyao and his comrades found themselves in a precarious predicament. The enemy lift was less than 100 meters away from them. The enemy dropped a bomb at the critical juncture of life and death. The two injured Special Forces soldiers were prepared to bravely shield the foolish Xiaoyao. Unexpectedly, to their astonishment, Xiaoyao soared into the air, channeling his energy through his palms. The force of his power resembled a shockwave, hurling the bomb back towards the helicopter in a tit-for-tat manner. With a thunderous explosion, the helicopter was obliterated, leaving no trace behind. The two Special Forces soldiers were left dumbfounded. In their battalion, there were countless valiant and exceptionally skilled comrades, yet none could compare to Xiaoyao. "Young brother, you are truly remarkable. Come back to our unit. Someone of your caliber has an illustrious future ahead." Indeed, the Dragon Kingdom is in dire need of such extraordinary talents to safeguard the homeland. Xiaoyao scratched his head and inquired, "Where is your unit?" "A place not too far from here. We have a Special Forces training camp. Come with us." Xiaoyao shook his head vigorously. No. I want to stay and marry the fairy sister." "Ah, so you seek a bride? Each has their own aspirations." Xiaoyao was adamant about not leaving, and they did not press him further. At that moment, the soldier bitten by the snake appeared pale and slightly dizzy. It was evident that finding an antidote was of utmost urgency. "You rest here. I will search for medicinal herbs." As soon as he spoke, Xiaoyao darted off in search of the antidote. However, after searching for a considerable time, he still could not find the herb capable of neutralizing the snake venom. What to do? The cool soldier must not perish. I must find the antidote. Xiaoyao weaved through the thick underbrush, but suddenly he stumbled and fell into a pit. Initially, he thought it was merely a trap, but to his surprise, it turned out to be an unfathomable abyss. He slid down for what seemed like an eternity before finally reaching the bottom, where he discovered a narrow passageway. Xiaoyao cautiously ventured into the tunnel. After walking a short distance, he was met with a dazzling silver light. Upon closer inspection, he beheld a colossal white python. Its body was as thick as a barrel, completely snow-white, resembling a flawless jade, with glimmering scales that shimmered in the light. The python measured over 10 meters in length, as thick as a tree trunk, adorned with a pair of dragon horns on its forehead, instilling fear in all who beheld it. It opened its cavernous mouth, its round eyes fixated on Xiaoyao, as if it could swallow a mountain whole. The serpent's tongue flickered, taunting Xiaoyao. Suddenly, it lunged at him with lightning speed. Xiaoyao swiftly sidestepped and seized the python's tail. He exerted all his strength to throw it off, but the python's might surpassed his expectations. In that instant, Xiaoyao recalled how his master, the esteemed Wang, had taught him to subdue snakes atop the Yinu Peak. He dashed forward, accurately grasping the python's vitals. The python writhed violently, attempting to free itself from his grasp. Its head reared high, hissing resonating throughout the cavern. In a sudden maneuver, the python flipped, sending Xiaoyao crashing against the cave wall. The python ensnared him with a ferocity that left Xiaoyao feeling suffocated. Immediately, the giant python opened its cavernous mouth, attempting to swallow the foolish yet carefree head of the protagonist. In response, he expelled 3 silver needles from within his mouth. which struck the python in one eye and both jaws. The creature writhed in agony, releasing its grip on him. Seizing the opportunity, the protagonist turned the tide, gradually overpowering the python. Ultimately, the beast lay motionless, completely incapacitated upon the ground. What a breathtaking battle between man and serpent. In that moment of triumph, the python transformed from a harbinger of doom into a docile pet, its fierce gaze softening into one of submission. It even regurgitated a glimmering orb, roughly the size of a snake's gallbladder. This should serve as an antidote for the snake venom afflicting the leg of the Special Forces soldier, thought he. Just as he was about to depart with the orb in hand, the python seemed unwilling to let him go, blocking his path, yet not appearing to provoke him. Was it trying to convey some secret about the mysteries within this cavern? However, the protagonist did not wish to delay in saving the soldier. He gently patted the python's head and said, "My good serpent, I must take my leave. The brave soldier awaits my assistance. Perhaps fate will allow us to meet again." The python appeared to accept him as its master, nodding obediently and allowing him passage. He swiftly ascended along the path and finally emerged from the depths of the cave. He dashed with incredible speed to find the soldier. The antidote was at hand. Returning with the sparkling orb, he presented it to the two soldiers, who looked on incredulously. He placed the orb against the wound on the soldier's shin, gently rubbing and grinding it. Before their eyes, the venomous bite began to heal, the skin regaining its original hue. The pain vanished completely, allowing for unrestricted movement. Amazing! How miraculous! The two soldiers were left in awe of the protagonist, wishing to carry him back to their training camp as a treasure. After bidding them farewell, he resolved to return to the treacherous Bai family. Despite Bai Yuntian's unkindness towards him, he was determined to return for Bai Tingting's sake. Though Bai Yuntian had plotted against him, ensnaring him in a web of deceit and allowing the despicable Hao Yuqian to push him off a cliff, the protagonist held dear the promise Bai Yuntian had made at the entrance of the wine cellar, that if he retrieved several jars from the deepest part of the cellar, Bai Tingting would be promised to him. Now, he intended to sneak back into the Bai family's wine cellar to collect the remaining jars and compel Bai Yuntian to fulfill his promise. Meanwhile, Bai Yuntian and Hao Yuqian were celebrating, convinced that the fool had perished upon the rocks below. Hao Yuqian's covetous gaze remained fixated upon Bai Tingting, who was blissfully unaware of the treachery that had befallen her beloved. She wandered about, searching for the protagonist, feeling an unsettling emptiness within her heart. Approaching Bai Yuntian, she inquired, "Father, did you not send Xiaoyao on an errand for you just moments ago? What has transpired that you have yet to return after such a long time?" Bai Yuntian evasively remarked, "Perhaps that fool has wandered off to indulge in idleness." Bai Tingting, unconvinced and anxious, declared, "I shall go and take a look." Exiting the estate, she was stealthily followed by Hao Yuqian, who had gained Bai Yuntian's tacit approval. On the way, the village chief's daughter, a plump girl, grew increasingly restless as she awaited the reappearance of Xiaoyao. Upon seeing Bai Tingting leave the estate, she was certain the girl was seeking Xiaoyao and thus decided to follow her. Bai Tingting swiftly arrived at the entrance of the wine cellar and called out several times, yet received no response from the foolish Xiaoyao. Resolutely, she stepped inside. From a distance, Hao Yuqian observed Bai Tingting enter the cellar, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Ah, how serendipitous! Dear sister Tingting, await the joy I shall bestow upon you." From his pocket, he retrieved a small box resembling chocolate, a delicacy he had traveled great distances to procure from the beautiful land. While its exterior indeed appeared to be chocolate, within lay a potent drug. This substance was known for its enduring effects, capable of rendering one blissfully unaware, and was quite popular in the beautiful land. Hao Yuqian had deliberately brought it back for Bai Tingting to sample. Surveying the surroundings, he noted that everyone was engaged in celebrating Bai Yuntian's birthday, ensuring that no one would intrude upon the pleasurable moments he planned to share with Bai Tingting. He envisioned her indulgent expression after consuming the drug, and a wicked grin spread across his face. As he stepped into the wine cellar, the plump girl hurriedly caught up with him. "Brother Yuqian, are you here to find Tingting?" Seeing her inappropriate appearance in the wine cellar, Hao Yuqian felt inconvenienced and retorted, "You should return to the estate at once." "No. Oh, Brother Yuqian, what delectable treat do you have in your hand? It looks like chocolate. I love chocolate from the beautiful land. Instinctively, Hao Yuqian concealed the box behind him, dismissively responding as though to a child, "Oh, that's not chocolate. It's rat poison, meant for exterminating rodents in the cellar." "Oh, oh, look, Ting Ting," the plump girl exclaimed, pointing towards the depths of the cellar. Seizing the opportunity, she swiftly snatched the box that closely resembled chocolate from behind him. In a daze, she popped one in her mouth without even chewing properly. Hao Yuqian snatched it back, exclaiming in anger, "You gluttonous girl! I told you it's rat poison. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned?" "Umph. Brother Yuqian, do you take me for a child? How could it be rat poison? It is clearly chocolate. You think I, a girl from the countryside, lack discernment? I can tell the difference between chocolate and rat poison. This flavor, it is indeed the most popular chocolate from the beautiful land." As she spoke, the plump girl's cherubic face flushed slightly. "Why is it so warm in this wine cellar? Perhaps it's the reaction of the drug." Hao Yuqian felt a shiver run down his spine. He could not allow this plump girl to gain the upper hand. He instinctively dashed deeper into the wine cellar, maintaining a distance from the plump girl while searching for Bai Tingting. Hao Yuqian had cunningly plotted with Bai Yuntian earlier, declaring that today he would consummate his intentions with Bai Tingting. Naturally, Bai Yuntian had expressed his support. However, now an unexpected obstacle in the form of the plump girl had emerged, throwing a wrench into Hao Yuqian's plans. Meanwhile, on the other side, the oblivious Xiaoyao had returned to the innermost part of the wine cellar, attempting once more to lift several wine jars. Previously, when he had touched these jars, a mechanism had been triggered, ensnaring him in an intricate web. This time, Xiaoyao remained vigilant, determined not to fall into the trap again. Just then, Bai Tingting rushed in, exclaiming, "Xiaoyao, I finally found you. Are you all right? Why have you been in the wine cellar for so long?" Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyao had just encountered a perilous situation. "Fairy sister, please step aside. I need to lift these jars," Xiaoyao urged. "Let me help you," Bai Tingting offered, rushing over. "Don't move, fairy sister." But before Xiaoyao could finish his warning, Bai Tingting had already shifted a jar, triggering the web once again. In a bid to protect her, Xiaoyao shielded her from the impending trap. Yet, Bai Tingting remained oblivious, frozen in place, and hindering Xiaoyao's escape. Thus, both found themselves ensnared and fell to the ground. The web constricted tightly, rendering them immobile. In such close proximity, they could hear each other's heartbeats, racing uncontrollably. "What is that sound?" Bai Tingting's cheeks flushed. "Silly, that is the sound of our heartbeats." Xiaoyao, adorably clueless, inquired, "Why are our heartbeats so rapid?" Meanwhile, Hao Yuqian, having wandered aimlessly in the wine cellar, was breathless from his frantic evasion. The plump girl, enchanted by a chocolate-like treat, was now pursuing him with eyes filled with hearts. Had he not hidden himself, the consequences would have been dire. As the plump girl continued her relentless chase, sweat trickled down her face, and in her frustration, she muttered, "Oh, I'm so thirsty. I suppose I should head back for now." No sooner had she spoken than she turned and left. Upon hearing the sound of her departing footsteps, Hao Yuqian breathed a sigh of relief as he emerged from his hiding place. However, he was taken aback when the plump girl, displaying an unexpected cunning, turned back and ambushed him, embracing him from behind. "Where do you think you're going, Yuqian Gidge?" Hao Yuqian felt a chill run down his spine. Although he possessed considerable agility, the plump girl was extraordinarily strong, far surpassing him in strength. "Let go of me, you fat hag," he protested. "I won't let go," she retorted defiantly. At that moment, Bai Yuntian glanced at his watch, estimating that the time for their plans had arrived. He intended to gather prominent figures from the estate to bear witness in the wine cellar. His aim was to compel Hao Yuqian to take responsibility for his daughter, insisting that he agree to marry her from this day forward. Thus, Bai Yuntian addressed the esteemed guests, inviting them to tour his wine cellar, where exquisite wines abound. The guests, intrigued, eagerly followed him to the cellar. At that moment, Song Rushi and the village party secretary had just concluded their covert rendezvous, blending into the crowd as they proceeded to the wine cellar together. Preoccupied with socializing for quite some time, Bai Yuntian remained oblivious to his wife's prolonged conversation with the village secretary. With strategic aplomb, Bai Yuntian ushered the distinguished guests into the cellar, reveling in his thoughts. Ah, from this day forth, I shall be the esteemed in-law of a wealthy family. Soon, my wines will grace the shores of the beautiful nation, and my name will surely ascend the prestigious rankings there. As he led the guests deeper into the cellar, their astonishment caused them to halt midway. Not far off, a hefty young woman was perched upon the lap of Hao Yuqian. Without a hint of compassion, Hao Yuqian delivered a punch to her nose, causing her to recoil in shock. "How dare you strike me? My father has never treated me this way," she exclaimed, her father, the village chief, rushing over in alarm to separate them. "My dear, your nose is bleeding," he cried. "Hao Yuqian, do not presume upon your wealth to bully others." Hao Yuqian, rising from the ground, was taken aback as the young woman uncontrollably leaned in to kiss his cheeks passionately in front of all the guests. Such boldness from a young lady in public. Hao Yuqian, resisting her advances, turned to the village chief. "Look, your daughter is clinging to me. Please take her home for proper guidance." With such fervor, who knows who her offspring will belong to? The village chief, Zhang Datsai, seethed with frustration, wishing he could strike back, but knowing he must endure due to Hao Yuqian's father's wealth. "Come, dear, we must return home," he insisted, but the young woman stubbornly refused, reveling in the attention. Hao Yuqian felt a twinge of guilt. Despite her actions, if it became known that the substance she had taken was his, the repercussions would be dire. In a moment of desperation, he struck her, rendering her unconscious, and the village chief carried her away. Bai Yuntian, perplexed, approached Hao Yuqian, asking, "Where is Tingting? Aren't you supposed to be with her?" "I have no idea where Tingting is. She must be deep within the cellar," Hao Yuqian replied, inwardly fuming. Had it not been for the unexpected interruption, he would have won over by Tingting by now. "Tingting, Tingting," Bai Yuntian called as he ventured further into the cellar, with the guest trailing closely behind. Meanwhile, Bai Tingting and the foolish Xiaoyao found themselves ensnared in a web of restraints. "Goddess, seeing you up close, I realize you are even more enchanting," Xiaoyao remarked. "Don't move," Bai Tingting admonished. Bai Tingting's delicate face flushed as she spoke, "Fairy sister, I'm merely attempting to break free from this web of constraints." Silly Xiaoyao indeed wished to harness his energy to shatter this celestial net. At that moment, a faint voice emerged from the wine cellar. "Tingting, Tingting, are you in the wine cellar?" It was her father, Bai Yuntian. "We are saved," Bai Tingting exclaimed excitedly. "I am in the depths of the wine cellar, father." Bai Yuntian and the others rushed towards the sound, startled yet again. Bai Tingting was ensnared by the celestial web, and more precisely, she and Silly Xiaoyao were bound together. Hadn't Silly Xiaoyao been kicked off the cliff by Hao Yuqian? Such a high fall should have left him with at least a broken limb or a severe injury. How could he possibly return unscathed to the wine cellar and find himself entwined with Tingting? In Hao Yuqian's eyes, the fact that Silly Xiaoyao had survived was not the crux of the matter. The real issue was that this foolish donkey was so close to the woman he coveted. "Fool, keep your distance from Tingting." Bai Yuntian suddenly realized the situation and manipulated the mechanism of the wine cellar, allowing the celestial net to loosen. The onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. Bai Yuntian felt utterly humiliated. His cleverness had led them into the wine cellar under the pretense of witnessing Hao Yuqian with his daughter, only to discover that it was the fool with her instead. "Master Hao, please allow me to explain. My daughter would never engage in such conduct." Bai Yuntian, deeply concerned about Hao Yuqian's feelings, sought to soothe his emotions. Hao Yuqian thought to himself, even if Bai Tingting did not wish it, that fool surely could not contain himself. Though he appeared simple-minded, who could guarantee he was oblivious to matters of romance? "Uncle Bai, the only way to quell my resentment is to eliminate this fool entirely," Silly Xiaoyao interjected. "Don't get rid of me. I want to live peacefully and marry Fairy Sister." "Boss Bai, you promised me that if I carried out this task of bringing out these barrels of wine, I could marry Fairy Sister." Bai Tingting's cheeks flushed as she covered her face and hurriedly exclaimed, "Silly Xiaoyao, stop joking." "Fairy Sister, I am not jesting. It was Boss Bai who made me this promise. Bai Yuntian, in a state of denial, adamantly refuted. That is entirely untrue. This fool is merely indulging in fanciful dreams. My daughter, my cherished jewel. How could I ever consider marrying her off to a fool? Only someone of Master Hao's caliber is worthy of becoming my son-in-law. Bai Yuntian affectionately draped his arm over Hao Youqian's shoulder. Feeling somewhat reassured by Bai Yuntian's approval, Hao Youqian began to feel a sense of balance. However, the whispers of the guests, eager for chaos, reached his ears. Bai Tingting and that fool have been tied together for so long. Perhaps they have already consummated their relationship. Indeed, hasn't Boss Bai made Master Hao a fool? Not necessarily. That lad is indeed a fool. But can he truly understand matters of love? How can one not comprehend? Is there not a simpleton in the neighboring village, foolish and inept, yet he has succeeded? Each utterance becomes increasingly unbearable. In a fit of suppressed fury, Hao Youqian unleashed a powerful punch to the abdomen of the guest who had been spewing vile words, causing him to regurgitate the fine wine he had consumed that day. Should anyone dare to slander, I shall immerse them in a vat of wine. The onlookers, terrified, fell silent, closing their mouths in fear. Bai Yuntian, concerned that Hao Youqian might waver due to the rumors and abandon the notion of marrying Bai Tingting, hastily arranged a betrothal in the wine cellar. Young Master Hao, you and my daughter share a mutual affection. I hereby grant my permission for your union. There is no time like the present. Let us wed today. Although the arrangement was rather abrupt, Bai Yuntian feared that prolonged delay would lead to complications. Seizing the opportunity, while Hao Youqian still held interest in his daughter, he sought to finalize the marriage. Dad, I do not consent. Bai Tingting, lacking any romantic feelings for Hao Youqian and feeling repulsed by his despicable actions, vehemently opposed her father's decision to marry her off to him. However, Bai Yuntian was resolute, determined to conduct the wedding that very day. Is this truly the case? Bai Yuntian implored. Tingting, marriage is a significant matter, traditionally decided by the parents. Although society now emphasizes the freedom to love based on my experience, parents often choose more reliable partners for their children than they might select themselves. Your brother Youqian is a paragon of virtue, immensely powerful and wealthy beyond measure. How many young women would sacrifice years of their life to marry him? I will not marry him. If anyone is to marry, let it be you. In a fit of defiance, Bai Tingting declared and attempted to flee the wine cellar. Unfortunately, Bai Yuntian commanded his servants to restrain her. Fear not, my celestial sister, for the foolish Xiaoyao shall rescue you. The simple-minded Xiaoyao, witnessing the servant's restraint of Bai Tingting, prepared to intervene. Suddenly, Bai Tingting experienced a moment of enlightenment. How could she have forgotten about Xiaoyao? Desperate to avoid marrying Hao Youqian, she fabricated a tale before the assembly. Father, I truly cannot marry brother Youqian, for I am already betrothed to the simpleton. At her declaration, the entire wine cellar fell into an astonished silence. Only Xiaoyao remained blissfully unaware of her meaning, innocently asserting, Celestial sister, you are not mine, you are my wife. His laugh was endearingly naive. The guests collectively expressed their regret for Bai Tingting. Alas, such a beautiful girl, destined for the simpleton. This foolish toad has indeed captured the swan. Hao Youqian, thoroughly unsettled, materialized before Bai Tingting, questioning her fervently. Sister Tingting, is this true? Is it truly so? Impossible. How could you bestow yourself upon a simpleton? What does he possess that I lack? I am wealthier, more powerful, more robust, and far more astute. Even a single hair of mine surpasses any of his attributes. Why do you think this way? In order to avoid marrying Hao Youqian, Bai Tingting decided to play her role more convincingly, affectionately linking her arm with the silly Xiaoyao, resting her head on his shoulder, and telling Hao Youqian, he is kinder than you, more honest, and more innocent. Just before you entered, we were bound together, and I am already his. At this moment, the foolish Xiaoyao began to understand that when Bai Tingting referred to his person, she meant a wife. He clapped his hands in agreement, exclaiming, wonderful, wonderful. The fairy sister is willing to be my wife. I am marrying the fairy sister. Bai Yuntian nearly fainted from the shock. and the butler had to pinch his acupoint vigorously to revive him. Upon awakening, Bai Yuntian immediately exclaimed, "I oppose. I oppose." Observing quietly, Song Rushi finally realized that Xiaoyao was indeed a fool. Since he was a fool, he must have forgotten the incident where he saw her with the village party secretary in the fields. If he remembered, he would have already confided in Bai Yuntian, and she, Song Rushi, would not have remained unscathed until now. Given this, there was no need to consider eliminating the fool for the time being. He could be used to keep Bai Tingting occupied. Bai Tingting was the daughter of Bai Yuntian's ex-wife, and her interests did not align with Song Rushi's. She could potentially become a significant obstacle in future disputes over inheritance. Today, with so many people present, it would be wise to facilitate a match between Bai Tingting and the fool, ensuring that Bai Yuntian would harbor resentment towards her. Song Rushi squeezed through the crowd to Bai Yuntian's side, patting his back and feigning to calm him down. "Oh dear sir, do not be angry. It is not worth it to ruin your health. As the saying goes, a girl shouldn't be kept too long. Since Tingting and the fool have already taken that step, let's turn a blind eye and arrange a wedding for them. If we delay, they might end up marrying out of necessity." Bai Yuntian, upon hearing this, became so agitated that he fainted again. The experienced butler promptly pinched his acupoint once more, reviving him with great effort. "Tingting, do you wish to drive me to my grave?" Hao Yuqian was truly unwilling to accept this outcome. Although Bai Tingting was involved with the fool, he believed he could still win her back. After all, having lived in the beautiful country for many years, his thoughts were quite open-minded. Furthermore, modern individuals are not as reserved as those in ancient times. As long as Bai Tingting could change her mind, they could join forces to eliminate the fool, and Hao Yuqian could forgive the past. "Tingting, I ask you once more, will you choose him or me?" Without hesitation, Bai Tingting resolutely replied, "I'm sorry, Yuqian. I am already Xiaoyao's person. I wish you find your ideal partner soon." "Humph, marrying a fool? I hope you won't regret it." Hao Yuqian was about to leave in anger when Bai Yuntian weakly called out to him, "Young Master Hao, please wait. Give me some time. I can persuade Tingting to change her mind." Beside them, the foolish and carefree Xiaoyao was overjoyed, exclaiming, "Oh, I'm getting married. I'm getting married. I want a wedding night." The guests were at a loss, caught between laughter and tears. Bai Tingting felt trapped, aware that Hao Yuqian, with his tenacity, would not easily relent. She understood that her father was solely focused on climbing the social ladder through the Hao family, even at the expense of his daughter's lifelong happiness. The only viable strategy was to play along and stage a wedding ceremony with the foolish Xiaoyao, pretending to be a couple in order to deceive everyone. "Dad, there is no better day than today. Xiaoyao and I shall hold our wedding ceremony at your birthday banquet, doubling the joy." Bai Yuntian clutched his aching heart in protest. "I still do not approve." At that moment, Song Rushuang exchanged glances with the village party secretary, who quickly grasped her intent and began to rally the guests. "Since the rice is already cooked, let's give our blessing." Initially hesitant, the guests were swayed by the party secretary's whispered persuasion. "Support by Tingting and the fool. This way, your daughters will have a chance to get closer to Hao Yuqian. Marrying into a wealthy family is just around the corner." Encouraged by these sentiments, the guests urged Bai Yuntian to acquiesce. Frustrated, Hao Yuqian stormed off. Amidst the chorus of support, Song Rushuang busily organized the essentials for the wedding, eager for Bai Tingting to marry the fool without delay. Bai Yuntian, powerless to prevent his daughter from joining with the fool, found himself isolated, as both his current wife and the guests were united in their support for this union. This left Bai Yuntian trembling with anger, his blood pressure soaring, and his heart aching intensely. As the wedding night arrived, one could wonder if perhaps the foolish were indeed fortunate. Xiaoyao, having unexpectedly gained a blessing, was truly marrying the ethereal goddess of his dreams. He could hardly contain his glee, exclaiming, "Haha, I'm marrying the goddess." Bai Tingting, feeling a mix of pride and resignation, knew she was meant for greatness, yet was forced to marry the fool. However, she would choose the fool over the despicable Hao Yuqian any day. The atmosphere reached its zenith as everyone moved to the estate to celebrate Bai Yuntian's birthday, followed by toasting to the wedding of the Bai family's daughter. Song Rushuang had never been so proactive as the guests transitioned to the estate. She had already prepared a ceremonial ambience for Bai Tingting and Xiaoyao's wedding. Bai Tingting was whisked away to change into a wedding gown, while Xiaoyao donned a suit. If only Xiaoyao were not foolish, they would indeed make a striking couple, perfectly matched. After several fainting spells, Bai Yuntian was now powerless to intervene. The village party secretary, Zhao Daju, sidled up to Song Rushuang, lamenting, "Oh, what a pity! The swan's flesh is being devoured by a toad. How unfortunate! Such a splendid cabbage, being ravaged by a wild boar." Song Rushuang shot a glance at Zhao Daju. Amidst the throng of revelers, all eyes were fixated on Bai Tingting. Stealthily, Song Rushuang pinched Zhao Daju's arm and caressed her abdomen with her other hand. It was a subtle insinuation. If Bai Tingting were to be pushed forward, and should she bear a child, she could claim the assets of Bai Yuntian for herself. Zhao Daju grasped the implication and promptly fell silent. At that moment, the atmosphere surged to a new zenith. Although the wedding ceremony felt somewhat rushed, it was neither meager nor perfunctory. Bai Tingting and the simple-minded Xiaoyao would only conclude their wedding after completing the day's events. At the banquet, Xiaoyao found himself intoxicated by a succession of guests. While others succumbed to oblivion in their drunkenness, he seemed to awaken in clarity. As the clock approached 10 in the evening, the guests, having indulged from morning to night, appeared reluctant to depart. Wasn't this encroaching upon their time for consummation? As the saying goes, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. With his mind now alert, Xiaoyao urged everyone to return. "Thank you all for traveling far to attend my father-in-law's birthday celebration and my wedding banquet with Tingting. It's getting late. Please make your way home." The roads of Longfeng village are narrow and bumpy. Traffic will soon become a hassle. The guests were taken aback, wondering why the fool suddenly spoke so logically. They thought perhaps they had misheard due to inebriation, or maybe the fool was just overly eager, eliciting laughter. "Fool, aren't you anxious to consummate the marriage? Does he even know how to do that? Should we teach him step by step?" Laughter and jeers echoed, with some even whistling to amplify the mockery. Xiaoyao scoffed lightly, acknowledging that these were esteemed guests invited by his father-in-law, and thus he would only impose a minor reprimand. In the next moment, the lights dimmed abruptly. Amidst the startled gasps, they felt a sharp slap across their mouths. In the ensuing chaos, Bai Tingting found herself led by Xiaoyao to their new abode for the night. Unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyao's drunken stupor had given way to lucidity. She simply sensed that the Xiaoyao standing before her felt distinctly different. His gaze was transformed. Even the expression between his brows was altered. Xiaoyao casually locked the door behind them. Bai Tingting, pressed against the door, felt her cheeks flush and her breath quicken. "Silly Xiaoyao, don't come so close. Thank you for your cooperation today. From now on, you can sleep on the floor while I take the bed." Xiaoyao raised an arm against the door above her head, lifting her delicate chin with a mischievous smile. "Why should I sleep on the floor? Can't you spare half the bed for me? From this day forth, you are my little wife. How could a new bride allow her husband to sleep on the floor?" Xiaoyao's reasoning left Bai Tingting at a loss for words. Why did it feel as though the silly Xiaoyao had transformed into an entirely different person? "I'm not talking to you anymore." The rosy hue on Bai Tingting's cheeks blossomed rapidly, reminiscent of a vividly blooming rose. She bashfully attempted to push aside the carefree figure of Xiaoyao, blocking her path. However, Xiaoyao was no longer the foolish, submissive person he once was. "What do you intend to do, foolish Xiaoyao?" Bai Tingting suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. As Xiaoyao drew closer, poised to capture her delicate lips, an unexpected sound emanated from outside the window. "Do not speak," Xiaoyao cautioned Bai Tingting, swiftly extinguishing the light. Amidst the encroaching darkness, he stood as a protective barrier for his beloved wife. Shadows flitted past the window, and upon realizing the light had dimmed, they infiltrated the room, assuming there were intruders beneath the covers, ready to strike with their blades. In an instant, Xiaoyao shielded Bai Tingting behind him, his aura surging dramatically. As the sound of cracking bones resonated within him, an invisible force surged forth from his palms. In that moment, the intruders felt as if struck by lightning, their bodies momentarily paralyzed. With a thud, they collapsed to their knees, save for one who remained defiantly upright, Shimin Shuifeng, the leader of the group. Shimin Shuifeng was a descendant of a legendary warrior, the foremost martial artist of the Jiangnan region, possessing the prowess of a grandmaster. He was the cousin of the irate Hao Yuqian, who had departed in discontent earlier that day, unwilling to accept Bai Tingting's union with the fool. Thus, he dispatched his cousin Shimin Shuifeng to disrupt Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting's wedding night. Who dares to intrude? Why do you seek to ruin my wedding night? Upon Xiaoyao's inquiry, Shimin Shuifeng's mocking voice echoed back. Ha! A toad wishing to feast on swan meat. How absurd! I am Shimin Shuifeng. Kneel and bow 3 times, and I may consider sparing your life. Xiaoyao had heard of Shimin Shuifeng, but was unfamiliar with Shimin Shuifeng. He laughed more recklessly than Shimin Shuifeng himself. Ha! Shimin Shuifeng? This is the southeastern region. You should be blowing in the northwest, aptly named the northwest wind. Seeking death, Shimin Shuifeng unleashed a powerful punch against the wall, causing a spiderweb of cracks to radiate from the point of impact, shaking the very foundations of the room as if a minor earthquake had occurred. The son-in-law was formidable. Xiaoyao, with one hand casually resting behind his back, extended the other palm forward, channeling a robust gust of energy. Shimin Shuifeng was thrust against the wall by an invisible force, causing the cracks to deepen. The terror in Shimin Shuifeng's eyes quivered. No wonder his cousin Hao Yuqian was no match for this young man, whose strength was unervingly formidable. Enduring the searing pain, Shimin Shuifeng gritted his teeth. This youth, barely in his 20s, already possessed a terrifying power that transcended that of a grandmaster. Given time, he would undoubtedly ascend to the pinnacle of martial prowess. Seizing the advantage, Xiaoyao unleashed a fearsome punch, capable of injuring one's meridians. Had it not been for Shimin Shuifeng's swift evasion, he would surely have been struck so hard that he would regurgitate the very meal he had consumed earlier that day. The room was embroiled in a fierce confrontation, the commotion drawing the attention of numerous servants outside, particularly the likes of Ada and Aer, who relished such spectacles. They strained their ears to listen intently. Wow, that fool is remarkably fierce. It seems he might even break through the walls. Who would have thought? This seemingly simpleton possesses a surprising level of understanding. Forgive me for feeling a twinge of envy towards a fool. At that moment, the voice of Bai Tingting resonated from within the room. Fool, you are incredible. Keep it up. The eavesdroppers outside collectively erupted in exclamations of disbelief. Bah, a battle beast among mere livestock. They had misconstrued the situation at that instant. There was no time for romantic pursuits, as all their strength was devoted to confronting this band of fierce assailants that had descended upon them in the dead of night. Shimin Shuifeng leapt into the air, directly landing upon the bed. Xiaoyao followed suit, engaging in a flurry of blows that caused the bed to creak incessantly. In no time, the entire bed collapsed beneath their tumultuous clash. With a furious roar, Shimin Shuifeng unleashed his signature Tyrannosaurus fist, striking directly at Xiaoyao. The force of this blow was immense, brimming with lethal intent, yet Xiaoyao's reflexes were sharp, allowing him to evade the attack successfully. Shimin Shuifeng's onslaught grew even more ferocious as he unleashed another punch, landing squarely on Xiaoyao's chest. This was the most terrifying aspect of the Tyrannosaurus fist, possessing the power to shatter mountains. Yet, could Xiaoyao's heart, being flesh and blood, withstand such a force? With that punch, Xiaoyao's heart imploded within him, and his body collapsed. Motionless upon the ground, Shimin Shuifeng, reveling in his supposed victory, boastfully blew upon his hardened fist. My Tyrannosaurus fist is renowned for its bloodshed and slaughter. This fearsome reputation is built upon a mountain of lives. A fool, how could he possibly be my match? Just as Shimin Shuifeng was caught in his triumphant laughter, Xiaoyao abruptly opened his eyes, sprang to his feet, and delivered a slicing punch directly aimed at Shimin Shuifeng's crown. Those surrounding them gasped in astonishment. Shimin Shuifeng felt a tremor at the top of his head. In that moment of distraction, Xiaoyao unleashed a powerful cannon punch, fierce and full of murderous intent. At his current level of skill, it was enough to establish a sect of his own. Cold sweat began to bead on Shimin Shuifeng's forehead. For the first time since mastering his Tyrannosaurus fist, he encountered a rival capable of standing against him. Suddenly, Xiaoyao's footwork shifted dramatically, akin to a ghostly apparition, as he instantaneously appeared before Ximen Chue Feng. With both palms thrust forward, he channeled an overwhelming force. A thunderous sound erupted as the fierce wind swept through. Ximen Chue Feng was propelled backward, his internal organs churning violently. He spewed blood, splattering it upon his companions, who were now stained crimson, the specter of death looming ominously close. A collective gasp echoed around them. Xiaoyao's gaze was fierce as a wolf, standing resolute and exuding an aura of cataclysmic fury. He unleashed a kick, sending Ximen Chue Feng soaring out of the window like a soccer ball, flying several hundred meters away. Astonishing. Such vigor. If he were to join the football team of the Dragon Nation, he would undoubtedly score in the World Cup. The remaining companions, upon witnessing their leader, Ximen Chue Feng, being treated as a mere football, were so frightened that they instinctively leapt from the windows. Silly Xiaoyao, you are truly remarkable. Bai Tingting rushed forward, entwining her arm with Xiaoyao's, and impulsively bestowed upon him a sweet kiss. Suddenly, Xiaoyao recalled that there were still pressing matters left unaddressed. My dear wife, shall we now retire to the bridal chamber? Bai Tingting, blushing, evaded him, refusing to let him draw near. The two engaged in a playful game of hide and seek. My lovely wife, where are you hiding? Just as Xiaoyao was about to enact a playful punishment, the effects of the alcohol had worn off, leaving him disoriented as he collapsed to the ground. Bai Tingting mistook him for being utterly intoxicated. By the time he regained consciousness, dawn had broken. The events of the previous night were a blur, yet he vaguely remembered marrying the fairy sister. But where was she? Where had his lovely wife gone? Silly Xiaoyao dashed out of the room in search of Bai Tingting. When the servants entered to tidy up, they were left utterly astonished. The son-in-law of the Bai family was truly something else. What had transpired between the walls and the bed last night? The walls were adorned with spiderwebs, and the bed had collapsed. The servants spread the news far and wide, and soon everyone in the estate, including Song Ruo Shuang, was aware. They privately berated Xiaoyao, as if he were an animal 1,000 times over. Song Ruo Shuang felt an intense mixture of envy and resentment, secretly cursing her own man for being ineffectual, lamenting that he was less capable than a fool. The maids whispered amongst themselves, their laughter ringing out from time to time. Only cousin Bai Yuanyuan remained composed, rejoicing that her cousin could marry a fool. Having long envied Bai Tingting for her beauty and charm, the sight of a flower blooming amidst dung finally brought her a sense of balance. Meanwhile, Bai Tingting was not faring well. She was currently enduring her father's reprimand in the study. After fainting several times yesterday, the henchman had taken Bai Yuntian to rest, but he, feeling powerless, could not prevent the fool from marrying his precious daughter. Now, Bai Yuntian believed that the die had been cast. His heart throbbed painfully, as if it were being fried in oil. I demand a divorce. A divorce. I will seek out Hao Yuqian again. Even if you cannot marry into the Hao family with legitimacy, being his mistress is better than marrying a fool. Bai Tingting, resolute, refused to marry Hao Yuqian or become his mistress. Father, when one marries a chicken, one follows the chicken. When one marries a dog, one follows the dog. Silly Xiaoyao, though a bit foolish, possesses a kind heart. As the saying goes, fools have their blessings. Who knows, perhaps heaven will smile upon him. What nonsense! A fool is a fool. Can you expect him to achieve greatness? It would be easier to expect a sow to climb a tree. Tingting, I warn you, if you do not sever ties with that fool, you will no longer be my daughter. Do not consume my resources or reside in my home. Go and live with that fool. Only through suffering will you understand the goodness of your father. Expelled from the manor and wrongfully accused. Bai Tingting believed her father was merely attempting to intimidate her. To her astonishment, Bai Yuntian had indeed hardened his heart. Pack your belongings. When you have come to your senses, you may return to seek my forgiveness. If not, you may endure a life of hardship with that fool. Observing the icy demeanor of her father, with fury etched upon his brow, she realized this was no empty threat. Dad, aside from being a little foolish, what is wrong with Xiaoyao? He works tirelessly in the wine cellar, consumes little, and possesses remarkable skills. Are you truly determined to cast us out? Bai Tingting endeavored to persuade her father to allow them to stay. However, Bai Yuntian displayed no compassion, intent on driving his daughter to despair. Believing that only through suffering outside the Bai family would she comprehend his benevolent intentions. Leave. Do not let me see you again. With a dismissive wave, he turned his back to her. Bai Tingting was profoundly affected. Her father had always regarded her as his cherished jewel, yet now he treated her as worthless scrap. Gritting her teeth, she stifled her tears and turned to depart, yet found herself reluctant to leave. It was not the allure of the Bai family's opulent lifestyle that held her back, but her deep-seated affection for her father. Wait! Bai Yuntian suddenly called out to her. Bai Tingting's heart leaped with hope, believing her father had reconsidered, only to hear his unfeeling addendum. You may take nothing from the Bai family. Not even a grain of sand. At last, her tears flowed freely, and with unwavering pride, she retorted, Rest assured, we shall leave with nothing. Bai Yuntian clenched his teeth in frustration, pondering how long this stubborn daughter could survive in the outside world. Having been raised in luxury, never having endured a moment's hardship, he was convinced that within a month, she would return, weeping and pleading for his forgiveness. It was precisely this certainty that rendered him so callous and indifferent, even refusing to watch her leave. Bai Tingting covered her lips to suppress her sobs as she dashed outside, only to collide with the sturdy chest of Xiaoyao, the fool. My dear wife, why are you crying? Who has wronged you? Tell me, and I shall teach them a lesson. Xiaoyao, we can no longer stay in the manor, nor can we reside in the Bai family's mansion. We must learn to be self-reliant. What does self-reliance mean? Xiaoyao appeared puzzled, yet he managed to utter something profound. Wherever my lovely wife goes, I shall follow. Then wait here for me. I will gather a few clothes, and we shall depart. Bai Tingting, with tears in her eyes, went to collect her belongings. Xiaoyao remained behind, awaiting her return. The butler had meticulously reported the entire sequence of events to Song Rushi. She was utterly delighted, never anticipating that this fool would prove to be her lucky star, assisting her in expelling Bai Tingting from the house with such ease. Henceforth, all of Bai Yuntian's wealth would be hers. In a bid to sever the ties between Bai Yuntian and Bai Tingting, as well as the simpleton, Song Rushuang stealthily entered the bedroom and absconded with Bai Yuntian's most cherished item, a carving made of southern red agate. Seizing the moment while Bai Tingting was still preoccupied with her tasks, she discreetly slipped the agate carving into the pocket of the simpleton, advising him, This is a rare treasure. Quickly, while no one is watching, hide it well, and take it out to exchange for some money. You could buy Tingting several exquisite outfits and jewels. Upon hearing that he could procure delightful gifts for his lovely wife, the simpleton couldn't resist taking it. Alas, he had fallen prey to Song Rushuang's scheme. Once her instructions were clear, Song Rushuang swayed her enchanting waist and quickly made her exit. Bai Tingting emerged after tidying up a few garments. Simpleton, let us depart. The simpleton followed Bai Tingting as they approached the entrance of the estate. Just as their feet were about to cross the threshold, they were halted by a loud command from Ada. Stop right there. This brazen individual, emboldened by his position, must have been informed by the steward that Bai Xiaojia had been expelled from the Bai household, thus his audacity to bark orders. Ada, I am still Bai Xiaojia. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Bai Tingting retorted. Bai Xiaojia? The master has already announced in the hall that from this day forth, the Bai family no longer recognizes Bai Xiaojia. It is said that when a person departs, the warmth fades, yet she had not even left, and Ada was already so presumptuous and snobbish. You too, go and search them, see if they have made away with any valuable items from the Bai family. Bai Tingting, with a clear conscience, had no fear of a search. However, as a proud young lady of the Bai family, who had been adored like a star throughout her life, she had never endured such humiliation and refused to allow Ada to search her. I, Bai Tingting, am upright and just. I would never engage in petty theft, but I will not permit your filthy hands to touch my belongings. Simpleton, let us go. Bai Tingting grasped the simpleton's hand, intending to disregard these overbearing individuals and leave the estate directly. Yet, a air, a sand, and a sea swiftly blocked their path. Fear not, my lovely wife. I shall handle them. With that, the simpleton prepared to unleash his power to send them flying 100 meters away. However, a cold, commanding voice from behind interrupted. Stop right there. Bai Yuntian had emerged, flanked by the steward, who, embellishing the tale, accused Bai Tingting of instructing the simpleton to steal from the estate with the intent to pawn the items for money. Upon closer inspection, Bai Yuntian noticed that the simpleton's pocket was indeed bulging. Tingting, are you intentionally delaying our departure in order to remain here in the estate? Bai Yuntian employed a provocative tactic. I did not. It is this rabble that prevents us from leaving. Bai Tingting protested. If you two truly did not steal anything, why fear our search? Once we search and confirm your innocence, you may depart. The steward, eager to lend his support, added, if you refuse to be searched. It merely indicates you harbor guilt. It appeared that if they did not consent to the search, they would not be easily let go. Thus, Bai Tingting resolved to allow the search, for she was confident in her integrity and feared nothing. Search as you will. You are utterly trampling our dignity. But what if you find nothing? What then? Bai Yuntian glanced at the steward and inquired. You were the one who reported seeing the fool take the southern red agate carving from the Bai family. Pray tell, if it is not found on them, what shall we do? The steward, under the influence of Song Rushi, was certain that she had assured him the carving had been discreetly placed in the fool's pocket. With the fool's pockets visibly bulging, the steward spoke confidently before the assembled crowd. If nothing is uncovered, I shall eat dog feces while standing on my head. At that moment, the Tibetan mastiff at the estate's entrance seemed to comprehend the gravity of the situation and barked in response. Song Rushi, hidden in the shadows, awaited the unfolding spectacle with a sense of malicious delight. Ada, why are you dawdling? Hurry and search him. Bai Yuntian's voice thundered once more. Ada, emboldened by his position, advanced towards the fool and Bai Tingting. The fool leaned closer to Bai Tingting and whispered, my lovely wife, just now, Song Rushi bestowed upon me a treasure to exchange for money. Bai Tingting's expression tightened. What would they do now, if something were to be found on the fool? Her father would surely believe she had incited him to steal, leaving her with no way to clear her name. Fool, how could you be so careless? If they find it on you, we will be unable to explain ourselves. Bai Tingting, in a state of anxiety, watched as Ada approached ever closer. Unable to bear witnessing the impending revelation of the stolen item, she squeezed her eyes shut. The fool, having heard her warning, began to grasp the situation. He belatedly realized that if Ada were to discover the item given to him by Song Rushi, Bai Yuntian would likely punish both him and Bai Tingting. He himself was tough enough to withstand any punishment, but how could he let his delicate wife suffer? Determined to shield his beloved from harm, the fool reached into his pocket. Fool, do not play the fool. Remove your hand at once. The fool complied, withdrawing his hand to his side, standing straighter than a soldier. Ada, relishing the moment, eagerly plunged his hand into the fool's pocket. What? Ada's expression became intricate as he savored the unfolding drama. Ada, why the delay? Hurry up and retrieve the stolen goods from the fool. Bai Yuntian's voice cut through the tension. Ada, appearing conflicted, reluctantly withdrew his hand from the fool's pocket. His fist was tightly clenched. What could possibly be in his hand that Ada was so evasive about revealing? Ada, are you rebelling? Open your palm, commanded the steward, emboldened by his authority. With great reluctance, Ada opened his palm. At that moment, all eyes were upon him. To everyone's astonishment, his palm contained a pile of fine powder. Indeed, it was powder. How could this be? The steward rubbed his eyes in disbelief before deciding to personally search the fool himself. The steward searched from the head to the feet of the foolish and carefree individual, yet found nothing of significance. Only a portion of fine powder remained in his trouser pocket. It was clear that Song Rushuang had secretly informed the steward that she had placed the treasure of the Bai family into the fool's pocket, intending for him to catch the thief and the stolen goods. How could it be that the treasure was not discovered, but instead numerous handfuls of fine powder were found? This was merely because the foolish one was not entirely oblivious. He had sensed that these individuals intended to trouble his charming wife, and, before they could search him, had swiftly plunged his hand into his pocket, using his formidable inner strength to reduce the treasure to dust. Now, Let them see how they would proceed. The powder was as fine as flour, rendering it impossible to ascertain which precious item of the Bai family it had once been. Bai Yuntian ground his teeth in frustration, unable to endure the foolish one, yet feeling powerless to eliminate him. Bai Tingting, seeing that they had no further reason to obstruct her and the foolish one, prepared to lead him away from the estate. However, the foolish one had a remarkable memory, recalling the steward's earlier promise. "Steward, did you not just say that if you fail to find anything, you would have to eat dog feces while standing on your head?" Upon hearing this, Ada and the others burst into laughter, affirming, "Indeed, the steward did say that." "What are you laughing at? Who dares to laugh? I'll slap him dead." The steward attempted to brazenly dismiss the situation with his shamelessness. Bai Yuntian, in a fit of anger with nowhere to vent, decided to take it out on the steward. "Since you made a promise, you must keep it." Ada, Air, Leda Hange. With Bai Yuntian's direct command, Ada and the others felt emboldened and began to teach the steward a lesson. After all, the steward often bullied them, wielding his authority as the estate's steward, and had habitually given them disdainful looks. Ada restrained the steward, forcing him to stand on his head against the wall. Meanwhile, Air went to fetch the dog feces. They worked together with remarkable coordination, swiftly feeding the steward mouthfuls of dog feces. While being forced to consume the feces in this upside-down position, the steward cried out, pleading with Bai Yuntian for mercy. Bai Yuntian, feeling flustered, had no desire to witness his daughter depart, and had already entered the villa behind their backs. Bai Tingting, with lingering affection, glanced around once more before taking the foolish one's hand and saying, "Let us go, my charming wife." "Wait a moment." Bai Tingting sa kusin, Bai Yuanian rushed out, ostensibly pretending to be reluctant to part with her cousin, but in reality, she came to see just how distressed Bai Tingting was. "Cousin, has your uncle truly driven you out of the house? Where will you live now? You must tell your cousin. I will check on you frequently." "What are you looking at? Are you hoping to witness your cousin's misfortune?" The foolish one suddenly remarked to Bai Yuan, "Cousin, it would be better if you refrained from visiting my charming wife, lest you claim the due I have painstakingly gathered for her." "You foolish one, you speak nonsense." "Cousin, he is just rambling." "All right, cousin, do not be upset. I will take good care of myself. Furthermore, my father has not been well these past 2 years. If he feels unwell, you must discreetly inform me." Bai Yuan silently scoffed, thinking, being driven out of the house, what good is filial piety now? Yet, she solemnly assured her, "Cousin, rest assured and depart. If anything happens, I will contact you promptly. Take care." Bai Yuan's acting was nothing short of explosive as she gazed tearfully at Bai Tingting and the foolish Xiaoyao walking further away. A sinister smile curled at the corners of her mouth, and she thought to herself, "Humph, from now on, I shall be the young lady of this place. Cousin, you had better stay with the fool forever and never return." Ah, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, concealed in the shadows. Song Rushi cast a disdainful glance at Bai Yuan, silently scoffing, "Humph, if I could drive Bai Tingting, the biological daughter, out of her home, what makes you think you, as a cousin, are anything significant? Do you dare aspire to the position of young lady in the Bai family? Bah, dream on. At present, Bai Yuan posed no substantial threat. The most pressing matter for Song Rushi was to secure a means of conception. Bai Yuntian's health was failing, and after several years of marriage, Song Rushi had yet to conceive. She must enlist the village party secretary to assist her in bearing a child, preferably a boy, so that the Bai family fortune would ultimately belong to her. Having left the manor, Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting found themselves utterly homeless. Bai Yuntian had already contacted all relatives and friends, forbidding anyone from taking them in. Given Bai Yuntian's financial standing, friends and family were unable to assist, and no one dared to provide shelter for Bai Tingting and Xiaoyao. "Xiaoyao, we truly are without a home and without a dime," Bai Tingting lamented, for she had grown accustomed to a life of ease, and now, having fallen to such a plight, her heart felt the weight of disappointment. Xiaoyao, however, remained steadfast. "My dear wife, do not despair. My boss will surely regret this decision and come seeking you again. Do not fret about where we shall stay. I will find a way. How about we seek refuge with village chief Zhang Dicai. Bai Tingting shook her head. The village chief has a good relationship with my father. I am certain he has already spoken to him, instructing him not to take us in. We would only be met with a cold reception. Nevertheless, Xiaoyao insisted on going. The village chief is also a friend of my master, Wang Gaoren. He will certainly take us in out of respect for my master. Even if he does not, he will lend us some money. Village chief Zhang Dicai, hearing their intentions, scoffed. You must be joking. How can these two have such thick skin? That rascal Wang Gaoren borrowed 10 million from me to invest in stocks, and now he is stuck in the market, having repaid not a single penny. Do you think I would lend money to his apprentice? Not a chance. Determined, Xiaoyao led Bai Tingting to seek the village chief. To their surprise, the door was opened by a plump girl. Upon seeing Xiaoyao, she instantly transformed into a love-struck admirer. Xiaoyao, I knew you would return to treat me to the first cup of milk tea of autumn. Just as the plump girl reached out to pull Xiaoyao inside, her gaze fell upon Bai Tingting, causing her smile to freeze. Xiaoyao, why have you brought Tingting here? Xiaoyao held Bai Tingting's hand and declared, Tingting and I are married. You must have been poisoned in the wine cellar when the village chief carried you away, so you missed our wedding feast. Ha! My fairy sister is now my lovely wife. Xiaoyao chuckled foolishly, embodying the notion that foolish individuals often find happiness. The plump girl erupted into tears, her wails echoing like a cataclysm, shaking the earth itself. Even the crows perched upon the trees were startled enough to fall to the ground. Even the mice in the holes huddled together in fear. Even the dog, Wang Kai, in his kennel, stood on end in terror. Upon hearing the cries of the chubby girl, the village head, Zhang Difei, assumed that some ruffian was harassing his daughter and rushed out wielding a thick stick. Upon seeing the village head, the foolish and carefree Xiaoyao hurriedly approached him. Village head, could you possibly take me and my lovely wife in? My father-in-law has cast us out of the estate, and we are now homeless. I implore you to offer us shelter. I am willing to toil endlessly, and I assure you, I require very little sustenance. Just a bun a day will suffice. But please do not let my lovely wife go hungry. However, prior to their arrival, Bai Yintian had already briefed Zhang Difei over the phone. Zhang Difei was determined not to take in the foolish Xiaoyao, and Bai Tingting, Xiaoyao, do you not see how burdensome it is to be a village head? I must manage all the affairs of the village. And there are countless roads in disrepair that require fixing throughout the year. Were it not for the generous contributions of big bosses like Bai, could Menglong village have achieved its current state? Although I'm the head of the village, I possess no real power. I must bow and scrape before the capitalists. Bai has decreed that you shall not be taken in, and who would dare defy that order? You would do well to leave at once. Yet, Xiaoyao remained resolute. Village head, might we borrow some money for the sake of my master, Wang Gaoren? Upon hearing this request for a loan, Zhang Difei's temper flared, nearly causing his hair to stand on end. In my lifetime, you and your master have proven to be the most shameless individuals I have ever encountered, especially your master, who borrowed 10 million from me for stock trading, only to be ensnared in the market and refuse to repay. And you, his disciple, not only failed to settle his debts, but have the audacity to ask me for more money? Zhang Difei's eyes widened in indignation, and he resolved to lend not a single cent to Xiaoyao. Bai Tingting, sensing the coldness of human relationships, urged Xiaoyao, let us depart. We have hands and feet. We will not starve. The stout girl blocked their path. Xiaoyao, please do not leave. As long as you do not stay with Tingting, I promise my father will take you in. There will be plenty of meat buns, plenty of braised pork, plenty of big pig trotters, and ample money. Xiaoyao, do not go. Firmly, Xiaoyao shook off the stout girl's grasp. I am sorry, but I must be with my lovely wife. Nothing in this world can be traded for my lovely wife. Bai Tingting felt a surge of emotion. Although he was foolish, his devotion to her was genuine. The stout girl, heartbroken, wept inconsolably. Hand in hand, Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting resolutely left the village head's home, with the village head unwilling to take them in. They truly found themselves without a home. After a long journey, they arrived at Wangzai village. What is Wangzai village, you may ask? The village lives up to its name, with many children being born. A couple can have 5 to 10 children. Their capability for procreation is unrivaled in the world. The village's philosophy is that more children bring more blessings. Due to their remarkable ability to procreate, Wangzai village has transformed from a sparsely populated settlement into the most formidable village among all. Silly Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting arrived at Wangzai village and, enchanted by its picturesque landscape, contemplated making it their home. However, as fate would have it, misfortune struck. The couple found themselves without even a roof over their heads. And just as dark clouds gathered, a torrential downpour ensued. Silly Xiaoyao removed his coat to shield Bai Tingting from the rain, and the two sought refuge under the nearest eaves. The rain intensified, showing no signs of abating anytime soon. Welcome to Wangzai village. May I inquire what type of accommodation you two visitors require? Boomed a voice from within the hall. Out stepped a portly man, adorned with a gold chain thicker than a dog-ass collar. He stood at the entrance, scrutinizing the newcomers, and when his gaze landed on Bai Tingting, he appeared to radiate with a sudden intensity. Silly Xiaoyao instinctively positioned himself in front of her, stammering, "We are not tourists. We are." At a loss for words, Bai Tingting gracefully stepped forward, addressing the man, "Is this a small inn? How much do you charge for a night stay?" Upon finishing her inquiry, she removed a jade bracelet from her wrist and displayed it to the man. This jade bracelet is of superior quality. It could cover several days' worth of lodging, couldn't it? Truly splendid. Quite exquisite. Indeed a treasure. While the man spoke of the bracelet, his eyes were fixated on Bai Tingting, suggesting ulterior motives behind his words. With no money to their names and facing dire circumstances, Bai Tingting resorted to offering her jade bracelet as payment. The bracelet, being of high quality, held substantial value. However, the innkeeper appeared more captivated by Bai Tingting's beauty. With her fair complexion, delicate features, and alluring figure, she was undeniably enchanting, captivating all who beheld her with every move and word. The innkeeper, displaying unexpected generosity, declared, "When traveling, everyone encounters difficulties. Your arrival at our hot spring inn is serendipitous. Discussing finances may dampen our spirits. For now, you may stay here. Once you secure employment and receive your wages, you can repay me for your lodging. Absolutely no problem. 56 ethnicities, 56 flowers. We are all one family. In a family, we do not speak of separate households. So do come in. Don't let the rain drench you." The innkeeper was indeed a kind-hearted man, and Silly Xiaoyao, with his naive disposition, viewed him as genuinely benevolent. Yet, Bai Tingting was acutely aware that there is no such thing as a free lunch. The innkeeper's excessive eagerness and his lecherous glances made her uneasy. This was no place to linger. "Silly Xiaoyao, perhaps we should leave?" As she reached for his hand to depart, a flash of lightning suddenly illuminated the sky like a silver dragon twisting through the clouds, resembling a delicate blade splitting the heavens asunder. A deafening thunderclap followed, striking a nearby tree and bringing it crashing down, a truly alarming sight. Bai Tingting has harbored a profound fear of thunder and lightning since childhood, and at this moment, she found solace in the embrace of her oblivious partner, Xiaoyao. "My dear, let us remain here for the time being." With no other option, Bai Tingting reluctantly acquiesced. The young couple entered the inn, already drenched from the torrential rain. A yawn escaped her lips as a shiver coursed through her delicate frame. She had caught a chill. At that moment, the innkeeper's wife emerged. Resembling a landlady in both appearance and demeanor, her temperament even more akin to that of a stringent innkeeper. Upon noticing the downpour and the arrival of travelers, she greeted them with a condescending smile. "Welcome to our hot spring inn. We offer 3 tiers of accommodation: luxury, semi-luxury, and standard. Which would you prefer?" Just as Bai Tingting was about to respond, the male innkeeper pulled his wife aside for a hushed conversation. The exchange was a flurry of whispers, and, soon after, the innkeeper's wife glared at Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting with a look that was both incredulous and contemptuous. She chewed her cigarette and swallowed it whole, exclaiming loudly, "Absolutely not. We are in the business of hospitality, not charity. If you lack funds, you may leave." Without hesitation, Bai Tingting removed her jade bracelet from her wrist and handed it to the innkeeper's wife, saying, Will this allow us to stay for a few days? We shall depart once we secure a job that provides food and lodging. The landlady's keen eyes recognized the bracelet as a piece of fine jade. She knew that it could cover their stay for several days, if not a month. However, she feigned reluctance, stating, with 56 ethnicities, we are all one family. Given your plight, I suppose I can reluctantly accommodate you for a few days. But make haste to find work. Suddenly, the male innkeeper had a revelation and leaned toward his wife, suggesting, Dear, we recently dismissed 2 employees. Why not hire them? The innkeeper's wife, noticing the gleam of mischief in her husband's eyes, understood his ulterior motives. Jealousy surged within her, and she fiercely stepped on his foot, scolding. One glance at them tells me they are unsuitable. You lecherous old fool. Your intentions are as transparent as glass. The innkeeper winced in pain, vocalizing his discomfort. Xiaoyao, unwilling to let Bai Tingting labor alone, stepped forward and declared, What work is there? I can accomplish the tasks of 10 men. If I prove my worth, will that grant us a prolonged stay? Will you provide my lovely wife with good food, fine clothing, and comfortable lodgings? Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, the innkeeper and his wife, seasoned by their experiences with many guests, quickly discerned that he was somewhat naive, yet not to the extent of being utterly incompetent. How splendid, they thought, recognizing the potential to employ him for numerous tasks in exchange for mere sustenance, thereby avoiding the need for wages. The innkeeper's wife, suddenly changing her stance, remarked, Since you are willing to work, you may stay and give it a try. Out of pity, I will grant you this opportunity. You must cherish it. Were it not for the rain today, a multitude would undoubtedly be queuing for interviews for this position. Consider yourself fortunate. Bai Tingting, perceiving that the proprietors of the guest house were no simple folk and recognizing their exploitation of a naive Xiaoyao, interjected, Boss, hiring typically entails providing salary. How much can my husband earn while working for you? The innkeeper's wife, noticing the clarity and logic in her words, realized she could not deceive her and resorted to a dismissive response. In this day and age, the unemployment rate is exceedingly high. Having a stable job is already commendable. Do not harbor overly high expectations regarding salary. The probation period lasts 3 months, during which the monthly wage is merely 1,000 yuan. Should any mistakes occur during this trial, termination will ensue and no wages will be paid. You may decide for yourselves if you wish to proceed. This was nothing short of an outrageous stipulation. Bai Tingting opposed Xiaoyao as staying in such a place, which was even more stringent than her father Bai Yuntian's wine cellar in terms of employee treatment. However, given the torrential downpour, their departure today was impossible. And with the jade bracelet already claimed by the innkeeper's wife, it would be foolish not to stay. The innkeeper's wife guided them to a modest room. After she left, Bai Tingting shut the door and said to Xiaoyao, The conditions they proposed are excessively harsh and unfair. You must not accept this job. Xiaoyao, however, remained unfazed. Fear not, my dear. While I may be somewhat foolish, my 3 esteemed mentors often remind me that fools have their own kind of fortune. I firmly believe in this saying now. Bai Tingting, puzzled, inquired, Why do you believe this saying now? Because of you, my lovely wife. Despite my foolishness, I have been fortunate enough to marry such a beautiful woman as you. Does this not exemplify the fortune of fools? His words were undeniably charming, leaving Bai Tingting momentarily speechless. Her cheeks flushed, she playfully punched Xiaoyao's chest and chided, Oh, you rascal. Xiaoyao chuckled heartily. Meanwhile, the innkeeper eavesdropped at the door, mistakenly believing they had begun a more intimate conversation, and inwardly scoffed. Bah, what a foolish pig. How is it that such a splendid cabbage is being plowed by this dimwit? The next moment, his ear was seized painfully by his wife. You fool, what are you doing here? The innkeeper's wife yanked his ear with determination. You old man, unable to even guard your own small patch of land. Yet you aspire to expand your territory and forces? Go back to your own room this instant. With a swift kick, the innkeeper scurried back to his bedroom in a comedic manner. The innkeeper's wife, filled with envy and resentment, huffed coldly as she stormed back to chastise her husband. In the meantime, Bai Tingting, catching a chill, sneezed twice. It's a bit cold, she said, wrapping her arms around herself and shivering. Xiaoyao brought a dry towel to dry her damp hair and then embraced her, saying, "Is it warmer now?" This fool, possessing a pure yang constitution, radiated warmth akin to a cozy hearth. Nestled in his embrace, she truly felt comforted. "Are you feeling better now?" "Yes, much better." Thus, the fool remained motionless, embracing Bai Tingting throughout the night, fearful of disturbing her slumber. He even refrained from visiting the restroom, holding it in. Bai Tingting, nestled in his warm embrace, enjoyed a restful night. The next day, as dawn broke, the sun and rainbow danced in the sky. Bai Tingting awoke in the arms of the foolish Xiaoyao, who, still seated on the bed, remained oblivious with his eyes closed. Looking up at his handsome, chiseled face, she couldn't help but caress his cheek gently. The warm and fragrant beauty resting in his arms stirred no reaction. Indeed, he seemed quite foolish. Such a dashing man rendered silly was truly a pity, thought Bai Tingting with regret. Upon opening his eyes and noticing Bai Tingting had awakened, Xiaoyao exclaimed, "My lovely wife, you're finally awake. I can hardly hold it any longer." At his words, a blush swiftly spread across Bai Tingting's cheeks. It turned out the fool possessed some awareness. To her astonishment, Xiaoyao urgently released her, leaping from the bed and heading straight for the restroom. After holding it in all night, he could finally relieve himself. Bai Tingting then comprehended the true meaning behind Xiaoyao's words. Just as Xiaoyao emerged from the restroom, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. "Hey, are you awake? If you want to work, you must rise early. The sun is nearly up." It was the innkeeper, impatiently knocking, growing more frantic with each rap. Suddenly, the door swung open, and the innkeeper, having knocked in vain, stumbled forward and fell to the ground. "Boss, are you greeting us so ceremoniously this early in the morning?" Xiaoyao chuckled foolishly. "You fool," the innkeeper retorted, rising and preparing to scold Xiaoyao. However, Bai Tingting approached, and the innkeeper, eager to present his magnanimous side before the beauty, chose not to admonish Xiaoyao. "Come on, follow me. Your trial period begins now for 3 months." Xiaoyao obediently followed the innkeeper out of the room, reassuring Bai Tingting to stay in the room until he finished his work. The innkeeper led Xiaoyao to the basement and pointed at a massive boiler, instructing him, "From now on, your job is to stoke the boiler. Keep the fire blazing." Xiaoyao stared blankly at the enormous boiler, perplexed. "Boss, why must we stoke the boiler? Are we to learn the art of alchemy from the supreme Lord Laozi?" Truly a simpleton. Let me be frank with you. Our inn is a hot spring establishment. Many tourists come specifically for the hot springs. However, our Wangzai village, despite its favorable feng shui and blessings of fertility, lacks natural hot springs. We must stoke the furnace vigorously. The heat from the furnace warms the pool above, making it feel like soaking in a hot spring. Xiaoyao candidly replied, "Isn't that misleading? How can this be considered genuine? How could this be misleading? Our temperature matches that of a hot spring. Just focus on stoking the fire. Leave the rest to me. Were it not for your robust physique, I wouldn't even grant you the opportunity to stoke the boiler." In a moment of hesitation, the innkeeper used Bai Tingting's happiness as leverage. "Do you wish for your beautiful wife to enjoy a life of luxury? If so, simply tend to the boiler, and leave the rest to me." For the sake of Bai Tingting, the foolish Xiaoyao nodded in agreement. From that moment forth, he took on the responsibility of stoking the fire, neglecting all other matters. On this day, numerous officials arrived in Wangzai village. Renowned for its favorable feng shui and abundant blessings of children, the village had become a sought-after destination, turning it into a hotspot for social media. Thus, the hot spring came into existence. In this modern era, characterized by declining marriage and birth rates, Wangzai village emerged as a model for communities nationwide. City and provincial leaders, alongside fertility experts, visited the village to present awards for childbirth. Naturally, the village head was eager to warmly host these dignitaries. Yet, these so-called leaders spent their days in air-conditioned offices, engrossed in their phones, neglecting the welfare of the populace, merely engaging in superficial gestures. Behind the scenes, they indulged in corruption, siphoning off public resources. Their visit to Wangzai village, ostensibly to bestow fertility awards, was in reality a guise for personal gain. After a lavish banquet honoring them, the village head led the officials to the hot spring inn. Here in Wangzai village, blessed with exceptional talent and abundant offspring, we also boast hot springs, making it a sanctuary for social media influencers. The village head proudly proclaimed. Secretary Zhang, with a feigned smile, inquired, "Can this hot spring water withstand scrutiny from our relevant departments for quality testing? Will this social media hotspot endure the oversight of the Urban Management Bureau?" The village head, upon hearing this, was drenched in sweat and hastily interjected, I understand. Wangzai village owes its success to our esteemed leaders. Thank you for your hard work. The villagers should prepare a grand gift for our leaders." Secretary Zhang feigned reluctance, stating, "Oh no, we officials must remain above reproach. Corruption and bribery are unacceptable. Village head, please refrain from offering us anything directly," implicitly suggesting that if it cannot be direct, it must be indirect. Although the village head held a minor position, he was well versed in the intricacies of bureaucratic conduct. I understand, rest assured, esteemed leaders. The village head is quite astute. With such leadership, Wangzai village shall surely prosper and gain the attention of higher authorities. The village head beamed with pride. The vehicle soon arrived at the hot spring inn, where the innkeepers had been alerted in advance. The couple, along with their entire staff, formed an orderly line to warmly welcome the dignitaries. Of course, the foolish Xiaoyao, tasked with stoking the boiler, remained hidden away and did not partake in the welcoming ceremony. Today, the hot spring must be heated to perfection, a blistering 31 degrees. As the corrupt officials entered the hot spring and amidst the enthusiastic welcome, they were greeted by a picturesque setting. Nestled by the mountains and waters, the inn featured an open-air pool with private sections ideal for couples, as well as communal areas suitable for corporate gatherings. The innkeepers guided them to the most exquisite spot at the outdoor pool, surrounded by charming antiquity and delightful scenery. The couple who owned the inn greeted the leaders with exaggerated flattery, eagerly asking if there was anything they could assist with. The village chief of Wangzai village exchanged a knowing glance with the innkeepers, signaling them to step aside. To their astonishment, after a brief moment, the chief emerged from the hot spring, visibly anxious, to confront the innkeepers. What a predicament! Today, with the leaders in attendance, why is the hot spring underperforming? The innkeepers exchanged bewildered looks, pondering if the hot spring had transformed into an ice-cold plunge. The chief furrowed his brow. Not exactly. I believe it feels quite similar to my previous experiences. However, those leaders have visited the land of cherry blossoms before. They claimed the hot springs there were truly delightful, leaving one feeling utterly rejuvenated. Here, the temperature fluctuates, akin to bathing with a water heater. The innkeepers quickly realized that the culprit was their boiler, which was not operating efficiently. Do not fret, chief. Due to geographical differences, the experience of the hot springs can vary. Just continue enjoying your soak. Perhaps the leaders will soon find it satisfactory. After reassuring the chief, the innkeeper stealthily descended to the basement to investigate. Indeed, the boiler was sputtering intermittently, causing the temperature of the hot spring to oscillate between hot and cold. Oh dear, you must stoke the fire vigorously. We have a distinguished group of officials above. Do not falter at such a critical moment. If the experience is unsatisfactory, I shall send you and your wife packing, leaving you homeless. The simple-minded worker pointed to the firewood, explaining, the wood delivered today is damp and hard to ignite. True, it rained heavily yesterday, the innkeeper acknowledged, but he was not one to tolerate excuses. I do not care for the reasons. Just burn it with all your might. Do not pause for even a moment. Burn, burn, burn. The worker attempted to speak, but the innkeeper cut him off. No excuses. No slacking. Just remember this. As long as it doesn't extinguish, burn it to the maximum. The worker understood the directive clearly. Once the innkeeper had imparted his instructions, he hastily left the cellar, and the worker diligently stoked the boiler. Regardless of the dampness of the firewood, he employed the fiery techniques taught by his master, conjuring intense heat, drying the wet wood in the process. With a surge of internal energy, he ignited the fire within the boiler, intensifying it beyond the flames of the truest fire. Meanwhile, the greedy officials in the hot spring continued to soak, laughing and chatting, oblivious to the impending danger. This was a classic case of boiling frogs. By the time the temperature reached a perilous level, it would be too late. The flames in the basement blazed ever brighter. The worker decided to unleash a more ferocious technique, the dragon fire, its power surging like a fire dragon, twisting and roaring. Suddenly, the hot spring erupted with bubbling heat. Scalding hot. It was said that a dead pig would not fear boiling water. At this moment, even a lifeless pig would be cooked through. What is happening? Why is it suddenly so hot? Secretary Zhang felt a sudden sharp pain in his lower abdomen from the scalding water and was determined to flee to the shore. However, stepping into the hot spring felt akin to stepping on the fiery peaks of a volcano, compelling him to grit his teeth and swim forward. Mayor Bai and Deputy Secretary Zhang were not as fortunate. Being non-swimmers, they dared not set foot in the scalding water, their bodies drenched in cold sweat from the heat. Lamenting their plight, "Help! Someone save me!" The village chief, having made it ashore, was now forced to plunge back into the hot water to rescue others. If he failed to act, Secretary Zhang would surely retaliate against him. But should he succeed, perhaps the leaders would show him leniency afterward. Yet, as he prepared to step in, he recoiled, exclaiming, "Goodness! The temperature is unbearable. I can't save anyone. Where's the owner of the inn?" The village chief rushed to locate the proprietor. After assessing the situation, the innkeeper's wife and her staff devised a plan to rescue the stranded leaders. While the innkeeper dashed to the basement to confront the foolish Xiaoyao. "You fool, stop stoking the fire. If it continues, they'll end up as spicy hot pot." The innkeeper, panting heavily, restrained Xiaoyao, fearing that should the leaders demand accountability later, he would crumble under the pressure. He clutched Xiaoyao's hand tightly, dragging him along to the scene, hoping to push him forward as a scapegoat when the time came for inquiries. At this moment, nearly everyone in the inn had gathered by the hot spring, where even the ground felt as if it could roast sweet potatoes. The scene within the hot spring was more alarming. With frantic efforts, the crowd worked together to pull the leaders from the boiling water. Bare and crimson from the heat, their cries of despair were almost unbearable to witness. Secretary Zhang, being a proficient swimmer, was the first to escape and now commanded authority. "Village chief, come out and explain yourself." The village chief emerged, disheveled and covered in mud, only to be kicked back into the hot spring by Secretary Zhang. The village chief thrashed about in the scalding water, joking with a bit of cilantro and pepper. "I could be a hot pot dish. Clear the way." A voice called out from the crowd, and everyone parted to make room for Xiaoyao, who rushed in wielding a long bamboo pole. He planted the pole beside the hot spring, gripping it firmly. With one hand, he leveraged its curvature, while the other swiftly reached into the water to rescue individuals. In that moment, his movements were fluid and seamless, and he effortlessly pulled the village chief out with remarkable speed. "The lower half is severely scorched. We must amputate." "No. If you do that, how will I retain my dignity as a man?" The village chief cried out in dismay. "Quick, call for an ambulance." Xiaoyao knelt down, inspecting the injuries closely. "No need for an ambulance. I can treat you." The village chief was uncertain whether this stranger could truly heal him. Yet he feared that if he went to the hospital, his reputation would become fodder for gossip. Other leaders, also suffering severe burns, reasoned that if Xiaoyao could treat the village chief's injuries, then surely he could address theirs as well. Thus, they decided against going to the hospital, wishing to avoid the media frenzy that would likely ensue and tarnish their reputations. After all, they are officials, and officials value their reputation. However, the next words uttered by the foolish Xiaoyao sent them into a state of shock. With such a degree of burns, the only remedy is amputation. A dead horse is better than a live one. The few corrupt officials were rendered faint by Xiaoyao's proclamation. Only Secretary Zhang, whose burns were less severe, touched his body and secretly rejoiced at his quick escape. This Secretary Zhang was quite astute. At this moment, he was weighing whether or not to go to the hospital. If he did, with so many leaders sustaining burns to their lower bodies simultaneously, the truth would eventually come to light. Should the media exaggerate the incident, it could attract unwelcome attention from higher authorities, potentially exposing their illicit deeds. That would be disastrous. No, going to the hospital was absolutely out of the question. They would have to treat it as a dead horse. After considerable deliberation, Secretary Zhang commanded Xiaoyao, "Let us proceed, as this young man suggests." With Secretary Zhang's endorsement, the innkeeper and his wife, along with their employees, dared not utter a word of dissent and could only comply, preparing the surgical instruments with fervor. The procedure was conducted in a spacious room, with Secretary Zhang overseeing the proceedings. The innkeeper and his wife, fully aware of Xiaoyao's naivety, dared not speak up against Secretary Zhang. They found themselves in a precarious position, unable to retreat, and could only take it one step at a time. On the table lay an array of surgical instruments, large knives, small knives, and sharp blades, all present, thick needles, thin needles, and silver needles, all accounted for, alcohol, gauze, cotton swabs, and bandages, everything was in order. Secretary Zhang timidly inquired, "Young man, is this technique inherited from your ancestors? Did they perhaps perform such tasks for the eunuchs in the palace?" Xiaoyao honestly shook his head. Secretary Zhang swallowed hard and cautiously probed further. "Then you must be the village's inept doctor, right? Surely, you have some surgical experience?" Xiaoyao again shook his head, indicating, "I am not even the village's inept doctor. I have never performed such a procedure before today. This is my first time." Secretary Zhang felt his legs weaken, and the innkeeper quickly supported him, offering reassurance. "Secretary Zhang, let us treat it as a dead horse." Xiaoyao chimed in, "Exactly, a dead horse is better than a live one. I once performed a similar procedure on a nearly lifeless horse atop Yunna Peak. It had been bitten by a venomous snake, and after I amputated the affected area and treated it, the horse bounced back to life." Secretary Zhang gasped in horror. "This is unacceptable. Let us not proceed. Rest assured, the difference between humans and animals is minimal. If I can operate on animals, I can certainly operate on humans." Left in a state of confusion, Secretary Zhang reluctantly allowed Xiaoyao to continue. However, surgery requires anesthesia. Now that all was prepared, what could they do about the anesthetic? Xiaoyao then requested the innkeeper and his team to assist him in binding the leaders while they were still unconscious, to prevent any thrashing during the procedure that might hinder his progress. "Let us commence with the village chief, for he bears the most grievous burns." The foolish and carefree one, armed with a knife, struck swiftly and decisively, causing blood to splatter. The village chief, in excruciating pain, awakened with a deafening cry that resounded through the air, startling the nearby, corrupt officials from their slumber. Upon witnessing the sharp blade in the hands of the foolish one, slicing into the chief's flesh, their faces turned ashen, and they instinctively sought to flee, only to realize they were tightly bound and immobile. "Please, I beg you, can't you administer some anesthetic? This torment is unbearable." After several anguished cries, the foolish one delivered a resounding slap, rendering the chief unconscious. "My apologies, chief, but there is no anesthetic. I must resort to this method to put you to sleep." Once the chief was subdued, an eerie silence enveloped the room, thick and oppressive, as if the very air were taut. The only sound was the rhythmic thumping of hearts. With a sickening pop, blood erupted from the chief's wounds once more, a sight too harrowing to behold. After a while, the foolish one finished bandaging the chief's injuries and turned to face another corrupt official, Mayor Bai. Terrified, Mayor Bai stammered, "Please, I implore you, spare me. Whatever you desire, I shall comply, as long as you refrain from wielding that knife upon me." The foolish one replied earnestly, "It is imperative that I do so. Otherwise, the burns will fester and deteriorate, leading to dire consequences. Fear not. If you dread the pain, I shall simply slap you into unconsciousness as well." With that, he struck the mayor, but to no avail. The mayor remained conscious. Thus, the foolish one continued to deliver several more slaps until, at last, Mayor Bai succumbed to slumber. Without delay, the foolish one commenced the surgical procedure. Hours passed, and drenched in sweat, he finally completed the operations. After a time, the officials regained consciousness and, upon inspecting their bodies, wept as if mourning their very kin. "Wretched creature, how could one so casually sever flesh?" They lamented. "Alas, I shall be scorned by even the lowest of creatures. What a calamity! Just last week I divorced." and now my newlywed wife shall be left in solitude." The foolish one scratched his head in confusion, unable to comprehend their sorrow. "What is the cause of this lamentation?" "It was merely a bit of charred skin that was removed. My master taught me that a true man sheds blood, but not tears." Upon hearing this, the weeping abruptly ceased, and they gingerly prodded their bodies, relieved to find everything intact. It was but a false alarm. They had feared the worst. In that moment, Secretary Zhang realized that the foolish one had merely excised the burned skin, applying a concoction of crushed herbs to the wounds, which served to promote healing and regeneration. What a needless scare! Suddenly, they remembered the need to confront the proprietors of the hot spring inn and demand accountability. The couple who owned the hot spring inn now realized that imminent disaster loomed over them, just as they were about to blame the naive Xiaoyao. Secretary Zhang denied them an opportunity to speak, directly citing mismanagement that posed a danger to consumers as the reason for their arrest. In a twist of fate, Xiaoyao emerged as a hero, garnering admiration from the leaders. After a discussion among the officials, a decision was reached. Henceforth, the hot spring inn would be under his management. Starting today, he was to be the proprietor. "Village chief, please attend to the subsequent ownership and operational matters to assist this young brother." "Is that true? Is this place really going to be mine?" he exclaimed, overjoyed. "Wonderful. My lovely wife will no longer have to wander aimlessly. We finally have a place to call home." Ecstatic, Xiaoyao rushed to share the good news with his beautiful wife. As Xiaoyao led by Ting out of the inn's room, the greedy officials and the village chief were left speechless, unable to tear their eyes away. A couple united in purpose can achieve great things. Such breathtaking beauty stood before them, surpassing even the renowned beauties of legend, captivating the village chief to the point of drooling, while the officials nearly lost their composure. Xiaoyao approached them, hand in hand with Bai Ting, making introductions. "My lovely wife, these are the leaders. And leaders, this is my charming wife." With this presentation, the greedy officials were engulfed in envy and jealousy. Over the years, many beautiful women had sought affection from the city officials, yet none possessed the enchanting allure of the woman before them. During the evening's banquet, although the leaders sat with flattering courtesans, the disparity between them and Bai Ting was stark. The officials, feeling discontented, found their meals tasteless. Observing their discontent, the village chief, eager to curry favor with the leaders, proposed a rather inappropriate idea. Why not have that exquisite lady serve tea and refreshments for the leaders today? This suggestion was met with enthusiasm, but Xiaoyao had already introduced her as his wife, leaving the leaders feeling a chill of disappointment. Secretary Zhang, with a tinge of bitterness, remarked, "Look at that fool. He has truly struck gold by marrying such a mesmerizing beauty. It's astonishing. Now I understand the saying about a flower blossoming amid stone." As Secretary Zhang reminisced about the stunning encounter with Bai Ting, he stroked his stubbled chin, his expression darkening as he subtly hinted to the village chief, "If that fool ever finds himself in trouble and ends up in prison, that pitiful beauty will be left in solitude. Should that happen, you must inform me at once. As a leader, it is my duty to empathize with the plight of the people." Other leaders conspiratorially chimed in, "And us as well. Village chief, do remember to notify us." The village chief of Wangzai village, lacking in other skills, excelled in reading people's expressions, assessing situations, strategizing, and flattering others. He immediately grasped the situation and vowed with utmost sincerity, "Rest assured, leaders, I will inform you at the earliest opportunity." The young man appeared somewhat dazed. Clearly not the brightest. Such individuals are prone to mistakes, and upon error, I shall report him to the authorities. Let him languish in prison. Secretary Zhang interjected, "Ahem, village chief. As the leader of a village, you must choose your words carefully and refrain from speaking indiscriminately. What do you mean by letting him rot in jail? Do not speak thoughtlessly." The village chief, smiling in flattery, slapped himself lightly and responded, "Yes, yes, yes. Secretary Zhang's guidance is invaluable. I shall remember it well." After graciously hosting the leaders, they returned, awaiting good news. The village chief now needed to devise a plan to deal with the foolish Xiaoyao. However, outwardly, he still had to offer him some benefits, as he had saved the lives of the leaders. With the village chief's assistance, The operators of the hot spring and had transformed into Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting. Yet, given Xiaoyao's current intellectual capacity, he was oblivious to the intricacies of business. Fortunately, Bai Tingting, being well-educated and exceptionally astute, found managing the unmanageable task. However, upon discovering that the hot spring was not a true natural spring, but rather heated by an underground boiler, she resolutely decided against continuing the inn's theme centered around the hot spring. To build a lasting business, one must adhere to the principle of integrity. She aimed for honest management and discussed with Xiaoyao, "This inn's hot spring is not genuine, and it will inevitably be exposed, even if it does not come to light. Profiting through deception is not a sustainable business strategy. Xiaoyao, I can brew wine, and you can heal. Why not join forces to create medicinal wine instead? Let's transform the hot spring inn into a medicinal wine inn. Visitors will not only savor exquisite wines, but can also receive recommendations for different medicinal wines tailored to their specific health conditions. I will handle the brewing, and you will manage the herbal formulas. United in purpose, we can surely make this new venture flourish." Xiaoyao found her words profoundly reasonable, nodding repeatedly. "My clever wife is truly remarkable. Let us proceed as she suggests." Thus, they set to work, retaining the original staff of the inn to assist the new proprietors. The former boiler room in the cellar was transformed into a wine cellar, where various medicinal wines were crafted. Initially, business was slow, and even the previous clientele who frequented the hot spring felt averse to the sudden change to a medicinal wine inn. To retain them, Bai Tingting charged only for their accommodation, offering the medicinal wine as a complimentary tasting. As the saying goes, good wine fears no deep alley. Bai Tingting had possessed a talent for brewing since childhood. The exquisite wines she produced were as captivating as her appearance, always enchanting those who tasted them. Moreover, the wines infused with herbs collected by Xiaoyao from the mountains could alleviate ailments. Men with backaches found relief after drinking it, and those troubled by frequent nighttime urination found their troubles diminished. The soft-shell crabmen transformed into robust lobsters upon consumption. Women with irregular menstrual cycles found their periods punctual to a frightening degree after partaking. Those grappling with infertility experienced signs of life in their wombs by the following month. Elderly individuals, frail as threads, regained vitality within a day. This medicinal wine at the inn not only tasted exquisitely like nectar, but also possessed the ability to remedy various ailments. Gradually, its reputation spread, and soon, the entire Wangzai village, along with neighboring hamlets, became aware of this renowned medicinal wine inn. Customers flocked in increasing numbers, transitioning from a desolate beginning to a situation where reservations were required a week in advance. Secretary Zhang, waiting with bated breath for the foolish Xiaoyao to be imprisoned and put to work on a sewing machine, found each passing day devoid of news from the village head. Zhang's impatience mounted, leading him to call and press. "Village head, do you no longer wish to be this minuscule official? You squander your days idly, accomplishing nothing of substance." The village head was acutely aware of Zhang's veiled insinuations. Internally cursing Zhang 1,000 times, he responded obsequiously, "Secretary Zhang, please do not fret. I am indeed considering options." That fool truly seemed to possess a charmed fate. The hot spring inn we originally assigned him has since been transformed into a medicinal wine establishment. Flourishing in business within less than a year, Zhang gritted his teeth. "This village head, here lies your folly. A simpleton like him is bound to err. How could you allow him to thrive day by day? You have 1 month to procure evidence of his mistakes and send him to prison to toil on that sewing machine. Failing that, you shall take his place." The sole single man of Wangzai village yearned to find a partner. Under Zhang's threat, the village head was compelled to accelerate his efforts. As he wandered, his mind buzzing with ideas, he found himself straying into a dense thicket. This forest, impenetrable by daylight, emanated in eerie darkness. How'd I end up in this wretched place? As he contemplated retreating, he suddenly spotted several shadowy figures writhing in the distance. Hastily, he concealed himself among the foliage and focused his gaze. Those figures were capturing numerous children who appeared to be entranced. The shadows busily stuffed the children into large burlap sacks. These were the children of Wangzai village. Instinctively, the village head yearned to leap out and confront the assailants. But he was alone against a multitude, an endeavor as futile as a fragile egg against a stone. Moreover, Wangzai village's fertility was unparalleled. A couple could bear 10 or 8 children. Throughout the year, many were lost, drowned, or fell victim to accidents. To sacrifice his life for a few children from Wangzai village would be an unworthy exchange. Thus, the village head prudently chose to remain silent and concealed, allowing the shadowy figures to abduct the children of Wangzai village. As the group of shadowy figures vanished from the village chief's sight, a cunning idea suddenly struck him. Fool! I've devised a splendid plan to send you to prison to work the sewing machine. From now on, your little darling will be taken care of by Secretary Zhang and his companions. The village chief chuckled maliciously and rose to seek out the bachelor, Zhuzi. Zhuzi was the only single man in Wangzai village. Observing the villagers paired off and surrounded by children, he lamented his fate day in and day out, drowning his sorrows in drink. The village chief made a beeline for Zhuzi's home. Zhuzi, are you home? Upon hearing the village chief's voice, Zhuzi's anger flared. The last time the chief introduced him to a woman from the neighboring Taohua village named Xiaoyao, Zhuzi was still avoiding her. He stormed out, grabbing the chief and dragging him into his house. Chief, you are shamelessly taking advantage of me for your introduction fee. You said Xiaoyao stood at a perfect height of 1.65 meters. When I met her, I realized she only reaches that height when she jumps. The village chief retorted defiantly. Isn't that sufficient? Brevity is the soul of wit. What good is a tall girl? If you desire a tall partner, why not marry a giraffe? Bah, enough of that. Didn't you say she was a rich second generation? Zhuzi spat angrily. That wretched girl is drowning in high-interest debt and asked if we could pay it off together after marriage. The village chief cunningly replied, I have always said she is a negative second generation, as in the negative of wealth. You misheard it as affluent. Is it my fault? To Zhuzi's dismay, he had more grievances to voice. I later heard that Xiaoyao cursed her grandmother to death upon birth, and subsequently her father. Her fate is truly unfortunate. She brings misfortune. The village chief, ever unyielding, declared, Young man, broaden your perspective. What is so terrifying about bringing misfortune? Go buy a pair of Nikes in town. Take a loan from the bank for a Buick, and no matter how ill-fated she is, she cannot bring you down. For heaven's sake, stop being so picky and seize the chance to find a partner. You are the last remaining bachelor in Wangzai village. On Valentine's Day, I might as well dig you a hole in the ground. Your contemporaries are already raising children, while you remain single. Failing to contribute to Wangzai village's birth rate makes you a villain, disloyal, unfilial, and unjust. You have brought shame upon our entire village. Zhuzi, overwhelmed by the village chief's tirade, was driven to tears, crouching on the ground with his face in his hands. Do not cry, do not cry. The chief has watched you grow up. How could I not care for you? I have come bearing good news. Zhuzi's sobs abruptly ceased. What good news? Are you introducing me to another woman? Is this one reliable? If not, I might just dig up your ancestral grave, chief or no chief. This time, it is truly dependable. She's from out of town, seeking a living here. They tread upon our land. We have the advantage of time and place. The chief continued, I must tell you, this girl is more enchanting than the moon goddess herself. Zhuzi's eyes sparkle with hope. Is there truly such a beautiful woman? Would she ever consider me? The village chief stamped his foot in frustration. What a twist of fate. She ended up marrying a fool. How could she possibly overlook someone as dashing and elegant as you? A remarkable figure with an extraordinary presence. As the village chief, I cannot bear to see such a beautiful flower wilted amidst the muck. If she must be placed somewhere, let it be upon the fragrant soil that you represent. Do you not agree? Flattered by the chief's praises, Zhuzi momentarily lost himself in the notion of being a captivating gentleman, nodding vigorously, indeed, indeed. Yet moments later, a frown creased his brow as he pondered, but they seem like a perfect couple. How can I intrude? The village chief leaned in closer, whispering conspiratorially. Zhuzi's expression became one of complexity, tinged with hesitation. Is this truly necessary? It seems rather inappropriate. Perhaps I should refrain. This could be illegal. The chief, frustrated by Zhuzi's reluctance, kicked him playfully and dragged him towards the medicinal wine and under the pretense of purchasing some liquor. Thus, they successfully encountered Bai Tingting. At that moment, Zhuzi's mouth watered, and he struggled to swallow. It appeared the chief's introduction was indeed credible, a true beauty. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao, holding a ledger, approached Bai Tingting with inquiries, appearing somewhat dazed. Bai Tingting intentionally assigned him the task of managing accounts. Although it troubled him, she persistently encouraged his development. For her sake, Xiaoyao braved the challenges. Bai Tingting patiently and gently guided him through the calculations. Zhuzi, watching this exchange, was consumed by envy and frustration. Realizing the truth in the chief's words, a flower had indeed been placed amidst the muck. After purchasing a bottle of medicinal wine, Zhuzi became increasingly agitated. The chief gestured towards the liquor, exclaiming, "The exquisite wine crafted by that lovely maiden is truly delightful. They say a single sip can elevate one to ethereal heights. You must try it and savor the experience." Zhuzi remained silent, his heart tumultuous. The chief encouraged him further. "Zhuzi, follow my plan. Soon, this enchanting beauty will be yours. Just imagine a long, tranquil night with such a charming companion by your side." Before the chief could finish his thought, Zhuzi, filled with excitement, resolved, "I will do it. I will follow the chief's plan." Upon meeting Bai Tingting, he could no longer restrain his desires. Zhuzi, eager and impatient, implored the chief, "What brilliant scheme do you have to win the affection of that lovely maiden?" The chief, pulling him aside, whispered enticingly, "I have an excellent idea that could land Xiaoyao in prison. If he were incarcerated, the lovely maiden would be left alone through the long nights, longing for warmth just like yours." Zhuzi, spurred on by the chief's words, urged him to reveal the cunning plan. The following day, a number of parents rushed to find the village chief. "Chief, my child is missing. Chief, my child is also gone." The village chief, with a sense of urgency, instructed to broadcast a message from the radio station, calling upon anyone who had found their missing children to return them promptly. He was already aware of the sinister circumstances surrounding the disappearances. Some of the children had indeed been abducted by shadowy figures, while others had fallen prey to his nefarious schemes. Presenting himself with the gravitas befitting his position, the chief sought to reassure the villagers. "Fear not, for in Wangzai village, children often wander off in groups to play, and I shall promptly relay your concerns over the airwaves." The villagers, grateful for his responsiveness, felt a glimmer of hope. However, as time elapsed and the broadcast continued without any sign of the children, anxiety began to mount. Villagers flocked to the chief, exclaiming, "Chief, this is dire. The children are truly missing. It has been so long. Could they have been taken by human traffickers?" The atmosphere grew tense, with wild speculations circulating among the populace. At last, the chief spoke, "Let us not frighten ourselves further. I urge all villagers to conduct a thorough search of the entire village." Without delay, the villagers sprang into action, banding together to scour every corner for the missing children. They turned over nearly every stone in the village, yet still found no trace. "Surely, they must have been abducted by traffickers. Chief, we must alert the authorities. What if they are taken for organ harvesting?" One villager cried out, distraught. The chief cast a knowing glance at Zhuzi, who understood the unspoken cue and stepped forward to address the crowd. "There is still one location we have yet to search. The medicinal wine inn." A villager immediately countered, "That's impossible. The children cannot drink alcohol. Besides, the inn's walls are too high for playful children to climb over." Zhuzi, however, pondered aloud. While the children may not be able to scale the walls, what if someone has forcibly taken them inside? He continued, "The inn is run by outsiders, and we know nothing of their background. I have seen on television how unscrupulous merchants exploit children to produce medicinal wine, even extracting organs for the brew. How else could the concoction be so potent, claiming to cure all ailments?" His alarming assertions sent ripples of fear through the crowd. Yet, some villagers with a clearer perspective raised doubts. "They've been brewing this medicinal wine for some time. Our children just went missing a day or two ago. If they had indeed been captured for this purpose, they would have been taken long before now." Zhuzi, adhering to the lines prepared by the chief, responded, "What is so perplexing? It's possible they had previously abducted many children elsewhere and brewed their illicit potions. Now, they have relocated here like guerrilla fighters to evade law enforcement. If they have taken our village's children, who knows where they might send them next after steeping them in their vile concoctions. But this remains mere speculation. We must seek evidence. Shall we not investigate? The conjecture regarding the pillar is not without merit. We have scoured every other location, and it is imperative that we also search the medicinal wine inn. Indeed, let us investigate the wine cellar, for only then will we be convinced. The villagers' sentiments have been stirred, and searching the medicinal wine inn has become an inevitable course of action. Led by the able-bodied, the villagers advanced towards the inn with fervor. Their fervent demeanor frightened away many tourists, while some remained, eager for the spectacle. The situation was spiraling out of control, and before Bai Tingting and the foolish Xiaoyao could grasp the unfolding events, they were being compelled to open the wine cellar. The wine cellar is not a place to which outsiders can freely enter and exit. Many processes involved in brewing the medicinal wine occur within. With so many people present, one must wonder if they intend to plagiarize or to cause chaos. Bai Tingting, remaining vigilant, resolutely barred their entry into the cellar. Some villagers, in a state of heightened agitation, directly accused Bai Tingting and Xiaoyao of wrongdoing. Humph, fellow villagers, consider this carefully. They are clearly guilty and dare not let us search the wine cellar. Yes, guilty indeed. If they refuse us entry, we shall force our way in. The scene erupted into chaos as the villagers brandished their tools, intent on breaking down the cellar door. Xiaoyao was on the verge of using his inner strength to thwart their reckless actions when Bai Tingting intervened. Xiaoyao, do not act impulsively. If you harm them, the situation will become even more convoluted. They will surely believe us to be guilty. Let them search. The innocent shall clear their names. Moments later, they broke through the door and stormed into the underground cellar. They expected to find nothing of consequence and to recognize the folly of their actions. However, unexpectedly, cries of a child echoed from the depths of the cellar. I hear my son. Where are you, my child? Father is here to find you. Following the sound of the child's cries, the villagers quickly discovered a handful of their children within the cellar, bound and gagged. Filled with righteous indignation, the villagers hastily untied the children and sought out other missing ones, yet they were nowhere to be found. Bai Tingting and Xiaoyao entered the cellar, still perplexed by what had transpired. They heard someone vehemently berating them. You heartless brutes, worse than pigs and dogs. How could you so cruelly harm such innocent children? What on earth had occurred? How had these children ended up in the wine cellar? Bai Tingting was equally baffled. Still attempting to feign ignorance. You are clearly playing the fool. Yes, release the other children to us. Let them go. The villagers, in a state of agitation, shouted with voices that could reverberate throughout the cellar. Bai Tingting stepped forward to explain, Everyone, please calm down. Let us sort through this matter. Before she could finish, an exceptionally agitated villager lunged forward to strike her, but fortunately, Xiaoyao swiftly shielded his wife. You heartless couple intend to use children's organs to brew wine. This is utterly monstrous, a transgression against all morality. Let's kill them. Kill them. Kill them. The villagers, filled with righteous indignation, clamored for the demise of the foolish Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting. If you do not confess, we shall subject your wife to 1,000 tortures. The villagers' fury had erupted, leaving no room for explanations from Xiaoyao and Tingting. Armed with makeshift weapons, they demanded of the unscrupulous owner, hand over the remaining children, or we shall bury you both in the wine cellar. Return our children. Return our children. The cries of vengeance grew increasingly thunderous. Xiaoyao spoke candidly. What children? We have no idea how these few children came to be here, nor do we know anything about the others. Pillars stirred the villagers' emotions further, declaring, This is nothing but a feeble excuse. Fellow villagers, the other children must have been relocated to unknown wine cellars. Or perhaps their organs have been harvested and they buried underground, rendered useless. No, I will fight for my child. The parents, having lost their children, had completely lost their sanity, brandishing their weapons and ready to clash with Xiaoyao and Tingting. Even if the entire village united against him, they would still be no match for Xiaoyao. Just as he was about to muster his strength to resist the mob, Bai Tingting intervened. Xiaoyao, we cannot harm them. If we kill them, We shall never cleanse our names. While shielding his wife from their wrath, Xiaoyao replied, "But they are mad, offering us no chance to explain. Then we must find evidence to prove our innocence." Tingting insisted. Seizing the moment, the village chief stepped forward, his voice booming, "Calm down, everyone. Remain calm." His authority was palpable. With a single command, he managed to quell the villagers' grief-stricken fury. However, a heartbroken mother knelt and sobbed, "Chief, if you do not seek justice for us, I shall die before you. Rise, rise. As your village chief, it is my duty to serve Wangzai village with unwavering dedication. I shall administer justice without bias." The chief's words were profoundly moving. Had Pillar not been aware of the chief's scheme, even he might have been moved to tears. "The chief will advocate for you. Your children are as dear to him as his own. However, we must remain calm. The law of the land exists, and rules govern our households. They have committed an offense and must face the consequences, but we cannot resort to violence against them, or we will bear the weight of murder upon our souls. Rest assured, I have already contacted the authorities, and they will arrive shortly." Indeed, within moments, law enforcement arrived swiftly. After a brief investigation, they arrested Xiaoyao and Tingting, along with the chief and several key witnesses, taking them to the legal institution. Within the confines of the legal establishment, no matter the interrogation or even the threat of harsh punishment, Xiaoyao remained steadfast, showing that coercion would not break him. The law enforcement officers, employing severe interrogation tactics, informed the village head of the situation. The village head devised a cunning plan. He instructed the officers to frighten by Tingting in her interrogation room until she wept, then to use the recorded cries to intimidate the simple-minded Xiaoyao in his own room. This strategy proved effective. Upon hearing his beloved wife weeping so sorrowfully, Xiaoyao's heart ached with an unbearable pain. "Xiaoyao, is it? Will you confess or not? If you refuse, we will bring forth venomous snakes, centipedes, and maggots to torment your wife. Just imagine her delicate skin. Would she not be utterly terrified?" Xiaoyao shook his head vigorously. "How can you treat us this way? Those children have gone missing. Yet instead of solving the case, you resort to coercing innocent individuals? How dare you question our law enforcement capabilities?" The officers, having been bribed by Secretary Zhang, colluded with the village head, determined to frame Xiaoyao and imprison him. One officer jabbed an electric baton into Xiaoyao's abdomen, coldly threatening, "Will you confess or not? If you refuse, I shall inflict 1,000 tortures upon your wife, tormenting her until she wishes for death, yet cannot find it." Fury surged within Xiaoyao, his eyes ablaze with a destructive intent. Clenching his fists, he could easily break free from the restraints binding him to the chair. But he recalled by Tingting's countless warnings to remain calm. Despite his unparalleled martial prowess, he understood the necessity of proving his innocence. He could not resort to annihilating all who misunderstood him. If he did, not only the corrupt officers but the entire village of Wangzai would face devastation. Bai Tingting was right. He must find evidence to prove his innocence and seek justice while bringing the true culprits to account. Yet in this moment, he had no choice but to concede to their demands. Otherwise, they would shamelessly bully a defenseless woman. For by Tingting's sake, Xiaoyao bore all the blame. "I confess. It was all my doing, and my wife had no knowledge of it. Please release her." Finally, he had admitted guilt. The officers sighed in relief, under Secretary Zhang's pressure. They had been compelled to extract a confession from this fool. Now, they had the required admission. Xiaoyao was deemed guilty and sent to prison, awaiting sentencing. Consequently, Bai Tingting was released, all part of the village head's meticulous orchestration. This outcome delighted the corrupt officials above, who were preparing to visit the village to console the grieving women. Among them, the pawn who had been manipulated, Zhuzi, was also elated. This fool truly believed the village head was concerned about his romantic endeavors. He thought that with the matter settled, he could approach Bai Tingting without fear. As night fell, the medicinal wine inn fell into a profound silence. With Xiaoyao in prison, Bai Tingting, in a state of anxious desperation, sought evidence, having no time to manage the inn. The employees have all been dismissed with their wages. At this moment, Bai Tingting is in the wine cellar, searching for any clues. The first point of suspicion arises from the fact that when the villagers forced them to open the cellar door that day, it was indeed locked tight. Who then had tied the children and placed them inside? This implies that the perpetrator possessed the key to the wine cellar. As Bai Tingting enters the dimly lit cellar, she carefully examines her surroundings with a flashlight, hoping to uncover some trace of evidence. Suddenly, a sound echoes through the darkness. Startled, she turns around, causing her flashlight to fall to the ground. "Do not be afraid, Boss Bai." The man named Juzi quickly reassures her, "I mean no harm. How could you just waltz into my wine cellar? What are your intentions?" In the feeble light, Bai Tingting notices Juzi's predatory gaze, sending chills down her spine. Having sent the staff away, and with Xiaoyao now imprisoned, she finds herself alone with this man in the entire inn. If he harbors ill intentions, a scream would be futile. She must remain composed. "May I ask who you are?" "My name is Juzi. I visited here with the village chief to purchase medicinal wine." "Boss Bai, you possess remarkable skills. The wine you brew is fragrant and rich, a true tonic for vitality. I was left with a longing for more, so I thought to return for another purchase. Alas, I heard there was an incident at the inn. Are you still selling wine?" Suddenly, Bai Tingting recalls that this man had entered the cellar with the villagers, inciting their emotions to frame Xiaoyao. Juzi assumed that amidst the crowd, Bai Tingting had been too frightened to remember him. To her surprise, she still does. Yet, in her desire to escape swiftly, she feigns ignorance and gestures toward the wine around them. "Since you enjoy it so much, let me gift you a barrel. Take it." However, Juzi clearly has ulterior motives, his gaze fixed intently on Bai Tingting. "Take it. Don't be shy. I am no longer selling wine. Consider it a gift." Bai Tingting had hoped that by offering him a barrel, he would crouch down to retrieve it, allowing her a chance to slip away. Unfortunately, he has no intention of collecting the wine and instead steps closer to her. Bai Tingting retreats step by step. "You should take the wine." "No, I desire something far more exquisite than wine." At this declaration, Bai Tingting turns to flee. Yet, she cannot outrun Juzi. Just as she reaches the entrance of the cellar, he catches up to her. A key falls from Juzi's possession, one that looks remarkably familiar, almost identical to the key for the wine cellar. Could it be that Juzi possesses the key to the cellar? Does this mean he was the one who brought those children inside? Bai Tingting is about to cautiously inquire about this when he, impatient and driven by desire, does not allow her the chance to speak. "Help! Help!" The disparity in strength between Bai Tingting and Juzi is overwhelming. Is this how her life will come to an end tonight? As she struggles, she cries out for assistance. In a moment of utmost peril, a chilling voice rang out from nearby. "Beast, release her!" Bai Tingting and Juzi turned to see the village chief. Alarmed, Juzi instinctively loosened his grip. Fortunately, the village chief arrived just in time. Otherwise, Bai Tingting would have faced a dreadful fate. Tearfully, she ran behind the village chief, exclaiming, "Chief, this man is despicable. Moreover, he possesses the key to the wine cellar. The case of the missing child must be connected to him." Upon hearing this, the village chief's nerves tightened. Juzi was a liability, having acted without his consent and nearly exposing the truth. This man could not be allowed to remain. The consequences would be dire. The village chief reassured Bai Tingting, "I heard your cries for help as I passed by the guest house, which compelled me to investigate. Thankfully, I arrived just in time. Fear not, for with me here, no one shall dare to harm you. I shall take Juzi to the authorities for questioning." With that, he shot Juzi a meaningful glance, urging, "You rascal, come with me at once." The village chief kicked Juzi, who stumbled and crawled out of the guest house. Once outside, the village chief forcefully dragged Juzi into the dense forest. Confusion filled Juzi's mind. "Chief, what scheme are you concocting? You introduced me to this by boss and even encouraged me to pursue romance. Now that fool is in prison, and by boss a lonely woman is in dire need of comfort. If you hadn't shown up next month, she would have been expecting." Juzi continued to complain about the chief's ill-timed intervention, oblivious to the fact that the chief had already used him to his advantage. To the chief, Juzi was now a worthless pawn, and he had no desire for further conversation. Approaching Juzi with a feigned smile, the village chief spoke in a flat tone. "Juzi, do you truly entertain thoughts of Bai Tingting? You're akin to a toad aspiring to consume swan meat. Bai Tingting is not a fool blessed with fortune, nor someone a penniless bachelor like you could ever deserve. Even I, as the village chief, am unworthy of her. She is meant for men of power and influence. At this revelation, Zhuzi still struggled to grasp the meaning. The village chief decided to clarify. Fool. Secretary Zhang and his associates have set their sights on Bai Tingting, and you are merely a pawn I utilized. Initially, I planned to introduce you to a widow as a consolation prize, but to my astonishment, you foolishly coveted Bai Tingting and revealed your possession of the wine cellar key. That key was meant to be hidden after you finished using it while working for the hot spring guest house. Who told you to carry it at all times? You nearly exposed the truth with your foolishness. Do not blame me for being ruthless. You have brought this upon yourself. Terrified, Zhuzi stumbled backward, losing his balance and falling to the ground. Just as he attempted to flee, the village chief's fruit knife lunged toward him. A scream pierced the air, followed by a spray of crimson blood splattering the village chief's face in a gruesome display. The pillar struggled for a moment, ultimately lying still, its eyes wide open, refusing to close even in death. The village chief took a deep breath, closed the eyes of the pillar, and mourned, farewell, pillar. In your next life, may you not be a solitary soul. I wish for you a multitude of wives and a house full of children in your next incarnation. The village chief then pulled out a tissue to wipe the blood from his face, before seeking a more secluded spot to dig a grave and bury the pillar's remains. Looking around, he found no one in sight. Aside from the mournful cawing of crows, there was not a ghostly shadow to be seen. Confident that he had executed his task flawlessly and without flaw, the village chief dusted off his hands and departed. The following day, the village chief nonchalantly visited the medicinal wine inn to seek out Bai Tingting. Bai Tingting had spent a restless night, eagerly awaiting news from the village chief. Village chief, you've arrived just in time. Is that man from last night connected to the missing children's case? What do the law enforcement officials say? If he is a suspect, then perhaps the fool could be released? Bai Tingting was particularly anxious to rescue the fool. However, the village chief informed her that after a whole night of interrogation, the authorities had determined that the pillar was not involved in the case of the missing children. Nonetheless, he had trespassed into the inn with ulterior motives and had thus been detained. You need not worry about him bothering you anymore. Bai Tingting felt a twinge of disappointment. She had hoped that the pillar would be linked to the case and that the fool could be exonerated. In her moment of despondency, the village chief unexpectedly instructed her to prepare herself. Boss Bai, this inn is far from peaceful. The previous owner got into trouble, and now your man has as well. Coupled with the recent unrest in Wangzai village, where many children have gone missing, this has attracted attention from higher authorities. Secretary Zhang and his team will be returning soon, and you must entertain them well. If you can please them, perhaps they will help clear your man's name. Bai Tingting did not fully grasp the implication of the village chief's words regarding serving them. She assumed it meant to entertain, which rekindled her hope that if she treated Secretary Zhang and his team well and voiced her grievances, there might still be a significant chance to rectify the injustices. Thus, she waited anxiously for Secretary Zhang and his team to return to Wangzai village to address the local sentiments. Meanwhile, the fool, being escorted to prison, was not one to sit idly by. He recalled his beloved wife's instructions to capture the true culprit and to seek justice for himself. However, being imprisoned posed a significant challenge to his quest for vindication. This facility housed the most notorious criminals in Long Country, each one capable of instilling fear merely by name. Among them were the immensely wealthy, unparalleled warriors, top-tier hackers, and even those who had failed in their pursuit of transcending their mortal bounds, each one either cunning, volatile, deranged, cruel, or perverse. The fool found himself imprisoned here, entirely due to Secretary Zhang's machinations. It is well known that the inmates of this prison are those sought after by Phoebe. Ordinary criminals rarely remain incarcerated for more than a month. They either succumb to the relentless torment or descend into utter madness. Secretary Zhang was certain that the foolishly carefree individual, upon being transported to this prison, would meet his demise within a week. As anticipated, upon his arrival, his bare and piercing gaze emerged through the frigid iron bars. The other inmates, with their eyes wide as saucers, stared at him as if a famished pack of wolves had suddenly discovered an unsuspecting lamb, their excitement barely contained, saliva dripping from their mouths. Mocking laughter echoed. At last, a newcomer. We mustn't exhaust him all at once. Let us take our time, or else, if we play him to death, we shall have no one to entertain us. The prison guard swung open the cold iron door and thrust the carefree one inside with the command, "Behave yourself." With a resounding clang, the door was locked tight. This cell housed a few notorious financial fraudsters, affluent yet impoverished, having squandered their lives for mere wealth. Although they had long served their sentences and were eligible for release, they stubbornly refused to leave, often assaulting the guards upon their release, ensuring their continued confinement for several more years. Their reluctance to exit was justified. They had amassed enough wealth to last lifetimes, and nothing in the world could rekindle their desires. Staying in prison was preferable, as it provided occasional thrills, whether witnessing others' humiliations, indulging in their own, or gambling with cellmates. They could pursue excitement in any manner they pleased. For these wealthy individuals, prison was akin to a paradise, catering to their warped psyches and offering them unprecedented pleasures. Upon the arrival of a newcomer, the group of financial criminals erupted in laughter, eagerly rushing forward. The carefree one, suddenly struck by inspiration, realized they would find nothing but disappointment. What time to be here? We are one short for a game. One of the affluent individuals activated a rotating button, revealing a hidden door within the prison wall. This place concealed intriguing secrets. Upon closer inspection, it was surprisingly well equipped, complete with a mahjong table, mobile phones, massage chairs, and silicone toys. The three affluent inmates swiftly set up the mahjong table and, before the carefree one could process the situation, they had seated him firmly. One of them rinsed his mouth with bird's nest soup and then invited, "Let us play mahjong together. Don't worry, our stakes are quite modest. We remain in prison. After all, the most perilous place is often the safest." Another, indulging his feet in a luxurious bath with the world's finest red wine, chimed in, "Indeed, our bets are small. Losing a game amounts to merely 100 million, just a trifle." The carefree one, bewildered by the concept of such wealth, could not fathom the enormity of 100 million. He counted with fingers and toes, yet could not comprehend. He hastily shook his head. "A 1T gamble. I don't know how to play mahjong. I am as broke as a church mouse." The affluent individuals erupted in laughter. "No worries, you can still join in. Who says being poor makes one less than human? Although we are wealthy, we have never looked down upon the less fortunate. The impoverished are also human beings, born of parents just like us." One affluent gentleman patted the shoulder of the naive and carefree one, offering solace. "In my youth, I too was destitute, born into a humble family. I had to endure the harshest winds of the Northwest." Another wealthy individual, who had once gorged on bird's nest soup, chimed in, "I was even poorer. My home was devoid of any furnishings, so much so that even the spiders had no place to weave their webs. Who among you has experienced poverty as I have? I recall that pests like rats and cockroaches fled my home overnight, fearing for the survival of their offspring." The wealthy gathered, shedding tears over their past hardships. Thus, do not feel inferior. Poverty is not your fault. Come, let us play a few rounds of mahjong. Who knows? You might emerge victorious. Victory could transform you into a billionaire. But what if I lose? I'd be left with nothing. The naive one's lament elicited uproarious laughter from the affluent. "Fear not. You can still participate. Lose a round, and we shall remove a limb. If we lose, we shall grant you a fortune of 100 million. What do you say? Quite the bargain, isn't it?" The naive one hesitated, contemplating the proposition when one of the wealthy seized a bottle of brandy and poured it down his throat. "Come now, a little drink will fortify your courage. Once emboldened, you shall dare to engage in mahjong." Amidst the raucous laughter, the naive one was forcibly downed an entire bottle of brandy, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. In the next moment, he collapsed unconscious. The other two wealthy men chided the one who had overindulged him. "You fool. We finally have someone to entertain us, and you've knocked him out. How can we continue?" I had no idea he was so fragile. You shall compensate us for our lost amusement. All right, I shall transfer the rights to the Treasure Island Entertainment Center to you as an apology. Will that suffice? Just then, amidst their noisy bickering, a chilling voice pierced through. Enough already. Are you finished? Are we not playing mahjong anymore? Turning around in shock, they were nearly paralyzed with disbelief. The previously unconscious, impoverished fool now sat at the mahjong table with an air of unearthly confidence. His feet soaked in a barrel of red wine, a cigarette pinched between his left fingers, and his right hand deftly manipulating the tiles. He even spat out a mouthful of bird's nest soup. My word, he exuded the aura of a formidable tycoon. If it were not witnessed firsthand, one could scarcely believe it. The day's pauper now radiated an energy that overshadowed all three affluent men. With a carefree yet commanding voice, he exclaimed, "What are you dawdling for? Are we not playing mahjong?" They were taken aback, but complied, joining him at the table. Unbeknownst to them, after consuming that bottle of brandy, the naive one's intellect had returned to its former brilliance. For him, mahjong was merely child's play. He recalled fondly the days atop Jade Maiden Peak, where his master, the esteemed Wang, would gather a group of friends to play mahjong for 3 days and nights at a time. Wang's expertise in deception was unparalleled, and each time, his companions would depart, their pockets emptied, leaving behind only their undergarments. As the saying goes, a master begets a skilled apprentice. Xiaoyao has mastered the art of mahjong from his master, Wang Gaoren, surpassing his teacher with remarkable skill. Confronting these three affluent gentlemen is, for him, as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. In the first round, Xiaoyao, yawning and stretching languidly, played in a nonchalant manner, yet still managed to win. The three rich men, initially confident of their victory, found themselves outplayed by him. It seems this young man possesses some hidden talents. Was he merely feigning incompetence? One of the wealthy patrons, with an air of extravagance, declared, "Humph, a bet is a bet. Provide your bank account details, and I shall transfer $1 billion to you." Xiaoyao scoffed dismissively. Who would covet your paltry sum? From that moment onward, the losers were obligated to divulge 10 pieces of information about the prison to him, allowing him to acclimate to his surroundings swiftly. Well, that seems fair enough. After all, this victory was merely a stroke of luck for the lad. As the second round commenced, the three affluent men conspired to cheat, confident that they would prevail against him this time. Thus, they took turns, eloquently revealing prison information to Xiaoyao. To their astonishment, even with their combined efforts to cheat in the second round, they could not best him. In the subsequent rounds, all relevant information had been disclosed. Yet, Xiaoyao found their monetary stakes utterly unappealing. What then could these three affluent men wager? I have no interest in continuing this game. It has lost its charm, Xiaoyao declared, wishing to escape the endless cycle at the mahjong table, as he needed to focus on clearing his name. However, the three wealthy individuals were relentless. They had finally encountered a worthy adversary. They had never faced such a formidable opponent even at the Royal Casino. With their fortunes dwindling to mere cash, devoid of any joy in life, defeating Xiaoyao at mahjong had become their sole source of entertainment. One of the affluent men grasped Xiaoyao's arm, tears streaming down his face, pleading, "Please continue. If you truly disdain our money, we could offer you that silicone item." Xiaoyao chuckled derisively. "My beautiful wife is worth thousands of billions more than that. What use would I have for such a thing?" Another wealthy patron, desperate, exclaimed, "What would it take for you to continue playing with us? Speak your desires, and we shall comply." Xiaoyao responded with a light scoff. "I have no time for your games. I must seek out the so-called king of information you mentioned, who resides in this prison. You said he is well informed about the world outside, correct? I, wrongfully imprisoned, wish to inquire whether he knows anything about the case of the missing children from Wangzai village." The affluent man waved his hand dismissively, offering a word of caution. "You would do well to refrain from approaching him. This man is cunning and ruthless, capable of murder without a moment's hesitation. He is eccentric and reclusive. During his time in the prison, someone merely glanced at him too long in a crowd and was subsequently dismembered." Another wealthy patron added, "He is an international master of crime, possessing knowledge of various channels, and is a formidable hacker, truly capable of knowing all that transpires without leaving his abode. However, he is not as easily placated as we are. I advise you against challenging him. Stay here and play mahjong with us instead. They implored. Play mahjong? What a ridiculous notion. My charming wife remains alone at home, and I have no desire to linger here playing mahjong with you all. Unexpectedly, the three affluent gentlemen, drawing from their past experiences, urged Xiaoyao. Oh, there's no need to be so troubled over a woman. Men must distance themselves from women. That way, your back won't ache. Your vitality won't dwindle, and your wallet won't be empty. In our heyday, we had women on either side, changing partners twice a day. If it weren't for spending money on vitality, we would have long since departed from this world. Young man, heed our advice. Cherish life and steer clear of women. In response, Xiaoyao threw a few punches, knocking the three wealthy men unconscious. How tiresome they are, more verbose than even the monk Tang. My vitality is robust. How could it compare to these old geezers? An hour later, it was time for communal dining. The prison guards, wielding electric batons, patrolled to maintain order. In prison, there are rules even for dining on a meager fare. Inmates gathered in groups, forming tables according to their kind. Economic fraudsters sat together, while those who kill without a second thought formed their own table. The rapacious gathered amongst themselves, leaving the rumored information tycoon to occupy a large table alone. No one daring to join him. Before dining, Xiaoyao downed a bottle of brandy, stashing another in his pocket, just in case the effects of the alcohol wore off and he reverted to foolishness. He took his meal and sat opposite the information tycoon, known by the fearsome moniker of Rampage Brother. Unaware of the gravity of his situation, Xiaoyao boldly sat across from Rampage Brother, causing an immediate hush to fall over the room. Yet within their hearts, chaos erupted. Is this fool out of his mind? Or has he suffered some grave misfortune, prompting this reckless behavior? Rampage Brother, would you care for a drink? Xiaoyao offered a glass of brandy to Rampage Brother from a vantage unseen by the guards. Rampage Brother smiled with a sinister glee, crushing the glass in his hand. Stop trying to ingratiate yourself with me. There isn't a single good person in this world. Get out of my sight in 3 seconds, or I will make you wish you hadn't been born. 3, 2, 1. 3 seconds passed, yet Xiaoyao remained as steadfast as a mountain, sitting firmly before him. Rampage Brother inhaled deeply, seizing the bowl of rice before him and aiming it at Xiaoyao's head. In a swift motion, Xiaoyao grabbed an inmate from the adjacent table to absorb the blow. What are you doing? A guard barked, approaching menacingly with his baton. However, a single fierce glance from Rampage Brother sent the guard retreating. With just a look, he could intimidate the guards. It seemed Rampage Brother truly was the most fearsome presence in the prison. In the next moment, Rampage Brother wielded his chopsticks like weapons, stabbing them into Xiaoyao's hand. The peculiar technique, akin to the 49-yang fire cloud acupuncture, astonished even Rampage Brother himself. In an instant, piercing screams echoed throughout the prison. The guards, aware of Rampage Brother's involvement, could only turn a blind eye. Indeed, this man possesses remarkable prowess, employing his enigmatic methods to grasp obscure information from every corner of the world. Even the prison guards occasionally seek his counsel. However, to the astonishment of the fervent Brother, it was not the back of the carefree man's hand that he jabbed, but rather the hand of the inmate who had taken his place. In the next moment, the carefree man kicked the scapegoat aside and approached the fervent Brother directly. Can I consult you about something? Are you aware of the case concerning the missing children from Wangzai village? The fervent Brother, with a mischievous grin, replied, I know all about it, but I shan't divulge any information. With a booming laugh, the carefree man slammed his fist down, causing the table to splinter like a spider's web. I am wrongfully accused. Until the murderer is brought to justice, I refuse to be called carefree. The fervent Brother, reveling in his misfortune, responded with a callous demeanor. Ha ha ha. How delightful it is to be wrongfully imprisoned. I thrive on the lamentations of the world. His laughter concealed a dagger, as he seemed to relish in the chaos. Well, since he was unwilling to share, the only option left was for him to escape from prison and uncover the truth himself. Three wealthy individuals had once revealed to him that there existed a secret passage within the prison, leading directly to the outside world. Occasionally, when boredom struck, one could slip out through this passage for a brief indulgence before returning. But why would they return if they could leave? This was intrinsically linked to the identities of those imprisoned. They were not ordinary criminals. For them, the prison was not a hellish confinement, but rather a decent refuge. The affluent could indulge their desires here, and their lives were no worse than outside. Many of them, having spent considerable time within, had no desire to leave. "Kid, if I share this secret with you, won't you owe us a night of mahjong as a token of gratitude?" They jested. "No problem. Once I clear my name, we shall gather in the secret passage for a game of mahjong." The wealthy men expressed their approval. "That sounds like a splendid idea. Now, go, and we await your good news." Guided by the wealthy, the carefree man prepared to escape through the secret passage. Unexpectedly, he encountered the fervent brother within. Several master-level experts confronted him, engaging in a fierce battle. The fervent brother, skilled and outnumbered, faced formidable opponents who adeptly wielded hidden weapons, employing treacherous tactics to poison him. Veins bulged on his forehead as he struggled to breathe. Just in time, the carefree man intervened, stepping forth with a flickering shadow to disrupt their vision. "Fervent brother, step aside," he urged the poisoned man. "What?" Despite the poison coursing through him, the fervent brother laughed boisterously. "I am one of the foremost figures in the martial arts realm of Long Country. Do I really need your assistance? What a ridiculous notion." Anger turned to laughter as he scoffed. The carefree man steadied his stance, channeling his energy, unleashing a terrifying wave of force that cracked the walls of the passage. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed the dragon roar tiger howl fist, aimed directly at the hearts of his adversaries. The impact struck them hard, causing them to cry out in agony. In the next moment, accompanied by a rush of air, his hand lunged for the throats of two of them, unleashing another powerful wave of energy. The inner strength within the Dantian surged forth abruptly. "Perish!" with a commanding shout, as soon as the words left his mouth. Those individuals fell like lifeless dogs, crashing against the walls of the secret passage, meeting their demise in a brutal manner. This was a formidable inner power, nearly tangible, erupting from the very essence of Xiaoyao. The self-proclaimed champion of the martial world in Longwa, the berserk brother, stood astounded, genuinely intimidated, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. As he regained his composure, the sound of his sharp intake of breath echoed through the passageway. The berserk brother had envisioned countless scenarios for this battle, yet he never anticipated that Xiaoyao would dispatch these master-level experts with such effortless ease. Born into a prestigious family in Longwa, the berserk brother's lineage was powerful, once enjoying great prominence, dominating the realms of commerce, martial arts, and military politics. Alas, he fell victim to the treachery of spies sent from the beautiful country, resulting in the ruin of his family and a tarnished reputation. Ultimately, he sought revenge against Longwa in the most extreme and vicious ways. Meanwhile, the powerful figures in the military and political spheres of the beautiful country aimed to eradicate him completely, even after the berserk brother was wrongfully imprisoned. They plotted his total annihilation. Were it not for Xiaoyao's timely intervention, the berserk brother would have perished within the secret passage by now. However, he was now afflicted by a deadly poison, and his days were numbered. Facing certain death, he resolved to share with Xiaoyao the details he knew regarding the case of the missing children from Wangzai village. In gratitude for the young man's assistance in neutralizing the master-level experts from the beautiful country. "Do not speak. Focus your breath. The poison is swiftly spreading through your meridians." Xiaoyao, aware that the berserk brother was about to divulge crucial information about the case, urged him to remain silent in order to facilitate his detoxification. With a firm hand, Xiaoyao pressed the berserk brother down to the ground, positioning him cross-legged before taking his place behind him in a similar posture. 3 silver needles hovered around the berserk brother's body. With a gentle flick of his right hand, the needles vanished in an instant, darting into 3 specific acupoints: Longwen, ribhead, and chest. This procedure aimed to temporarily seal the location of the poison within the berserk brother, preventing the toxins from spreading further. Otherwise, Given the rapid progression of the poison, it would soon permeate his entire body, leaving him helpless. The 3 silver needles, now embedded in his chest, quivered slightly, glimmering with a faint silver light. Indeed, Xiaoyao had employed the 9-yang fire cloud acupuncture technique imparted by his master, Wang Gaoren. Unlike conventional acupuncture methods that required a slow, careful insertion of a needle, Xiaoyao had mastered the 9-yang technique to such an extraordinary extent that the needles seemed to appear and disappear at will, seamlessly penetrating the body. Once the sealing was complete, Xiaoyao utilized his potent inner strength to expel the deadly poison from the Berserk brother's body. The Berserk brother, poisoned and in a state of astonishment, reflected on his nearly 30 years of life. He had been an extraordinary figure in the realms of hacking, business, and even military politics. Yet, he had no knowledge whatsoever of the medical field, especially the profound and extensive medicine of the Dragon Nation, which he holds in high esteem. Merely the mastery of acupuncture by Xiaoyao is enough to leave him in awe. Who exactly is this young man? After half an hour, all the deadly poison within the violent brother was expelled by Xiaoyao. Well, you are no longer in peril. Now, can you tell me who is responsible for the disappearance of the children from Wangzai village? Taking advantage of the situation, after violent brother expelled the black toxic blood, it instantly poisoned the ants on the ground. He raised his gaze and recounted everything he knew in meticulous detail to Xiaoyao. I've heard that recently. Rumors have circulated in the Dragon Nation of individuals practicing sinister arts. They require the collection of 9,999 young boys and girls. Previously, there were incidents of missing boys and girls in other places, and law enforcement has yet to solve the cases. Now, they may have set their sights on Wangzai village. After all, the pressure on young people is immense. Most choose not to marry or bear children, while the villagers of Wangzai are part of the overpopulation initiative, having numerous offspring. I suspect that those practitioners of sinister arts have extended their poisonous claws towards Wangzai village. Xiaoyao pondered. If they have not yet gathered 9,999, it implies that more young boys and girls are in imminent danger. This is dire. I must escape from prison at once. Wait, violent brother grasped Xiaoyao's wrist. I am forever indebted to you. I owe you my life, and I shall repay this kindness with utmost sincerity in the future. Is this really violent brother? Not the violent, dark-hearted, and ruthlessly cold-blooded individual everyone speaks of? How can he still express gratitude? It appears that being confined in prison does not necessarily mean one is a true villain. Those who roam freely, appearing harmless, may not be genuinely benevolent. They could very well be wolves in sheep's clothing. Well, I must first escape to find my beautiful wife. Xiaoyao thought of his beloved wife. Leaving violent brother in disarray within the secret passage, Xiaoyao hurried back without delay. Meanwhile, at the inn, Bai Tingting had already prepared a feast, awaiting the arrival of Secretary Zhang and other leaders. The village chief, under the guise of concern for the people, made a grand entrance at the inn alongside Secretary Zhang and the others. Upon seeing the leaders arrive, Bai Tingting, with tear-filled eyes, poured out the grievances of her husband to them. She fully expected these leaders to act like the honorable Bao Gong from the Song dynasty, seeking justice for the common folk. However, she could never have anticipated that the instigators were precisely these genteel scoundrels. Secretary Zhang, this is the entire sequence of events. I implore you to advocate for the wronged Xiaoyao, for he is innocent. My husband and I operate this inn with integrity, adhering to the law, and would never engage in any heinous acts. Observing her tearful, pitiful beauty stirred the base desires of Secretary Zhang and his companions. They feigned the role of benevolent leaders. Fear not, fair lady. As leaders, we shall diligently pursue the truth. Your husband's wrongful imprisonment will be thoroughly investigated, and justice shall be served. Mayor Bai also pledged earnestly. As a local official, how could I tolerate the suffering of the people? Rest assured, dear lady, we must uphold justice and clear the name of your husband. The village chief, eager to curry favor, remarked, it is no wonder our leaders are known for their meticulousness and fairness, garnering widespread acclaim from the community. Our leaders possess exceptional abilities and decisive judgment. contributing significantly to the prosperity of our region. They are indeed pillars of society and exemplars of beneficence for the populace. Such flattery was resounding. Bai Tingting poured another glass of wine for Secretary Zhang and the others, saying, "Esteemed leaders, this medicinal wine is indeed the fruit of my dedicated collaboration with the simple-minded Xiaoyao. It is certainly not concocted from the organs of innocent youths. Though Xiaoyao may be a bit slow-witted, his medical skills are remarkable. He excels in acupuncture and can prescribe remedies for various complex ailments. This medicinal wine is infused with authentic herbal ingredients, tailored to address various suboptimal health conditions. The wine you are currently enjoying promotes tranquility, regulates qi, strengthens the spleen, and nourishes the intestines. It is brewed from a blend of jujube seeds, poria, white atractylodes, lotus seeds, yam, cornelian cherry, and angelica, all meticulously processed through my brewing technique. If you doubt its efficacy, we can invite relevant experts for authentication." Secretary Zhang exchanged knowing glances with the other leaders, who, understanding his intent, excused themselves under the pretext of visiting the restroom. Was Secretary Zhang implying that he wanted to indulge first? Once everyone had departed, Secretary Zhang's hand found its way onto Bai Tingting's wrist, causing her to withdraw her hand in fright. "Esteemed leader, you." As Secretary Zhang noticed that the room was now devoid of others, his carnal desires were laid bare. "My dear, your husband suffers in prison, and it is the duty of law enforcement to adjudicate. Although we hold positions of authority, this matter falls outside our jurisdiction. As they say, each to their own profession. Should we intervene, it would require considerable effort and might attract the attention of higher-ups, leading them to suspect we have accepted your bribes." Quite the predicament, indeed. Just moments ago, Secretary Zhang had boasted with unwavering confidence about clearing Xiaoyao's name, yet he had now performed a complete about-face. This caused Bai Tingting's heart to race, and in desperation, she knelt before him. "Esteemed leader, please ensure that Xiaoyao's name is cleared. If you can rescue him, we are willing to serve you in any capacity." This was precisely the response Secretary Zhang had been waiting for. To serve him, while becoming a mere beast of burden, was unnecessary. Being a steed was certainly appealing. Secretary Zhang's heart soared with delight. He swallowed hard and helped Bai Tingting to her feet. "My dear, if you truly wish to save your husband, there are indeed means to do so." Once again, Secretary Zhang placed his palm upon Bai Tingting's wrist. Such an astute woman as she could hardly fail to grasp his implications, which left her in a quandary. On one hand, she yearned to rescue Xiaoyao. On the other, she wished to preserve her virtue. What was she to do? She understood that these powerful leaders must not be offended lightly. With a steely resolve, she began to negotiate. "Esteemed leader, if you can extricate my husband, I am willing to comply with your every demand. At present, however, my man remains imprisoned, leaving me devoid of the inclination to cater to the whims of the leaders." Does Secretary Zhang think I am a fool? If I were to rescue her man first, wouldn't those leaders lose their legitimate opportunity to pursue the beauty? "My dear, I must take certain risks. If you do not offer me a taste of sweetness now, I lack the motivation to clear your husband's name." Tonight, Secretary Zhang is determined to have Bai Tingting. He seized her wrist with a knowing smile, full of mischief. Meanwhile, the greedy officials and the village chief outside the door were not even making use of the restroom. They were eavesdropping, pressing their ears against the door to catch the commotion within. These beasts hoped to cue here. Anxiously, they urged Secretary Zhang to hasten his pace and not waste time. The true nature of the situation was about to be revealed. Bai Tingting felt her scalp tingle and her spine chill. She realized that she was utterly helpless now. It seemed these seemingly innocuous leaders were anything but virtuous. Beneath the facade of benevolent leadership lurked wolves in sheep's clothing. Alas, she grasped the truth too late. Trembling, Bai Tingting retreated step by step, accidentally knocking over a vase. The eavesdropping officials outside were elated to hear the crash. At this juncture, Bai Tingting could only resort to threatening Secretary Zhang with a report. "Leader, I implore you, release me. I am a married woman. Do you not fear that I might file a formal complaint, jeopardizing your position?" Secretary Zhang, however, was unfazed, laughing with reckless abandon. A formal complaint? Oh dear, how frightening. Haha, go ahead and report me. The village chief is on my side, and he will serve as my witness. Do you think that by reporting me, the entire network will sympathize with you, and the relevant authorities will investigate me? Allow me to inform you that I will ensure the entire network knows you set a trap to seduce me, attempting to coerce me into abusing my power to extricate your husband from prison. In truth, I uphold the law and refuse to misuse my authority. Your scheme will not succeed, and you will be portrayed as the victim online. I possess witnesses and evidence. Let us see whom the netizens will believe, me or you. Should you dare to file a formal complaint, I will counter that you seek fame, chasing clout and traffic, deliberately playing the victim. Nowadays, streamers will go to great lengths for views, some even ruining their own images and reputations for notoriety, ultimately seeking attention in their live streams. If you dare to report me, I will smear you as someone who unscrupulously seeks fame. At this moment, Bai Tingting found herself utterly trapped, with no escape in sight. She had not anticipated the cunning and malevolence of Secretary Zhang. He stepped closer, employing both intimidation and seduction. My dear, I suggest you comply with me. If you were to accompany me, I would take you on my business trips, treating you to the finest delicacies, jewelry, designer handbags, and even luxurious villas and cars, all your desires fulfilled. How many young and beautiful girls yearn to climb the social ladder and become my mistress? Do not be blind to the fortune you possess. Aligning with me is far superior to following a fool. The fool possesses neither wealth nor power. All he has is a robust physique, which he likely does not even know how to utilize at night. As soon as the words were spoken, Secretary Zhang laughed like a famished wolf. Bai Tingting, in her attempt to evade, knocked over several vases. One after another, the vases shattered upon the ground, provoking the greedy officials at the door, who felt a stirring excitement. Come on, Secretary Zhang. Ha! I shall be the next to play hide and seek. I shall go first, based on our ranks. They argued incessantly. In the next moment, darkness enveloped them, and the corrupt officials fell unconscious, caught off guard. Almost immediately, the lights inside were extinguished by a hidden projectile. In an instant, they were plunged into obscurity. Thankfully, this provided Bai Tingting with a splendid opportunity to escape. In the shadows, she stealthily maneuvered toward the door, crouching low. Secretary Zhang, fumbling in the darkness, continued to jest. My beauty, stay right there. I'm coming to catch you. He instinctively lunged forward and, to his surprise, seized someone. However, upon touching them, he sensed something was amiss. The texture felt wrong. In the next moment, he retrieved his phone, intending to use its flashlight to discern the situation, but before he could activate it, he was struck with a punch and collapsed, unconscious. In the dimness, fearful, Bai Tingting tightly closed her eyes, utterly bewildered by the turn of events. Suddenly, she collided against a solid chest, her heart racing inexplicably. As she opened her eyes, despite the surrounding darkness, she was certain the person standing before her was Xiaoyao. Silly Xiaoyao, is it truly you? She reached out to caress his face. It's me. I'm safe and back to reassure you. Overwhelmed with emotion, she wept in his embrace, chiding him. You worried me to death. You worried me to death. With the fragrant warmth of her in his arms at that moment, all he desired was, but the pressing circumstances demanded immediate action. Uncovering the mastermind behind the scenes was urgent. My dear wife, I have a lead on the true culprit who abducts young boys and girls. I must go apprehend them. You must take care of yourself and wait for my return at the inn. Bai Tingting, concerned for Xiaoyao's safety, insisted on accompanying him. You mustn't go. This path is fraught with peril, and how could I bear to let you face such great risks alongside me? Stay at the inn and wait for my return. My dear wife, after I return safely, can you promise me one thing? Without hesitation, Bai Tingting replied, Don't say just one. I would agree to 100. What is it that you wish me to promise? Xiaoyao lifted her chin and teased. When I return, will you bear me a football team? Upon hearing this, Bai Tingting's cheeks flushed crimson, and bashfully, she playfully struck his chest, exclaiming, Oh, you naughty one. I shan't speak to you. Though feigning annoyance, her heart was filled with delight. However, in that moment, a curious thought crossed her mind. Silly Xiaoyao. I find it rather strange. Sometimes you seem quite foolish. Yet at other times, you appear as if you are two different people. Regarding this matter, it is a lengthy tale that I shall gradually elucidate for you in due course. For now, allow me to succinctly express that regardless of whether I am deemed foolish or astute, my affection for you remains unwavering and profound. This sentiment is as constant as the stars in the night sky. At this moment, Bai Tingting's heart swells with a sweetness akin to honey, for she has unknowingly developed feelings for Xiaoyao. Whether he is in a state of folly or brilliance, her fondness endures. Yet, this is not the opportune moment for romantic discourse. Let us instead deliberate on how to handle the corrupt officials sprawled upon the ground. I shall first transport them to the wine cellar. Regardless of their connection to the case of the missing children, these individuals are far from virtuous. Their corrupt deeds are egregious, and they must be held accountable for their actions. Xiaoyao carried Secretary Zhang into the subterranean wine cellar, subsequently tossing the other ruffians inside as well. He then procured some ropes, binding them tightly together. As Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting emerged from the cellar, Bai Tingting suddenly let out a piercing scream. There's a ghost. Trembling, she retreated, closing her eyes and seeking refuge in Xiaoyao's embrace. It turned out that just as they were departing the wine cellar, a trembling hand had grasped her ankle, startling her into a scream. In a moment of chaos, foolish Xiaoyao shielded Bai Tingting behind him and peered into the dimness, discovering a man lying on the ground, barely clinging to life. Illuminated by the faint moonlight, it was evident that he was gravely injured. "Who are you? How did you end up in this inn?" Before the injured man could respond, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Tingting screamed, "Once more, ah? How could it be him? Does my lovely wife recognize him?" By the moonlight, she finally discerned the identity of the man before them. Wasn't he the same person who had clandestinely entered the wine cellar days prior, intending to perpetrate mischief while Xiaoyao was imprisoned? Hadn't the village chief forcibly sent him to the authorities, claiming he was detained? How then did he find himself here? A cascade of questions flooded her mind, yet they could only be addressed after he was revived. Xiaoyao carried him to a bed within the inn, only to discover the man bore knife wounds. It seemed he had been rescued by someone before arriving here, for his wounds were bandaged and bleeding profusely. Though Xiaoyao recognized him as the instigator who had incited the villagers against them, falsely accusing the couple of using children as organs to brew wine. Saving a life is worth more than the construction of a grand pagoda. Xiaoyao pressed his palm against the man's back, channeling some of his vital energy into him. Using the Jiuyang fire cloud acupuncture technique, he carefully inserted needles at various acupoints along the man's back. Following Xiaoyao's instructions, Bai Tingting applied crushed herbs to the man's wounds. The young couple devoted a significant portion of the night to ensure the man's recovery, ultimately transforming peril into safety. It was not until dawn that the man finally opened his bleary eyes. Upon seeing him awake, Bai Tingting instinctively retreated behind Xiaoyao, fearing that the man might once again harbor nefarious intentions. The pillar was overwhelmed with guilt. "I apologize," he stammered. In the next moment, the formidable hand of Xiaoyao seized his neck, threatening fiercely, "I can save you, or I can take your life. Speak the truth. How did you sustain your injuries? Did you come here in the dead of night to enact a horror scene?" Regretful for his earlier decisions, the pillar offered his apologies to Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting before recounting the entire tale to the couple in painstaking detail. The entire affair unfolded as follows. It was the village chief who incited me to act. Afterward, he attempted to silence me by stabbing me and burying me in the woods. Fortunately, a passing hunter, with his keen hound, unearthed me from the earth. Discovering that I still had a faint breath of life, he took me back to his home for treatment. Impatient to recover, I sought to expose the chief's vile deeds. Yet, I knew the chief feigned benevolence, establishing a respectable persona in Wangzai village. Alone, I feared I could not bring him to justice. Thus, I persevered through my injuries and made my way to the inn, hoping to confess the truth to the proprietor. When I climbed over the wall into the inn, my strength finally gave out, and I collapsed. It was then that Bai, emerging from the wine cellar, startled as I grasped her ankle. So that was it. The truth was now half revealed. It was the chief's treachery. Although despicable, the pillar was merely a pawn in the chief's game. The true instigators were the chief and the corrupt officials behind him. Xiaoyao clenched his fists, yearning to storm the wine cellar and reduce those officials to pulp. However, Bai Tingting had advised him against rashness, emphasizing the importance of leaving evidence to prove their innocence. He heeded his charming wife's counsel and opted for diplomacy over brute force. Bai Tingting's cheeks flushed slightly, pleased with such a good man who listened to her. Their eyes exchanged glances, while the pillar lay there, bearing witness to their affection. Xiaoyao cast a cold warning toward the pillar. You may escape the death penalty, but the consequences of your actions remain. Considering you two were exploited, I shall grant you an opportunity for redemption. The pillar nodded in acknowledgement. At this moment, it was 3 o'clock in the morning, and the dawn had yet to break. Activity was stirring in the wine cellar. The village chief and Secretary Zhang were slowly regaining consciousness. The cellar was dim, and visibility was poor. Secretary Zhang exclaimed, "What kind of place is this?" Mayor Bai, still preoccupied with his infatuation, remarked, "Zhang, when will you be finished?" "Is it my turn now?" The village chief interjected. "Weren't we eavesdropping at the door? How do we end up here? What happened?" I seem to recall suddenly losing consciousness. Secretary Zhang strained his memory. Yes, that beauty was within my grasp. But what transpired? I want to know the details. How shameless of him to demand specifics. At this point, the village chief, akin to a clay idol crossing a river, was unable to ensure his own safety, let alone untie them. The corrupt officials began to curse. Just then, a mysterious sound echoed through the wine cellar. Intermittently, with a haunting melancholy, the air echoed with sorrowful lamentations intertwined with grievances and vengeful sentiments. "Village chief, you wretched scoundrel. My demise is steeped in tragedy and injustice. You, the hypocrite cloaked in virtue, deceived and exploited me to entrap the innocent couple running the medicinal wine inn. After using me, you sought to silence me forever. My death is a profound tragedy. My restless spirit wanders, returning to exact vengeance upon you." The village chief heard the voice distinctly. It was that of Zhuzi. Though Zhuzi had been stabbed and buried in the dense forest by him, the village chief was now convinced that it was the ghost of Zhuzi demanding retribution. Terrified, he lost control of his bladder, and in a moment of desperation, he revealed Zhang Secretary's treachery. "It was not I who caused your demise. The true culprits are Zhang and his cohorts. They coveted the beauty of the innkeeper's wife and sought to possess her, viewing her foolish husband as an impediment. It was Zhang's secretary who coerced me to devise a scheme against the innkeeper. This entire plot is theirs. As a minor official, powerless and insignificant, I was merely a pawn in their game. Zhuzi, in the realm of the afterlife, may you seek out the true architect of your demise, Zhang's secretary." At this critical juncture, the village chief spared no regard for Zhang's secretary's higher rank. His life was at stake. Zhang's secretary spat derisively at the village chief. "Bah, you old scoundrel. I merely instructed you to frame the fool, to have him imprisoned, not to harm the innocent. You committed murder, and now you seek to cast the blame upon me. Once I am free, you shall be the first to pay." Zhuzi's chilling laughter resonated from the depths of hell. "Free? You won't have the opportunity to escape. Did you not conspire to have me capture innocent boys and girls in this wine cellar, falsely accusing the innkeeper couple of using their organs to brew medicinal wine? If that is the case, let us see how it feels to have your own organs severed and steeped in wine." As Zhuzi advanced ominously, a green light illuminated his face, accentuating his horrific makeup. Bathed in the eerie glow, he truly resembled a restless spirit. "Ah, the dog bites dog, a delight to behold." Mayor Bai was the first to faint from fright. The two other corrupt officials, though slightly braver, pretended to faint, fearing the vengeful spirit would drain their life force. Now only Zhang's secretary and the village chief remained, their quarrel escalating into mutual insults. Zhang's secretary, exasperated, exclaimed, "You, village chief, who usually bows and flatters, have revealed your true nature now that your life is in jeopardy." The village chief, having resolved to expose Zhang's secretary's despicable actions, declared, "The feeling is mutual, Zhang's secretary. For years, you have exploited your position, engaging in corruption and abusing your power. Do not think I am unaware of your plundering of our village's resources. I possess evidence. Zhang's secretary, visibly shaken, retorted, "Ah, you treacherous scoundrel, secretly hoarding evidence with the intent to threaten me one day, are you? The fall of one can lead to the downfall of another. If you dare to publicize that evidence, you too shall face consequences. For many of my actions have been shielded by you. If I were to fall from grace, I would be the first to drag you down with me." The village head, emboldened by his position, retorted, "Drag me down if you wish. I am but a small official of no consequence. Zhuzi, every grievance has its source. Go seek retribution from Secretary Zhang instead. Spare my life? I must survive to expose Secretary Zhang's transgressions over the years. We must seek justice for our fellow citizens. This truly is a spectacle of dogs biting dogs. It is a sight that brings great satisfaction." Secretary Zhang was laid bare by the village head, stripped of his dignity, akin to being left in a state of utter vulnerability. At that moment, he wished he could devour the village head whole. Yet, with his limbs bound, he found himself in a precarious situation. The only part of him that could still act was his vile mouth. He opened it and viciously clamped down on the village head's ear. He bit down with relentless ferocity. The village head's cries for mercy were in vain. In a fit of rage, he began to unveil more of Secretary Zhang's hidden misdeeds. Unable to endure any longer, Secretary Zhang yanked hard, and the village head's ear was forcibly severed. The village head gasped for breath, his heart-wrenching screams echoing throughout the wine cellar. In an instant, the lights in the cellar flickered to life. Applause erupted. Xiaoyao entered the cellar, clapping his hands alongside by Ting, exclaiming, "What a thrilling performance! A splendid show!" Secretary Zhang and his cohorts, regaining their composure, turned to Xiaoyao and by Ting, then to the so-called ghost Zhuzi, only to realize they had been ensnared. Zhuzi was not dead at all. The village head, in a desperate struggle, exclaimed, "Fool! How did you escape from prison? Your return is timely. Quickly untie me and take me to the hospital. This is all Secretary Zhang's conspiracy. If you save me, I will undoubtedly testify against them and restore your innocence." Secretary Zhang spat the bloody ear onto the village head's face, retorting, "Bah, you old scoundrel. Fool, do not heed this old rascal's nonsense. This is all his scheme. Release me, and I shall deliver justice for you, clearing your name." Xiaoyao, with a slight smirk and an air of displeasure, remarked, "You lot dare to call me a fool. I find it most displeasing. Indeed, it vexes me greatly." Throughout his journey back, he had consumed a considerable amount of alcohol, and with the effects still lingering, his mind was sharp. He certainly did not take kindly to being called foolish. "In this world, only my charming wife may call me a fool. Let anyone else dare to try." With an air of defiance and arrogance, Xiaoyao stood tall before them, casting a cold, disdainful glance their way. "Address me as your lord." The village head, a master of flattery, was the first to speak. "My lord, you are my true ancestor. I am your dutiful grandson. Please, save your grandson." Secretary Zhang stood dumbfounded. This village head truly was a shameless, opportunistic wretch. Yet, at this moment, pretending to be a stalwart hero was of little consequence compared to preserving his life. Secretary Zhang mimicked the village head, groveling, "You are my lord. You are wise. Spare my life." The other two corrupt officials, who had feigned unconsciousness, suddenly awoke, joining in the sycophantic chorus. "My lord, spare your humble servant's life." The esteemed gentleman chuckled with a devilish charm. "You lot calling me master truly brings me a sense of comfort. I shall overlook your transgressions and spare your lives." However, their nerves tightened. "What do you mean by however? I may grant you mercy in life, but your numerous illicit activities conducted under the guise of your official positions shall be handed over to the law for judgment. I suspect your crimes are so plentiful that you will languish in prison for several years. By the way, I recommend a splendid cell for you, the very one where I was once held. It is quite a remarkable place. You should experience it for yourselves. Fear not, I have established certain connections within, and I shall ensure they treat you well." Upon hearing this, the village chief and Secretary Zhang grew increasingly anxious. The prison where Xiaoyao had resided was known as the most terrifying in the Dragon Kingdom, housing individuals of the most unspeakable nature, perverse, bloody, and brutal. Secretary Zhang, realizing that begging for mercy was futile, decided upon a desperate gambit. Humph, do not rejoice too soon. As long as we grit our teeth and deny the accusations, the law may find it difficult to convict us. Truly, one does not weep until faced with a coffin. Xiaoyao smiled as he activated the recording function on his phone. Every word exchanged between the village chief and Secretary Zhang was captured. Regret washed over Secretary Zhang. The village chief was consumed by frustration. It was over. Truly, it was all over. Xiaoyao addressed the pillar, when dawn breaks, play this evidence for the villagers. Once they have resolved their misunderstandings about us, you and the villagers shall escort these corrupt officials to the law. Remember to make a grand display of it, so as to attract the attention of higher authorities. This way, no one will dare to shield them. In awe of Xiaoyao's cunning, Pillar bowed before him and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, brother, for saving my life. From this day forth, my life belongs to you. I shall face any peril as long as you command. Very well. Rise. A man's knees are only meant to bow before heaven and his mother. Xiaoyao then turned to Bai Tingting, saying, My dear wife, you and the villagers of Wangzai shall escort these corrupt officials to the law, then rehire the dismissed employees and continue managing the medicinal wine inn until I return. Bai Tingting clung to Xiaoyao's hand with reluctance. Silly Xiaoyao, where are you going? With a tender caress on her head, Xiaoyao replied, This matter is not as simple as it seems. We have merely begun to clear our name. The true culprits behind the abduction of innocent children still lurk throughout the Dragon Kingdom, committing heinous acts. I must dismantle their lair and rescue the children. Remain here at the inn and await my return, and in the future, give me a football team. After bidding farewell to the most enchanting widow of Wangzai village, Xiaoyao embarked on his journey to seek the missing children. Little did he know, the crisis in Wangzai village was far from over. The hidden claws of darkness were slowly extending once more. After all, the reproductive capacity of Wangzai village was renowned as the highest in the Dragon Kingdom, and indeed, the world. Certainly, the nefarious traffickers have set their sights on the flourishing village of Wangzai. Within this village resides a breathtaking beauty named Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao possesses a figure that is both slender in attire and curvaceous in the absence of it, her skin as smooth as jade, and her countenance as lovely as a blooming flower. Her beauty can easily be likened to that of Beitingting. Had Beitingting not graced Wangzai with her presence, Xiaoyao would undoubtedly be the most enchanting woman in the village. However, with Beitingting's arrival, their beauty is now on par, earning them the title of stunning twin beauties. Xiaoyao is a woman of unfortunate fate. On her wedding night, before she could consummate her marriage, her husband succumbed to a sudden cerebral hemorrhage. Hence, like Beitingting, she remains an untouched blossom. Since her husband's untimely demise, the villagers have branded her as a harbinger of misfortune, claiming she is a woman destined to bring ill fortune upon men. Gossip abounds in the village, with whispers suggesting that Xiaoyao is a reincarnated fox spirit, adept at siphoning away the life force of men, leading to her husband's premature death. Others assert that she is cursed by malevolent stars and should be avoided at all costs. Consequently, Xiaoyao has become the pariah of Wangzai, a woman scorned and shunned by all. Though her husband has passed, she still has the orphan son of her late brother-in-law and sister-in-law, a 6-year-old boy named Xiaoyao. The two rely on each other for companionship. Recently, unrest has gripped Wangzai, with young boys and girls vanishing in quick succession, compelling Xiaoyao to remain vigilantly by Xiaoyao's side. He is her sole remaining kin in her husband's family, and though they share no blood relation, when he calls her aunt, she cherishes him as her own son. One day, Xiaoyao set out to harvest corn, taking Xiaoyao along for safety. The skies were clear as they departed, but on the return journey, they were unexpectedly caught in a torrential downpour. Without an umbrella, Xiaoyao feared that Xiaoyao would fall ill if drenched, prompting her to seek shelter under the grand trees of the forest. Having hurriedly run to protect Xiaoyao, she was now thoroughly soaked. As she wrung out her wet hair and turned around, she suddenly realized Xiaoyao was missing. Jun, where have you gone? Don't play tricks, don't frighten your aunt. Come out now. But there was no response from Xiaoyao. A sense of foreboding washed over her as she scanned her surroundings and spotted two shadowy figures in the distance, carrying the unconscious Xiaoyao away. Their method was deft, their actions unnoticed. In a mere 2 to 3 minutes, while she had been preoccupied with her hair, they managed to abduct the child right from under her nose. Just as Xiaoyu prepared to chase after them and cry for help, a large hand clamped over her lips, and a deep voice whispered in her ear, "Stay silent. Do not alarm them. Rest assured, I will return the child unharmed." It was Xiaoyao. He assured Xiaoyu with fervent promises. It turned out that all this time, Xiaoyao had not truly left Wangzai. Rather, he had been lurking in the dense forest. He concluded that with so many children in Wangzai village and the village chief imprisoned, the village was in disarray, providing an opportune moment for nefarious individuals to extend their grasp. With that, Xiaoyao hastily followed the shadowy figures, determined to keep Xiaoyu at bay. His intention was to feign ignorance, hoping to trace them back to their lair and capture them all in one fell swoop. The two shadows, carrying the young Jun, traversed through dense woods and made their way to the other side of the mountain. After a winding journey, they finally arrived at their hideout. It appeared to be a dilapidated shack, merely a fade, behind which lay a cave concealing the kidnapped children. Although Xiaoyao had forbidden Xiaoyu from following, she could not quell her concern and trailed him from a distance. Upon witnessing the children being taken inside, Xiaoyu's composure shattered, and she rushed to Xiaoyao, exclaiming, "Now that we have discovered their hideout, we must alert the authorities immediately." Suddenly, Xiaoyao collapsed. It turned out that after indulging in alcohol over the past few days to maintain his wits, he had finally seized an opportunity. But now, with the alcohol dissipated, he was rendered dazed. Xiaoyu dragged him to the edge of the grass, and, as she roused him, he appeared foolish and disoriented. "What are you doing? I already have a beautiful wife. You cannot harbor any improper thoughts towards me." He stammered, clutching his chest in alarm. Xiaoyu, bewildered, retorted, "What on earth are you babbling about? Who has any improper thoughts towards you? Just because you are handsome does not grant you the liberty to speak nonsense. You fainted moments ago. I was the one who woke you up. How dare you claim I have ulterior motives? Now, what should we do? It seems our combined efforts may not suffice to rescue the children. I propose we call the police first, and then rally the villagers of Wangzai to storm the place." Xiaoyao, momentarily stunned, stuttered, "Miss, what are you saying? I cannot quite comprehend." "What?" Xiaoyu stared incredulously, her beautiful eyes shimmering, her wet clothes clinging to her form, accentuating her curves, her frustration rising like a tempest. "Why didn't you let me call for help earlier? What foolish idea did you come up with?" Tears welled in her eyes as she realized that Jun, who was like family to her, was in peril. "Are you a fool?" She vented her frustration. To her surprise, Xiaoyao chuckled. "How did you know they all call me a fool?" Xiaoyu, upon hearing this, sank to the ground. This was disastrous. This fool had appeared out of nowhere and hindered her efforts to save Jun. With no time to continue berating him or to dwell on her own guilt, she hastily retrieved her phone to call for help, only to discover it was missing. She must have dropped it along the way while following him. "Oh, what a calamity!" she lamented, her eyes brimming with tears. "It's all your fault. It's all your fault." As the foolish and carefree individual defended himself against the petite fists of Xiaoyu with his arm, he remarked, "You bear a striking resemblance to my lovely wife. Yet you are far more fiery. My charming wife is rather gentle. With such a fiery temperament, you ought to be cautious, lest no one desires your company." Amidst their playful banter, two burly, rugged men emerged from the dilapidated shack. With their keen perceptiveness, they swiftly detected the movement within the grass. "Who goes there? Who is hiding in the bushes?" It was too late. They had been discovered. Armed with sharp knives, the two brutish men advanced towards the thicket. Now, this has a touch of femininity. Just as Xiaoyu and the foolish one exchanged words, the rough men had already parted the grass. There, nestled within, were a man and a woman. Could they possibly be engaging in a clandestine affair? How intriguing. Laughter and jeers erupted around them. "You've got some nerve to play around here." "Surely, two is far less amusing than many." With a chuckle, One of the rugged men lunged forward. Xiaoyao, frightened, shut her eyes, believing her fate was sealed. Yet, in mere moments, she sensed no further movement from the two men. Tentatively, she opened one eye, only to be astonished. Both brutish men lay motionless on the ground. In the brief span of her closed eyes, they had inexplicably collapsed. How utterly baffling. What on earth happened? She inquired of the foolish one. It was I who did it. Fear not. I shall protect you. He replied. You? With that foolish demeanor? Unbeknownst to anyone, you managed to bring down two rugged men? Xiaoyao found it easier to believe that a wild boar had charged through and knocked them senseless rather than attributing their defeat to this simpleton. What has become of them? She asked, gazing at the unconscious men. It was merely two silver needles. Who would have guessed they were so fragile? Upon closer inspection, Xiaoyao observed slender silver needles embedded in their backs. Now was not the time to ponder whether the foolish one had truly incapacitated the two men. The priority was to rescue Xiaoyao. Unable to contain herself, Xiaoyao took a step towards the decrepit shack, only to be halted by the foolish one. No. Don't go. It could be dangerous. What if someone inside tries to take advantage of you? To her surprise, she recognized a hint of thoughtfulness in this seemingly obtuse individual. Yet, with her mind preoccupied with thoughts of Xiaoyao, she could not afford to remain idle. Suddenly, the foolish one had a brainwave, a rather ill-conceived idea. In the next instant, he rushed to remove Xiaoyao's outer garment. Startled, Xiaoyao feared he intended to act inappropriately. Just as she was about to cry out for help, he swiftly covered her mouth with his hand. Shoo, keep quiet. Let us quickly exchange clothing. I shall disguise myself as a woman and enter. Realizing the plan, she felt a wave of relief. The misunderstanding had been unfortunate. Xiaoyao handed over her coat to the foolish one. But merely donning a woman's outer garment would not suffice to convince those inside that he was indeed a woman. Unless, of course, they themselves were equally foolish. This alone will not suffice. A touch of makeup is necessary. Xiaoyao tore fabric from the two unconscious rough men, fashioning it into a hat that she placed upon the head of the simple-minded Xiaoyao. Next, she gathered some red flowers, mashing them into a paste to adorn the lips of Xiaoyao. After a meticulous transformation, lo and behold, the fool bore a striking resemblance to a beautiful maiden. Xiaoyao scrutinized Xiaoyao, feeling a twinge of regret. Oh, if only such a handsome face were not attached to a fool. Xiaoyao retorted, I am not foolish. All right, you are not foolish. You stay hidden outside while I venture in to assess the situation. After a few instructions, Xiaoyao headed into the dilapidated house, only to turn back with a warning. If any danger arises, you must run swiftly and not concern yourself with me. Such words carried a sense of responsibility, causing Xiaoyao to regard this simpleton with newfound respect. Yet, after issuing his instructions, Xiaoyao remained dazed and did not leave, fixating his gaze on Xiaoyao. The intensity of his stare made Xiaoyao feel somewhat bashful. Fool, have you finished looking? Not yet, Xiaoyao replied. Xiaoyao, flustered, stamped her foot in embarrassment. The reason Xiaoyao felt he had not finished looking was that he sensed something was still missing in his imitation of femininity. He could not quite pinpoint what it was, so he continued to gaze at Xiaoyao, hoping to discern the missing element. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Xiaoyao. With a burst of inspiration, he dashed up the trunk of a large tree. Xiaoyao watched in awe. His speed and agility were truly remarkable. Fool, what are you doing up there? Come down. Xiaoyao explored the branches, eventually discovering two fruits. He swiftly plucked them and tucked them into his chest, leaping down with such grace that he landed without a sound. Xiaoyao burst into laughter as she noticed the stark contrast in size between the two fruits he had gathered. Embarrassed, Xiaoyao scratched his head and ascended the tree once more. This time, he successfully found two fruits of equal size, creating a seamless appearance that exuded femininity. Even Xiaoyao gave him a thumbs up. With newfound confidence, Xiaoyao strode towards the dilapidated house, chest out and waist swaying. He knocked urgently on the door, and soon it creaked open. The man who answered was a fearsome figure, his face adorned with stubble. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiaoyao trembled and pleaded. Help me. Brother, I was traveling with my husband when we encountered wolves and became separated. I am now both hungry and frightened. May I shelter here for a while and perhaps receive some food? The man regarded him warily, hesitating to respond. His gaze roving over Xiaoyao before landing on a particular spot, causing his throat to involuntarily swallow. Behind him, several burly rough men approached, their eyes widening in astonishment at the sight of Xiaoyao, as if they had never encountered a woman before. Could you please let me in for shelter and some food? Before he could finish his plea, the rough men inside seized him and dragged him in, followed by the resounding slam of the door. The sound of the slamming door sent a shiver down the spine of the concealed Xiaoyao hidden in the nearby bushes. Fool! You must not come to harm. If anything happens to you, I shall feel immense guilt. The dilapidated shack was modest in size and devoid of furniture. It possessed a door leading to a cave. Within that cave lay a world of possibilities. The simple-minded Xiaoyao fixated on the door, contemplating turning the doorknob. Meanwhile, a group of rough men leered at him, their laughter crude and unrestrained. Brother, shall we enter together or wait in line? Lately, we've been preoccupied with capturing children, leaving us no time to engage with women. Let us not delay. The line will take too long. Such was the banter among the ruffians. The man with the scruffy beard was the most vigilant. He glanced outside and cautioned, "This ramshackle house is too small and offers little concealment. If someone passes by, we might be discovered. Let us drag him into the cave." Deep into the lair they ventured, pushing Xiaoyao along. Xiaoyao's act of portraying a woman was surprisingly convincing. His voice, altered, was truly tantalizing. He feigned fear and desperation, struggling and pleading. "Brother, what are you planning to do? Please let me go." The ruffians shoved him into the cave, their hands roaming. The cavern was deep, the passage dimly lit, filled with mocking voices that heightened the atmosphere of dread. As Xiaoyao helplessly begged for mercy, he was coerced to retreat further into the cave. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they finally reached a fork in the cave. The rough men, now cautious, warned Xiaoyao, "Ladies, behave and serve us well. Do not shout or disturb the elder who is cultivating. He may reduce you to ashes." Just then, the intermittent cries of children echoed through the cave. Xiaoyao recalled the numerous children who had gone missing from Wangzai village. Could it be that these children had been captured and brought to the cave? "Brother, why do I hear the voices of children?" The ruffians exchanged knowing glances, their laughter devoid of concern. "Well, now that you are here, there's no escape. We might as well tell you. These children are for our elder's cultivation. Our elder has failed in his ascension and now resorts to absorbing the life essence of young boys and girls to refine his dark arts. Some children's essence is unsuitable for him, so we sell them to the underground organ trade." Though Xiaoyao grasped only fragments of their words, he understood that the children from Wangzai village had indeed been captured here, and if he did not rescue them, they would be in peril. He followed the direction of the voices. However, the ruffians would not allow him to slip away unnoticed. They encircled him, each with a lecherous grin, simultaneously lunging at him. They piled together in a chaotic tangle, jostling for position, a gaggle of fools unaware of the solitude they had trapped themselves in. With a skillful display of contortion, Xiaoyao had already slipped out from beneath them, making his way toward the source of the children's cries. The children were caged like animals in a zoo, their mournful wails echoing in the air, a scene of utter desolation. Only the newly arrived little Ajun remained silent, not a whimper escaping his lips. If one were to shatter these iron cages with internal force, it would undoubtedly endanger the children within. Thus, he could only rely on his raw strength to forcibly pry open the cages, allowing the children to escape. Foolish and carefree, he approached one of the cages, firmly establishing his stance, and summoned his primal power, exerting himself to wrench the iron bars apart. The children streamed out in succession. Just as he attempted to employ the same method to open the second cage, an unseen force struck him from behind with startling suddenness. The force was irresistible, piercing through his heart and causing the cave wall to crumble, sending stones cascading down. Before he could discern the figure, he heard a voice. "Who dares to trespass into this mountain cave?" Clutching his pained chest, foolish and carefree, turned to see a man clad in a black robe, with flowing silver hair and a youthful yet enchanting visage, approaching him with overwhelming presence. This man possessed formidable power and seized the opportunity to ambush him while he focused on rescuing the children. The few children released by foolish and carefree, upon seeing the strange figure huddled together in the corner, trembling for warmth. The silver-haired young man appeared to be of similar age to foolish and carefree. Yet, from the timbre of his voice, he seemed to be at least in his 50s. Could it be that he was utilizing the vitality of children to cultivate some dark art, allowing him to regain his youth? Foolish and carefree recalled hearing from his master, Wang Gaoren, atop the Jade Maiden Peak, about a sinister technique that absorbed the essence of young boys and girls to achieve rejuvenation. It seemed there was truth to this. Old demon, today I shall claim your life. The silver-haired man scoffed. Humph, you can hardly articulate your threats, yet you wish to take my life? Just then, a few rough men charged in after him. Foolish and carefree retrieved a fruit hidden in his bosom, a move that left the rough men utterly astonished. The silver-haired man exclaimed, "Fool, can't you tell male from female?" In the next moment, foolish and carefree hurled the fruit at the rough men. "Seize him." The silver-haired man stepped back 2 paces, allowing the rough men to swarm in. With a series of swift kicks, foolish and carefree sent them reeling, blood spewing from their mouths. It appeared this lad had some skill. The silver-haired man was momentarily taken aback, but then instantly teleported before foolish and carefree, unleashing the soul-transforming nether palm directly at his chest. This dark art had been mastered by the silver-haired man to the 9th level, reaching an unparalleled zenith. Invincible in its execution. You dare challenge me? You're still quite green. The corners of the silver-haired man's lips curled into a devilish smirk. Foolish and carefree found himself struggling to withstand the assault. After all, he had already been ambushed once by this enchanting man's formidable internal energy. Now, facing the 9th level of the soul-transforming nether palm, even Master Wang Gaoren might not withstand such an onslaught. Foolish and carefree's body trembled, as if electrified. In the next instant, the soul-transforming nether palm sent him crashing against the cave wall. The stone wall fractured, and debris fell, completely burying foolish and carefree from view. The silver-haired man smirked with satisfaction, sneering, "Humph, you overestimate your abilities." Beneath the rubble, foolish and carefree's mind was swirling with the internal cultivation methods of the supreme skills of the Great Tang. On the summit of Yuna Peak, Master Wang imparted his martial arts techniques, blending them with the profound inner skill of the Great Lion Gate's supreme divine art, enabling a foundational breakthrough. Suddenly, a deafening crack reverberated through the air. Amidst the raucous laughter of those reveling in their triumph, stones shattered, and the earth trembled violently. Even a young girl, Xiaoyao, stationed outside, sensed the quaking of the ground, mistaking it for an earthquake. In the midst of the upheaval, the foolish yet carefree figure stood once more. The silver-haired man, clad in a long robe, wore a smile that had frozen in disbelief. How could this be? My soul-transforming phantom palm, at its 9th level, is unparalleled. How could this brat still be alive? As the silver-haired man's astonishment lingered, the carefree figure executed a soul-piercing move, penetrating the heart of the silver-haired man with a swiftness akin to a ghostly apparition, catching everyone off guard in the blink of an eye. The silver-haired man stood dazed, utterly motionless, before collapsing to the ground a minute later, his eyes wide open in death. Terrified, the rough men knelt and pleaded for mercy, crying out, "Hero, spare us. We were merely his hired hands, doing his bidding for pay. Hand over the keys and release the remaining children from the iron cages." Having vanquished the silver-haired man, the victor now commanded the rough men's obedience. The one in charge of the keys trembled as he unlocked each iron cage. The last to emerge was little Ajun, who looked up to the carefree figure in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, Big Brother is even more incredible than Ultraman, Spider-Man, and Superman. You are my idol." The carefree figure shyly scratched his head in response. Suddenly, the sound of honking echoed outside. The black car destined for the underground organ trafficking market had arrived. Even the renowned liquor magnates of the 48th district were envious. The rough men, compelled by fear and greed, divulged every detail to the carefree figure. We were coerced and enticed by the silver-haired man to capture children. Some were for his nefarious practices, while others were sold to the underground organ market. Such heinous cruelty for profit is utterly reprehensible. With determination, the carefree figure seized one rough man's collar, commanding, "You all go apprehend the traffickers from the black car and escort them to the authorities as a means of atonement. Yes, yes, yes. As long as you spare our lives, we will obey your every command." The rough men dashed out of the cave, surrounding the black car. The driver, unaware of the impending doom, leaned out, shouting, "Damn it, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and get the kids into the car." Without uttering a word, the rough men reached through the window, dragging the driver out. It was chaos, dogs fighting dogs, a true turn of the tables. Xiaoyao, hidden in the grass, watched in horror, her heart racing. Why hadn't the fool emerged yet? Could it be that he had been dealt with by these men? Just as panic gripped her, she saw the carefree figure joyfully leading a large group of children out. The children emerged in an orderly fashion, forming a line as they followed one another like a train. Xiaoyao caught sight of her beloved little Jun at once. Overcome with excitement, she sprang from the bushes and rushed towards them, exclaiming, "Jun, my Jun, Auntie Annie." She embraced little Jun tightly, tears streaming down her face. "Don't be sad, Annie. Little Jun is perfectly fine, thanks to this super incredible warrior, Big Brother." He roared so fiercely. Little Jun gazed at the foolishly carefree figure with admiration, singing his praises to the heavens. Although Xiaoyao had not witnessed firsthand how the foolishly carefree hero triumphed over the villains, she wholeheartedly believed little Jun's words. Moreover, the fact that the hero had safely brought the children out left Xiaoyao with a renewed respect for him. At that moment, the rugged men had already apprehended the black market driver, following the hero's instructions to send him to the authorities. The children, liberated, danced with joy, their laughter resounding. "Fool, I never would have guessed you possess such remarkable skills." Xiaoyao complimented the foolish hero. Little Jun looked up at him, then back at Annie Xiaoyao, and chuckled. "Annie, since Big Brother is so impressive, you should marry him. If you marry him, he'll be my uncle." Xiaoyao's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she playfully poked little Jun's forehead. "You mischievous little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Despite her words, she harbored considerable affection for the foolish hero. He was tall and imposing, exuding a heroic aura, and his bravery in venturing into the cave to rescue others was the very essence of what a man should embody. Yet the foolish hero promptly declined, asserting, "No, I already have a beautiful wife." Now that the truth was revealed and the children rescued, it was time for the foolish hero to reunite with his lovely wife. Xiaoyao dismissed his claim, doubting that someone like him could possibly have a beautiful wife. It must be nonsense. Regardless of whether it was true or not, the immediate priority was to ensure the safe return of the children to Wangzai village. Meanwhile, Bai Tingting awaited the return of the foolish hero while reopening her medicinal wine guest house. The wine she brewed was genuinely exquisite, gaining increasing renown, attracting visitors not only from nearby villages but also from several provinces in Long Country, eager to sample the delightful concoctions crafted by the beautiful proprietress. This news had also reached Menglong village. Bai Yuntian's brewing business had not been as prosperous lately, primarily due to the competition posed by Wangzai village's medicinal wine guest house, which had captured a portion of his clientele. However, he and Song Rushuang remained oblivious to the fact that the proprietors of the Wangzai village guest house were none other than the foolish hero and Bai Tingting. It was unlikely that this superficial couple would ever guess such a truth, even in their dreams. Song Rushuang, unable to contain herself, entered the study with a cup of tea and began urging Bai Yuntian, "Sir, if this continues, our Bai family's wine business will be completely usurped by the medicinal wine guest house in Wangzai village. In the past, we would receive an overwhelming number of orders as the year drew to a close, but now, there are only a scant few orders. It seems the guest house owner has taken away our business. It is said that the proprietor over there possesses not only exceptional winemaking skills, but also the ability to blend various herbal formulas into his brews. While other wines may harm the mind and liver when consumed excessively, this particular wine purportedly strengthens the body. I find that utterly unbelievable. Bai Yintian, seated in his office chair, puffed contemplatively on his smoke, expressing his disbelief. I cannot be convinced that their medicinal wine truly heals ailments and fortifies health. I must personally meet this individual who audaciously boasts such claims, seemingly disregarding integrity for profit. My lord, allow me to accompany you. Thus, Bai Yintian chose a day to visit Wangzai village with his wife, Song Rushi, under the guise of tourists. Upon their arrival in Wangzai village, Bai Yintian was utterly captivated. The children in this village were indeed as numerous as rumored. Reflecting on his own situation, he realized that over the years of marriage to Song Rushi, she had yet to bear him a child. Sensing his thoughts, Song Rushi internally scoffed. Why can't I give birth? Do you not have any self-awareness? If you were capable, our child would already be running errands. The couple silently critiqued one another as they unwittingly approached the medicinal wine inn in Wangzai village. Guests flowed in and out of the inn's entrance in a steady stream. Some visitors came to savor the fine brews and stay overnight, while others traveled great distances solely to queue for the exquisite wines. The scene left even Bai Yintian astonished. In my extensive experience as a winemaker, I have never witnessed such a long line of eager customers. Who exactly is the owner of this inn? He is not to be underestimated. Song Rushi gazed on with envy, her jealousy evident. Indeed, if this continues, my lord, will our Bai family's winemaking venture. Oh, do not speak such ill omens. Yes, yes. I concede in me spooka. By the way, my lord, how about we propose a collaboration with the owner here? No matter how fine their wine, can it rival our storied heritage? Surely not. I have heard that this was once a hot spring inn and not originally a medicinal wine establishment. Therefore, it seems their winemaking experience pales in comparison to ours. We could offer a partnership. They handle the herbal formulas and we manage the brewing, mutually beneficial for both parties. How splendid an idea. However, the ideal is often more appealing than reality, and Bai Yintian furrowed his brows. With business thriving as it is, why would they ever consider collaborating with us, unless their owner is a fool? Bai Yintian merely jested, never imagining that the owner of this medicinal wine was indeed a fool. Not only that, but he was also the very son-in-law Bai Yintian had disdainfully expelled from the estate. Bai Yintian and his wife, both prominent figures, now found themselves unwilling to wait in line, attempting to cut ahead. The other customers, drawn by reputation, cast disapproving glances at them. Who are these two? Together. They must be over 100 years old. How can they be so ignorant of the principles of queuing? Song Ruan Shuang shot them a piercing glance and mockingly declared, I never stand in line. Those who queue for purchases are merely the impoverished, the petty souls who seek to gain discounts or freebies through likes on social media. When I enter a luxury boutique, the manager himself bows and scrapes to usher me in. Indeed, such was the treatment she received at high-end establishments. Yet this was not a luxury store. The proprietor of the medicinal wine never distinguished between patrons based on status or wealth. All customers drawn by reputation were required to queue in an orderly fashion, regardless of their background. Even Bai Yintian felt a twinge of disappointment. Undeterred, Song Ruan Shuang, believing her wealth elevated her above others, arrogantly called into the inn, Is there a host? Come and escort me inside. I'll pay 5 times the price for that medicinal wine. The staff inside promptly relayed this message to Bai Tingting, who was preoccupied in the wine cellar. However, upon hearing the offer of 5 times the price, she remained utterly unmoved and instructed the staff, no matter the conditions proposed. We shall adhere to the principle of first come, first served. Our medicinal wine is offered equally to all. No one shall pay a single cent more. The employee conveyed her directive, leaving Song Ruan Shuang fuming, her frustration palpable as patrons around her began to point and whisper. Bai Yintian, exasperated, attempted to soothe her. Enough of this commotion. It's merely a queue. If we patiently wait for half an hour, it will be our turn. Song Ruan Shuang lamented, This is infuriating. What is so remarkable about this medicinal wine? Is it truly so extraordinary? It's more pretentious than a luxury store. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao and Xiaoyu successfully returned the missing children to Wangzai village. They were currently at the village committee building, with the village chief incarcerated for his crimes. Awaiting sentencing alongside Secretary Zhang from the city, the village's second-in-command took charge. Announcing over the loudspeaker, he urged the parents of the lost children to come to the village committee building to reclaim their offspring. Villagers hurried to the building, reuniting with their children, overwhelmed with emotion as they embraced and wept for joy. Upon hearing the announcement, Zhuzi rushed over. At that moment, he felt a mixture of guilt and admiration for Xiaoyao. He exclaimed to the villagers, "Fellow villagers, the truth has been revealed. The village chief and his accomplices will soon face justice, and the true culprits behind the abductions have been dealt with by the Xiaoyao brothers. Previously, I was manipulated by the village chief, betraying the Xiaoyao brothers. Yet they, with their kind hearts, granted me a chance for redemption. They bravely ventured into danger to rescue the children. The Xiaoyao brothers are our village's true heroes." The villagers, filled with remorse, knelt before Xiaoyao, pleading for forgiveness for their prior impulsiveness. Xiaoyao, bashfully scratching his head, urged, "Please, everyone rise. Do not kneel. The villains have been punished. Let us all keep a vigilant eye on our children from now on." Although the seemingly foolish Xiaoyao appears quite simple-minded, the villagers hold him in high regard. Viewing him as a great hero, led by Zhuzi, the villagers joyously hoisted Xiaoyao into the air, tossing him repeatedly to demonstrate their support, gratitude, and admiration. Beside them, Xiaoyu watched with a fluttering heart and silently vowed her affection. Little Ajun tugged at Xiaoyu's sleeve and looked up at her, exclaiming, "Annie, only a big brother like Xiaoyao deserves to marry you. You should marry him." Despite his seemingly foolish demeanor, when he exhibited courage, he became a true hero. Xiaoyu, feeling shy, playfully pinched Ajun's nose and chided, "You little rascal, don't say such things." After the villagers expressed their gratitude, they began to return home with their children. Zhuzi, reluctant to leave, wished to accompany Xiaoyao. Considering his need for help at the medicinal wine inn, Xiaoyao readily agreed, saying, "All right, you can come with me to work at the inn." Just as they were about to head back, they noticed Xiaoyu still standing with Ajun, not moving. "Why aren't you two leaving?" Ajun blurted out, "Because my aunt wants to marry." Before he could finish, Xiaoyu swiftly covered his mouth, relieved to have silenced him in time to avoid an embarrassing revelation. With a flushed face, she shyly asked Xiaoyao, "Do you need more help at your inn?" Xiaoyao glanced at Xiaoyu and then at Ajun, who were both dependent on each other and rather pitiable. He thought it would be kind to take them in. The inn was spacious enough to accommodate them, and having 2 more pairs of chopsticks wouldn't be a burden. Moreover, Xiaoyu was clever and could contribute to the inn's operations, which made her stay not entirely free. "Very well. You all can come with me to the medicinal wine inn." Ajun jumped in excitement, nearly soaring 3 feet high, while Xiaoyu maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though her heart was filled with warmth and joy. Thus, Xiaoyao returned to the medicinal wine inn with Zhuzi, Xiaoyu, and Ajun. Upon their arrival, they discovered that during Xiaoyao's absence, his charming wife, Baitingting, had managed the inn even more successfully than before, with an ever-growing line of customers resembling a long dragon. Xiaoyao silently praised his remarkable wife. Just then, he inadvertently spotted 2 familiar figures in the lengthy queue. Wasn't he that his father-in-law, Bai Yuntian, and mother-in-law, Song Ruo Shuang? With an open heart, Xiaoyao had long forgotten the incident where he and his wife were expelled from the estate by his father-in-law and nearly framed by his mother-in-law. He excitedly rushed towards them, exclaiming, "Father-in-law, what brings you here?" Overwhelmed with emotion, Xiaoyao thought that Bai Yuntian and Song Ruo Shuang must have learned about the inn being run by him and Baitingting. Perhaps they missed their daughter and regretted sending her away, intending to bring her back. With a hopeful gaze, Xiaoyao approached Bai Yuntian and Song Ruo Shuang, asking, "Father-in-law, do you miss Tingting and come find her?" Bai Yuntian and Song Ruo Shuang were drenched in sweat as they stood in line, when suddenly, the foolish Xiaoyao intruded upon their consciousness, leaving them utterly astonished. Bai Yuntian glanced around, noticing that his daughter, Bai Tingting, was absent. Upon seeing Xiaoyao, Song Rushuang felt an urge to tease him to pass the time. "Oh dear, how did you end up here? Are you also here for this guest house?" "Yes, yes," Xiaoyao exclaimed, nodding enthusiastically, implying that the guest house was managed by him and by Tingting. However, Bai Yuntian and Song Rushuang could not fathom this notion. They assumed Xiaoyao meant he had come to queue for medicinal wine. Bai Yuntian sighed heavily, shaking his head in disappointment. This foolish one, unable to accomplish anything yet adept at enjoying life. Instead of seeking a proper job, he chooses to stand in line for medicinal wine? I must ask, where did you acquire the funds? And where is Tingting? Did you sell her for money to buy that wine? Bai Yuntian's imagination ran wild, prompting Song Rushuang to chuckle with schadenfreude. "Oh my, dear husband, he's just a fool. How could he possibly sell your daughter?" Though Bai Yuntian was still vexed with Bai Tingting, she remained his beloved daughter, and deep down, he yearned for the day she would return to her senses. Part ways with the fool, and come back to the Bai family. Xiaoyao pointed towards the medicinal wine guest house, informing Bai Yuntian, "Tingting is likely busy inside." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuntian grew anxious. What did it mean that Bai Tingting was busy inside? Had she taken up work at the guest house? It seemed plausible. Having married a fool and left with nothing, how could she survive without a job? The thought chilled his heart, and he lamented, "What a foolish girl. Forsaking a life of luxury as a pampered heiress to be with a fool. Now she must endure hardships. And you, foolish one, while Tingting toils inside to earn a living, you dare queue up for medicinal wine with her hard-earned money. You do not deserve such luxuries. You deserve nothing but urine." Upon hearing the word urine, Xiaoyao retorted, "I do not drink urine. Dear father-in-law, you have." This remark elicited laughter from the surrounding customers in line, who began to whisper and point. Bai Yuntian felt his pride wounded and was too embarrassed to continue queuing. He seized Xiaoyao by the collar and dragged him to a secluded alley nearby, unleashing a torrent of scolding. Xiaoyao, lacking the mental acuity to articulate a coherent defense, found himself unable to explain himself amidst Bai Yuntian's incessant tirade. Just then, Song Rushuang, following closely behind, devised a clever plan to halt Bai Yuntian's ranting. "Enough, dear husband. There is no point in wasting your breath. He is merely a fool, and your words are futile. How about this? Since Tingting is working here, let the fool go inside to find his wife and see if she can help us skip the line. If we cannot cut in line, then you, foolish one, should have Tingting personally plead with the boss to procure us a few bottles of medicinal wine. What are you standing there for? Truly, you are hopelessly dim-witted." Upon witnessing the dazed expression of the foolish Xiaoyao, Song Rushuang scolded him with irritation, even giving him a shove. Bai Yuntian surprisingly allowed Song Rushuang to employ such a disreputable method. Unexpectedly, the foolish Xiaoyao made a startling proclamation. "Dear father-in-law, there's no need to wait. We can go straight in and drink as much as we desire." Both Bai Yuntian and Song Rushuang were taken aback by his words, subsequently shaking their heads and snickering. The fool truly believes he runs the medicinal wine establishment, doesn't he? However, Xiaoyao insisted on leading them through the back door. "Come, let us enter through the back. The front is too crowded." He attempted to usher Bai Yuntian and Song Rushuang through the rear entrance while waving to Xiaoyu and the others, signaling them to follow suit. Yet, Bai Yuntian, as a prominent businessman, preferred to enter through the front with dignity, or not at all. He had no desire to sneak in through the back like a thief. Yet, as he observed one after another following the fool inside, even Song Rushuang had gone in, he pondered what he should do alone outside. Ultimately, he decided to enter as well. Perhaps he could glean some insight into their secrets of brewing medicinal wine. That was the crux of the matter. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Yuntian shamelessly followed in their footsteps. "Don't walk so fast. Wait for me." Xiaoyao led the group inside. Upon entering the establishment, Song Rushuang was consumed with envy and resentment. Such a large and beautiful inn. How wonderful it would be if it were hers. Just witnessing so many customers lining up to buy medicinal wine each day would be enough to inflate her vanity. Meanwhile, Bai Tingting was busily occupied in the wine cellar. Although she was the innkeeper, she took on many tasks herself, working even harder than her employees. She was so engrossed in her work that she remained oblivious to the fact that Xiaoyao had safely returned the children from Wangzai village. She was also unaware that her father and stepmother were in line to purchase medicinal wine. Moreover, she was completely ignorant of Xiaoyao leading them into the wine cellar. Dear father-in-law, Tingting should be in the wine cellar brewing wine right now. Let me take you to find her. Bai Yuntian thought to himself, indeed. His daughter possessed an exceptional talent for brewing, and much of the wine in the Bai family cellar was crafted by her. Now, having left with nothing, she was working for the innkeeper to earn a living. It made sense. Suddenly, Bai Yuntian felt a surge of joy. Since his daughter was working in the medicinal wine cellar, wouldn't she have the opportunity to access the formula for the medicinal wine? If Bai Tingting were to acquire the recipe, then soon enough, the Bai family cellar could produce such extraordinary medicinal wine as well. At that moment, everyone was busy, and no one noticed their group. Xiaoyao led them directly into the wine cellar. Bai Tingting was indeed hard at work. Suddenly, a familiar voice called out from behind, "My lovely wife." Upon hearing the familiar voice of the carefree Xiaoyao, Bai Tingting's heart surged with excitement, causing her to drop the props she was holding. Turning around, she indeed found Xiaoyao, who had returned safe and sound. The joy of their reunion was akin to that of newlyweds. The couple, overwhelmed with emotion, rushed into each other's arms, tears glistening in their eyes. What a surprise! Is it really you, Xiaoyao? Why did you take so long? I was so worried. Bai Tingting gently chided him. Dear wife, you promised me that upon my return, you would bear me a football team. Xiaoyao, ever the carefree spirit, spoke without a filter, leaving the few accompanying guests momentarily stunned by the display of affection. Xiaoyao, witnessing this, truly believed that the fool indeed had a wife as radiant as a blooming flower. At that moment, a pang of envy stirred within her, as she watched the sweet reunion of the couple with a mix of admiration and longing. Meanwhile, Xiao Ajun, standing nearby, whispered, Andy, although the big brother's wife is beautiful, I think you're the most stunning of all. When my birthday comes, I wish for the big brother and his wife to part ways, so he can be with you. Xiaoyu shook her head, signaling him to refrain from such talk, yet she could not suppress her own tumultuous thoughts. Amidst this, Bai Yuntian and Song Rushuang stood there, unnoticed by Bai Tingting, whose entire focus was on Xiaoyao. This infuriated Bai Yuntian, prompting him to coldly remark, Humph. No wonder they say a married daughter is like spilled water. At these words, Bai Tingting finally acknowledged the presence of Bai Yuntian and the others. Dad, what brings you here? She asked, her surprise evident. Humph. Do you even remember your old father? Bai Yuntian feigned indignation. Song Rushuang seized the opportunity to mock Bai Tingting. Oh, Tingting, instead of living as a precious daughter, you've come to work at a humble inn in Wangzai village? You are bringing shame upon your father, leaving him with no dignity. While mocking, Song Rushuang aimed to sow discord between father and daughter, hoping their relationship would deteriorate into lifelong enmity. However, Bai Yuntian was not as enraged as one might expect. He had ulterior motives, subtly wishing for Bai Tingting to procure the recipe for medicinal wine. Tingting, why put yourself through this? Why not quit this job and return with me to the Bai family's winery? If you learn the recipe for the medicinal wine, we can produce it at our cellar. After all, I am your father. Surely, there is no animosity between us. Come back, for I would never hold grudges against my own daughter. Bai Yuntian's hints were unmistakable, casting a tempting bait to entice his daughter and her partner back home, shamelessly leveraging her in hopes she would bring the recipe. Bai Tingting, sharp and astute, understood his intentions immediately. Yet, the innocent Xiaoyao, oblivious to the underlying schemes, simply declared to Bai Yuntian and his wife, Dear father-in-law, we are not returning. If you miss Tingting, why not settle down here? We are the proprietors, and you may stay for as long as you wish, free of charge. Upon hearing this, Song Rushuang nearly burst into laughter. Bai Yuntian furrowed his brow and, with a heavy heart, spoke to Bai Tingting once more. Look at the fool you married. He truly believes that you, his wife, are laboring tirelessly in the wine cellar for others while he fancies himself the boss. It is truly a laughable yet lamentable situation. Tingting, consider this carefully. Come back with me and leave this fool behind. With your qualifications, you could easily find a better match, even with your eyes closed. At last, Bai Tingting revealed the truth. Father, the foolish Xiaoyao truly speaks no falsehood. This medicinal wine is indeed operated by us, a young couple. Bai Yuntian and Song Ruo Shuang were momentarily stunned into silence, grappling with disbelief. They speculated that Bai Tingting, having been cast out from her home, a once prominent lady reduced to brewing wine in a cellar, must have fabricated the story of being the inn's owner to protect her pride and dignity. At that moment, several employees carrying medicinal wine entered the cellar and greeted Bai Tingting and the foolish Xiaoyao. Boss lady, may I inquire which batch of medicinal wine requires moving today? Bai Yuntian's disbelief deepened. Song Ruo Shuang, unable to comprehend, turned to Bai Yuntian and asked, My dear, is there something wrong with my hearing? Did they just refer to the fool and Tingting as the boss and boss lady? Bai Yuntian, too, doubted his own senses. How could this be? It was utterly beyond belief. Yet the unfolding scene left Bai Yuntian and Song Ruo Shuang no choice but to accept the astonishing reality. Xiaoyao pointed to the jars of wine on the left and instructed the employees, who complied without hesitation. This revelation blinded Bai Yuntian and Song Ruo Shuang with astonishment. To make matters worse, Bai Yuntian felt an overwhelming urge to hide in a hole. Having just encouraged his daughter to bring the medicinal wine recipes back to their family's wine cellar. Such behavior was simply, Bai Yuntian's face burned with embarrassment, and he could hardly hold his head high before everyone. After a considerable time processing this revelation, Song Ruo Shuang shamelessly turned to Bai Tingting and said, I never imagined you would stumble upon such fortune, like a blind cat finding a dead mouse. Well, since we are family, Tingting, it is time for you to repay your father's nurturing. Quickly, share the various recipes for the medicinal wines. Bai Tingting replied truthfully, I am responsible for brewing the wine, while Xiaoyao manages the recipes. Do not be deceived by his foolish demeanor. He possesses profound knowledge of medicine and acupuncture. Even if I were to give you the recipes, you would not be able to replicate them. Each medicinal wine has a unique formulation, and Xiaoyao adjusts the ingredients based on the specific symptoms of our customers. There is no fixed recipe to provide. Xiaoyao nodded in agreement from his side. Bai Yuntian and Song Ru Shuang were both incredulous, as they attributed ulterior motives to Bai Tingting, suspecting she deliberately withheld her unique formula. Consequently, they resolved to remain at the inn indefinitely. After all, Bai Tingting and the simple-minded Xiaoyao were the proprietors, while Bai Yuntian and Song Ru Shuang were the in-laws. Who would dare to evict the innkeeper's relatives? Thus, the medicinal wine became increasingly lively from that day forth. Not only did it host the shamelessly persistent Bai Yuntian and Song Ru Shuang, but it also welcomed Juzi, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Ajuan. Xiaoyao earnestly implored Bai Tingting to take them in. With her kind heart, Bai Tingting readily agreed to shelter Juzi, Xiaoyu, and Xiao Ajuan. However, unbeknownst to her, Xiaoyu had quietly developed feelings for Xiaoyao, raising the possibility of future complications arising from love. The couple, Bai Yuntian and Song Ru Shuang, thoroughly explored every nook and cranny of the medicinal wine inn, and the more they observed, the more discontent they felt. Bai Yuntian had dedicated decades to the craft of winemaking, only to find himself eclipsed by a fool. Should the villagers of Menglong and Bai Yuntian's friends and family learn of this, where could he possibly hide his face? Meanwhile, Song Ru Shuang was consumed by jealousy, having previously believed that expelling Bai Tingting from the estate would lead to her misery. To her astonishment, Bai Tingting not only thrived alongside Xiaoyao, but also flourished in her endeavors. With a magnanimous spirit, Bai Tingting set aside past grievances and graciously informed Bai Yuntian and Song Ru Shuang, Father, Aunt Ru Shuang, you are welcome to stay for as long as you wish. Upon hearing this, Song Ru Shuang's face lit up with delight. Oh, Tingting, we were just thinking that ever since you left home, your father and I have been quite concerned about you. Song Ru Shuang's blatant dishonesty was astonishing, even causing Bai Yuntian to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Thus, this pair of audacious in-laws had no intention of returning home anytime soon. They frequently ventured into the wine cellar, claiming to be merely exploring. Yet their true motive was to surreptitiously acquire the formula for the medicinal wine. However, the formula was intricate and varied, tailored to different demographics with suboptimal health. making it perplexing for the medically uninformed Bai Yuntian couple. Song Rushuang whispered to Bai Yuntian, "My dear, it seems this medicinal wine formula is far more complex than we imagined. We may need to stay here for an extended period to steal it." What a preposterous notion. Steal? As a seasoned winemaking magnate, would I stoop to pilfering from the youth? Mind your words. Bai Yuntian was determined to save face. Despite his true desire to remain inappropriate, the formula. Song Rushuang could only acquiesce. "Very well. It was my mistake. You, a distinguished winemaking magnate, would never resort to theft. By the way, my dear, I overheard customers waiting outside mentioning how miraculous the medicinal wine is. Some of it fortifies men, while others claim it can even remedy infertility in women." Her insinuations could not have been more transparent. Bai Yuntian, indeed, is a man who would rather suffer than lose face. How could he possibly admit his inadequacies before his wife? Does he truly require the aid of that medicinal wine? Not at all. This evening, he shall demonstrate his prowess. Song Rushuang feigned a gentle smile, appearing to be understanding, while internally she derided this old fool's ineptitude. Once they exited the wine cellar, Bai Yuntian cast a furtive glance back at the medicinal wine within. He would later sneak back in to sample some. Tonight, he would be a warrior. Not long after leaving the cellar, Bai Yuntian pretended to feel unwell and excused himself to the restroom. Song Rushuang watched him head in that direction, unaware that this cunning old fox had stealthily slipped back into the wine cellar from the rear. It was midday, and the cellar was largely deserted. Bai Tingting and the foolish Xiaoyao were not present, making it an opportune moment for Bai Yuntian to indulge in his pilfering. However, the sheer volume of wines produced in the cellar left him at a loss. He had no idea which brew would invigorate him. He glanced around, yet remained uncertain. Nevertheless, he foolishly believed that the labels on the jars could provide insight into the specific effects of the medicinal wines contained within. For instance, a jar label Vitality Unleashed implied a potent effect. Without a second thought, Bai Yuntian uncorked the jar, and the aroma of the wine enveloped him, intoxicating him slightly. Such a splendid wine. Tonight, the wild stallion shall have its fun. Seizing a nearby ladle, he eagerly sampled a generous sip. What a fine wine. Just as he prepared for a second taste, his gaze fell upon another jar with an even more imposing name. Indestructible Diamond. Indestructible Diamond. As the name suggests, this must be the one to drink. He redirected his attention to that particular jar. After sampling several ladlefuls, he noticed yet another jar with an even more tantalizing name. Thus, he opened numerous jars and sampled several kinds of medicinal wine. Finally, with a hearty belch, his stomach swelled like that of a pregnant woman, leaving him utterly unable to consume more. Any additional wine would surely spill from the corners of his mouth. Satisfied, Bai Yuntian patted his round belly, planning to exit the cellar. Just then, someone entered. In a panic, he sought refuge in a nearby hiding spot. The newcomer was Zhuzi, now tasked with overseeing the wine cellar. His keen eyes quickly discerned that the jars had been tampered with. Had a thief infiltrated the cellar? Upon closer inspection, he noted that all the jars remained intact. What could this mean? Had someone sneaked in to drink the wine? As Zhuzi paced, he caught a glimpse of a corner of clothing from the hidden thief. Indeed, a thief had entered to pilfer the wine and was currently concealed within the cellar. How should he proceed? Zhuzi contemplated informing the foolish Xiaoyao, but feared that if he left, the thief might seize the opportunity to escape. Thus, he utilized the key to secure the cellar door tightly. Let us see how you escape this time. With the door shut tight, I'll call the boss to deal with the intruder. Zhuzi secured the door and went to find the foolish Xiaoyao. Taking advantage of Zhuzi's absence, Bai Yuntian stealthily slipped out, only to discover that the door had been locked by Zhuzi. That wretched fellow locks the wine cellar, even in broad daylight. How am I supposed to get out of here? At this moment, Bai Yuntian was oblivious to the fact that Zhuzi had already discovered him and was now reporting to Xiaoyao. Since escape was impossible, he decided to hide his previous spot and take a brief nap, waiting for an opportunity to slip away when someone entered. Bai Yuntian, as planned, was rather delightful. He returned to his hiding place for a short rest. Meanwhile, Zhuzi had already brought Xiaoyao and several strong male employees from the medicinal wine in to confront the wine cellar. Zhuzi exaggerated the situation Boss, a notorious thief has infiltrated the wine cellar. This rogue is utterly audacious, having sampled every barrel of wine and refusing to leave. I wager that this thief harbors ill intentions towards our fair hostess, planning to hide until nightfall and then abduct her. Zhuzi's alarmist rhetoric rendered Xiaoyao quite unsettled. How could a thief have designs on his enchanting wife? He was determined to beat the intruder to a pulp, leaving him bloodied and battered. Xiaoyao led the employees from the medicinal wine inn, advancing menacingly towards the wine cellar. Under Zhuzi's guidance, they swiftly located the so-called Thief South hiding place. Zhuzi pointed to the corner of a garment that was exposed and whispered to Xiaoyao, "Boss, look, he is hiding right there." At that moment, snoring sounds emanated from within. How brazen was this thief, daring to drink our wine and then sleep soundly without a care? "Bring the weapon." Xiaoyao extended his palm, and the employees hurriedly handed him a sturdy stick. Grasping the stick firmly, Xiaoyao thrust it in, not knowing which part of Bai Yuntian he struck. A heart-wrenching scream erupted, causing the barrels of wine to tremble. Suddenly, a familiar figure burst forth from the hiding place. Bai Yuntian, shouting at the top of his lungs, cried out, "Who dares to stab me in my vital parts?" The employees, recognizing the boss's father-in-law, instinctively took a large step back in fright. Xiaoyao, with a stick in hand, stood there looking utterly out of place. You fool! How dare you strike your father-in-law? Are you defying the heavens?" Xiaoyao exclaimed in astonishment, loosening his grip on the stick and stammering, "Father-in-law, we are here to catch the thief who drank our wine." Bai Yuntian, aware of his own guilt, resorted to fabricating excuses. "Thief? Where's this thief who drinks wine? I've been here for half a day and have not seen a trace of any thief." Just as he finished speaking, Bai Yuntian belched, his stomach round as a woman nearing childbirth, reeking of alcohol. Yet, he still had the audacity to deny his theft. The pillar, with a smile that belied his true feelings, addressed Bai Yuntian, "Your esteemed father-in-law, are you not akin to someone who has just indulged in a dragon fruit? It is said that if one steals a dragon fruit, remnants of its juice would linger around their lips. Yet that individual swears with fervor, weeping and lamenting, vowing by their so-called integrity that they did not partake in the dragon fruit." The employees stifled their laughter, covering their lips. Bai Yuntian glanced at his own belly, but stubbornly refused to concede. "What are you staring at? Recently, I have been well-fed and well-watered at my daughter's home. And with a lack of exercise, this is the result. Do you suspect that I have been pilfering from the wine cellar?" In the midst of his speech, Bai Yuntian could not suppress a belch. "I, after all, am a renowned wine merchant. Soon, my exquisite wines will be available in the beautiful country, the empire on which the sun never sets, and the land of cherry blossoms, among others. One could easily surmise that I would never stoop to stealing medicinal wine here." At that moment, Bai Yuntian's face turned crimson, veins bulging, as a tumultuous energy swirled within him. It roamed about, causing him discomfort, yet he feigned nonchalance. Silly Xiaoyao could easily discern that this old man must have surreptitiously sampled several medicinal wines. Some of these concoctions are incompatible. Thus, wines of different names should not be mixed. "Father-in-law, did you drink the vigor-infusing medicinal wine followed by the indestructible medicinal wine?" Before silly Xiaoyao could finish, Bai Yuntian vehemently denied it. "Nonsense! How could I, a distinguished wine merchant, ever stoop to drinking the concoctions of a fledgling fool like you? It's utterly laughable." Silly Xiaoyao, with a serious demeanor, urged him, "Father-in-law, if you have indeed partaken, I assure you that neither Ting nor I will hold it against you. However, you must allow me to use the 9 Suns fire cloud acupuncture technique to treat you. Otherwise," Bai Yuntian interrupted, "I have already stated that there is nothing of the sort." He believed silly Xiaoyao was merely trying to frighten him into an admission of guilt. Huh! Bai Yuntian mused that as an astute veteran of the business world, how could a fool possibly ensnare him? The notion of coercing him into a confession was utterly preposterous. Cursing under his breath, Bai Yuntian strutted away with grandiosity. Once outside the wine cellar, he realized his abdomen was in distress, as an unknown gas coursed through his intestines, gradually manifesting into a tormenting urge. Now he found himself in a predicament. After all, He had just adamantly denied consuming the medicinal wine. He could hardly admit that his discomfort stemmed from pilfering it. Could he? Silly Xiaoyao chased after him, aware that despite his father-in-law's blatant lies, he was nonetheless Bai Tingting's biological father. Should anything unfortunate occur, silly Xiaoyao could not bear to see his lovely wife grieve. Father-in-law, allow me to assist you. Get away. How tiresome. I have told you. I did not steal any medicinal wine. Just as Bai Yuntian was defending himself, Song Rushi hurriedly approached him. Ah, my lord, where have you been? I was searching high and low for you. Come quickly. We must greet the father of Hao Yuqian, who has returned from the beautiful country. Upon hearing the news, Bai Yuntian was utterly unsettled. In his current state, how could he possibly venture out to greet guests without losing face? My dear, we are presently in Wangzai village. Should we have returned to Longming village after coming back from the beautiful country? Song Ruo Shuang shook her head, indicating her uncertainty. I am not aware of how they ended up at the medicinal wine inn. What should we do now? Should he force himself to mingle with the business tycoons returning from the beautiful country despite his discomfort? Or should he foolishly confess to the idiot that he had secretly consumed the medicinal wine and allow the fool to administer a few acupuncture needles? No, he could not admit it. Even if he confessed to drinking the medicinal wine, Bai Yuntian doubted that a few needles from that simpleton could cure him. Thus, he resolved to endure the discomfort, believing that once the effects of the wine wore off, he would be fine. With that, Bai Yuntian suppressed his unease and went out to welcome Hao Daki. Hao Daki had traveled a great distance from the beautiful country, and certainly not to reminisce with Bai Yuntian. He had returned to seek retribution for his son, Hao Yuqian, and he harbored another motive, to search for his fleeting love. Particularly, he had heard an intriguing rumor that although his relationship with Dyer had been but a fleeting encounter, she had later become pregnant. He wondered if she had ultimately given birth to the child. As Hao Daki sat in the Rolls-Royce, lost in contemplation, Bai Yuntian, still grappling with his discomfort, hurried out to flatter him. He personally opened the car door for Hao Daki and exclaimed, "Ah, it has been a while, my dear Hao. I trust you have been well?" Without hesitation, Hao Daki launched into a tirade. "Well, have I been well? You have driven me to the brink of madness. Where is that foolish son-in-law of yours? I wish to see what sort of abilities he possesses to dare bully my precious son." Unable to restrain himself any longer, Bai Yuntian was just about to distance himself from the simple-minded Xiaoyao when an uncontrollable pressure built up within him. Suddenly, with a resounding puff, he could no longer contain it. It was excruciatingly embarrassing. Standing behind him, Song Ruo Shuang was the most affected, forced to endure the foul odor, feeling nauseated. Yet, with the eminent personage present, she could only feign composure, smiling gracefully. Hao Daki, who had intended to alight from the vehicle, covered his nose in disgust and withdrew his foot back into the car, saying, "What on earth did you consume, Bai Yuntian?" I haven't eaten anything. It was an accident. My sincerest apologies." Bai Yuntian repeatedly expressed his regrets. However, within less than half a minute, he found himself unable to hold back again, unleashing a series of explosive sounds. The noise was unabashed, and the stench was overwhelming. Song Ruo Shuang could no longer maintain her facade and rushed to a corner. Retching uncontrollably, Hao Daki glared at Bai Yuntian in utter disdain, feeling speechless. He promptly closed the car door and rolled up the window. Bai Yuntian felt an intense desire to vanish into a hole in the ground. Nevertheless, Hao Yuqian in the other Rolls-Royce was gracious enough to show him some respect. Considering Bai Yuntian was the father of Bai Tingting, Hao Yuqian alighted from the vehicle and discerned something amiss, inquiring of Bai Yuntian, "Uncle Bai, you seem to be unwell, don't you? Your abdomen appears distended, as if a malevolent energy is wandering within you. Fear not, for I shall assist you in expelling this dark force." At this moment, Bai Yuntian found himself at a loss and could only nod in agreement. Just then, the foolish Xiaoyao emerged. Observing Hao Yuqian preparing to exert his energy upon Bai Yuntian, he hurriedly stepped forward, anxious to intervene. "You must not channel your energy. It will only exacerbate the situation." Bai Yuntian, with his superficial judgments, chose to trust Hao Yuqian over the fool, shoving Xiaoyao aside with disdain. Go away, you simpleton, you are only in the way. Willingly, Bai Yuntian accepted Hao Youqian's treatment. With a deep breath, Hao Youqian gathered his internal energy and pressed his palm against Bai Yuntian's abdomen, channeling his vital force into him. The two energies within Bai Yuntian's body clashed fiercely. Hao Youqian, confident in his formidable inner strength, believed he could successfully drive out the malevolent energy from Bai Yuntian's abdomen. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. His vital energy collided chaotically with the dark force within Bai Yuntian, causing turmoil and distress in his abdomen. Eventually, Bai Yuntian could no longer contain himself. He suffered an uncontrollable release. At that moment, his dignity was utterly shattered. A figure of some stature, in the midst of a crowd, he faced a humiliating incident. Yet, the ordeal did not end there. Soon his heart began to ache, a pain so severe it felt life-threatening. Hao Youqian, now feeling guilty, realized that had he not exacerbated the situation, Bai Yuntian would have merely expelled gas. But now, it was something far more distressing. He dared not suggest any further misguided actions. Yet, the pain had shifted from Bai Yuntian's abdomen to his heart, and without immediate intervention, he risked a myocardial infarction. Xiaoyao swiftly produced 3 silver needles, piercing the Neiguan, Qimen, and Danzhong acupoints, invigorating the flow of energy and alleviating pain. Bai Yuntian trembled as if electrified, frothing at the mouth, his complexion ashen, feeling as though he were on the brink of demise. Seeing the urgency of the situation, Hao Youqian deflected blame onto Xiaoyao. Well done. Uncle Bai could have been treated, but your foolishness has led to this. If anything happens to him, how will you explain to Tingting? Be quiet. Xiaoyao, drenched in sweat, had no time to engage in banter with Hao Youqian. Saving a life was paramount. He focused intensely, employing the exquisite technique of the Jiuyang Hua Yun acupuncture, skillfully manipulating the needles with precision. In an instant, a wave of warmth radiated from the needle tips, as if the internal gloom had been swept away, and the pain vanished into thin air. Even the legendary physician Hua Tu would have been humbled. Even Hao Daki, who had just exited the vehicle, was left in shock at the sight before him. This young man, not more than 25, wielded the art of acupuncture with a fluidity surpassing that of seasoned, silver-haired practitioners, leaving one utterly astonished. Gradually, Bai Yuntian's complexion began to improve. Following this, his heartbeat returned to normal, his condition visibly restored, as if he had been miraculously pulled back from the threshold of death. An employee entered to report the situation outside to Bai Tingting. As Bai Tingting emerged, the foolish Xiaoyao had just succeeded in saving Bai Yuntian. Yet, unexpectedly, this sycophantic individual, Bai Yuntian, despite clinging to life, did not forget to elevate himself at the expense of others. It was clearly Xiaoyao who had administered acupuncture to rescue him from the brink of death, yet he immediately turned and attributed the credit to Hao Youqian. Hao Xiao is truly remarkable. If it weren't for Hao Xiao's assistance in expelling the malevolent energy from my body, I might have already departed this world. Tingting, why don't you come over and express your gratitude to Hao Xiao properly? Although Bai Tingting had emerged later and had not witnessed the entire ordeal, the employee had provided her with a general account of the events. She firmly believed that it was Xiaoyao who had treated her father. Her father had harbored bias against Xiaoyao from the outset, and coupled with his inherent elitism, he had always fawned over the Hao family. Bai Tingting not only lacked any desire to thank Hao Youqian, but also wished to speak a few words in defense of Xiaoyao. However, at that moment, Hao Daki could no longer contain himself and exited the vehicle. Just as Bai Yuntian was about to curry favor, Hao Daki covered his nose and interjected, "Do not approach. Maintain a certain distance." Hao Daki was clearly repulsed by Bai Yuntian's foul odor. Those around Bai Yuntian, including Bai Tingting, instinctively covered their noses, keeping a respectful distance. Bai Yuntian's face was utterly flushed with embarrassment. He had no choice but to hastily retreat to the bathroom of the guest house to wash himself. Hao Daki cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyao and sternly inquired, "Are you the one they refer to as Xiaoyao?" Although Xiaoyao found Hao Youqian disagreeable, he felt no aversion toward his father. "Indeed, I am Xiaoyao." With his father backing him, Hao Youqian's arrogance grew even more brazen. "Dad, this pauper is just a fool." Hao Daqi frowned at his son and remarked, "If you keep calling him a fool, then losing to him would be tantamount to slapping your own face, proving you are inferior to a fool." En route to the medicinal wine guest house, Hao Yuqian had filled his father's ears with disparaging remarks about Xiaoyao, leading Hao Daqi to harbor a strong bias against him before even meeting him. Yet upon encountering him in person, he inexplicably felt that the young man was not as detestable as he'd been led to believe, especially after witnessing, just moments ago, this youthful individual expertly wielding acupuncture techniques, which genuinely astonished him. Sensing his father's burgeoning empathy, Hao Yuqian began to play the victim. "Dad, this wretched pauper is utterly disrespectful, completely disregarding that I am your son, flaunting his authority, and even using my cousin, Shimin Shuifeng, as a football." Indeed, part of the reason for this return home was to seek justice for his son, and with a snap of his fingers, Hao Daqi's resolve was solidified. Three formidable figures emerged from the Rolls-Royce. One, named Jason, donned a black trench coat, his eyes glinting with a sanguine hue, reminiscent of a vampire from Western mythology. The second, Tyson, was a muscular behemoth, renowned as the finest boxer in the beautiful country, delivering punches with immense force and invincibility. The third, rather amusingly named Kaysen, lived up to his name, emanating joy as he alighted from the vehicle, laughing heartily, yet outwardly appeared unremarkable. How striking! How imposing! The foolishly carefree Xiaoyao momentarily felt dazzled. In the next instant he approached them, prompting the three Western masters to presume that Xiaoyao had already succumbed without a fight and thus came forth in a display of arrogance, expecting him to bow in submission. With an air of superiority, they crossed their arms, awaiting Xiaoyao's plea for mercy. To their utter astonishment, Xiaoyao dismissed them entirely, brushing past them as he hurried towards the Rolls-Royce. Xiaoyao had an eye for luxury. Although he did not recognize this particular model as the world's most expensive Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, he was aware it was an extravagant vehicle. The Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, regarded as the pinnacle of automotive luxury, boasts a staggering market valuation of 15.5 billion Dragon country coins. Its design is both elegant and unique, adorned in a custom deep blue paint that gleams like the brightest star in the night sky. The iconic front grille, reminiscent of the Parthenon, paired with the statue of the winged victory, exudes an air of nobility and distinction. The sleek sidelines of the vehicle reveal exquisite craftsmanship in every curve. Inside, the luxurious combination of premium leather and exquisite woodwork creates an atmosphere of unimaginable opulence, making one feel as if they are in a moving palace. It was utterly stunning. Xiaoyao was captivated. If only he could possess such a magnificent car to take his beautiful wife, Baitingting, on a joyride. Envisioning the scene of driving this splendid luxury car with her, he could not help but caress its surface. "Remove your filthy paws." Hao Yuqian stepped forward to obstruct him. Disdain etched on his face as he scoffed. "You pitiful wretch, do not lay a finger on my Rolls-Royce. Your dirty hands could tarnish it, and you could never repay the damage." "What? This luxury car is calling for a teacher to tear it apart?" His words elicited a chorus of mocking laughter from those around. Hao Yuqian reveled in his superiority, declaring, clearly, "You are impoverished. You have likely never even heard of the name Rolls-Royce. Let me enlighten you. In this world, wealth is represented by Rolls-Royce, while poverty leads to a life of toil and struggle." Rolls-Royce? This was indeed the first time Xiaoyao had heard of it. On Yunnan Peak, he either traversed with lightness of foot or galloped on horseback, or perhaps drove the vehicles of his master-s friends. He was filled with wonder at this globally renowned luxury car. "Darling, do you like this car?" Xiaoyao turned to inquire of Baitingting. Typically, one would not reject a luxury vehicle. Yet Baitingting understood that their budding careers as a couple meant that their earnings from their guest house were scarcely sufficient for the down payment on such an extravagant automobile. "Silly Xiaoyao, we are not in a position for that yet. Nevertheless, as long as you are the one carrying me, even if it means sitting behind you on a bicycle, I would still be delighted." Upon hearing this, Song Rushuang sneered beside her, mocking Baitingting for her foolishness. Hao Yuqian was consumed by jealousy, wondering what made him inferior to this fool. After all, he was the son of a wealthy family, and women who would throw themselves at him could easily line up from here to the beautiful country. How could Bai Tingting be so stubbornly infatuated with a simpleton? Silly Xiaoyao, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, approached Hao Daki and inquired, "Uncle, how much is this Rolls-Royce? I wish to own one too." His words once again sparked laughter from those around. Song Rushuang, rather than supporting her own fiancé, chose to speak on behalf of Hao Yuqian, stating, "This Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost is one of the world's top luxury cars, fool. You could toil your entire life and still never hope to possess one. Only the likes of the Hao family are worthy of such luxury." Immediately, the three Western experts surrounded them. Hao Yuqian was well aware that these three were among the finest in the West. There was no way this fool could stand against them. Confident in this, he devised a scheme to ensnare silly Xiaoyao. "How about this? If you can defeat these three top Western masters, Jason, Tai-sun, and Kaysen, I will gift you this precious luxury car." Without a moment's hesitation, silly Xiaoyao agreed. "All right, it's a promise. A gentleman's word is his bond. Even a Rolls-Royce cannot pursue it." Hao Yuqian added, "But if you fail to defeat them, you must lie on the road while I run you over with the Rolls-Royce." Silly Xiaoyao nodded. "All right. A gentleman's word is his bond." Bai Tingting urged silly Xiaoyao, "You should not engage those three Westerners. They look fierce and are undoubtedly not to be trifled with. It is not worth taking that risk." Silly Xiaoyao reassured her, "Fear not, my lovely wife. You can simply enjoy the show from the sidelines. Once I win that Rolls-Royce, I will take you for a ride." Meanwhile, Hao Daki was scolding his son. "How could you wager our beloved car?" Hao Yuqian was confident. "Rest assured, father, this fool will surely fall at the hands of these three top Western masters. I promised him that if he wins, the Rolls-Royce is his. He will only catch a fleeting glimpse before meeting his demise. The chance to ride in it will only come in his next life as a wealthy heir." Impatient to possess the stunning Rolls-Royce, silly Xiaoyao boldly called out to the three Western experts, "All right, enough dilly-dallying. Let's begin. How long will it take? I want to drive the Rolls-Royce with my lovely wife. To save time, why don't you all come at me together?" "What?" The three Western masters exchanged glances, each thinking that this young man was utterly overestimating his abilities. He was simply courting disaster. Jason let out a cold snort, stomping his foot to create a deep pit in the earth. "No need for three. I alone can send you to the afterlife." He resembled a vampire from Western mythology, and with a swift flick of his cape, he revealed his sharp fangs, advancing menacingly. Foolish Xiaoyao unleashed a powerful strike, a roar akin to a tiger's. A resounding thud echoed as his fist collided with Jason's fangs, shattering them. Blood spewed from Jason's mouth, forcing him to stagger back several steps. It was truly bizarre. He had always been the one to drain others' blood, yet now he found himself bleeding. Jason's expression shifted to one of shock, and with his prized fangs destroyed by Xiaoyao, he realized he stood little chance in the ensuing battle. At that moment, Tai-shun, the boxing expert, took over. With nimble footwork, he leapt towards Xiaoyao, aiming to strike at the crown of his head. In the next instant, Xiaoyao executed a technique from the supreme arts of the Tang dynasty, launching a soul-piercing kick. Whoosh! It struck Tai-shun in the lower abdomen. Remarkably, Tai-shun stood firm, a testament to his prowess as a champion boxer. His muscles quivered, veins bulged, and his clothing tore apart in an instant, cascading to the ground in tatters, revealing his formidable physique as he provocatively glared at Xiaoyao, seemingly impervious to any weaknesses. Xiaoyao surveyed Tai-shun from all angles, ultimately deciding to target his lower abdomen. He leapt into the air, executing a full 360-degree spin. Unwilling to be outdone, Tai-shun also sprang into action. What he did not anticipate was Xiaoyao's sudden change of direction as he dove downwards, delivering a strike akin to fishing the moon from the bottom of the sea. At that moment, everyone present was left speechless, gasping in disbelief. The men instinctively covered their lower abdomens, feeling a phantom pain. What in the world? The astonished crowd could hardly believe their eyes. This young man was astonishingly fierce, as if he could pierce the heavens. With both Jason and Tai-shun retreating in defeat, Kai-shun stepped forward to engage. He appeared as if his sense of humor had been activated, laughing throughout the encounter. Yet, his true weapon lay within the madness of his laughter. The more he laughed, the more eerie the atmosphere became. In an instant, a tempest arose. Dust and debris filled the air, obscuring the vision of everyone present. Xiaoyao swiftly produced 2 silver needles and hurled them at Kaishan. Despite the swirling dust, the needles found their mark, piercing Kaishan's acupoints with precision. In an instant, Kaishan's laughter ceased, his brow furrowing. What on earth is this? Most Westerners were unfamiliar with the acupuncture tools of the Eastern Dragon Kingdom, but he dismissed them with contempt, thinking, 2 mere silver needles are harmless. What can they do to me? In the next moment, he would come to realize the potency of those needles. Kaishan could no longer muster laughter. Instead, he was overtaken by cries of anguish, tears streaming uncontrollably from his eyes. Oh, how utterly unfair. 3 of the foremost Western masters, none of whom could be considered a match for the foolishly carefree one, hastily fled the scene. Hey, you accepted my father's money to resolve our troubles. How can you depart without addressing our obstacles? The 3 masters retorted while escaping. It's terrifying beyond belief. We no longer wish to earn this money. Our lives are at stake. With that, they vanished without a trace, leaving behind a stunned Hao Yuqian, who drew a sharp breath in disbelief. How splendid. That Rolls-Royce can now be mine. Foolishly carefree once again caressed the luxurious vehicle. Hao Daki had no words left, lamenting his son's indiscreet remarks, leaving him in a quandary. Yet, Hao Yuqian, undeterred, decided to backtrack. You, pitiful wretch, will need 3 lifetimes to deserve such a luxury car. Our wager earlier is null and void. How can not count? If it doesn't, you are no gentleman. Hao Yuqian ground his teeth, unable to tolerate the fool, yet powerless to eliminate him. In a fleeting moment, a cunning plan crossed his mind. Very well. I concede this luxury car to you. Hao Daki shot his son an irate glare, but found no retort. However, Hao Yuqian added, this vehicle is newly acquired. I haven't even taken it for a spin twice. Before gifting it to you, allow me to take it for a joyride. Observing that Hao Daki was still present, foolishly carefree agreed, knowing that Hao Yuqian could not escape his father. Hao Yuqian hopped into the Rolls-Royce, pressed the accelerator, and sped away, leaving Hao Daki behind, who was escorted by Song Ruo Shuang and by Ting Ting into a guest house. As the Rolls-Royce raced down the road, Hao Yuqian's heart brimmed with dissatisfaction. So you desire this magnificent vehicle, do you? Let's see if this fool can truly handle it. He parked the car by a tree-lined avenue and made a call, summoning a professional mechanic to arrive post-haste. Young Master Hao, your personal mechanic is here. How may I assist you? Hao Yuqian handed the mechanic a stack of money and ominously instructed, alter the interior of the car so that it becomes a perilous vehicle. Do you understand? A luxury car turned into a hazardous one? This was the first time the mechanic had received such a request. Typically, he repaired damaged vehicles, not transformed perfectly functional ones into treacherous machines. Are you certain about this, young master? The mechanic inquired again. Hao Yuqian, unfazed, clarified, indeed. I want you to make it defective while ensuring it remains inconspicuous. Do you comprehend? The mechanic felt a wave of unease, such a high-end luxury vehicle being compromised. The world of the wealthy was beyond his understanding. Nevertheless, having accepted Hao Yuqian's generous fee, he resolved to serve him diligently. After more than 2 hours, the vehicle was finally modified according to Hao Yuqian's specifications, transformed into a perilous luxury car. With a sense of trepidation, Hao Yuqian refrained from driving and promptly dialed the medicinal wine in, instructing the hapless Xiaoyao to retrieve the vehicle himself. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao was filled with excitement, eager to set off, but was wisely deterred by Bai Tingting, who cautioned him, Xiaoyao, you haven't obtained your driver's license yet, have you? It is illegal to operate a vehicle without one. Oh no, I can't drive without a license and while under the influence. Xiaoyao exclaimed, bewildered. Is it really true that a license is required to drive? It appeared he had been struck dumb by lightning, utterly unaware that a driver's license was a necessity for driving. In the past, atop the carefree peaks, those wealthy individuals who sought out Master Wang for a game of mahjong would arrive in their vehicles, playing for 3 days and nights. Xiaoyao had once pilfered their car keys and brazenly drove their vehicles along the mountain roads, even giving a wild boar a lift back to its den. At that time, he had been blissfully ignorant of a need for a license. Now, however, enlightenment had dawned upon him. What shall I do now? Perhaps I should secure the car for now, and once I obtain my license, I can take you for a drive. After conferring with his partner, Xiaoyao, filled with anticipation, ventured forth to the location described by Hao Yuqian. Hao Yuqian awaited him with bated breath, finally seeing him arrive. This time, you are truly finished. He thought to himself with a sinister grin, internally mocking, to bury this fool with the world's most expensive luxury car is perhaps the culmination of his foolish fortune. Fool, I accept my wager, he declared. Since those 3 Western masters were no match for you, I willingly bestow this magnificent vehicle upon you. Hao Yuqian grandly tossed the car keys towards Xiaoyao. Elated, Xiaoyao caught the keys, yet hesitated to enter the car. Why not take it for a spin? Hao Yuqian urged. What, can you not drive? It's laughable that a man in this day and age cannot drive. What use is a luxury car to you, if not to drive? Indignant, Xiaoyao retorted, who says I cannot drive? I taught myself atop Yunu Peak. My driving skills rival those of seasoned veterans. Then come, demonstrate your prowess. Hao Yuqian continued his provocation. Their banter bore a striking resemblance to risque humor. Xiaoyao shook his head vehemently. No. I cannot drive just yet. Undeterred, Hao Yuqian persisted in tempting Xiaoyao. This luxury car belongs entirely to you, my dear fool. You are now the most striking figure on the street. Go on, roam freely. You are the most dashing man in the world. Hao Yuqian believed that Xiaoyao would be completely entranced, lost in his own excitement. Yet, to his astonishment, Xiaoyao still refused to enter the vehicle, insisting, I cannot. My lovely wife has repeatedly warned me that driving on the road requires a license. Without one, I could be apprehended by the traffic police. Upon hearing this, Hao Yuqian's excitement grew. The fool did not possess a license. It was indeed true. With intellect such as his, he would likely struggle to pass even the most basic of tests. Foolish one. Hao Yuqian's powerful hand rested upon the shoulder of the hapless Xiaoyao. Women are always so finicky, insisting that one must possess a driver's license to operate a vehicle. Yet, for a man of valor, a license is but a trifling matter. I, a distinguished heir of the Hao family, have yet to acquire one, and yet, I navigate the roads with great aplomb. A license is utterly unnecessary. If you find yourself timid, I have a method to embolden you behind the wheel. Hao Yuqian procured several bottles of liquor from a nearby convenience store for Xiaoyao. He eagerly popped the cap off a beer for him, exclaiming, drink up. Alcohol fortifies courage. Imbibe and then drive. This is the hallmark of a dashing man. However, before Xiaoyao could finish his sentence, Hao Yuqian swiftly poured more liquor into him. Gulp after gulp, Xiaoyao found himself inundated with drink, while Hao Yuqian rejoiced inwardly. Drink up. No license. Driving under the influence. The brakes and steering mechanisms have been tampered with. This fool is doomed. As Xiaoyao began to feel lightheaded, Hao Yuqian seized the opportunity to open the car door and pushed him into the driver's seat, deftly starting the engine before swiftly closing the door. From outside the window, Hao Yuqian beckoned, step on the gas. Let it soar. In a daze, Xiaoyao, enticed by Hao Yuqian's coaxing, pressed the accelerator and the Rolls-Royce sped off. Before long, the luxury vehicle vanished from Hao Yuqian's sight, prompting him to wave at the barely visible car, murmuring to himself, Fool, may your journey be swift. Drive it to the bridge of forgetfulness. And remember to have a bowl of Meng soup. Ha ha ha. Hao Yuqian was convinced that the fool was as good as dead. Thus, from this moment forth, Baitingding would be his. Meanwhile, inside the Rolls-Royce, Xiaoyao's vision wavered, his head clouded, yet his foot relentlessly pressed the accelerator. Suddenly, his head uncontrollably slammed against the steering wheel. At that moment, a large truck was hurtling towards him from the distance. Danger was imminent. In a flash, Xiaoyao opened his eyes and lifted his head. At that instant, the Rolls-Royce was barreling towards the oncoming truck. Yet, Xiaoyao's mind, albeit clouded by alcohol, was startlingly alert. The speed surged to its peak. The Rolls-Royce soared through the air, accompanied by the roar of the engine, a symphony of speed and passion chasing the wind. Sparks flew as the tires screeched against the asphalt, illuminating the scene with dazzling brilliance. The truck driver was nearly driven to madness, drenched in sweat, heart racing, adrenaline surging. Utterly bewildered, Xiaoyao's hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his fingertips pale, as if he were commanding the very forces of fate. In an instant, the Rolls-Royce soared over the truck, suspended in the air, as if traversing the clouds. Truly a spectacle. The gallant rider, defying the world, a madman displaying his prowess. It was utterly magnificent, exhilarating. In the blink of an eye, the car descended, the tires kissing the ground once more. With a rapid turn, an immense force propelled the vehicle forward, galloping recklessly into the distance. The entire sequence unfolded with an effortless grace, leaving the truck driver utterly bewildered, still unsure of what had just transpired. However, misfortune struck as a traffic police vehicle had already set its sights on the carefree Rolls-Royce. The police car relentlessly pursued the luxurious automobile, its loudspeaker blaring commands. Pull over immediately for an inspection. It was at this moment that the driver realized he had landed in hot water. Earlier, in a state of blissful ignorance, he had been plied with alcohol by that insufferable companion. Not only was he driving under the influence, but he also lacked a driver's license. Being pursued by the police certainly posed a significant predicament. With a surge of determination, he sped ahead, attempting to shake off the traffic officers. Yet to his surprise, the police vehicle proved to be an unyielding adversary, closing in with relentless tenacity. As the police car drew closer, it seemed inevitable that they would collide with the sleek Rolls-Royce. In a moment of reckless abandon, he decided to engage in a high-speed chase. Little did he know that within moments, the steering wheel would become unresponsive. It was evident that his unscrupulous companion had tampered with the car before handing it over to him. With the steering malfunctioning, his immediate priority became finding a safe area to halt the vehicle. Upon pressing the brake, he discovered that even the brakes had been sabotaged. This despicable individual had intended for them both to perish in this luxurious ruin. Was this truly the end? No. He, an invincible master descending from the peaks of Yanu, could not be so easily vanquished. With swift resolve, he lowered the window and leapt from the car. The Rolls-Royce was careening downhill, propelled by inertia, akin to a headless fly. Utilizing his extraordinary agility, he pursued the runaway vehicle with unparalleled finesse. His movements were as light as a snowflake, as swift as flowing water, truly astonishing. In no time, he caught up to the downhill-bound Rolls-Royce and, channeling his immense inner strength, brought the luxurious machine to a halt. Just then, the police vehicles arrived, with two poised and formidable female officers stepping out. "You were speeding," one of the striking officers declared with authority. According to the regulations on traffic safety violations, exceeding the speed limit on highways incurs a deduction of 6 points and a fine of 250. Please present your driver's license. The officer, with clear and bright eyes, exuded an aura of competence reminiscent of a skilled, ancient female constable. Upon hearing the demand for his license, he felt a pang of anxiety. Where could he possibly produce a driver's license? The officer, radiating righteousness, extended her hand toward him, demanding the document. At this moment, the carefree individual was in a state of clarity following inebriation. He employed his charm, raising an eyebrow at the two female traffic officers, casting a flirtatious glance while uttering sweet words. It is remarkable to find such beautiful female officers who, undeterred by power and committed to justice, exist in this era of sycophancy and social climbing. His words brimmed with admiration for the two officers. However, the traffic officers were not swayed by his flattery. They remained steadfast and demanded his driver's license. No amount of skill could conjure a license from thin air, and he found himself in a quandary. The officers insisted, "Sir, please present your driver's license." At this moment, he realized he had no time to procure one. Reluctantly, he decided to sacrifice a bit of his dignity. Seizing an unexpected opportunity, he leaned in and gently kissed one of the officer's cheeks, saying, "You are so beautiful. When do you finish work? I would love to take you out for dinner." The officer's cheeks flushed, and her previously authoritative reprimand softened in an instant. Don't think that just because you're handsome, you can act as you please. I still need to see your driver's license. As she prepared to issue a fine, she awkwardly added, I'm off tomorrow. By the way, at this moment, the other officer approached to conduct a breathalyzer test. He realized he was in serious trouble. Driving under the influence without a license could lead to severe consequences. His charming wife awaited him at the inn. Suddenly, he clutched his abdomen, feigning pain. Oh no, my stomach is acting up. Do you have any water in your car? I need to take my medication. To his surprise, both officers rushed to the vehicle, competing to grab a bottle of water for him. The vehicle contained just one unopened bottle of mineral water, and both officers eagerly vied to present it to the handsome man. However, amidst their commotion, the resourceful individual had vanished without a trace, leaving only his luxurious Rolls-Royce behind. Even if they attempted to trace the vehicle by its license plate, it would ultimately lead back to the owner. The scheming Xiaoyao. He had successfully extricated himself from a precarious situation. Yet, he felt unsatisfied. The despicable Xiaoyao, who had deceitfully presented him with a Rolls-Royce while plotting behind his back, had nearly ensnared him in trouble. He resolved to settle the score. If he was not mistaken, at this very moment, the unscrupulous Xiaoyao was en route to the inn to find Bai Tingting. With agility, he pursued. As expected, Xiaoyao was indeed seated in a taxi, speeding towards the inn. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky, landing abruptly on the hood of the taxi. Such an extraordinary feat would astonish even Spider-Man. Xiaoyao squinted and, to his astonishment, recognized the carefree individual. A chill ran down his spine as he thought, what the hell? Shouldn't this fool be in a mangled heap at a crash site right now? How could one possibly appear here so mysteriously? The taxi driver was taken aback, slamming on the brakes. To his astonishment, after the sudden stop, the nonchalant figure remained steadfastly perched upon the hood, grinning with a devilish charm that sent shivers down one's spine. The wealthy individual, filled with rage, forcefully kicked the driver out of the car and took the wheel himself, determined to eliminate the audacious one. Since the abrupt halt failed to dislodge him, he resolved to swerve and tilt the vehicle, convinced that he could shake him off. The taxi careened recklessly down the highway, its erratic movements severely disrupting traffic. A truck laden with fruits was caught off guard, causing the driver to frantically spin the steering wheel. The truck overturned, scattering its cargo everywhere. A gentleman riding a bicycle was so startled that he crashed directly into a tree, shattering his glasses. Meanwhile, a female driver, in a panic, mistook the accelerator for the brake, dramatically embodying the role of a road menace. After a prolonged struggle, the wealthy individual still could not dislodge the figure on the hood, so he attempted to tilt the car. He sharply turned the steering wheel to the left, causing the front wheels to create lateral traction. The vehicle's center of gravity shifted in the direction of the tilt, and the car leaned dangerously. At that moment, the figure atop the hood also inclined. It showed no sign of being thrown off. In the next instant, he leaped from the hood, using his formidable strength to counteract the engine's power. His inner strength was unfathomable, rendering the engine's force utterly ineffective against him. Suddenly, the taxi came to a screeching halt. Due to inertia, the wealthy individual's head collided forcefully with the steering wheel, leaving him dazed and disoriented, blood trickling from his nose and gums. Few pedestrians were present, and given the earlier chaotic scene, the drivers were in a state of disarray, leaving no one to capture the breathtaking and astonishing moments on camera. Meanwhile, the ostentatious ex-boyfriend of the rich girl was reveling in his return. The foolishly carefree one was punishing the wealthy individual, caught in the thrill of the moment. When Bai Tingting called him, "Foolish one, hurry back to the inn, quickly," Bai Tingting urged, somewhat anxious. The silly fellow, misinterpreting her urgency, chuckled to himself. She must be eager for me to return, so she can bear me a football team. He hastened back to the inn under the stars. Outside, a luxurious Ferrari was parked in the lot. While it lacked the flamboyance of a Rolls-Royce, it was still quite a sight to behold. Zhuzi rushed out to greet him, saying, "Boss, why are you only just returning? The boss lady is waiting for you." Following Zhuzi inside the inn, he found Bai Tingting entertaining a group of distinguished guests. These patrons were impressive indeed. The men were impeccably dressed in tailored suits, their shoes polished to a brilliant shine. The women were adorned in vibrant attire, their makeup bold and striking. Among them, a lady in a white dress was particularly extravagant, bedecked with diamonds, even her manicured nails sparkling with radiant jewels. Upon the return of the foolish Xiaoyao, Bai Tingting immediately took his arm and led him towards the crowd. "Xiaoyao, you're back. Come here. Let me introduce you." She gestured towards her university classmates, explaining how her cousin, Bai Yuan, had promoted their homestay in Wangzai village within their university group. These classmates were not only there to reminisce about their past, but also to look after their business. Bai Tingting feigned innocence, fully aware that several among them had harbored jealousy during their university days. Their arrival was not for nostalgia or support. It was solely to witness her misfortune. Just days prior, her envious cousin Bai Yuan had privately messaged these classmates, sharing the news that Bai Tingting had married a fool, a man lacking wealth and influence. A mere pauper. Among the group, particularly the one adorned in a white dress embellished with diamonds, was Mei, who relished in the opportunity to witness Bai Tingting's so-called love story unravel in a most pitiful manner. To them, the contemporary perspective on love dictated that one should marry for wealth. Those who wed for love were akin to foolish figures like Wang Baochuan, destined for a lifetime of suffering. The moment these classmates laid eyes on the foolish Xiaoyao, they were taken aback, for they had not anticipated the handsome and charismatic appearance of the very fool Bai Yuan had belittled in their chats. Even a well-dressed male classmate, Zhuang Haiyang, found himself momentarily envious. Once a poor soul, he had struck it rich after graduation, transforming into a veritable tycoon. He had pursued Bai Tingting for 3 years during their university days without success, but remained undeterred. Upon learning from Bai Yuan's messages about Bai Tingting marrying a fool and being disowned by her father, he was filled with a mixture of emotions, prompting him to show up and flaunt his newfound success alongside Mei, hoping to provoke regret in Bai Tingting. Thus, Mei's dazzling attire was a reflection of Zhuang Haiyang's extravagant gestures. He believed that the more lavishly he adorned Mei, the more it showcased his prowess as a boyfriend, ultimately leading Bai Tingting to feel profound remorse. As Xiaoyao learned that these individuals were Bai Tingting's university friends, he welcomed them wholeheartedly. However, the effects of the alcohol had waned, and he reverted to his usual foolish demeanor, struggling to articulate his words. "Welcome to our medicinal wine homestay. Since you're my lovely wife's classmates, all meals and accommodations are complimentary." Upon hearing this, none of the scheming guests expressed gratitude to their generous host, for Zhuang Haiyang had already informed them that he would cover all expenses at the homestay. The female classmates not only failed to express gratitude towards the foolish Xiaoyao, but instead, each displayed a look of disdain and mockery. In their eyes, this fool was indeed a fool. He possessed an attractive exterior, yet stumbled over his words. At this moment, Zhuang Haiyang felt particularly balanced, secretly mocking. What good is his handsome demeanor? The moment he speaks, it becomes apparent he is a fool. Bai Tingting, how blind you truly are. You forsake a stock with potential, only to invest in a worthless one. Sooner or later, it will be delisted. Zhuang Haiyang's girlfriend, Mei, felt an even greater sense of psychological equilibrium. In their university days, Bai Tingting was the campus belle, not only eclipsing her in beauty, but also excelling academically. This truly stirred Mei's envious heart. Back then, Zhuang Haiyang had ardently pursued Bai Tingting, who showed no interest in him, much to Mei's inner discontent. Now that Zhuang Haiyang had transformed into a wealthy man, he actively pursued Mei, even taking her to the inn run by Bai Tingting. This inflated Mei's vanity. Mei affectionately linked her arm with Zhuang Haiyang's, playfully chiding, "Oh dear, this pigeon egg diamond ring is too heavy. It's making my fingers stiff. I already said not to buy such a large diamond, yet you insisted. How annoying." Zhuang Haiyang feigned tenderness in front of Bai Tingting, gently caressing Mei's hand and assisting her in removing the diamond ring. "This accursed pigeon egg is far too heavy, causing distress to my girlfriend's finger. If it bears any harm, then it holds no value. Let us discard it. Embracing his persona as a wealthy man, Zhuang Haiyang resolutely tossed the pigeon egg diamond ring into the ornamental pond beneath the rockery of the inn. Emily pouted. "Oh, how could you? That pigeon egg is worth a fortune. How can you just throw it away?" Zhuang Haiyang showed no remorse, his gaze fixed on Bai Tingting's face, declaring grandly, "Who told her to injure my girlfriend's hand? Alas, I am a domineering CEO who indulges women without restraint. Anything that harms even a single hair on my woman must be cast aside without hesitation." Upon hearing this, the surrounding female classmates began to extol Zhuang Haiyang with fervor. "Oh, Zhuang Haiyang is truly the ideal domineering CEO boyfriend for women across the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, if I could have such a boyfriend in this lifetime, I would willingly sacrifice 20 years of my life without a second thought." One bold classmate directly inquired of Bai Tingting, "Tingting, Zhuang Haiyang pursued you for 3 long years. Yet you never agreed to be his girlfriend. Do you regret that decision now?" The foolish Xiaoyao. Upon hearing Bai Tingting's classmates mention Zhuang Haiyang's relentless pursuit of her for 3 years and questioning her regret, felt a surge of anxiety. Though he was foolish, he was not so naive as to be oblivious to jealousy, and he truly cared about whether Bai Tingting felt any regret at this moment. Amidst the playful laughter of her female classmates, Bai Tingting remained unperturbed, entwining her fingers with Xiaoyao's and gazing affectionately at him. She replied to her classmates, "Zhuang Haiyang is indeed an exceptional man, yet love is a matter of fate and feeling. It is clear that Zhuang Haiyang and I are simply not suited for each other. I harbor no regrets, for I have discovered my own love. Although Xiaoyao may appear foolish, he is kind-hearted, sincere, and possesses a strong sense of justice." The others scoffed at her words, for in today's society, what value does kindness hold? What worth is there in sincerity and a sense of justice? They merely sneered. Emily, no longer envious of Bai Tingting, began to look down on her as a naive, love-struck girl. She even worried absurdly for Bai Tingting, pondering how she would manage if she were to bear a brood of little fools with Xiaoyao. Oh, indeed, what if the fool is utterly oblivious to the intricacies of married life? Poor Bai Tingting, she might well be living in a state of unacknowledged widowhood. The more Emily thought about it, the more balanced her heart became. Zhuang Haiyang provocatively remarked to Xiaoyao, "In this day and age, every profession is fiercely competitive, and your intellect leaves much to be desired. Although Tingting's medicinal wine business has begun to flourish, the expenses of running a guest house with so many employees are considerable. We are not lacking in funds, but how could we allow you to save face at the cost of our own? Hosting this large group will certainly incur significant expenses. Let me take care of it." Just as Xiaoyao was about to respond, Zhuang Haiyang cut him off, announcing to everyone, beyond Wangzai village lies a lake. While it may not be as expansive as the ideal sea, it is ample enough to accommodate a yacht. I have recently acquired a yacht that is currently moored on that lake. After we drop off our luggage at the guest house, let us all embark on the yacht for a sunbathing excursion. The alluring widow, Xiaoyu, who had been busy with her tasks, set them aside and approached Xiaoyao, cautioning him, "Boss, that lake is not safe to visit. Our ancestors have left warnings, stating that there is a water monster lurking within. It is perilous." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao hastily relayed the message to Zhuang Haiyang and the others. "No, we cannot go. The elders of Wangzai village have warned of a water monster in that lake." This statement elicited yet another round of derisive laughter. Zhuang Haiyang, with no hesitation, retorted, "Xiaoyao, could it be that you feel inferior because I have purchased a yacht to take everyone sunbathing while you lack even a decent vehicle? Is that why you are deliberately spreading such nonsensical fears?" Naturally, Emily joined in, supporting her boyfriend in mocking Xiaoyao. "Oh, what a mysterious water monster. It is merely alarmist rhetoric. Some individuals with ulterior motives are simply trying to stir up sensationalism. Where's the evidence? Without proof, it is nothing but baseless rumor." Some female classmates even chimed in. "If there truly is a water monster, how exciting. I could stream it live, surely gaining countless followers." In short, none of them believed Xiaoyao's warnings. If they were so eager to gamble with their lives, so be it. However, Emily was determined to drag Bai Tingting along. On the surface, it appeared to be a demonstration of deep camaraderie, but in reality, Emily sought to ensure that Bai Tingting bore witness to her boyfriend Zhuang Haiyang's lavishness, intending to instill feelings of envy and jealousy within her. Let's go. Tingting, the yacht is newly purchased, with all equipment brand new. The sea breeze on the yacht is simply delightful. Bai Tingting repeatedly declined, stating, I shall remain in the guest house to arrange accommodations for everyone, awaiting your return from basking in the sun on the yacht. However, Emily was relentless, insisting, how can that be? We have traveled a great distance just to reminisce with you. If you refuse to join us, it signifies a lack of appreciation for our camaraderie. The other female classmates chimed in, each urging Bai Tingting to accompany them onto the yacht. Unable to resist their heartfelt pleas, Bai Tingting ultimately consented. Seeing Bai Tingting joining them, the naive Xiaoyao became anxious, for Xiaoyao had informed him of local legends regarding water monsters lurking in the lake. He felt compelled to accompany her for her protection. If my lovely wife is going, then I shall go too. Zhuang Haiyang cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoyao, internally lamenting, if this fool boards my newly acquired yacht, he might tarnish it. Yet, he thought it beneficial to let him join, allowing Xiaoyao to witness his wealth and thus incite jealousy and inferiority within him. Very well. You may accompany us. Zhuang Haiyang agreed, but Emily murmured beside him, Darling, how can you allow this fool on your yacht? Wouldn't that tarnish your luxurious vessel? Zhuang Haiyang smugly replied, It's nothing. Let the fool behold the yacht. I doubt he has ever seen anything like it in his life. Thus, a large group set off toward the deep lake. At first glance, the azure lake appeared profound and unfathomable, its tranquil waters exuding an air of mystery, resembling a brilliant pearl embedded in the earth. As a gentle breeze swept across, the surface of the lake suddenly came alive, rippling with enigmatic waves. Indeed, a yacht was moored by the shore, a splendid fusion of luxury and comfort, designed with exquisite craftsmanship, radiating opulence. The sight captivated the group of female classmates, who erupted in exclamations of admiration. Wow, this is truly amazing. Zhuang Haiyang, you are incredible. Emily, how fortunate you are. When will you get married? Will you hold a romantic ceremony on the yacht? Emily, upon hearing this, glanced at Zhuang Haiyang with longing in her eyes, yearning for that day to come. However, Zhuang Haiyang had no intentions of pursuing marriage with Emily. His sole desire was to use her to provoke Bai Tingting. He could only offer a dismissive remark. Of course, we cannot hold the wedding on the yacht. That would be too modest. If we celebrate, it must be in a luxurious palace-like hotel abroad. This statement ignited another wave of admiration. Yet, Bai Tingting remained unfazed, entirely unjealous. Truly, Zhuang Haiyang boasted about the yacht to everyone, proclaiming, Here, you can indulge in a life of high quality, experiencing unparalleled comfort and relaxation. A luxurious yacht represents the pinnacle of life. His words exuded arrogance, subtly highlighting Xiaoyao's modesty. Emily, embodying the role of the yacht's hostess, invited everyone aboard, exclaiming, Come, let's all board and enjoy the sun. I would rather weep on a yacht than laugh on a bicycle. Sisters, even tears shed while sitting on a yacht are sweet. This group of vanity-driven classmates eagerly boarded the yacht. The shimmering surface of the lake rippled with enigmatic waves. These self-absorbed individuals remained blissfully unaware of any impending danger. Bai Tingting, carefree and oblivious, was led aboard by Xiaoyao. This yacht truly exuded grandeur, prompting a genuine compliment from Xiaoyao. This yacht is truly remarkable. The moment for Zhuang Haiyang to flaunt his pretentiousness had arrived once again. He unabashedly proclaimed to everyone on the yacht, This yacht is the royal. I recently invested a fortune to acquire it. I have hosted esteemed figures aboard, including the CEO of Alibaba, the head of Pinduoduo, and even the former president of the United States, Mr. Reliable. Such boastful claims echoed loudly. A classmate, filled with envy, exclaimed in excitement and hastily began a live broadcast. Family, come and see this royal yacht, a vessel not meant for just anyone. I've had the privilege to board it, thanks to my old classmate. She enthusiastically shared her experience, unaware that a foolish top supporter was showering her with gifts. Oh no, no more gifts. A round of applause is sufficient. No need to spend, she exclaimed. So many gifts. Thank you, Brother Zhang. Moi. Thank you, Brother Li. Moi. The classmate, posing flirtatiously for the camera, sought to charm her audience. To her surprise, the number of viewers in the live stream continued to grow. Some fans, reveling in the spectacle, bombarded the comment section. We want to see swimming. Breaststroke, backstroke, even nude swimming would be splendid. The live-streaming classmate lightly brushed off their demands, saying, Family, today's theme is basking in the sun on the yacht. We didn't bring our swimsuits for swimming. Next time, I promise not to disappoint you. However, the viewers were not satisfied and insisted on seeing swimming scenes, flooding the comments with their requests. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyao joined in, removing his jacket to reveal his sculpted 8-pack abs. After 3 years of fruitlessly pursuing by Tingting in college, he struck luck and acquired wealth after graduation, leading him to dedicate himself to the gym. Those chiseled abs were not achieved without effort. The live audience's encouragement provided him with the perfect opportunity to showcase his undeniable charm. Upon seeing Xiaoyang's impressive physique, the female classmates erupted into ecstatic screams. Ah, so handsome, absolutely cool, truly, a group of superficial women, having never encountered a handsome man in their lives. The live camera then focused on Xiaoyang, causing viewers to drool over their screens. Wow, this handsome guy is quite the catch. Everything is perfectly defined, with broad shoulders, a slender waist, and long legs. He epitomizes an unparalleled physique. The barrage of comments erupted in excitement. Xiaoyang garnered a wave of admirers, soaring high on the winds of popularity. He sought to construct his joy and vanity upon the fragile self-esteem of the foolish Xiaoyao, provocatively beckoning him with a finger. How about a refreshing swim in the lake? Just the two of us fine gentlemen aboard this yacht? The foolish Xiaoyao shook his head. I'm not particularly adept at swimming. In truth, Xiaoyao was not lacking in swimming skills. Rather, he was self-conscious about shedding his clothing, for his undergarments were whimsically tailored by 3 lovely mistresses in a cartoon style. Ever since Xiaoyao was struck by lightning on Yunnu Peak and rendered foolish, these 3 enchanting mistresses had cared for him as if he were a child, crafting several pairs of cartoon-themed undergarments for him. Xiaoyao feared that revealing his cartoonish undergarments would subject him to ridicule from the group. While he was not averse to their mockery, he was concerned about the feelings of his charming wife. Thus, he deliberately feigned an inability to swim as an excuse to evade the situation. Ironically, the more he resisted, the more entangled he became. Xiaoyang took matters into his own hands, swiftly removing Xiaoyao's outer garment. Bai Tingting was momentarily ensnared by a few vain female classmates and could not assist Xiaoyao in his rejection. Xiaoyang efficiently stripped Xiaoyao of his outer clothing. And the moment he did, it was utterly hilarious. This fool was indeed a fool. At over 20 years of age, he still wore cartoon-themed undergarments. It was simply laughable. However, to Xiaoyang's astonishment, he was the only one aboard the yacht erupting in laughter. The others were captivated, their breaths held as they gazed intently at Xiaoyao, unable to divert their eyes. Even the barrage of comments fell silent for several seconds before resuming with fervor. Wow, this handsome gentleman is even more enticing. I want to lick the screen. Let me have a turn with this handsome man. I beg this handsome gentleman to take my breath away. All the women on the yacht found themselves unable to suppress their salivation. Initially, they thought Xiaoyang exuded charisma, but with Xiaoyao revealing his physique, he was overshadowed by several leagues. Under the sun, Xiaoyao resembled a walking embodiment of desire, both alluring and astonishing. His broad waistline appeared tantalizingly subtle in the sunlight, and the 8 sculpted abdominal muscles were as exquisitely defined as if chiseled from marble. As one's gaze traveled lower, it was even more exhilarating. Xiaoyao's superior physique captivated everyone's attention, completely overshadowing the flaw of his cartoon-themed undergarments. Some even failed to notice he wore such whimsical attire. Gazing at him with longing admiration, their thoughts drifting uncontrollably, Xiaoyang, now unsettled, had not anticipated that Xiaoyao, once stripped of his outer layer, would exude such extraordinary charm. Had he known, he would have refrained from undressing him. But what was done, and regret was futile. All that remained was to challenge him to a swimming contest. Hadn't Xiaoyao just declared his lack of swimming prowess? As long as he is plunged into the water, exposing himself to everyone's gaze, the brilliance of Zhuang Haiyang can continue to overshadow the fool. Zhuang Haiyang deliberately draped an arm over Xiaoyao's shoulder, enticing him. Come on, dive in for a swim. The water is delightful. Leaning closer to Xiaoyao's ear, Zhuang Haiyang deceitfully whispered, Let me share a secret with you. Tingting loves watching handsome men swim. With that, Zhuang Haiyang leaped into the lake with an air of charismatic flair. Is this true? Does his charming wife truly prefer watching handsome men swim? Xiaoyao, believing the ruse, wasted no time and plunged headfirst into the water as well. What a calamity for the pretentious one. Wow, this lake is indeed refreshing. The two handsome men swimming in the lake were truly a feast for the eyes. A female classmate directed the live stream towards the lake, drawing a wave of viewers into the broadcast room. The comments flooded in. Wow, is this really free for me to watch? Oh wow, this is amazing. Love it. The 8-pack abs are a sight to behold. I'm literally drooling over my screen. In recent years, aside from his fervent workouts at the gym, Zhuang Haiyang also spent considerable time swimming in his private pool. He even had a personal swimming coach, a retired champion from international competitions. Thus, Zhuang Haiyang's swimming skills were undeniably exceptional. He was confident that even if the fool wasn't a complete novice, he would still flounder in the water. Such confidence made Zhuang Haiyang quite proud. He even showcased some exquisite swimming styles, drawing everyone's attention. On the yacht, Emily watched with her vanity swelling, not forgetting to subtly disparage by Ting. Oh my boyfriend is simply extraordinary. Any man would pale in comparison. Indeed, gazing at Zhuang Haiyang performing acrobatics on the lake, while Xiaoyao was merely bobbing up and down, it was unclear what he was attempting to accomplish. In reality, Xiaoyao was merely being cautious, wary of any lurking water monsters. However, the women on the yacht were rather short-sighted, oblivious to the truth, and continued their idle chatter. Ting, your man has such a splendid physique. It's a shame to see him in the water, looking no better than a toad. Emily feigned concern, adding, Oh, Ting, you're such a beautiful flower wasted on cow dung. We feel for you. Meanwhile, her female classmates were casting flirtatious glances and blowing kisses at Zhuang Haiyang. Zhuang Haiyang, you're amazing. Zhuang Haiyang, you're unbelievably handsome. Their admiration only fueled Zhuang Haiyang's already inflated ego, prompting him to act even more recklessly. He swam towards the center of the lake, where the water appeared strangely turbulent. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if a whirlpool was forming. It was hard to discern for certain, mysterious indeed. Xiaoyao shouted towards Zhuang Haiyang, Hey, don't go over there, it looks dangerous. But the more he tried to dissuade him, the more Zhuang Haiyang felt compelled to defy him. Internally mocking Xiaoyao as a fool, he provocatively beckoned with a finger while floating on his back. Come on, if you're a real man, don't be so timid. The refreshing coolness of the water was palpable, and the playful taunts of Emily aboard the yacht resonated with audacity. Oh my. Ting, look at your timid little man. How utterly amusing. The female classmates were captivated, their eyes nearly popping out with admiration for Zhuang Haiyang. Swiftly, he propelled himself to the center of the lake, where a barely discernible whirlpool awaited him. What a thrill! His smugness was evident. From the moment he entered the water, he had commanded every gaze, flaunting his so-called charm. Feeling as though he had left the foolish behind by several streets, he was certain that Ting must regret not choosing him. With a sense of satisfaction, Zhuang Haiyang mused, my merits extend far beyond this. During my stay at the guest house, I shall dazzle with displays of wealth and showcase my virtues daily, leaving Ting lamenting her choice. However, as he reveled in his self-satisfaction, the lake's center began to exhibit an unsettling transformation. A gentle breeze caressed his face, and the undulating surface of the lake gradually rippled with an indescribable disturbance. Suddenly, An unexpected surge caused the water to tremble violently. Enormous waves began to rise and expand outward. In the next moment, the eerie lake erupted with towering waves, churning violently as if something colossal was about to emerge. The individuals aboard the yacht were left speechless. What could that be? A massive shadow slowly materialized, revealing an immense form. Zhuang Haiyang was lifted by this behemoth. What on earth is this? He gasped, trembling in fear, every pore of his body seemingly in unison. As he struggled, he lost his grip and fell from the creature's snout with a splash into the water. Goodness, was there truly a water monster lurking in this lake? Forgetting his previous bravado, Zhuang Haiyang frantically swam towards the yacht. His earlier confidence was replaced by sheer desperation. Yet, he could not outpace the water monster, which surged forward like an arrow, swiftly biting down on his rear. Zhuang Haiyang's agonizing scream echoed deafeningly. The women aboard the yacht huddled together in terror. Amelie, in tears, anxiously scanned the surroundings, pleading, "Is there anyone who can dive in to save my boyfriend? Who can rescue my boyfriend?" What a ridiculous jest! Who would dare to plunge into the water to save Zhuang Haiyang? The yacht was filled with women, and even if there were men, they might not possess the courage to leap in. The water monster's fearsome visage resembled the most ancient beings on the planet, exuding an aura of primal power. It radiated a chaotic essence, swirling with a destructive force that proclaimed its authority and strength to all. Even from a distance, it instilled a sense of dread and trepidation, leaving no one daring enough to jump in to rescue Zhuang Haiyang. Even the fans watching the live stream were sweating profusely from behind their screens. In this day and age, the collective mindset of reveling in chaos is evident, as the comments on the bullet screen display an astonishing lack of sensitivity. I strongly urge everyone to crowdfund insurance for that handsome man. With the beneficiary being our own names, crowdfunding for a coffin seems more pragmatic. And does no one believe there is a possibility of a twist? Perhaps a heroic figure will descend from the clouds to rescue him? Yet, one astute netizen seems to have foreseen the unfolding events. Indeed, the hero has arrived, none other than the whimsical Xiaoyao. However, rather than descending on a rainbow, he strides upon the waves of the lake, employing his lightness of body to traverse the waters as he races toward the water monster. The beast is still firmly clamped on a Zhu Ying's rear, refusing to relent. Xiaoyao decides to unleash a devastating technique, the earth-shattering fist. His formidable punch lands squarely on the creature's eye, causing one of its orbs to shatter. With a painful cry, the beast is compelled to release its grip, allowing Zhu Ying to escape. He plunges into the lake and desperately swims toward the yacht, not daring to glance back even once. However, the water monster, enraged by the loss of its eye, thrashes violently in the depths, intent on devouring both Xiaoyao and everyone aboard the yacht. In this clash against the lake monster, Xiaoyao remains unperturbed. Earlier, he had not been swimming, but rather surveying his surroundings, ever vigilant against the creature. Now, with the monster's sudden emergence, he is not caught off guard. The deep lake serves as the monster's perennial abode, its depths shrouded in mystery, its territory. The creature, taking advantage of its advantageous environment, is elusive and unpredictable. At this moment, it plunges beneath the surface, vanishing without a trace. The women aboard the yacht hold their breath, nerves taut. Meanwhile, Zhu Ying, having reached the yacht, trembles in fear, his injured rear a gruesome mess, the pain silencing his cries. AIMIL calls out to the yacht's operator. "Quick, steer the yacht toward the shore. We must disembark." BITNGT, concerned for Xiaoyao, urges him. Xiaoyao, hurry up and swim over. They're preparing to take the yacht to the shore. Yet, before Xiaoyao can reach the yacht, it has already turned course, heading toward the bank. "You cannot do this, Zhu Ying. If it weren't for Xiaoyao saving you from peril, you would likely be swallowed whole by the monster by now. How can you be so cold-hearted, abandoning your savior in the lake and leaving without waiting for him to board?" Despite BITNGT's protests, Zhu Ying's desperate will to escape remains unshaken. Ying, you saw the monster too. It's truly terrifying. If I don't flee first, everyone on this yacht will be in danger. Upon hearing that everyone aboard the yacht might be at risk, the female classmates can no longer maintain their composure. Panic ensues as they call for a swift escape. Unable to contain them, Ing once more shouts toward the lake. Xiaoyao, hurry up and catch up. Xiaoyao deliberately swims slowly, confident that the water monster is merely hiding temporarily, shrouded in deception. In just a few moments, the creature will resurface, catching everyone off guard. It is lurking, waiting for its chance. However, Zhuang Haiyang urged by Tingting. Tingting, lives are at stake. The lives of those aboard our yacht are precious. How can we risk so many for the sake of saving a fool? Bai Tingting could no longer contain herself. Enough. Zhuang Haiyang, that fool, Xiaoyao, saved your life, and you repay kindness with ingratitude? Truly heartless. How am I heartless? During our university days, I pursued you diligently for 3 years. I excelled academically and possessed both intelligence and emotional quotient. In what way am I inferior to that fool? Tingting, this is fate. Even the heavens cannot bear to see a beautiful flower planted in manure. Hence they sent a water monster to remove this dung. Before Zhuang Haiyang could finish his plea, the water creature suddenly emerged, appearing at the edge of the yacht. It opened its cavernous mouth, its sharp teeth glistening with the blood that had previously stained Zhuang Haiyang's rear. The sight sent shivers down the spines of those aboard the yacht. The creature was closest to Amelie, who, paralyzed by fear, collapsed onto the deck, her voice barely a whisper. Zhuang Haiyang, please come and help me. At that moment, Zhuang Haiyang was akin to a clay idol unable to cross the river. He was in no position to assist. Trembling, he touched his wound, which still throbbed painfully. He could not dare approach Amelie. Amelie's cries grew louder, her pants soaked with fear. Just as despair loomed, Xiaoyao, with unwavering determination, swiftly glided across the water, landing on the yacht's railing with one foot while the other struck the creature squarely on its forehead. The monster was momentarily disoriented. Yet, its inherent ferocity made it difficult to tame. It lashed its long tail violently, causing the entire lake to churn as if caught in a tempest. Those on the yacht stumbled in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyao maintained his stance atop the creature's head, deftly grasping its horns and shaking them vigorously. The water monster, overwhelmed and confused, flailed helplessly. Following this, Xiaoyao unleashed a flurry of punches, striking the creature relentlessly. The water monster, in a fit of nausea, expelled small fish and shrimp from its mouth. In a decisive act to prevent it from biting, Xiaoyao resolutely wrenched out its sharp teeth. The creature, now toothless, plunged into the depths, vanishing without a trace, no longer daring to resurface. The spectators aboard the yacht and the fans watching the live stream felt as though they were witnessing an exhilarating action film. The entire sequence unfolded with a fluid grace, captivating and thrilling, yet ultimately satisfying. The live chat was momentarily silent, as viewers were so engrossed they forgot to type. It was only after several seconds that the chat erupted with praise and admiration for Xiaoyao, overwhelming in its magnitude. Now, the lake had returned to tranquility, as if the previous chaos had been but a nightmarish illusion. The storm had passed, and peace prevailed once more. Bai Tingting exclaimed with exuberance, "Silly Xiaoyao, you are truly remarkable." Silly Xiaoyao, feeling bashful, scratched his head and chuckled awkwardly. At last, the female classmates regained their composure. Fearing that the water monster might unexpectedly leap to the surface once more, they hurried to Silly Xiaoyao, jostling to take refuge beside him for protection. These opportunistic women finally witnessed Silly Xiaoyao's prowess. "Silly one, who would have thought you possessed such capabilities?" said one. "If the water monster attacks us again, you must ensure our safety." They surrounded him, each contributing their anxious remarks. Zhuang Haiyang, unable to contain his irritation, found it hard to believe that a water monster had emerged from the lake, tarnishing his reputation while allowing Silly Xiaoyao to shine. He felt a pang of resentment swelling within him. Even his girlfriend, Amelie, was sulking, having repeatedly sought his help when a monster reappeared. But Zhuang Haiyang had turned a deaf ear, intent solely on his own safety. At that moment, the person steering the yacht rushed onto the deck to report to Zhuang Haiyang. "Not good, Mr. Zhuang. The yacht has suffered damage akin to being assaulted by a tornado, and now the steering is malfunctioning. We're drifting further away from the lake and heading towards the open sea. Just when it rains, it pours." Amidst the rising anxiety, the individual added a more alarming note. "According to the weather forecast, there's strong winds expected in the afternoon. Is this real? We should have checked the almanac before boarding the yacht." Zhuang Haiyang now regretted his decisions deeply. What to do? What to do? Panic engulfed everyone. Zhuang Haiyang attempted to soothe them. "Please remain calm. We have yet to encounter a severe storm. I will call for rescue. Help will arrive shortly." Despite his reassuring words, he harbored his own doubts. Would the rescue team reach them before the tempest struck? Zhuang Haiyang made several calls, but the signal was poor. Others tried as well. To no avail. As darkness descended, swallowing the earth, the vast sea grew ominously daunting. Indeed, the uncontrollable yacht had already drifted from the lake into the ocean. Suddenly, the sea began to exhibit strange phenomena. The winds roared like demons, consuming everything in their path with an overwhelming force that instilled fear. Is it a tornado? Everyone, retreat to the cabin. Zhuang Haiyang was the first to hasten his escape from the deck. The tornado howled like a ferocious beast, sweeping across the water's surface, its omnipresent destructiveness instilling dread. Under the onslaught of the storm, the waves relentlessly battered the yacht, spraying torrents of water. The vessel rocked violently on the sea, as if threatened by an immense power, ultimately capsizing. Those who could not find refuge in the cabin were swept away by the ferocious waves, adrift upon the tumultuous sea. Regardless of whether one can swim or not, at this moment, none can contend with the formidable forces of nature. Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting, fingers intertwined, remain inseparable. Not even a tempestuous tornado could tear them apart. Amidst the tumultuous waves, Xiaoyao steadfastly shields his charming wife as they swim toward a distant island. The following day dawns, calm and radiant, upon a desolate and serene isle where the bodies of Zhuang Haiyang, Emily, and their fellow female classmates lay scattered. Only Xiaoyao remains vigilant, having brought Bai Tingting safely to this shore. While she, like the others, still slumbers, he administers artificial respiration to her. Who would have thought this fool could perform such a life-saving act? Credit must be given to his master, Wang Gaoren. It was on the summit of Yinu Peak that a spring, famed for its purported beauty-enhancing properties for women, was found. Wang Gaoren had deliberately placed a sign by the spring, misleadingly suggesting that the water appeared shallow. As a result, numerous female visitors, believing themselves safe, found themselves nearly drowning, ensnared by an unseen force that hindered their movements, even if they were skilled swimmers. Few women who ventured into the water emerged unscathed, while Wang Gaoren lurked nearby, ready to spring into action whenever a lovely damsel was in peril, promptly administering artificial respiration. Over time, Xiaoyao, observing from the sidelines, learned the technique. However, if the unfortunate woman bore a resemblance to a scene of calamity, Wang Gaoren would often delegate the rescue to Xiaoyao, who, despite his own superficial standards, found it difficult to assist those he deemed unattractive. Consequently, if a less than appealing damsel needed saving, he would simply press down with a firm hand, ensuring that all the water within her was expelled. Now, drawing from his past experiences, Xiaoyao administered artificial respiration to his lovely wife on the deserted island with remarkable proficiency. At last, she was revived, her delicate face flushed. Her breathing became rapid and uneven, stirring desire within him. He could not resist the urge to steal another kiss. Bai Tingting, blushing, turned her face away, only to catch sight of her classmates scattered nearby. "Oh no, we must save them," she exclaimed, scrambling to her feet and urging Xiaoyao to act. With his beloved imploring him, he knew he must respond. He approached the group of sprawled figures and crouched beside them. With a firm hand on each, they expelled the seawater within and regained consciousness. One by one, he rescued them until he reached Zhuang Haiyang, the self-important man now visibly bloated. With a decisive push, Xiaoyao exerted extra force, and from Zhuang's mouth emerged a small fish, 2 shrimp, and a tuft of seaweed. Coughing incessantly, the pretentious man finally awoke. "Where are we? Have we arrived in heaven or hell?" he queried weakly. Amélie, equally exhausted, replied, "This must be a deserted island. Hey, we're not dead. How wonderful it is to be alive." With assets exceeding $1 billion, to perish under such circumstances would be an unfulfilled demise. Thankfully, I am still here. Where's my phone? I need to make a distress call. Zhuang Haiyang searched frantically for his phone. The foolish Xiaoyao remarked, in such turbulent waves, how could a phone possibly remain unscathed? Zhuang Haiyang found himself at a loss for words. The women cast him incredulous glances, suddenly realizing that this man was less astute than a simpleton. Could it be that seawater had muddled his thoughts? It is quite possible. Amélie, discontent with being stranded on this desolate island, envisioned a life of luxury, residing daily in opulent mansions, indulging in the attentive service of maids, frequenting top-tier salons for rejuvenating treatments, and adorning herself in designer attire for elite social gatherings, rather than languishing on a deserted isle. What shall we do now? How do we return? Amélie's distress escalated to tears. Zhuang Haiyang, fraught with confusion, complained aloud, "All you do is weep." Even if he were a tycoon, his wealth was rendered futile on this isolated island. His affluence could not resolve any of their predicaments. What is that noise? It turns out that hunger had compelled their stomachs to sing a lament. Bai Tingting also patted her own belly. Xiaoyao, noticing his charming wife's hunger, said, "My dear, wait here while I fetch you something to eat." Bai Tingting, concerned, cautioned him against the peril of venturing into the unknown. Xiaoyao, this place is deserted and the island's woods are shrouded in mystery. What if you encounter danger? It's best not to go. Fear not. I have dealt with rogues on Yunu Peak and have faced beasts. I will confront ghosts and demons alike. Xiaoyao urged Bai Tingting and the others to stay together while he sought sustenance. Meanwhile, Zhuang Haiyang stood there, feigning ignorance, intending to reap benefits without effort, perhaps waiting for an opportunity to feast at their expense. Amélie sweetly implored Zhuang Haiyang, "Darling, I am quite hungry too." He cast her a sidelong glance, retorting, "You are such a glutton, only thinking of food." Amélie felt humiliated by Zhuang Haiyang's public rebuke, unable to voice her indignation. After all, he was the wealthy benefactor, her lifeline to a life of luxury once they departed the island. The other female classmates, including Bai Tingting, regarded Zhuang Haiyang with incredulity, collectively concluding that this man was less dependable than a fool. Zhuang Haiyang, feeling his pride wounded under their scrutiny, particularly in front of Bai Tingting, could not allow himself to be outdone by a simpleton. Thus, he rose to the occasion, boldly proclaiming, "Very well. If you desire food, I shall procure it. I will personally take action. Whatever you wish for, I shall bring." Zhuang Haiyang had no intention of being bested by a fool on this forsaken island. Determined to care for this group of women, especially Bai Tingting, he hoped that perhaps upon their return, she might reconsider and embrace him. He is now a wealthy individual, believing that there is no problem that money cannot solve. In this pragmatic society, wealth indeed has the power to manipulate circumstances. However, he fails to realize that on this isolated island, no matter how much money he possesses, there are no avenues to spend it. He has never contemplated that only unwavering determination and extraordinary strength are the true prerequisites for survival in this desolate realm. Zhuang Haiyang wandered along the coastline for an extensive while, yet he did not encounter even a shadow of a dead fish washed ashore. Must he truly venture into the jungle of this lonely island? Just moments ago, he had witnessed the fool heading in that very direction. Indeed, he cannot allow himself to be outdone by a fool. The indomitable spirit within him propelled Zhuang Haiyang into the depths of the jungle. The eerie calls of unknown birds scraped against his eardrums, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. The jungle was dark and foreboding, with a narrow path winding serpentine into the mist, resembling a passage to the gates of hell. It was genuinely terrifying. Zhuang Haiyang turned to flee, but as he took a step, a large hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, startling him into a panic as he closed his eyes and shouted, "Ghost! Help! Don't call me a ghost. It's me." Recognizing the voice of the fool, Zhuang Haiyang's scattered senses returned, and he turned around, instantly transforming into an arrogant, wealthy man. You nearly scared me to death." "I didn't scare you. You scared yourself." Zhuang Haiyang found himself at a loss for words. He glanced at the foolish, carefree one, noticing his empty hands, and could not help but mock him with glee. "You fool have been in the jungle for so long and returned empty-handed. Just earlier, you boasted about catching game to satisfy them. You're just pretending." The foolish, carefree one scratched his head and looked around. "I thought I could catch some game, but it seems there are no small animals in this jungle. How peculiar. Perhaps they were consumed by some lurking creature." Zhuang Haiyang scoffed dismissively. Who would believe the words of a fool? The foolish, carefree one earnestly informed him. "I possess experience living in the jungle. I once lost my way on Yunu Peak and spent several days in the forest. You would do well to follow me. I can protect you from danger." What? Does Zhuang Haiyang need a fool to protect him? His pride would not allow it. But, alas, he had no other choice, did he? Suddenly, the fool plucked a handful of leaves and began to chew them voraciously, leaving Zhuang Haiyang utterly stunned. Was he truly about to embrace a primitive lifestyle? Just as Zhuang Haiyang looked on in disdain, the foolish, carefree one turned his back to him and proceeded to touch his rear. The wound on Zhuang Haiyang's backside, inflicted by the water creature, had yet to heal. What was the fool attempting to do? What was happening? Was he being lewd? Fool! Who would have guessed you harbored such peculiar tastes? "Don't touch me, you creep. This is utterly revolting," Zhuang Haiyang shouted while struggling. The foolish, carefree one ignored him, continuing to restrain his restless hands. In the next moment, Zhuang Haiyang felt a refreshing sensation on his backside, soon followed by a dulling of the pain from his water creature bite. What was happening? He turned to look. In a moment of folly, the simple-minded Xiaoyao spat the chewed remnants of leaves onto Zhuang Haiyang's posterior. "You fool, what on earth are you doing? You just spat leaf fragments onto my backside?" Zhuang exclaimed. "These leaves possess the virtues of cooling heat, detoxifying, reducing swelling, and stopping bleeding. I am attempting to heal your wounds. You imbecile! Do you comprehend nothing?" Zhuang Haiyang held little faith that the fool could grasp the intricacies of medicine. Xiaoyao retorted, "If it weren't for the fact that you're a classmate of my lovely wife, I wouldn't care whether you lived or died. I worry that if you were to perish, your restless spirit would haunt her on the deserted island." With that, Xiaoyao deposited the chewed leaves onto Zhuang Haiyang's injury. Miraculously, the wound felt a soothing coolness. The bleeding ceased completely, and the pain diminished significantly. "Well, you dolt, it seems that even a blind cat can catch a dead mouse. You've accidentally done something right." Zhuang Haiyang, feeling magnanimous, declared, "Fool, I shall hire you as my bodyguard, at a rate of 100,000 a day. Regardless of the danger, you must stand before me and bear the brunt of it." Xiaoyao chuckled and countered. "And from where do you propose to draw this money? Where is your wealth?" Indeed, his phone had been washed away by the waves, and his wallet was nowhere to be found. "I may not have it now, but I possess assets exceeding 100 million. Once the rescue team retrieves us, I will reward you handsomely." Xiaoyao dismissed Zhuang's financial claims as mere bluster and turned to leave. "Hey, you fool still so arrogant. Just wait and see." In a fit of pique, Zhuang Haiyang marched in the opposite direction, muttering, "I have money. I won't struggle to find a bodyguard. You fool deserve to die poor." As he walked, he grumbled to himself. Suddenly, rustling sounds erupted from the underbrush, sending a chill down his spine. He halted in his tracks, squinting into the thicket where a dark mass stirred ominously. It was impossible to discern exactly what it was, but one thing was certain. It was no benevolent creature. In the next moment, Zhuang Haiyang bolted in sheer terror, the unknown entity in relentless pursuit. "Help! Help! Xiaoyao, come save me!" he screamed, his voice strained. Despite his desperate cries, Xiaoyao had long since parted ways with him. Zhuang Haiyang stumbled over thorns, crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner. The ominous creature bore down upon him, and what followed was too ghastly to describe fully. This portion shall be omitted. Heart-wrenching screams echoed through the jungle. resonating even among the group of women waiting on the shore, including Bai Tingting. Did you hear that? It sounded like Zhuang Haiyang's cries. Someone remarked to Amelie. Amelie, though she too had heard the faint sounds, attempted to reassure herself and the others, saying, "How is that possible? My boyfriend is incredibly strong. He must be out hunting for game right now. Let us just wait for a feast." Meanwhile, the fate of Xiaoyao remained uncertain, having departed before Zhuang. His return was still awaited, leading some to speculate he might have been captured by wild men. Enthralled by gluttony, the ladies turned against their own. The classmates who had always fawned over Emily, upon hearing her mocking remarks about Tingting, joined in the ridicule. "There's a possibility. Tingting, your foolish husband has been gone for so long. He must be in trouble. Should you go look for him? What if he is captured by some wild man on a deserted island?" The girls stifled their laughter, reveling in their joy built on the misfortune of others. Tingting felt a pang of anxiety. Although the distant cries from the jungle did not resemble her husband's voice, his prolonged absence was indeed worrying. Just then, from not far off, came the cheerful voice of her husband. "Darling, darling, I'm back." Upon seeing her husband return unscathed, the heavy weight on Tingting's heart finally lifted. However, Emily, noticing the empty-handed return of the simpleton, began her snide remarks. "Oh dear, how could you be gone for so long? TSK. And to come back empty-handed? You didn't perhaps get lost in the jungle, did you?" "I did not," protested the simpleton. "There are no signs of wildlife in this jungle. Even the birds are scarce. It's quite odd, but fear not, for while there may be no wild game here, the sea offers seafood. I shall catch some for everyone." Emily scoffed dismissively, casting a derisive glance at him. "Catch seafood? I'd wager you can only manage to haul in some seaweed. For people of your ordinary stature, seaweed is indeed a delicacy. Well then, you can catch seaweed to feed your lovely wife. Meanwhile, we shall wait patiently. My boyfriend will surely return with some delicious game from the jungle, perfectly roasted and tender. A true treat for the palate." The group of girls, swayed by Emily's taunts, could not help but swallow in anticipation. Their disdain for the simpleton's seafood efforts evident as they eagerly awaited the return of Zhuang Haiyang with wild delicacies. The simpleton snapped off a thick branch, sharpened one end, and fashioned it into a makeshift spear. He stood in the shallow waters, scanning his surroundings intently. A few fish, blissfully unaware, swam leisurely towards him. With bated breath and quick reflexes, he thrust the sharpened branch into the side of a plump fish. Triumphantly, he raised the branch aloft, exclaiming to Tingting, "Darling, I've caught a splendid fish." Tingting squealed with delight. "Wow, that's amazing." Emily rolled her eyes. "It's just a fish. Who hasn't eaten one before?" Emily had expected Zhuang Haiyang to return with an impressive haul, rivaling that of the simpleton. Yet, within moments, the simpleton had caught 3 large fish, an enormous octopus, and 5 crabs. "Oh, if only we had a pot. We could feast like kings." Lacking a pot, they resolved to roast their catch instead. Thus, they constructed a makeshift grill and set about starting a fire. Bai Tingting assisted in gathering dry branches for firewood, exemplifying the harmonious collaboration between men and women, which alleviates the burden of labor. Before long, the flames danced merrily, and the seafood on the grill began to sizzle enticingly. The intoxicating aroma of the all-natural seafood wafted through the air, awakening the appetites of both Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting, as well as stirring the cravings of their female classmates. They were unable to restrain themselves, their mouths watering uncontrollably. The rumblings of their empty stomachs echoed loudly. Yet Zhuang Haiyang had yet to return. The seafood was perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside and tender within, exuding an irresistible fragrance that tantalized the taste buds. Xiaoyao presented the most succulent fish to Bai Tingting. "My dear wife, it is ready to eat, but be cautious of the bones." Bai Tingting accepted the grilled fish with joy. Just as she was about to savor it, she noticed her classmates, each consumed by their hunger, fixated on the seafood, their mouths watering incessantly. With her kind heart, she could not bear to see them suffer from hunger. Although her classmates initially came with ill intentions to witness her embarrassment, the true instigator was Zhuang Haiyang. Bai Tingting set aside past grievances and called out to them, "If you're hungry, Why wait for Zhuang Haiyang? Come join us for seafood. Wonderful, wonderful. One classmate, weakened by hunger, was the first to defect, abandoning her previous stance to join by Tingting and Xiaoyao. How disgraceful! Amelie seethed with indignation. To her astonishment, the second, third, and eventually 6 of her classmates followed suit in their betrayal. Truly, these women were as fickle as reeds in the wind. Amelie clenched her fists, inwardly seething. When my boyfriend returns with a trove of game, I shall ensure that none of you ungrateful souls share in it. But where on earth was Zhuang Haiyang? Time had passed, yet he remained absent, driving Amelie to the brink of desperation. Meanwhile, the defected classmates indulged in the grilled seafood with Bai Tingting and Xiaoyao. The allure was simply too great. Amelie glared with longing eyes, nearly drooling as she watched them feast. Ultimately, she could no longer resist the temptation of the delicacies and rushed over, shamelessly appealing to Bai Tingting. Tingting, my boyfriend must have gotten delayed catching too much game. I'll just take this large crab of yours. When he returns with a wild chicken or something, I'll share a drumstick with you. Bai Tingting, unfazed by the prospect of a chicken leg, generously handed Amelie a grilled crab. Here, enjoy. Amelie barely had time to express her gratitude before she devoured it ravenously, her hunger overwhelming her. As she anxiously awaited, Zhuang Haiyang, when will you return? I hope you come back laden with treasures, dazzling these onlookers. Alas, naive and foolish Amelie remained oblivious to the harrowing ordeal Zhuang Haiyang was enduring in the dark, foreboding forest. After everyone had their fill and contentedly burped, a keen-eyed classmate spotted an indistinct object slowly approaching them from afar. Goodness! Look, everyone! What is that over there? With but a single shriek from her, all gazes followed the trembling finger she pointed. Those with keen eyesight discerned that the indistinct figure resembled a ragged savage, its hair a chaotic nest, encrusted from head to toe with foul, filthy mud and organic matter from animal excrement. What on earth is that ghastly apparition? Good heavens! What horrors has it endured? Ghosts? Zombies? The female students screamed in unison, tossing aside their delectable treats and hastily retreating behind the bewildered figure of Xiaoyao. Fear not, for I am here. Not even the demons from hell can harm you. Xiaoyao seized a withered branch from the ground, wielding it as though it were a sword for vanquishing evil. Just as he was about to charge forth with valiant fervor, a familiar voice emerged from the terrifying figure. It's me. Don't be afraid. Don't strike. I am Zhuang Haiyang. Good heavens! My word, is that truly Zhuang Haiyang? It seemed unbelievable. How could he, just moments ago a dashing and composed gentleman, now appear in such a disheveled and grotesque state? What could have transpired in the jungle to transform him into this wretched, unrecognizable form? Zhuang Haiyang rushed towards a group. Upon closer inspection, it indeed was Zhuang Haiyang. Stay back. What is that horrid stench? Goodness. Zhuang Haiyang, did you step in dog feces? No, wait. It seems the feces stepped on you. It hardly resembled dog excrement. Rather, it was far more odious. At this, Amelia exclaimed, and the others stared at her in astonishment. Questioning, have you, Amelia, truly encountered dog feces to discern such details? Amelia, flustered, retorted, is this truly the issue at hand? Shouldn't we be concerned about what has happened to my boyfriend? Enlightenment dawned upon the group as they redirected their attention to Zhuang Haiyang. Pressing. What on earth transpired in the jungle? Zhuang Haiyang hesitated. It's a tale too embarrassing to recount. He could hardly divulge that he had been accosted by a bizarre creature in the jungle, which had defiled him with its organic waste. No, he could never expose such a mortifying incident. Thus, he resorted to fabricating a tale. Well, you see, I caught several wild creatures, wild chickens, rabbits, and pigeons. However, on my way back, I inadvertently fell into a trap set by hunters. The trap was deep, and I could not escape. Just then, the hunter appeared, shamelessly demanding that I surrender my hard-won prey. How could I possibly acquiesce? I wished to roast the wild game for my girlfriend and share with you all. It was precisely because I refused to relinquish the game that I fell victim to his malice. He hurled animal waste at my head and jabbed me with a stick. In the end, despite the snake's bite, I remained unafraid. However, the wild game had succumbed to the serpent's venom, and I feared that the snakes were poisonous, rendering the game tainted and blackened. I hesitated to bring it back for you all and decided instead to offer it to the hunter. After the hunter departed, I painstakingly crawled out of the trap, limping my way back to reunite with you. I apologize, dear friends, for failing to safeguard the wild game with my life. It is my fault. How about this? Once we successfully escape from this place, I shall treat each of you to an Hermès fragrance pouch. Would that be agreeable? Upon hearing Hermès, the vain female classmates, swayed by Zhuang Haiyang's eloquent explanation, chose to believe him. Amy was the first to exclaim, "Oh, it matters not what bag it is. As long as you return safely, Haiyang, we shall be at ease. I was so worried for you earlier." The food had lost its flavor. Had it not been for Tingting urging me to eat something to fill my stomach, I would have ventured into the forest to find you. Amy truly embodies the essence of a green tea girl. Her sweetness is overwhelming. The other female classmates followed suit, flattering Zhuang Haiyang. Indeed, the most important thing is that Haiyang is safe. Exactly. Zhuang Haiyang raised his eyebrows in triumph. It is often said that for women, a bag can cure all ailments, and it seems to hold true, although money cannot be spent on this deserted island. Painting a grand picture for these vain women proves quite effective. At that moment, a loud rumbling sound echoed. What could that be? Zhuang Haiyang patted his belly and chuckled awkwardly. It seems my stomach is singing the song of emptiness. In light of the promise of a pouch, Amy and the other girls graciously offered him their uneaten grilled seafood, undeterred by his dirtiness and odor. For the sake of the Hermès pouch, these women exuded charm in abundance. Their superficiality was truly astounding. Bai Tingting and the carefree Xiaoyao said nothing, generously allowing Zhuang Haiyang to devour the remaining grilled seafood. He ate ravenously, consuming even the crab shells and fish bones. One could only wonder what his tongue, throat, esophagus, and stomach felt at that moment. Zhuang Haiyang, did you ever seek consent from your internal organs? Moments later, with a satisfied burp, he resembled nothing less than a gluttonous beast. Unlike a dog, which wags its tail in gratitude after eating what is thrown to it, he offered not a single word of thanks, as if everything were his due. At that juncture, a classmate named Kur awkwardly remarked, I need to take care of some urgent business. Bai Tingting pointed to a large tree not far off and said, there are no restrooms on this deserted island. We must make do. You can go behind that tree to relieve yourself. The classmate surveyed her surroundings. This deserted island, by the sea, was hardly a suitable place for such a task. Yet, venturing too far under the night as shroud was indeed daunting. So she reluctantly decided to heed Bai Tingting's advice and head to the base of a nearby tree. That vigilant female classmate hastily rushed over, while the others continued to gather around the bonfire for warmth. Darkness engulfed the land, rendering the isolated island even more eerie and sinister. The sea roared wildly amidst the tempestuous winds. Silly Xiaoyao removed his coat and draped it over Bai Tingting. Upon witnessing this, Zhuang Haiyang felt a twinge of discontent and decided to shed his own coat, intending to offer it to Amy. However, Amy, still fraught with trepidation, declined. No need, dear. Your wounds haven't healed. You must take care to keep warm. Zhuang Haiyang mistakenly believed Amy to be exceptionally considerate, unaware that this scheming white lotus merely despised the odor emanating from him and wished to avoid wearing his coat. 10 minutes had already elapsed, yet the female classmate Kur, who had gone to relieve herself beneath the large tree, had yet to return. Bai Tingting called out with concern. Are you all right? Kur. She shouted several times but received no response from Kur. Everyone exchanged anxious glances and immediately rushed towards the large tree. To their dismay, Kur was nowhere to be found. Alarm surged through the female classmates. Could it be that Kur had been abducted by some monstrous creature? The atmosphere grew tense and unnerving. Yet Bai Tingting remained calm. She reasoned with the group. If a monster were indeed lurking, there would surely be some commotion. We are not far from this tree, and if there were a monster, we should be able to hear Kur's cries. Then she addressed Zhuang Haiyang. Did you not mention that you ventured into the jungle and fell into a hunter's trap? You even had an encounter with that hunter. Is it possible that he has stealthily emerged, silencing Kuer and abducting her? Zhuang Haiyang thought to himself that it was unlikely a hunter had taken Kuer, for the so-called hunter was merely a fabrication of his own deceit. However, he chose to swallow his words, for he could not risk exposing his lie. Instead, he chimed in, Ting has a valid point. Kuer is most likely taken by the hunter. Emily shivered and crossed her arms, bluntly stating, this is dire. That hunter, having stayed on this island for so long without encountering a woman, if Kuer is abducted, does that not mean she will be utterly ravaged? Emily's alarmist words sent shivers down the spines of the other female classmates, who huddled together for warmth, exclaiming, oh, how frightening. Bai Tingting turned to silly Xiaoyao, gripping his arm, and asked, silly Xiaoyao, do you have the confidence to rescue Kuer? After all, we are classmates who have shared tribulations here. If we are to leave, I hope we can all do so safely together. Indeed, my lovely wife speaks wisely. I shall devise a plan to save Kuer. Zhuang Haiyang inwardly scoffed. You fool. What can you do? There is no hunter to rescue from. Kuer is likely taken by some creature and is probably doomed. Silly Xiaoyao intended to ask Bai Tingting and the others to remain in their current location while he sought help. However, this time Bai Tingting insisted on staying by his side. Silly Xiaoyao, take me with you. I do not wish to be separated from you. However, dear wife, the path ahead is fraught with peril. You should remain here with the others. Bai Tingting shook her head, resolutely insisting on accompanying the foolish Xiaoyao. No, I am unafraid. With you by my side, I fear nothing. Bai Tingting's fervent devotion and Xiaoyao's indulgent affection stirred a wave of admiration among the onlookers. Ultimately, Xiaoyao consented to let Bai Tingting accompany him, while Zhuang Haiyang and the others feigned ignorance, unwilling to join in the search for Kuer. This prompted Bai Tingting to voice her discontent. Zhuang Haiyang, you must lead the way to the vicinity of the trap you fell into. I believe the hunter frequents that area. If we can uncover the hunter's trail, Kuer will be saved. Zhuang Haiyang pondered what to do now. He hesitated, unsure of where to search for the trap or the hunter. It was all merely a fabrication of lies. As he faltered, the female classmates cast him peculiar glances. It seemed unreasonable for Zhuang Haiyang to abstain from leading the search for Kuer, especially when Xiaoyao, who had no ties to Kuer, was so boldly taking action to rescue her. Zhuang Haiyang, having spent 3 years as a classmate with Kuer, was now acting as if he cared little. The disapproval from the others was palpable. Feeling the weight of their scrutiny, Zhuang Haiyang finally nodded with a measured calmness. Very well. I shall lead the way. Thus, Xiaoyao, Bai Tingting, and Zhuang Haiyang set forth to search for Kuer. The remaining women, lacking both intellect and strength, realized that remaining behind might not be safe either. After a moment of contemplation, Emily feigned concern for Zhuang Haiyang and rushed forward, declaring, Darling, I too wish to accompany you through thick and thin. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Haiyang felt a sense of relief. At least he now had a steadfast companion by his side. In a surge of excitement, he promised Emily, My dear, once we return, I shall buy you a mansion, a sports car, and Prada. You shall never shed another tear. Emily, having been charmed by Zhuang Haiyang's grand promises, cast a triumphant glance at Bai Tingting, silently taunting her. Humph, Bai Tingting, you foolish romantic, did you hear that? Did you see? This is the glory and happiness that comes with wealth. As for you, marrying for love, you shall live in poverty for all your days. Seeing that everyone else was pursuing Kuer, the remaining female classmates felt vulnerable and decided to follow suit. Thus, a large group ventured into the depths of the forest. Under the cloak of night, the woods grew increasingly eerie and profound. Their phones had been swept away by the waves, leaving them reliant solely on the flickering torchlight to guide their way. Zhuang Haiyang, with no other option, led them ahead. They all believed in his words, waiting for him to guide them to the fabled hunter's trap. However, after traversing a considerable distance, no sign of a trap emerged. Emily complained, Where exactly is this trap? We've walked so far already, and yet we have not arrived. With a hint of guilt, Zhuang Haiyang nonchalantly replied, The jungle is vast and shrouded in darkness. Without a compass, I have completely forgotten my precise location. This excuse was somewhat acceptable, and the others ceased their complaints. After searching for another half an hour, a sudden scream pierced the air, causing Zhuang Haiyang to panic and cling desperately to the unsuspecting Xiaoyao, resembling a large ornament affixed to him, unwilling to let go. "What is the matter?" Xiaoyao expressed his disdain. He had no desire to carry a man, but longed to embrace his charming wife. Yet, despite his attempts to pry Zhuang Haiyang off, the latter clung on like a cephalopod, refusing to budge. "I stepped on something unknown," Zhuang Haiyang stammered, his lips trembling in fear. Xiaoyao held up his torch to investigate, revealing a colossal python that was hissing defiantly at them. Its massive body gleamed with a phosphorescent green, and its menacing visage sent the women into a frenzy of screams. Calmly, Xiaoyao approached the giant serpent with the flaming torch, taunting it. To everyone's astonishment, the python was undeterred by the fire and lunged at him. Without a second thought, Xiaoyao utilized Zhuang Haiyang as a human shield. As the python's head collided with Zhuang Haiyang's back, he fainted from fright, causing the female classmates to shriek in terror, their cries echoing throughout the jungle. It is said that women and snakes are natural adversaries. The sheer size and ferocity of the python left the women utterly terrified. In a swift motion, Xiaoyao cast aside the unconscious Zhuang Haiyang and confronted the python with bare hands. He seized the serpent by its vulnerable spot and deftly tied it into an enormous bow. Such skill was truly remarkable. The python was transformed into a grandiose bow tie. In mere moments, Xiaoyao removed its fangs and tongue, rendering the once fearsome creature harmless. "Dear wife, do you think this snake bow tie is beautiful?" Xiaoyao jested with Bai Tingting, maintaining his composure. Bai Tingting took a deep breath, finally regaining her senses. "Xiaoyao, thank goodness you were here." As her words lingered, the female classmates rushed to hide behind Xiaoyao, viewing him as their formidable protector. In an atmosphere of indulgence and superficiality, these women shamelessly flattered Zhuang Haiyang. However, in this isolated environment, wealth held little value. The pragmatic and opportunistic women soon realized the urgency of self-preservation. Swiftly aligning themselves with Xiaoyao, even Emily disregarded her boyfriend Zhuang Haiyang, seeking refuge with the fool. "All right, Xiaoyao, we cannot waste any more time," Bai Tingting urged. "Yes, let us continue our search for Kur." The female classmates pointed to a figure on the ground, resembling a lifeless body, and remarked, "Look, it's Zhuang Haiyang." Xiaoyao crouched down and used a silver needle to prick the acupoint on the person's upper lip. After just a couple of jabs, the individual was awakened. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhuang Haiyang displayed his usual clumsiness and screamed in terror. "A snake! A snake! Help me!" The female classmates crossed their arms, casting disdainful glances in his direction. Gathering his senses, he noticed nearby that the snake had been transformed into a bow tie, staring blankly at him. Just as he was at it, Zhuang Haiyang surmised that it was Xiaoyao who had turned the snake into a bow tie. How superficial these women were. Previously, they had lavished him with flattery, all smiles and charm, in pursuit of favors or gifts. And now, they treated him with such contempt. Once he safely departed this isolated island, he would see how he could use his wealth to silence them. Zhuang Haiyang was indeed Navi. This mysterious island was not so easily escaped from. They continued on their journey. The female classmates clustered around Xiaoyao, showering him with compliments. "You truly are remarkable. How impressive. Oh, how can we call him a fool? He is a war god, an invincible war god." The charming Xiaoyao. The women took turns flattering him. Zhuang Haiyang followed behind, feeling a tempest of emotions swirling within him. He longed to shake off this group, yet he had no choice but to remain with them. Otherwise, if some creature were to emerge from the jungle, he might faint once again. After searching for a while, they found no traps or signs of hunters. One of the female classmates complained, "Zhuang Haiyang, where exactly is the trap you fell into? Let us know so we can find it." At that moment, he spotted something in the distance, a faintly visible ancient residence. Now he had something to say. "Everyone look, isn't that the hunter's dwelling?" The group, guided by the eerie and hazy moonlight, turned their gaze in the direction Zhuang Haiyang indicated. Deep within the jungle stood an ancient, forgotten house. dilapidated and entwined with crumbling stone walls and withered trees, as if it were narrating an ancient and mysterious tale. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting a soft glow on the ground. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating an unsettling atmosphere. The cold wind whistled through the crevices of the stone walls, producing disquieting sounds, and a sinister ambience enveloped the surroundings. The female classmates could not help but shiver. Does this really look like a place someone would inhabit? It appears more like a haunted house. Amelia completely disregarded Zhuang Haiyang, inching closer to Xiaoyao. The other female classmates shamelessly flocked to him as well. Xiaoyao was indeed fortunate, surrounded by a bevy of beauties. Yet his hand remained firmly clasped with Bai Tingting's, showing no interest in these worldly and superficial women. Trembling, Amelia confronted Zhuang Haiyang. "Hey, are you certain the hunter resides here? Could it be that Ku'er was taken here by the hunter?" Before them stood an eerie, ancient mansion, serving as the perfect pretext for Zhuang Haiyang. Undoubtedly, the hunter resided here. Silly Xiaoyao was reluctant to let Bai Tingting accompany him into the perilous unknown. "My lovely wife, it is better for you and everyone to remain here, while I venture inside to ascertain the truth." Bai Tingting, firmly entwined with Silly Xiaoyao, shook her head, resolute in her decision to face life and death together. "No, we promise to advance and retreat together, to share in life and death." "Silly Xiaoyao, I will follow you inside." "Very well." Silly Xiaoyao took Bai Tingting's hand, and together they made their way toward the ancient abode. A chilling wind swept through, leaving Amelie and the others rooted in place, their scalps tingling with unease. Perhaps it was wiser to follow Silly Xiaoyao inside. After a brief contemplation, the women decided to closely follow the couple's lead. Observing that one by one the women had gravitated towards Silly Xiaoyao, Zhuang Haiyang felt a chill of isolation and swiftly joined their ranks, muttering, "Hey, you all didn't stay behind. Leaving me all alone is rather lonely. I'll go in with you." The door of the ancient mansion, crafted from wood, creaked open with a gentle knock, releasing a cascade of dust that triggered a chorus of coughs from the assembly. Silly Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting stepped inside first. The mansion was surprisingly spacious. The sinister atmosphere, the antiquated furnishings, and the heavy dust mingled with a decaying scent suggested an abundance of the uncanny and the mysterious lurking within. As they trod upon the creaking wooden floorboards, accompanied by gusts of cold wind that fluttered the curtains, a musty aroma enveloped them, as if countless souls lamented in agony, instilling a sense of dread. Suddenly, a loud crash reverberated through the air. The women, terrified, closed their eyes, covered their ears, and crouched down, sobbing, "Ah, there's a ghost. Help!" Zhuang Haiyang was even more exaggerated, cowering beneath an old table. 70, a bloody, severed hand appeared. "Fear not, there are no ghosts. It was merely a decaying wooden beam that fell." Silly Xiaoyao reassured the group while holding Bai Tingting close. After much effort, they calmed the women, when suddenly Amelie let out a piercing scream. "Ah, where's my boyfriend? Has he vanished into thin air?" The others, upon hearing this, scanned their surroundings and, indeed, did not see Zhuang Haiyang, prompting them to huddle together for warmth. "I am right here." Zhuang Haiyang poked his head out from beneath the table like a turtle, sheepishly asking, "That wasn't a ghost, was it?" The female classmates, witnessing Zhuang Haiyang's pitiful and cowardly demeanor, felt an even greater disdain for him. They began to murmur among themselves, "If it weren't for the fact that this wretched man is a wealthy tycoon with some filthy money, even the ghost would not bother with him." Zhuang Haiyang awkwardly emerged from beneath the table, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Amelie wore a face of contempt. Had it not been for Zhuang Haiyang's wealth, she would have swiftly kicked this timid man away. At that very moment, a mouse sprang forth, more terrifying than the average rodent, its size imposing. The female students shrieked in alarm as they darted left and right, flustered by the mouse's erratic movements. Bai Tingting, particularly frightened, dove into the embrace of the oblivious Xiaoyao, who promptly enveloped her protectively in his arms. Zhuang Haiyang, unwilling to be outdone, sought to lift Aimei in a similar fashion. Initially, Aimei raised an eyebrow in playful defiance toward Bai Tingting, clearly indicating that she too could relish in the comfort of a princess carry. However, her smugness was short-lived, as the mouse scuttled onto Zhuang Haiyang's foot, gripping his pant leg with an unyielding bite. It seemed that after a rather unfortunate encounter with a wild boar-like creature in the jungle, Zhuang Haiyang had developed an unpleasant odor, which the mouse found irresistible. Despite his fervent attempts to shake off the large rodent, Zhuang Haiyang found himself at a loss. The mouse's sharp claws scratching at his ankle. A wave of panic washed over him, causing him to drop Aimei and leap about in a frantic bid to rid himself of the unwelcome guest. Aimei tumbled to the ground, landing painfully. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao, calm and collected, approached and grasped the mouse by its long tail, swinging it away. The mouse squeaked incessantly, and to everyone's astonishment, Xiaoyao engaged in a playful dialogue with the creature. Ultimately, it appeared they reached some form of understanding, for when Xiaoyao released his grip, the mouse scampered away, never to return and frighten them again. The onlookers were left in a state of disbelief. Bai Tingting stepped forward to inquire of Xiaoyao. "So, you speak the language of mice?" Xiaoyao sheepishly smiled, responding, "Not only mice, but I also understand the tongues of birds, tigers, pigs, and horses. Essentially, I comprehend the languages of all creatures on Yuna Peak. This allows me to communicate and assist them in healing. What incredible talent! I truly admire you." A female classmate gushed with infatuation. Zhuang Haiyang, feeling quite affronted, scoffed, "Knowing so many animal languages just means you're consorting with a bunch of beasts, merely a rustic fool. I, on the other hand, am fluent in the languages of developed nations, including the United States, the British Empire, Sakura Country, Kimchi Country, and many others, over 20 in total, and I handle them with ease." Aimei, still miffed from being unceremoniously dropped, felt no inclination to side with her boyfriend. With a sardonic tone, she retorted, "Oh, you're so impressive, knowing all those languages of developed nations. Why didn't you engage in a verbal duel with the mouse and the beautiful tongue just now?" Her words elicited laughter from the other girls. Zhuang Haiyang was left speechless, his frustration boiling beneath the surface as he thought, "You foolish, superficial women, just wait." At that moment, another heart-wrenching shriek pierced the air, sending a jolt through everyone. "What now?" Aimei trembled as she pointed towards the dilapidated bench, stammering, "What is that?" As everyone followed Emily's gaze and peered under the bench, their pupils dilated in terror. Was that not a bloody severed hand? The shrieks of horror echoed deafeningly. Bai Tingting clutched the collar of Xiaoyao, asking Xiaoyao, "Could that possibly be Kure's hand? I must go take a look." Xiaoyao, the boldest of them all, calmly approached and crouched down to examine the gruesome sight. To everyone's astonishment, he fearlessly picked up the bloody hand. The female classmates were in tears, their eyes tightly shut, unable to face the horrifying scene. "Ah, fear not. It's merely a prop." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Haiyang began to show off. What? How uncouth. How detestable to use props to frighten people. Emily, ever observant, spotted another bloody hand. "Look, there's another one." With that, everyone's fear dissipated. After all, it was just a prop, suitable only for scaring small children. Seizing the opportunity to flaunt, Zhuang Haiyang strolled over, unblinking as he picked up the other severed hand, brandishing it before the crowd. There's nothing to fear. It's just a prop. Yet, the prop was astonishingly realistic. Even the scent of blood bore an uncanny resemblance to real human blood. Zhuang Haiyang couldn't help but admire the craftsmanship of the prop maker. It was truly impressive. "This prop is so lifelike. I must keep it to scare some people later." Without a shred of shame, he slyly tucked the severed hand into his pocket. Xiaoyao shook his head. "Don't put it in there. Take it out quickly." However, Zhuang Haiyang ignored him, a wealthy man free to act as he pleased. Ungoverned by the words of a fool, Xiaoyao had no choice but to reveal the truth. "I said it was a prop to calm everyone's fears, but in reality, it's a real severed hand." At this revelation, the female classmates fell silent, their gazes shifting to Zhuang Haiyang. Just a moment ago, he had been reveling in his bravado, yet now he hesitated to face the consequences. He could only feign nonchalance. It's just a bloody severed hand. What is there to be afraid of? Thus, with great effort, Zhuang Haiyang retrieved the hand from his pocket, intending to dismiss it casually, but the next moment, he succumbed to his fears and fainted. In this bewildering and terrifying scenario, Zhuang Haiyang possessed little more than ill-gotten wealth, stranded on an island. He found himself unable to flaunt it, rendering his pretensions utterly futile. The female classmates, including his girlfriend Emily, increasingly regarded him as ineffectual. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks resounded at the door. "Who is it?" Bai Tingting inquired. "Is anyone inside? Could you open the door to let me in?" Was that not Kuer's voice? Indeed, it was Kuer. Everyone unanimously confirmed and rushed to the door to let her in. "Kuer, is that really you? How wonderful. We feared you had been captured by the hunter." Kuer entered with a sense of trepidation, cautiously closing the door behind her. She began to lament to everyone. "You all came here, making it so difficult for me to find you. I thought you had abandoned me." Bai Tingting clasped his hand, examining her closely. "Care. Are you all right? You were conveniently beneath that large tree. How could you vanish in the blink of an eye? We feared you had been captured by a hunter, which is why we mobilized a search for you." Kuer offered a sheepish smile and explained. "I had just relieved myself and was in the process of putting on my pants when I suddenly noticed a gleaming light not far away, resembling a radiant gem. I thought I had stumbled upon a treasure. However, there was only that singular gem, and I hesitated to call you, fearing you might rush over and claim it for yourselves. So I quietly approached it. Yet, upon arrival, I discovered nothing. Isn't that peculiar? The thought is chilling, and I was suddenly filled with dread. When I turned back to the beach to find you all, I realized you had vanished. You were all there moments ago, yet now, you had inexplicably disappeared. This left me even more terrified. I concluded that the beach was no longer safe, and I ran desperately into the jungle, eventually encountering this old mansion. Upon hearing Kuer's account, Bai Tingting suddenly had an epiphany. This is bad. It appears someone has manipulated Kuer, luring her away and causing us to believe she was in danger, ultimately leading us all to this mansion. The presence of those severed hands dripping with blood is a clear indication of the malevolent intent that pervades this place. We must leave at once." The other female students unanimously agreed with Bai Tingting, hastily attempting to exit. Bai Tingting glanced at the lifeless body of Zhuang Haiyang on the floor and said to Emily, "Emily, please assist Kaia in helping Zhuang Haiyang." To her surprise, Emily coldly rejected, "I can barely escape myself. Why would I burden myself with him?" The others turned their gazes toward Emily, recalling her previous affectionate demeanor toward Zhuang Haiyang, which now seemed entirely transformed. Emily felt a pang of guilt, yet her defiance remained. "What are you looking at? This Zhuang Haiyang is utterly useless, not even worth a fool's regard. It's better to be without such a boyfriend." Her words held a semblance of truth. Zhuang Haiyang was indeed ineffectual on this deserted island. Suddenly, Xiaoyao approached, crouched down, and delivered a series of slaps to Zhuang Haiyang, finally rousing him from a stupor. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhuang Haiyang seethed with rage. "You fool! How dare you strike someone of my stature?" He clenched his fists. But deep down, he knew he could not intimidate Xiaoyao, who was known for her fierce tenacity. "What are you blustering about? Hurry and leave. Do you wish to remain here and feast upon those bloodied hands?" Xiaoyao's concise words silenced Zhuang Haiyang. The group crowded towards the door, eager to escape the mansion. However, to their dismay, the door suddenly refused to open. How could this be? It had been functioning perfectly moments ago. Now it was utterly stuck. The female students were in a state of panic, tears streaming down their faces. Kaia wept uncontrollably, exclaiming, "Help! I do not wish to perish here. Having grown up untouched and never having experienced romance, I find it unbearable to die like this." Emily shot her a disdainful glance, inwardly scoffing. "Is your plight truly the worst? I, who possess a boyfriend, have yet to lose my virginity. Although Zhuang Haiyang has confirmed our relationship, we remain mere namesakes of a couple." She understood full well that Zhuang Haiyang's sudden declaration of their relationship and his invitation to the medicinal wine were merely acts of vengeance against Bai Tingting. Yet, harboring jealousy towards Bai Tingting since her university days, she willingly allowed Zhuang Haiyang to exploit her, even fantasizing that he might be swayed to genuine affection. However, in this dire moment, Emily found herself disillusioned with Zhuang Haiyang, deeming him less worthy than even a finger of the foolish Xiaoyao. Nearby, Bai Tingting listened to Kuer's lament and felt a stir of emotions within her. Although she had married the foolish Xiaoyao, their union was devoid of substance. Perhaps Xiaoyao's affection for her was innocent, lacking understanding of the complexities of romantic relationships. She too had yet to experience the true essence of love. The thought of perishing today filled her with profound regret. As worry permeated the air, Xiaoyao urged everyone to step aside. He intended to harness his internal strength to break free. Just as he began to channel his energy, a mysterious figure descended leisurely from the upper levels of the ancient residence. This ghostly silhouette emerged under the night sky, stooped and holding an archaic oil lamp. Its hollow, abyssal eyes exuded a terrifying aura, causing hearts to ache with fear. The lifeless visage was so eerie it sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly, the figure raised a hand, pointing at the panicked crowd before him. "Is this a place you can come and go as you please?" As he lifted his gaze, the scars crisscrossing his face writhed grotesquely under the influence of his sinister expression, evoking horror in those present. The female students, once again terrified, scurried behind Xiaoyao for protection. Yet, an escape was possible. "If one of you is willing to stay and keep me company, the others may leave," he proposed with a chilling laugh. "Now, deliberate among yourselves on whom to leave behind." Without hesitation, the female students pointed towards Zhuang Haiyang. The rationale was simple. This man was utterly useless on the deserted island. Sacrificing him would serve the greater good. Even his girlfriend, Emily, acquiesced to this notion. Zhuang Haiyang, seething with rage, blurted out, "Have you all lost your minds, or been kicked by a mule? Why treat me this way? Shouldn't he the fool be the one left behind? I am a wealthy individual. Do you not desire luxury handbags, diamond jewels, and lavish homes?" His appeals were grand and enticing. Yet, the female students had come to a stark realization. Survival was paramount. If they lost their lives, who would enjoy such material riches? Whether they can safely escape the deserted island remains a question. At present, the fool is their best ally and shield. Yet, Zhuang Haiyang is rendered inconsequential. However, the man, whose visage is as grotesque as that of a sorcerer, shakes his head and declares, "I do not desire that man. I require one woman with a pure body to remain." What constitutes a pure body? The group exchanged bewildered glances, their faces a tapestry of confusion. Bai Tingting, with a furrowed brow, turned to the fool Xiaoyao. "Have you ever heard your master mention what a pure body is?" Xiaoyao scratched his head, reminiscing for a moment before recalling. "My 3 stunningly beautiful masters once mentioned that a pure body refers to individuals born during the year, month, and day. This constitution innately aligns with the attributes of and coldness, allowing for an accelerated cultivation speed in based martial arts. 3 to 5 times faster than that of ordinary geniuses, is an exceptionally rare and prodigious physique. Such a constitution is invaluable and formidable. Utilizing it for cultivation can lead to significant advancements within a single day. The group remained perplexed. "What exactly are you laughing about?" Xiaoyao sheepishly informed Bai Tingting. "My 3 enchanting masters told me I possess a pure yang body. In battle, it enables me to unleash greater strength and endurance, thereby gaining an advantage. With ample yang energy, my cultivation speed is typically swifter than that of ordinary individuals, allowing for quicker enhancement of my skills and abilities. Furthermore, the pure yang body bestows upon me unique capabilities, such as formidable healing powers and resistance to high temperatures. My beautiful masters also mentioned that if my pure yang body could find a pure yin body to cultivate with, it would accelerate the refinement of spiritual energy, significantly enhancing my cultivation speed, strength, and prowess." Bai Tingting still did not comprehend. What kind of cultivation method is that? At this juncture, Xiaoyao suddenly erupted in foolish laughter. "Well, to be honest, I'm not entirely sure. When I inquired about this matter on Yinu Peak, my 3 lovely masters turned crimson and spoke ambiguously. They said that once I descend the mountain and encounter a pure yin body, my intelligence would be restored, and I would naturally understand. Perhaps my intellect has yet to fully recover, which is why I am unaware of how the pure yang body cultivates with the pure yin body. The sinister-looking mysterious man grinned malevolently. You, with your pure yang body, will have no opportunity to cultivate with the pure yin body, for from this moment on, that pure yin body shall belong to my master. Yet at present, none among them knew who possessed the pure yin body. They exchanged glances, perplexed. Regardless of who the pure yin body might be, Xiaoyao was determined to ensure the safe escort of everyone from his place. With his inner strength surging, a cataclysmic energy coalesced in his arm, transforming it into a miraculous and powerful limb akin to that of a Qilin. A single punch sufficed. He need not even make contact with the mysterious man to send him tumbling down the stairs. Seizing the opportunity amidst the battle between Xiaoyao and the mysterious figure, Zhuang Haiyang, in a moment of misguided cleverness, led the group of female classmates toward the window, exclaiming, "How about that? In critical moments, you must rely on me. Quickly, follow my lead. I shall ensure your safety." Zhuang Haiyang's pretentious facade reemerged as he prepared to leap from the window. Yet before he could fully commit, fear gripped him, and he hesitated. "Oh no, don't go out there. A horde of venomous snakes awaits." Amelie, skeptical, insisted on peering outside. Curiosity, indeed, can lead to peril. As she leaned out, a green serpent lunged unexpectedly at her cheek. The venomous snake bit into Amelie's delicate, rosy complexion, causing her to clutch her throbbing, swollen face in horror. Clearly, escaping through the window was futile. The ancient mansion was already besieged by a mysterious swarm of snakes. Meanwhile, the foolish Xiaoyao was still engaged in a fierce battle with the grotesque figure within the mansion, concerned that the serpents might slither inside. Kuer took precautions and closed the window. Alas, it was too late. The snakes, quicker than her movements, infiltrated through the window in droves. The sight was truly horrifying, enough to induce nausea in anyone afflicted by a fear of crowded spaces. Overcome with terror, Kuer collapsed to the ground. Had it not been for Bai Tingting dragging her along, Kuer might have been the next victim of the serpent's assault. With no escape route, the floor of the ancient mansion soon became a battleground for the snakes. In a moment of desperation, Bai Tingting urged everyone to ascend the staircase. "Let us retreat upstairs. The ground floor is no longer safe." Under her guidance, the group hastily made their way to the second floor. The second level was ensnared in cobwebs. It contained numerous rooms. Bai Tingting led everyone into a relatively secluded chamber, securely locking the door behind them. However, the absent-minded Xiaoyao had yet to join them, leaving Bai Tingting anxious and eager to check outside. Zhuang Haiyang intervened. "Tingting, what are you thinking? That fool is formidable enough to handle that mysterious figure. You must not open the door. If you do, you jeopardize all our lives. The snakes may already be lurking at the threshold. Do not act foolishly." Nevertheless, Bai Tingting's concern for Xiaoyao compelled her to consider stepping outside. Amelie and Kuer united to restrain her, preventing her from leaving. Suddenly, a series of loud knocks echoed from outside. The group held their breath, too terrified to make a sound. Then, with a crack, a hole appeared in the wooden door. In the next instant, a bloodied hand reached through the opening, sending everyone recoiling in terror. A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, and the bloodied hand was swiftly withdrawn. Outside, the sounds of a struggle ensued, followed by an eerie silence. It seemed the hand's owner had met a grim fate. Then came another rapid series of knocks. No one dared to approach the door. Yet immediately, Xiaoyao's voice resonated from beyond. "Beautiful wife, hurry, open the door. I have defeated the mysterious figure. Please let me in." Upon hearing Xiaoyao's voice, Bai Tingting broke free from Kuer and Amelie's grasp and rushed to open the door for him. As the door swung open, Bai Tingting, filled with excitement, embraced the bewildered Xiaoyao, exclaiming, "You scared me to death. Are you all right? I was so worried." However, the situation was far from optimistic. A swarm of venomous snakes had already slithered their way up the stairs. At this moment, Zhuang Haiyang shouted at the top of his lungs, "Quick, shut the door. The snakes are coming." The door was hastily closed. Yet, a gory hand had just punctured the wooden door, leaving a gaping hole through which the serpents would inevitably invade. What were they to do? Quick, everyone, remove any clothing you can spare to block that hole. The female students clutched themselves tightly, shaking their heads in refusal, unwilling to part with their garments. Zhuang Haiyang, exasperated, declared, "If you don't take off your clothes, we might as well prepare to be bitten by the snakes." His words were not mere hyperbole. Before Zhuang Haiyang could finish speaking, a snake had already darted through the hole, sinking its fangs into his posterior. Zhuang Haiyang cried out in despair. Why did the aquatic monstrosities in the deep lake prefer to bite his behind? And now, this serpent from the ancient mansion followed suit. What made this part of him so irresistible? Had he known, he would have donned a pair of extravagant golden undergarments, just to see if the beast would still dare to bite. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyao rushed over, removed Zhuang Haiyang's shoes, and wedged them into the hole, creating a barrier that would deter the snakes. The very scent of those shoes would suffice to incapacitate the serpents. My shoes, a globally limited edition leather pair. Zhuang Haiyang, in his distress, still lamented the loss of his footwear. Xiaoyao patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, when it comes to priorities, protecting your behind is far more critical than your shoes. Harsh yet reasonable. For the moment, the door was securely locked and the hole obstructed, providing a temporary sense of safety. The group, still shaken, breathed a slight sigh of relief. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sudden, ominous sound of a man's throat clearing, deep and sinister. What was that noise? They scanned the room, finding no one but Xiaoyao and Zhuang Haiyang among them. Where could that sound have originated? Just as they were on high alert, the sound inexplicably vanished. Surely it couldn't be a hallucination. It was improbable that so many could experience the same delusion simultaneously. As fear and suspicion mounted, the strange man's voice echoed once more among them, sending them into complete disarray. Was there some malevolent presence lurking among them? This was truly unsettling. Xiaoyao held his beloved by Tingting tightly, determined to shield her from any unknown danger. The other female students huddled together for warmth. Amelie, disenchanted with Zhuang Haiyang, chose to embrace Kurer instead. Suddenly, the chilling voice resounded once again, catching everyone off guard. At that moment, Amelie finally discerned the source of the sound. It emanated from Kurer's throat. Terrifying. Amelie instinctively pushed Kurer away, but found herself unable to exert any strength. The other female classmates gradually realized the situation and distanced themselves from Kurer, who instantly became repugnant. In a sudden act, she tore off the human mask adorning her face, revealing the visage of a man. Could this man be the master spoken of by the mysterious figure holding the oil lamp? What was his true identity? The man laughed maliciously, declaring, "Indeed, I am not Kurer. She was captured by me in the jungle. She is a pure body, capable of aiding my cultivation, but among you women, there is yet another pure body. Who could this other pure body be? Could it be the currently subdued Emily?" Emily, weeping like a wilting flower, pleaded, "Please don't harm me. My boyfriend is wealthy. He can offer you anything you desire." Zhuang Haiyang stood silently in the corner, feigning ignorance. At such a critical juncture, this woman disregarded his safety. Would he still spend money on her? Dream on. Unexpectedly, the man flung Emily aside, causing her to strike her head against the wall, leaving her dazed and confused. What a farce to consider such a person a pure body. In the next moment, the man's sinister gaze shifted from Emily to Bai Tingting, grinning malevolently. "Whether you are a pure body, I can determine with a mere glance. Come here obediently." The man's beckoning finger, accompanied by his wicked laughter, filled the room. "No, please." Bai Tingting trembled in fear, curling up in the embrace of the foolish Xiaoyao. So, Bai Tingting was indeed the pure body. Before descending the mountain, the three exquisite mastresses had repeatedly urged Xiaoyao, the pure yang body, to seek out a pure body for cultivation. It was a stroke of luck to find his charming wife to be the pure body. Xiaoyao stared blankly at Bai Tingting, asking, "But how can I utilize my charming wife's pure body for cultivation?" Ah, truly a fool struck by lightning. Bai Tingting reminded him, "This is not the time to ponder cultivation matters, Xiaoyao. You must defeat this man and lead us to safety from this deserted island." At her words, the man laughed with a wicked audacity. You novelli believe you can escape this island? That is impossible. I came to this island to enhance my cultivation, hoping for breakthrough, but never imagined I would be trapped here. This island's magnetic field is so disturbed that even a compass is useless. The climate is eerily abnormal. Even I, a cultivator, have gradually succumbed to darkness. Every year, some foolish souls, either seeking fame or caught in a storm, venture here. However, their fate is the same. After assisting my cultivation, the purine bodies are ruthlessly extinguished by me. Xiaoyao, clinging to a semblance of hope, timidly inquired, "Then can we, the non-purine bodies, leave?" The man cast a sidelong glance at Xiaoyao, proclaiming that those who are not purine bodies possess no value and will meet a more tragic end. As soon as he finished speaking, gasps of horror echoed around the room. "Foolish Xiaoyao, I refuse to assist him in his cultivation. I refuse. Rest assured, my lovely wife. With me here, no one shall lay a finger on you." Upon hearing Xiaoyao's words, the man's smile grew increasingly sinister and arrogant, dismissing him entirely. "You struggle to articulate, yet you wish to protect a woman? Huh, you're but a clay statue crossing a river, unable to save yourself. Truly, the heavens are assisting me. Today, I have struck gold, capturing not one but two pure-ine bodies, which will undoubtedly propel my cultivation to new heights. Given my favorable mood, I shall generously allow you to choose your method of demise. Fire, water, blades, or earth. Your choice. Ha ha ha." Xiaoyao wept more bitterly than the female classmates around him, exclaiming, "I do not wish to die. My assets exceed 1 billion, and I have so much money to spend. It is unbearable to perish like this. Can I not offer a price to buy my life?" To his surprise, the man scoffed dismissively. "Foolish donkey, I am a disciple of the esteemed Tiandu, under the banner of the Wuxian sect. How could I stoop to barter with mere currency? Having concealed myself and cultivated for over a decade after a failed tribulation, I have long since undergone a transformation. Now, if I can but find pure-ine bodies for cultivation, I shall seize the opportunity to break through to the innate realm and embark on the path to immortality. How dare you insult me with your coins? You are courting death." With that, the man's sleeves billowed as an invisible yet palpable white mist surged forth, boiling like steam. In the next instant, this vapor shot out like a laser, striking Xiaoyao's heart with immense force, reaching the pinnacle of hidden strength. Xiaoyao coughed up blood and fell to the ground, sprawled on his back. The female classmates shrieked and scattered in panic, displaying their distress in a most ungraceful manner. "My dear wife, stay hidden in the corner," foolish Xiaoyao urged, pushing Bai Tingting to a secluded spot, his long arms sweeping as silver needles whirled above his head. The man moved with ghostly agility, appearing before Xiaoyao in a blink, a dazzling white line flashing as he grasped a gleaming sword. "Fool! I shall sever your head, and let those present witness the fountain of blood gushing forth from your neck." No sooner had he spoken than Xiaoyao had already raised his foot, moving faster than lightning, leaving no trace. His kick outpaced the man's sword by a fraction, and just as the sword's light was about to graze Xiaoyao's neck, he delivered a shadowless kick to the man's vital point. The man felt a tightness in his abdomen as he rapidly retreated, crashing heavily against the wall, which cracked spiderweb-like around the point of impact. Had his foundation in cultivation not been profound, his ribs and spine would surely have shattered. In that moment, fury, regret, and fear flashed in the man's eyes as he re-evaluated the foolish figure he had previously dismissed, now shocked as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. The next second, with a swift flick of his cloak, he executed a miraculous escape, vanishing without a trace, leaving behind only a black cloak to bewilder the onlookers. As everyone scanned their surroundings, they could no longer locate the individual. Caution was of the utmost importance. Bai Tingting offered a reminder, then turned to Xiaoyao. "This place is not suitable for prolonged stay, yet the outside is teeming with serpents. How shall we escape?" Xiaoyao approached the window and pointed outside, exclaiming, "We can jump down from here." Xiaoyao, spitting blood and cursing, retorted, "A fool remains a fool. You may jump, but we cannot. This is the second floor. While we may not perish from the fall, we will surely sprain our ankles, rendering us unable to flee. The female students nodded in agreement. Fear not. I possess lightness of body. I shall guide each of you down, Xiaoyao declared. Indeed, that plan is feasible. No sooner had he spoken than Zhuang Haiyang scrambled to embrace Xiaoyao, urging, quickly, take me down first. The female students shot him disapproving looks. Zhuang Haiyang, are you not a man? Do you not understand the concept of ladies first? Zhuang Haiyang countered, I have injuries to my posterior and heart. Has your moral compass been devoured by dogs? Bai Tingting stepped forward to quell their dispute. Enough. Let Zhuang Haiyang descend first. Lingering any longer increases our peril. With that, the bickering ceased, and they formed an eager line, awaiting Xiaoyao's guidance for their descent. Zhuang Haiyang clung to Xiaoyao like an octopus, his eyes tightly shut in fear. In a flash, they gracefully soared from the second-floor window to the ground below. Is this it? Remarkable. Fool, you truly possess skills. Consider becoming my bodyguard. I'll offer you a monthly salary of 100,000. Amidst Zhuang Haiyang's incessant chatter, Xiaoyao ascended to the window once more, continuing to assist others down. Emily was eager to be the next to descend, but Xiaoyao insisted, you must wait your turn. My lovely wife goes first. With a swift motion, Xiaoyao wrapped his long arm around Bai Tingting's slender waist and leaped out the window with her. Bai Tingting wrapped her arms around his neck, and the two descended in a graceful, twirling manner. Their movements were both elegant and striking, resembling a pair of celestial lovers. They exchanged deep, affectionate glances, inciting jealousy in Zhuang Haiyang. Enough, you two. At such a critical moment, do you still have time for this frivolity? Bai Tingting, blushing at Zhuang Haiyang's interruption, reluctantly distanced herself from Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao again ascended to the second-floor window, and it was finally Emili's turn. Now, she harbored considerable affection for Xiaoyao. Mimicking Bai Tingting, she affectionately encircled his neck, gazing at him with tender eyes. Xiaoyao, you are amazing. Yet Xiaoyao, disinterested, tossed her down to Zhuang Haiyang. Caught off guard, Zhuang Haiyang was struck by Emili's body, letting out another pain groan. The two fell onto each other, exchanging curses and grappling, while Xiaoyao continued his rescue efforts. As he brought the last female classmate down, wiping the sweat from his brow, he prepared to lead Bai Tingting out of the jungle, only to discover that she had vanished. Where had his charming wife gone? It was at that moment that everyone noticed her absence. After the foolish Xiaoyao had set Bai Tingting down to rescue other female classmates, a commotion ensued between Zhuang Haiyang and Emily, creating the perfect opportunity for that man to abduct Bai Tingting without anyone noticing. His beloved wife, Bai Tingting, had disappeared without a trace, and Xiaoyao was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. Emily, with her ominous tongue, began to revel in the misfortune. Xiaoyao, didn't that man just say that Tingting is a pure body? He must intend to use her for his cultivation. Tingting is likely to meet the same fate as Kuer, ultimately losing her life. Take heart, Xiaoyao. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Why must you cling to a single flower? While Emily feigned consolation, she lowered her collar, alluringly seeking Xiaoyao's attention. Unbeknownst to her, the snake bite on her face required urgent treatment to avoid disfigurement. The other female classmates, unable to tolerate Emili's despicable behavior, stepped forward to comfort Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, let's search for Tingting together. They ventured into the jungle, calling out for Bai Tingting until their voices grew hoarse, yet still there was no response. Seizing the opportunity, Emily clung to Xiaoyao once more. Xiaoyao, we've searched for half the day and still cannot find Tingting. You should prepare yourself for the worst. If anything were to happen to her, I would gladly take care of you in her stead. Though you may seem a bit foolish, your bravery is truly remarkable. Unlike some men who, aside from resembling men, are utterly worthless, Zhuang Haiyang could no longer endure Emily's scheming nature. She was now openly courting the fool, implying that he, Zhuang Haiyang, was inferior to Xiaoyao, who was truly worthless. Emily, I advise you to recognize your place. The tension between Emily and Zhuang Haiyang escalated, and they began to exchange barbs. Enough. Stop arguing. It's infuriating. Xiaoyao's furious shout finally silenced the nauseating couple. The disappearance of his beloved wife felt like the world was collapsing around him, while these heartless wretches had the gall to squabble. Just then, a faint voice echoed from afar. Xiaoyao, help me. Help! His beloved. Xiaoyao leaped into action, following the sound. Bai Tingting was tightly bound to the thickest tree in the jungle, her feet suspended off the ground. Beloved, I am here to rescue you. Xiaoyao leapt into the air, channeling his inner strength, and with a powerful force, he severed the ropes binding Bai Tingting. At the moment when Bai Tingting was about to plummet, the foolish Xiaoyao, with remarkable agility, caught her and whisked her through the thicket, akin to butterflies dancing in unison. In a whimsical gesture, he seized a firefly and handed it to Bai Tingting, playfully inquiring, "My charming wife, do you find the firefly beautiful?" Bai Tingting smiled silently, but in an instant, her expression twisted into one of menace. The very next moment, a sharp blade unexpectedly plunged into Xiaoyao's abdomen. A sinister, eerie laughter echoed, signaling a miscalculation. She was not the genuine Bai Tingting, but rather a disguise employed by a man. Xiaoyao retaliated with a swift strike. Yet the man deftly evaded his blow and vanished without a trace. Xiaoyao fell to the ground, while from the towering tree above, droplets of sap cascaded down, sweet and intoxicating, reminiscent of aged wine, landing upon his lips. Meanwhile, as the narrative unfolds, Bai Tingting regained consciousness to find herself in a dimly lit cellar. Faint, rustling sounds reached her ears, and dread enveloped her heart, leaving her uncertain of which direction to flee, as every path seemed ensnared by lurking danger. Soon, the sound of soft sobs intertwined with the chill of the cellar, sending shivers down her spine. Cautiously, she followed the sound, maneuvering her body through the darkness. As her eyes adjusted to the feeble light, she stumbled upon Kerr, who appeared to be on the brink of death. This must be the true Kerr, right? Kaya, is that you? Kerr looked up, momentarily stunned before recognizing her. Tingting? You're Tingting. Oh, aim Kuat? They wept together, embracing tightly. I thought you were dead. Kerr shook her head, stating, "It's a dead end for me. The man who captured me said he would grant me a swift death after using my pure Een body for his cultivation." Bai Tingting gasped in horror. Their only hope now rested on Xiaoyao finding this place swiftly. Otherwise, they would truly meet their demise here. Suddenly, with a thunderous crash, the cellar door swung open. Kerr instinctively trembled, clutching Bai Tingting's arm, her voice quavering. "The man is back. What if he intends to use our pure Een bodies for cultivation?" Tingting, I don't want to die. Bai Tingting shared her fear, yet despair and tears would not resolve their plight. The only course of action was to buy time. The footsteps drew nearer, and in the dim light, the man's gaze locked onto Bai Tingting's. His throat moved as he swallowed, his eyes dark and enigmatic, a mocking grin spreading across his lips. "Ah, what a beautiful specimen. After I cultivate with you, if you can serve me well, perhaps I shall spare your life." Kerr seized the moment to plead with the man. "Could you spare me as well? I can serve you too." The man cast a disdainful glance at Kerr, his expression revealing contempt. "Were it not for your pure Een body, I would have sent you to hell long ago." The man was truly a sinister and malevolent demon, instilling fear in the hearts of Bai Tingting and Kerr, causing their pupils to constrict as they huddled together for warmth. He approached them step by step, slowly bending down. Although he wore a smile, his countenance appeared terrifyingly malevolent. With a swift motion, he seized Kerr's hand and yanked her up. Kerr, overwhelmed with sorrow, tightly shut her eyes. The man leaned closer, inhaling the scent between her neck before suddenly tossing her into a corner. "You should stay out of the way for now. I shall first cultivate with this exquisite beauty's pure Een body." His sinister gaze shifted from Kerr to Bai Tingting. Every cell in Bai Tingting's body seemed to rally together in alarm. In the next moment, the man squatted down and swept Bai Tingting into his embrace. "Put me down. Release me, you despicable demon. The foolish Xiaoyao will come to rescue me, and you will undoubtedly meet your demise." The man laughed with brazen confidence. "Ha ha ha. That foolish Xiaoyao has already fallen into my trap, succumbing to my poison blade. This is impossible." Bai Tingting refused to believe it. She clenched her delicate fists and pounded on the man's shoulders, but her efforts were futile. He carried Bai Tingting deeper into the cellar, where an ice bed awaited, perfect for cultivating with a pure body for accelerated breakthroughs. He was just one step away from achieving unparalleled mastery. Kur, unable to protect herself, could only watch helplessly as Bai Tingting was taken deeper into the cellar. The heavy stone door at the cellar's depths was swung open by the man, and Bai Tingting was carried inside. In the next instant, the massive stone door closed with a resounding thud. Bai Tingting found herself in a dire situation. Calling out in vain, Xiaoyao, where are you? Hurry and save me. It seemed that Xiaoyao heard her desperate cry for help. He opened his eyes, and the sap from the towering trees flowed like fine wine, awakening his senses. My lovely wife, do not fear. I shall come to your rescue at once. Who dares to harm my lovely wife? In the depths of the cellar, beyond the securely closed stone door, the man slowly raised his arm. His icy hand emerged from the darkness, beckoning Bai Tingting with a crooked finger. Do not be afraid. Do not hide. Come here obediently. After I finish cultivating, I will grant you an experience that will consume your very soul. His hand was pale and grotesque, adorned with eerie patterns resembling a blade, its tip glinting with a light that seemed to extinguish all life in its vicinity. Bai Tingting wished to scream, yet she dared not utter a sound, fearing she might provoke the man. An overwhelming dread surged within her, as if she were being engulfed by endless darkness. In a bid to buy some time, she mustered her courage and stammered, Could you perhaps get me something to eat first? Once I am full, I will assist you with your cultivation. The man frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with an indescribable irritation. Yet, captivated by the beauty before him, he unexpectedly acquiesced. Very well, I shall fetch you something to eat. Bai Tingting nodded repeatedly, though her inner fear remained unabated. Any moment of delay was a small victory. Perhaps Xiaoyao was on his way to rescue her. However, this cellar is so clandestine. I wonder if the foolish Xiaoyao can find it. Worry, tension, and fear entwined within Bai Tingting's heart. That man truly went out to fetch food for her. After he had been gone for a few minutes, Bai Tingting began to search for an escape route, only to discover that she could not find a way out. The stone door was heavy and thick, and as a frail woman, she could not budge it. Other areas were secured so tightly that not even a fly could escape, let alone a living person of her size. Xiaoyao, where are you? I am so frightened. Helpless, Bai Tingting curled up in a corner and began to weep. Suddenly, the stone door creaked open. Bai Tingting thought the hope of escape was finally at hand, but as she raised her gaze, despair and terror engulfed her once more. The man had returned. He was holding a large, bloodied bat, about the size of a pigeon, its dark body exuding a nauseating, metallic scent of blood. The stone door was once again slammed shut by the man. In the next moment, the bloodied bat was tossed in front of Bai Tingting. Eat. Once you're full, we can begin. Bai Tingting trembled in fear. How could she possibly eat that? It was raw and dripping with blood, making her stomach churn. She shook her head vigorously, pleading, No, I can't eat that. Can't you bring something like a roasted wild chicken instead? The man, losing his patience, barked. There are no wild chickens on this deserted island. However, there are plenty of snakes. If you disdain the bat, I can offer you a snake instead. What is more terrifying, a snake or a bat? They are equally dreadful, especially when they are raw and bloody. The man spoke bluntly to Bai Tingting. This is how I usually eat. Raw food is more nourishing. When you're hungry, you can eat anything. Just give it a try, and soon you will get used to it. Bai Tingting shut her eyes tightly, unable to bear another glance, sobbing, No, I can't. I don't want to eat. Please take it away. The man frowned deeply, crouched down, and grabbed the bloodied bat, threatening her. Such pretentiousness. Do you want me to find food or throw it away? You must understand from now on, you belong to me and must obey me unconditionally. Do you understand? With that, the man prepared to shove the bloodied bat into her mouth. Suddenly, with a thunderous boom, the heavy stone door burst open. An imposing and commanding voice resounded. Who dares to force my beautiful wife to eat a bat? Seeking death. The man turned around, momentarily stunned. How did this foolish Xiaoyao find his secret cellar? At that moment, upon seeing Xiaoyao arrive, just in time, Bai Tingting was overwhelmed with joy, exclaiming, Xiaoyao, I finally waited for you. My beautiful wife, do not fear. Once I deal with this demon, We shall cultivate together. What does cultivate together mean? Bai Tingting did not comprehend. However, at that moment, she felt Xiaoyao was no longer the foolish boy he once was. He seemed transformed, exuding a charmingly sinister aura. Dashing and carefree, the irate man crushed the bloodied bat in his grasp, and its crimson essence oozed through his fingers, a sight most horrifying. Did you not fall victim to my poison blade? How can you possibly still be alive? The foolishly carefree character, known as Xiaoyao, decided to enlighten him. Ah, I am the invincible war god and divine healer from the peak of Yunu, adored by all, beloved by flowers, and causing vehicles to burst their tires. You think a mere poison dagger could bring about my demise? Such an absurd notion. Oh, and by the way, while lying on the ground, I also consumed the sap that dripped from that peculiar tree, akin to fine wine, which has sharpened my mind. I searched the solitary island for quite some time and found no trace of you, demon. However, your recent activity of capturing bats has betrayed your whereabouts. Yet I did not see my charming wife, leading me to speculate that you have concealed her in some secret location. Hence, when you were ensnaring the bats, I refrained from striking, fearing I might alarm the snake. It was only after stealthily tracking you here that I revealed myself. At this moment, the man realized the formidable power of Xiaoyao could not be underestimated. If this matter was not resolved thoroughly, it could hinder his breakthrough. As a boastful martial artist at the peak of the sun's light, he believed that dispatching a naive young man would require but a few moves. Now, with a fierce intent to kill, he gripped his curved blade, exuding an aura of menace. He shouted, and the stones behind him shattered, raining down like a torrential downpour upon Xiaoyao. Were it not for his concern for Bai Tingting, Xiaoyao could have retaliated with equal ferocity, reflecting the flying debris with his immense inner strength. However, to protect Bai Tingting, Xiaoyao had no choice but to dodge the barrage of stones. The man wielded his curved blade with the swiftness of lightning, striking with unyielding force, creating a dazzling array of blade shadows that left Xiaoyao momentarily disoriented. He knew he must end this swiftly. In a flash, Xiaoyao appeared before the man, and with a sharp snap, seized his throat. With a swift kick, he sent the man reeling. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyao lunged forward, deftly snatching the curved blade from the man's grasp, and without mercy, he struck down. The blade glimmered like a flash of lightning. Streams of blood erupted forth. Xiaoyao then reversed the blade, aiming to pierce the man's throat. At that critical moment, the man raised his arm, and a mist enveloped the area. The vision became obscured, fearing that in the ensuing confusion, Bai Tingting might be captured again. Xiaoyao turned to shield her. Though Bai Tingting appeared to be safe behind him, she was utterly unaware that Xiaoyao was about to fall into a trap. Under the shroud of mist, the genuine Bai Tingting lay unconscious in a corner, while the figure behind Xiaoyao was a man disguised to resemble her. The man's face twisted into a sinister grin, his lips curling with an eerie delight. In the next instant, he unleashed a surge of murderous intent, striking Xiaoyao's back with a powerful palm. This was no ordinary blow. It was the nether soul-seizing palm, a technique he had mastered to the 9th level on the solitary island. This technique was profound and chilling, capable of shaking the very essence of the netherworld, instilling fear in all who encountered it. As the man executed this technique, an invisible aura of darkness enveloped the earth and sky. With a swift strike, the back of Xiaoyao was hit, causing him to spit out a mouthful of dark blood. As he turned, the man seized the opportunity to attack, his palm shadow twisting and swirling like the dark currents of an abyss, striking Xiaoyao's chest once more. This blow was even more lethal than the last, imbued with a terrifying force capable of devouring life itself. The power of the strike distorted the very fabric of space, as if the gates of the underworld had been quietly opened, releasing an endless aura of death. The lethal energy penetrated Xiaoyao's spirit, drawing him in with an indescribable force, causing his body to slowly collapse. The man laughed with arrogant disdain, taunting the incapacitated Xiaoyao. "You foolish creature, unaware of your impending doom. My soul-devouring palm can summon the underworld's power. Once I break through the final barrier with a single strike, the mountains will change color, the sun and moon will lose their light, and even the spirits of the underworld will tremble. Do you dare to oppose me? You overestimate your own abilities. An egg against a stone. At this moment, the scene was a chaotic mess, marked by signs of an explosion. Amidst the man's triumphant laughter, Xiaoyao launched a sudden counterattack that caught him completely off guard. 3 silver needles shot forth from Xiaoyao's sleeve. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 needles flew with a grace as delicate as a thread, shimmering with a cold light, as if infused with life itself, slicing through the air in perfect arcs, carrying an irresistible and fierce energy aimed directly at the man's vital points. The speed was astonishing, surpassing the limits of the naked eye. Before the man could regain his composure, the needles had precisely embedded themselves into his vital areas without a hint of deviation. In that moment, time seemed to freeze, and only the faint, clear sound of the needles piercing flesh remained in the air, leaving the man's eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Then all fell silent, with only the slowly collapsing figure of the man bearing witness to the fatality and decisiveness of those 3 silver needles. Xiaoyao rose from the ground, dusting off his clothes, and provocatively taunted the lifeless body. Is that all you can do? I can strike too. My master, the esteemed Wang, taught me long ago that when dealing with cowardly ambushers, there is no need for honorable methods. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Today, let me show you the might of the 9-yang fire cloud divine needle. This is the legendary divine needle, a guaranteed kill. With that declaration, another sharp sound echoed as Xiaoyao stepped forcefully onto the man's ribcage. The rib shattered completely, piercing into the man's chest. His body shook, eyes wide in disbelief, as a spurt of blood erupted from him. In that moment, he wished nothing more than to strangle Xiaoyao to death. Yet his life force waned, extinguished without hope of survival, trapped in the depths of despair. In his final moments, he could scarcely fathom how a situation so favorable could slip through his fingers. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao remained calm and composed, even after enduring the soul-devouring palm. Thanks to the beautiful and wise matriarch who had administered the Qilin pill, refined over 49 days. In his own innate advantages, the soul-devouring palm could do him no harm. As the mist in the cellar gradually dissipated, Xiaoyao found Bai Tingting, who lay unconscious in the corner. Beloved wife awakened. With gentle taps upon Bai Tingting's delicate visage, Xiaoyao finally roused her from slumber. As she opened her drowsy eyes and realized that the impending danger had been dispelled by him, she nestled into his embrace, sobbing softly in a playful, petulant manner. Did that fiend bully you, my dear? Xiaoyao inquired, to which Bai Tingting shook her head in denial. Really? Let me verify. In an instant, he swept her off the ground and onto the frigid bed in the cellar. It's so cold, she exclaimed, curling up in Xiaoyao's arms for warmth. This icy bed was indeed an excellent place for cultivation. My beloved, as a pure yang body, harnessing your pure yin essence will enable me to achieve significant breakthroughs. He explained. Bai Tingting was perplexed as to how her pure yin body could assist in his cultivation. Xiaoyao leaned closer to her ear and murmured, It's quite intriguing. I assure you will relish it. You'll find yourself yearning for our dual cultivation every night. Here, a lengthy narrative is omitted for the reader's imagination. After several hours of cultivation, Xiaoyao felt his spiritual energy surge, marking a substantial advancement in his prowess. It appeared that the synergy between his pure yang body and her pure yin body was indeed extraordinary. With time and persistent effort, he would reach unparalleled heights. As Bai Tingting blushed with embarrassment, Xiaoyao carried her out of the cellar. The effects of the alcohol had dissipated, returning him to his usual foolish state. By now, Bai Tingting had come to understand that Xiaoyao's thought processes could oscillate between clarity and confusion. Yet, regardless of his state, foolish or astute, she cherished him deeply. Beloved wife, my master informed me that once I reach a certain level of cultivation, my intelligence should be restored, he declared cheerfully. Bai Tingting, resting contentedly on his back, responded with a blissful smile, Fool, even if you remain this silly for a lifetime, I would still adore you. Really? Xiaoyao beamed with a silly grin. Just then, Kur emerged from the cellar, calling out, Hey, wait for me. Oh no. In our romantic reverie, we completely forgot about Kur. Meanwhile, on the beach, Zhuang Haiyang and their female classmates had gathered once more, hesitant to venture elsewhere. Aime's snake bite had become festering and was gradually worsening. At this rate, her face would be marred beyond recognition within days. The rescue team's boat had yet to locate them, and it seemed inevitable that they would perish on this desolate island. As despair settled over them, the foolish Xiaoyao returned, carrying Bai Tingting and accompanied by Ke. The female classmates, including Aimei, were more excited to see Xiaoyao than they would have been to encounter a wealthy benefactor, flocking around him with concern and care. Zhuang Haiyang, feeling neglected, resembled a stray dog cast aside. Wow, 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 this is unbearable, he lamented. Xiaoyao, I was so worried about you. Xiaoyao, we couldn't eat or think, and we finally awaited your return. The female classmates of Bai Tingting shamelessly expressed their affections toward the foolish Xiaoyao. If one is to be consumed by thoughts of tea and food, then surely one must have both tea and food. It is quite a challenge to find sustenance on this desolate island. Even more outrageous was Aimei, who pushed aside her fellow classmates to position herself directly in front of Xiaoyao. Her cheeks flushed as she confessed, Xiaoyao, should anything happen to you, I would shave my head and become a nun. Such blatant declarations. Bai Tingting is still present. After all, she is Xiaoyao's legally wedded wife. Upon seeing Bai Tingting descend from Xiaoyao's back, Aimei feigned happiness but felt an overwhelming sense of despair within. How can that wretched Bai Tingting still be alive? If only she were dead, then Xiaoyao would be mine. Tingting, I was so worried about you. Ke, it is a relief to see you all safe. The female classmates surrounded Bai Tingting, exchanging pleasantries. Noticing the snake bite on Aimei's face, which looked quite ghastly, Xiaoyao ventured nearby to gather some wild herbs known for their cooling, detoxifying, and healing properties. He crushed the herbs with stones and applied the paste to Aimei's wound. The herbal paste was cool and soothing against her injury, leaving Aimei utterly moved, wishing to offer herself in return. Xiaoyao, you are truly remarkable. Is it really possible that this will restore my beauty without leaving a scar? Xiaoyao nodded earnestly, assuring her it should pose no problem. Many years ago, I encountered a mother pig with a gruesome bite from a wolf while passing by Unipeak. Compassion moved me to prepare a similar herbal remedy for her wound, and days later, she returned to express her gratitude. Upon closer inspection, I found that the scar on her rear was completely gone, smooth as silk. The female classmates stifled their laughter, finding Xiaoyao's humor delightful, as he humorously compared Aimei's face to that of a mother pig. Little did they know, this was not merely a jest, but a veritable truth. At that moment, the waves crashed violently against the shore. Looking out at the vast ocean, Xiaoyao declared, My lovely wife is right. We should not linger here. If those snakes were to come here, it would be a scene of bloodshed and chaos. Zhuang Haiyang scoffed and approached, dousing the spirit. Who doesn't he know that this place is unsuitable for prolonged stay? Yet, the rescue team has yet to arrive. How can we escape? It's as if we are trapped with no means of flight. Alas, what a misfortune it is for a wealthy man like myself to be stranded on a desolate island suffering. Upon my return, I shall pen an autobiography, self-publish it, and detail my experiences on this island, recounting my valiant struggles against nature, leaving no detail overlooked. This adventure rivals that of Robinson Crusoe. The female classmates responded with disdain, some mockingly retorting, with your ineptitude, you wouldn't even qualify to carry Robinson's shoes. Aimei chimed in with a witty remark, indeed. Zhuang Haiyang, you would do well to refrain from embarrassing yourself here. Zhuang Haiyang, filled with indignation, spoke with a trembling voice, You all just wait for me. Bai Tingting intervened, asserting, Enough with the banter. We must unite and find a way to preserve our lives. Escaping this deserted island is our priority. She picked up a branch from the ground and suggested to the naive Xiaoyao, Why don't we construct a boat from wood and attempt to leave? Amelie, pointing towards the ocean, was the first to express her doubts, saying, Tingting, look at the peculiar waters surrounding this island. They continuously surge towards the shore. Even if we had a boat, escaping would be impossible. As she spoke, Amelie tossed a branch into the sea, and it was promptly swept back ashore by the waves. Nevertheless, Xiaoyao insisted, We could still give it a try. If our boat is pushed back, I can jump into the water and use my internal energy to propel it forward. Bai Tingting was the first to reject this notion, exclaiming, Xiaoyao, in this vast ocean. No matter how fit you are, how long can you sustain yourself in the water? What if something happens to you? Well, I do then. The selfish Zhuang Haiyang eagerly chimed in. It's all right. If Xiaoyao gets tired, I'll take over, swimming and pushing the boat along. The female classmates scoffed at him. Xiaoyao remained steadfast in his belief, eventually persuading Bai Tingting to go along with the plan. They all began to gather branches, working diligently to construct the wooden vessel. After a day and a night, they finally completed their boat. As dawn broke and the sun emerged from the ocean's surface, they prepared to set sail. Everyone clamored to board the wooden boat, and Bai Tingting, reluctant to leave Xiaoyao behind, clung tightly to his hand. Don't worry, my dear. I will be fine, Xiaoyao assured her, releasing her hand to push the boat forward with one hand while swimming with the other. Initially, their journey progressed smoothly, and in no time, they had distanced themselves from the island. Zhuang Haiyang was the most exhilarated, for if he could return safely, he would once again revel in his immense fortune. Ha ha ha! We have finally left the deserted island. This is splendid. I shall immediately begin writing my autobiography upon return. He fancied himself a great figure, dreaming of writing an autobiography, which was utterly laughable. As Zhuang Haiyang basked in his self-importance, a monstrous wave surged forth, sweeping him into the sea. Despite his swimming prowess, he choked on salt water, resembling a drenched dog, eliciting laughter from the female classmates. The water was tumultuous, and even with his swimming skills, Zhuang Haiyang found it challenging to return to the boat. At that moment, Xiaoyao uttered a single phrase that propelled Zhuang Haiyang back onto the vessel. The water monster is coming, Xiaoyao warned, and Zhuang Haiyang, filled with trepidation, leapt onto the boat with remarkable agility. With Xiaoyao's internal strength propelling them forward, the wooden boat continued its journey. From a distance, it appeared as if a luxurious cruise ship was gliding across the water. Look over there. Isn't that a cruise ship? Xiaoyao, muster your strength. Once the wooden boat has completely departed from the vicinity of the deserted island, the waves shall no longer cast it ashore. Surely, the passengers aboard the cruise ship will come to my rescue. The female classmates, filled with elation, cheered exuberantly, unaware that the passengers on the cruise ship were not benevolent souls. With unwavering determination, the foolish Xiaoyao propelled the wooden boat closer to the cruise ship. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs, pleading for assistance from the passengers. Help! Please save us! On the deck of the cruise ship, the affluent mingled, their laughter echoing through the air. Though they heard the desperate cries from the wooden boat, they responded with disdainful indifference. However, a well-dressed gentleman, impeccably attired in a suit with a meticulously tied tie, caught their attention. His eyes glimmered with a predatory gleam as he called out to them, Ah, you wish to board the cruise ship? That is not unfeasible. But may I inquire if you have purchased insurance? I operate an insurance company. Have you heard of Omping Insurance? It is one of the leading firms in the Dragon Kingdom. Purchasing insurance from us is undoubtedly a wise choice. If each of you acquires a policy for accident, retirement, health, unemployment, and property insurance, I shall agree to rescue you aboard. Zhuang Haiyang, embodying the persona of a wealthy tycoon, eagerly consented. Whatever the insurance, I will purchase it all. Will this guarantee my rescue? The experienced Mr. Chun from the insurance company promptly recorded Zhuang Haiyang's promise to ensure there was no dispute later. He then arranged for Zhuang Haiyang to be retrieved to the cruise ship. The female classmates watched in astonishment as Zhuang Haiyang was hoisted aboard, yet they were unwilling to buy so many insurance policies. What were they to do now? Another influential figure approached Mr. Chun and implored, Must we exploit the common folk? They are already the cattle and horses of a prosperous age, the cannon fodder of a chaotic world. They have suffered enough. You have earned a fortune that could last 3 lifetimes. Why must you complicate their plight? Do rescue them. Who said that the wealthy are devoid of compassion? This gentleman appeared genuinely kind-hearted, showing concern for the common people. Under his directive, the cruise ship's staff promptly assisted the female classmates aboard. Meanwhile, Bai Tingting was swept up by the foolish Xiaoyao and carried onto the cruise ship. Once aboard, The female classmates expressed their gratitude to Mr. Chun for his earlier advocacy. Yet, in an instant, Mr. Chin's demeanor shifted. The benevolent figure had morphed into one of sinister charm. This transformation startled Mei and her companions. Mr. Chun had no true intention of rescuing them. He merely sought to bring them aboard to indulge the whims of the influential. This assembly of moguls commanded the business world, their wealth rivaling that of nations. Their maritime escapades demanded thrill and excitement, rendering ordinary pleasures like extravagant feasts utterly insufficient. At that moment, a server approached with glasses of red wine, and the avaricious executive eagerly beckoned the affluent. "Come, come, everyone, sample this exquisite red wine I procured from the beautiful nation. It is a vintage reserved solely for the president of the beautiful nation. The wine is full-bodied and rich in fruit flavors, seamlessly infused with the smoky and vanilla notes imparted by the oak barrels. Each sip reveals the wine's exquisite nature and the uniqueness of its terroir." During Mr. Reliable's last presidential campaign, he sustained an ear injury from gunfire. His calm demeanor was attributed to his indulgence in this particular red wine. The CEO of Pinduoduo boasted extravagantly, while the magnates raised their elegant glasses from the server's tray to clink in camaraderie. It is widely acknowledged that Pinduoduo's rise in the Dragon Nation over the past few years has created a fissure in what seemed to be an impenetrable market. The brilliance of the Pinduoduo CEO lies in his innovative approach, utilizing gamified shopping formats like group buying and sharp discounts, which attract a vast number of consumers from the lower-tier market with minimal customer acquisition costs and heightened user engagement. To this day, Pinduoduo's market valuation has at times surpassed that of colossal e-commerce giants, establishing it as the new titan of the Dragon Nation's e-commerce sector. Many industry leaders, who initially derided Pinduoduo's business model, now find themselves in awe of its success. Today, the Pinduoduo CEO graciously hosts the magnates aboard a cruise, inviting them to savor this red wine, which is set to enter the market. Yet, the shrewd CEO, known for his cunning business acumen, has no exceptional wine to offer. The so-called imported red wine from the beautiful nation, which Mr. Reliable allegedly enjoyed, is merely a fabrication. In truth, the wine is concocted from industrial alcohol colorants and artificial flavorings. Moreover, industrial alcohol contains methanol, which can induce cancer when consumed in excess. Nevertheless, these profit-driven business magnates perceive the Pinduoduo CEO as untouchable in today's landscape. They feel compelled to flatter him, even if the wine were akin to horse urine. Thus, they clink their glasses and indulge, all the while internally lamenting, "Is this truly imported from the beautiful nation? It tastes horrid." Yet, they were smiles of sycophancy, almost fawning. "What a fine wine, truly worthy of being the choice of Mr. Reliable from the beautiful nation." Today, thanks to our esteemed CEO, tasting the wine enjoyed by the president of the beautiful nation is indeed a rare privilege. Another magnate, unwilling to be outdone, chimes in with flattery. "Ah, indeed. Next, we shall collaborate with you for profit. You lead us in tasting fine wines and expanding our business." The Pinduoduo CEO furrows his brow slightly and remarks, "Today, our venture at sea is merely for thrills. Let us not discuss business. It is far too tedious. I make millions daily in the business realm, devoid of challenge or enjoyment." I finally understand the sentiment expressed by that Mr. Ma. I am no longer interested in money. I, too, have lost my interest in wealth. The magnates, including the affluent Zhuang Haiyang present, felt a pang of envy, silently cursing the Pinduoduo 1,000 times. At that moment, the Pinduoduo CEO selected a glass of red wine from the server's tray and approached Bai Tingting. "My dear, this glass is a gift for you." With a predatory gaze reminiscent of a beast eyeing its prey, he leered at Bai Tingting. Instinctively, she retreated behind the oblivious Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, protective of his charming wife, interjected to the Pinduoduo CEO, "I will help my lovely wife drink." The boss of the company, upon hearing the stuttering speech of the young man, looked down upon him with disdain. In the next moment, he brazenly poured red wine onto the deck, subsequently provoking with a playful smirk, "If you desire to drink, you shall have to kneel and lick it off the deck." Such blatant cruelty was intolerable, The other prominent figures joined in with taunts. Go on, drink up. Someone like you, a mere commoner, probably doesn't even know the taste of red wine at this point in life. What an honor it is for you to be offered this by the boss. These influential individuals derive joy from another's suffering. The despicable Xiaoyao sees the opportunity to further demean the foolish Xiaoyao. Fool, the boss is now a titan of e-commerce in the Dragon Kingdom. Refusing to drink his wine is tantamount to disrespecting him, and such disrespect can have dire consequences. Although Xiaoyao appeared to be in a dazed state, he was not oblivious to the mockery directed at him by the crowd. Before descending the mountain, his 3 beautiful mentors had admonished him not to bully the weak nor allow himself to be bullied. If anyone dares to oppress us, we shall repay them in kind. Just as Xiaoyao, devoid of shame, joined the other magnates in ridiculing Xiaoyao, an unseen force suddenly struck at Xiaoyao's knee. The impact caused him to collapse onto the deck, his lips nearly brushing against the red wine that had just been spilled. The onlookers found amusement in the spectacle. Content as long as someone was providing them entertainment. Xiaoyao crouched down and inquired of Xiaoyao, "Pray tell, is this red wine palatable?" Xiaoyao found himself at a loss for words. To claim it was good would invite further ridicule, while to declare it poor would be to disrespect the boss, potentially leading to repercussions in the business realm. Truly a dilemma. Although Xiaoyao refrained from tasting the wine, the unpleasant aroma indicated its inferiority, prompting him to candidly remark, "This wine is hardly impressive. It pales in comparison to the brew crafted by my lovely wife." Xiaoyao's face darkened at Xiaoyao's unabashed criticism. The sycophantic magnates hastily rebuked Xiaoyao. "You, a bumbling country bumpkin, what do you know? This is imported from the beautiful nation." When the esteemed Mr. Reliable was campaigning for president, he consumed quite a bit of it. Even when struck by a bullet, he remained composed while continuing to speak, all thanks to the effects of this red wine. Xiaoyao, unfamiliar with Mr. Reliable, recognized even in his dazed state that the magnate's words were dubious. These grand figures, accustomed to lavish banquets and fine wines, had surely tasted far superior vintages. It was absurd for them to extol such low-quality wine, revealing their theatrical tendencies worthy of an Oscar for Best Actor. The ever-serious CEO of PIN-CC remained grim-faced, redirecting his attention to the fishing hook held by his assistant. A subtle smile flickered across his features as an idea for amusement danced in his mind. Enough of the chatter. We are here to savor the sun and engage in fishing. Upon hearing this, the sycophantic magnates hastily gathered around CEO PIN-CC, eager to accompany him on his angling venture. Flattery soon inundated the air. Your business acumen is unparalleled, and who would have thought your fishing prowess could also leave others in awe? Indeed, last time you gifted me the fish you caught, I couldn't bear to discard even the bones. I fried them up and devoured every last morsel. After feasting, I felt invigorated, and my lovely wife implored me for mercy each night. Such extravagant flattery from this magnate was clearly meant to curry favor with CEO PIN-CC, even weaving tales of such nature. Other magnates, upon hearing this, clamored to claim the fish caught by CEO PIN-CC. "Chief, you must give me the fish you catch today. No one else can claim it. Chief, please bestow upon me the fish you reel in. I am in dire need of your catch to replenish my waning vitality." Surrounded by their adulation and flattery, CEO PIN-CC felt himself elevated. He now possessed an exhilarating and playful approach to fishing. "Gentlemen, it seems the heavens have conspired to grant us a bountiful day, delivering a plethora of bait for our enjoyment." The magnates exchanged glances, momentarily perplexed. A few seconds later, they caught on, casting knowing looks at the carefree group. Their laughter tinged with amusement. It dawned on them that CEO PIN-CC intended to use the carefree individuals as human bait to lure in larger catches. Xiaoyao, rising from the deck, was the first to voice dissent. "Chief, this jest may be too far-fetched. We are human beings, and it seems inappropriate to treat us as bait." CEO PIN-CC patted his shoulder, feigning reassurance. "Fear not. Nothing will go awry. We're targeting only small sharks, which are not large enough to swallow you whole. Besides, my fishing skills surpass even those of a skilled excavator. The moment a small shark nibbles at you, I shall swiftly lift the rod, and several of us will haul you back aboard, ensuring your safety. Furthermore, did you not purchase the various insurances recommended by General Chen? We must allow the insurance to prove its worth. And you, though you did not acquire insurance, being aboard my yacht signifies that I have saved your lives. You ought to be grateful. The group of female classmates, upon hearing this, became unsettled, retreating behind the carefree figure of Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao, we do not wish to be human bait. Naturally, Xiaoyao would not permit these magnates to indulge their twisted desires at the expense of his companions. Bai Tingting nudged Xiaoyao's arm and whispered in his ear, Xiaoyao, how proficient are you at fishing? Do you have confidence in surpassing CEO Pin Cece? Silly Xiaoyao reminisced briefly and said to Tianting, Master Wang has never taught me how to fish. Tianting, feeling helpless, decided to take a chance. I see. Then we must bravely give it a try. She whispered into silly Xiaoyao's ear, who nodded earnestly in response. He then provocatively addressed the CEO of the competing team. If we must act as bait, so be it. First, let us use regular fish food as bait and have a contest. Whoever catches the largest fish first shall be the victor, while the losing side must sacrifice one member to the winning team as human bait for fishing. The proposal sounded appealing, and the CEO of the competing team, confident in his fishing prowess, readily agreed to the rules of the game. Thus commenced their first round of competition. The CEO cast imported foie gras as bait into the vast ocean, while an assistant handed silly Xiaoyao a fishing rod. Without even putting on bait, silly Xiaoyao cast his line, and, astonishingly, the hook snagged the collar of Zhuang Haiyang's shirt. Infuriated, Zhuang Haiyang erupted in anger. Silly Xiaoyao threatened, if you don't silence yourself, when we lose, I shall offer you to them as human bait. Zhuang Haiyang's complaints abruptly ceased. At that moment, the sea was majestic. The CEO's fishing rod dipped, indicating a catch. Swiftly, he jerked the rod upwards, and indeed, he had caught a small shark. This was met with a flurry of flattering exclamations from those around. Silly Xiaoyao, unfazed, remarked, it's merely a small shark. I could easily catch a whale. The prominent figures rolled up their sleeves and laughed boisterously. Yunavi, bumpkin. How audacious you are. The CEO chuckled dismissively. You shall face the consequences of your bravado. If you fail to catch a whale, you must strip down to your underwear and be tossed into the sea as bait. Tianning stood by her man and retorted, what if my man indeed catches a whale? What then? Agreed, we shall accept the bet. At this moment, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. The laughter of the prominent figures abruptly halted, and after a few seconds of silence aboard the yacht, they erupted into uncontrollable laughter once more. The assembled tycoons were utterly convinced that silly Xiaoyao would undoubtedly fail. This was due to the CEO's formidable fishing skills. He had caught every fish imaginable, save for mermaids and whales. The stuttering young man before them was likely to suffer a humiliating defeat. One bold tycoon unreservedly declared, the CEO is bound to win. If he loses, I will drink every bottle of red wine on this yacht and hold it in without a trip to the restroom. Such a daring claim stirred the others to instinctively touch their lower abdomens, understanding the discomfort of holding in wine after drinking too much, a sensation that was beyond words. In an attempt to curry favor with the whimsical CEO, several prominent figures made extravagant promises. If you foolish lad, manage to outsmart the CEO, I shall strip down to nothing but my undergarments and perform a belly dance live on deck. The president of the insurance company was even more audacious, declaring, I will live stream myself drinking urine. At his proclamation, the gazes of the other dignitaries converged upon him. The president, brimming with confidence, was certain that the whimsical CEO could not possibly lose. Thus, these affluent magnates prepared to construct their amusement upon the misfortunes of the ordinary. The naive and carefree individual cast his fishing line back into the sea. The laughter from the magnates erupted like a chorus of geese. Look at this fool. He hasn't even baited his hook, yet he dreams of catching a whale. I can hardly contain my laughter. The jest continued, unfazed by their mockery. The naive one held his fishing rod in one hand while seizing the fish bait from his assistant's grasp with the other, and he stuffed it directly into the mouth of the most boisterous magnate, who had laughed the loudest. "Enjoy the fish bait. Do remain silent, lest you scare away the great whale I aim to catch." That magnate, a formidable figure in the realm of business, could not remain composed after having his mouth filled with fish bait. After a violent retching, he glared furiously, ready to retaliate. "You insolent fool! Have you lost your mind?" The naive one, quick on his feet, deftly sidestepped, causing the magnate to stumble and lose his balance, tumbling over the railing and into the sea. Had it not been for the aides on the cruise ship, he might have met a grim fate. Minutes passed, yet the naive one's fishing rod remained eerily still. The whimsical CEO, reveling in his triumph, taunted, "Accept defeat, young man. I predict you won't even catch a tiny shrimp. Ha ha." The magnates erupted in a chorus of sardonic laughter, envisioning the comical spectacle of the naive one facing his punishment. Nevertheless, he remained utterly still, his gaze fixated on the surface of the sea, offering no response. In truth, the fishing rod served merely as a ruse. His fishing skills were rather lackluster, and a mere rod could not dictate the tides of fate. The naive one maintained his composure, patiently awaiting the emergence of a great whale. Once he detected its presence, he would harness his inner strength to subdue it, pretending it was a catch from his fishing rod. Yet, after a prolonged wait, no sign of a whale appeared. The onlookers, eager for chaos, grew impatient and shouted, "Fool, cease your charade and accept defeat. Why waste words? Just strip him of his clothes and toss him to the sharks." As several mischievous magnates approached to strip the naive one, a great whale surfaced. Although it did not breach the surface, it could not evade the keen eyes of the naive one. With a flick of his finger, a surge of energy propelled from his fingertip into the water, striking the back of the whale. Startled, the whale leapt from the sea. In a swift moment, the line from the naive one's rod shot straight into the whale's mouth. Immediately, the enormous whale soared into the sky like a kite before crashing heavily into the sea. It was merely a fleeting moment. The prominent figures were utterly bewildered, gazing at the foolishly carefree individual as if they had encountered a prodigy. This carefree individual had just employed a technique of externalizing inner strength. To speak of nothing else, the limp fishing line, once released from his grasp, stood rigid as a needle, infused with vital energy that remained intact, a feat only achievable by a master of the highest caliber. The elite merely caught a glimpse of the whale. They could not comprehend the intricacies of inner strength and the essence of martial arts at all. Then, the carefree individual flicked his fishing rod once more, snagging the whale by the corner of its mouth and effortlessly hauling it onto the yacht. The eager magnates, who were about to rush forward to strip him of his clothing, were left dumbfounded in an instant. Even the shrewd CEO was rendered speechless with astonishment. The whale was indeed colossal, occupying a significant amount of space. The yacht, already considered large, struggled to accommodate the massive creature. On the deck, the whale wreaked havoc. Even the small shark caught by the CEO was swallowed whole by the whale's gaping maw, sending shivers down the spines of the magnates and the classmates of Xiaoyao, their legs trembling in fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The CEO could not accept this reality, but before he could finish his thought, the whale swung its powerful tail, showering him with seaweed and shrimp. The magnates, feeling the sting of embarrassment, fell silent. Even Xiaoyao was rendered mute. The whale was exceedingly robust. The carefree individual struck its head with a palm, leaving it dazed and gasping for breath, no longer daring to cause trouble. With a silly grin, he looked at the magnates and exclaimed, "Hey, I have one. I have one. You must honor the wager." The magnates exchanged glances, their minds filled with regret. Who among them would willingly adhere to a bet with a foolish young man? Thus, one by one, they began to concoct excuses. I need to take a small boat to shore. Today is my great-uncle's 90th birthday. Wait for me. I'll join you in celebrating your great-uncle." Another magnate, unable to find a plausible reason, stammered, "My female dog is about to give birth. I must be there in case of complications." Oh, can such excuses even suffice? These fickle magnates were all attempting to slink away with shameless audacity. The carefree individual, fueled by momentum, kicked the whale's massive mouth with force. causing it to suddenly open wide. The magnates were paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the deck. We are distinguished figures in the business realm. If we were to suffer any misfortune, even your life would not suffice to compensate us. These magnates, ever fickle, bore a skin thicker than that of a deceased swine. Even the CEO could no longer endure their antics and stepped forward to voice a moment of honesty. How dare you still call yourselves prominent figures in the capital? You have brought shame upon our esteemed reputation. Just a moment ago, were you not all supporting me? Now you must honor the wager. The magnates found themselves at a loss for words. At this moment, Emily and her female classmates are reveling in the spectacle, cheerfully exclaiming, "Someone just suggested a live belly dance, and there are even whispers of a live stream involving urine. This is bound to be entertaining. Go ahead, 82. We will absolutely fulfill your request." Indeed, those who derive their joy from the suffering of others have boldly proclaimed that if the obstinate CEO were to lose, they would perform a live belly dance, and there were murmurs of even more outrageous acts. Now, it seems, they are ready to commence their splendid performance. However, these prominent figures are all well-known individuals, each a formidable player in the global financial arena, ranked among the top 100 billionaires. They have no desire to engage in such antics. Thus, they must resort to showcasing their monetary allure. One of the magnates approached the carefree Xiaoyao and inquired, "Handsome lad, can we negotiate? As long as you do not pursue the wager I just made, I will grant you anything you desire. A helicopter soaring through the skies, a colossal yacht cruising the seas, or a luxury car speeding down the road. Speak freely, and your wish shall be my command." In truth, Xiaoyao had longed for the top-of-the-line Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, and he casually remarked, "I wish for a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost." Without a moment's hesitation, the magnate readily agreed. Deal. Another magnate, equally exhilarated, rushed over to negotiate with Xiaoyao. "Then I can gift you a car as well." Xiaoyao shook his head. "One is sufficient. I am not greedy. You should proceed with the belly dance." The magnate, now desperate, urged, "Come, let's negotiate. Handsome young man, if you do not desire a luxury car, how about a beautiful woman, fair-skinned and lovely, youthful and radiant, with long, elegant legs, each one more enchanting than the last?" Without a second thought, Xiaoyao shook his head again, walked over to Bai Tingting, took her hand, and replied to the magnate, "I have a charming wife, and that is more than enough for me." Bai Tingting, blushing and blissful, nestled against Xiaoyao's shoulder, evoking envy from those around them. General Chun, the insurance company owner, blinked, seizing the opportunity to escape. "Young man, your loyalty to your wife is truly commendable. Your devotion is touching. It reminds me of my own wife, who is bedridden and suffering terribly. Could I be allowed to return and fulfill my duties as a husband?" Chen's voice quivered with emotion, his acting rivaling that of seasoned performers. Regardless of the truth, Xiaoyao had no intention of complicating matters for these magnates and nodded in agreement to let him leave. Chen hurried away faster than anyone else, swiftly transferring from the yacht to a small boat and departing. The other magnates followed suit, lamenting in unison, "Ah, witnessing your youthful affection reminds me of my own long-suffering wife." The obstinate CEO could no longer tolerate this and retorted, "But you and your wife are already divorced." To which the magnate replied, "Indeed, we are divorced. Yet, reflecting upon it, there is a saying, a faithful wife should not be cast aside. I betrayed her at the height of my success and forced her to divorce me. What a grave sin. I have erred. If heaven were to grant me a chance for redemption, I would seek to reclaim what was lost. Go ahead." Silly Xiaoyao let him leave. But before this esteemed individual departed, he earnestly cautioned him, "I hope you are not deceiving me. Sincerely reconcile with your wife. If you dare to trick me, I shall take you to the peak of Yunnan Mountain to face the wrath of the heavens." The esteemed figure gasped in shock, vigorously nodding like a chick pecking at rice, before swiftly fleeing. The one who promised silly Xiaoyao a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost hastily pressed an unblocked card into his hands, eager to depart. "This is for the luxury car, and I must take my leave now." With that, he vanished like smoke. These dignitaries each adopted the guise of infatuated men, only to hastily escape from silly Xiaoyao's presence. Finally, only the anxious Xiao remained, wearing a forced smile as he negotiated with silly Xiaoyao. This yacht is mine. If you fancy it, I could gift it to you. Silly Xiaoyao glanced at Bai Tingting. My charming wife, do you desire this yacht? Bai Tingting shook her head. Silly Xiaoyao. We have already accepted the funds for a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. Would not be too greedy to also accept this yacht. Besides, we are quite occupied managing our guest house and will not have ample leisure to sail. Let us forego this yacht. Gaining without effort is never commendable. We possess the means to live through our own abilities. Bai Tingting's words of wisdom garnered admiration from those present. Meanwhile, Amelie cast several disapproving glances at her, unable to tolerate Bai Tingting's navet. Clearly, she had an opportunity within reach, yet she feigned high-mindedness and philosophical ideals. How pretentious! Unable to contain herself, she approached silly Xiaoyao and Bai Tingting, pleading, the CEO of Poughkeepsie is not short of money. He is so sincere in offering you a yacht. By refusing, are you not disregarding his kindness? How about this? If you truly do not desire it, would you kindly gift it to me? It would be wonderful for any future gatherings with classmates aboard the yacht. Amelie's scheme was audacious. Since their harrowing experience on the island, Zhuang Haiyang had seen through her true nature and retorted mockingly. Ha, Amelie, one must have dignity as a human. Could you not possess even a modicum of self-respect? The other female classmates regarded Amelie with peculiar gazes, prompting her to finally quiet down. The CEO of Poughkeepsie awkwardly pointed at the whale on the yacht, inquiring with silly Xiaoyao, what should we do with this colossal creature? Zhuang Haiyang preemptively interjected, let us sell it to the land of cherry blossoms for sashimi. Such a large whale should fetch a handsome sum. When it comes to business, one must possess the acumen I have. Bai Tingting shook her head, disallowing such an act. To carve it into sashimi, slicing it piece by piece, is far too cruel. Silly Xiaoyao, let us release it back into the ocean. The foolishly carefree individual, in deference to his charming wife, performed a single-footed kick, astonishingly sending a whale soaring into the ocean as if it were a mere football. The cunning CEO, Pai Cc, once again marveled at the extraordinary prowess of this foolishly carefree man, no longer daring to look down upon others. He ingratiated himself with fervent compliments. My dear brother, you are truly remarkable. By the way, earlier you expressed disdain for my exquisite imported red wine. Do you perhaps have a fine wine to recommend for us to collaborate on for mutual profit? Old Bull's desire for tender grass was evident, and Pai Cc, a shrewd and calculating businessman, was solely motivated by profit. However, Bai Tingting held little regard for the Pai Cc platform and was reluctant to collaborate with him. Since Bai Tingting was disinterested in partnership, the carefree man likewise had no desire to work with him. Yet, the perceptive Pai Cc recognized the extraordinary potential of this young couple, tirelessly advocating for a partnership opportunity. After a day and a night, the cruise ship finally docked. The female classmates, filled with joy and excitement, could scarcely believe they had truly returned safely from the deserted island. Was this not a dream? The most emotionally charged among them was Zhuang Haiyang, having endured the hardships of the deserted island. Stripped of dignity and ridiculed by the very female classmates who once revered him, he now escaped his plight and was poised to reclaim his affluent lifestyle. Who would dare to look down upon him now? Upon disembarking, Zhuang Haiyang ostentatiously proclaimed to his female classmates, come with me to the luxury goods store. I promised each of you an Hermes handbag upon our safe return. His expression and tone were filled with arrogance and swagger. Yet, to his utter astonishment, after their harrowing experience on the deserted island, the female classmates no longer admired him as they once had. One by one, they flocked to the foolish man instead. Brother Xiaoyao, may I work at your guest house? Brother Xiaoyao, I too wish to work at your guest house. The salary is not a concern. Even Emily expressed her desire to join. This left Zhuang Haiyang seething with indignation, but the most infuriating moment was yet to come. After disembarking the cruise ship, Pai Cc relentlessly pursued the carefree man. Young man, allow me to visit the guest house you and your wife manage for an experience. I will pay 100-fold for the opportunity. Wait for me. Was this the same arrogant and dismissive Pai Cc? Had they all gone mad? Circling around the foolish man, Zhuang Haiyang gritted his teeth in frustration. Upon their return to the guest house, they discovered that during their absence, it had undergone a subtle transformation. The air was now rife with the vulgar scent of money. In the past, customers seeking medicinal wine were treated equally and lined up in order. However, now it was a matter of who offered the highest price that determined who could cut in line, bypassing those ahead to purchase the medicinal wine first. Furthermore, the names of the medicinal wines had been altered to titillating titles, such as indestructible, lasting firmness, and enduring charm, reflecting a decidedly crass approach. By Ting, with a mere guess using her toes, discerned that this was the nefarious scheme concocted by her father and that stepmother, Song Rushuang. How could these two individuals, whose ages combined nearly approached a century, be so outrageous as to engage in such antics while she and the foolish Xiaoyao were absent from the inn? Bai Tingting dashed into the inn to confront both her father and Song Rushuang. To her astonishment, Song Rushuang was behaving like the proprietress, giving orders to the employees. "Aunt Song, I am capable of guiding my employees without your interference," Bai Tingting asserted. Upon turning around and seeing Bai Tingting and Xiaoyao return safely, Song Rushuang's disappointment was palpable. Reports had circulated that Zhuang Haiyang's yacht had encountered a tornado, and the rescue team, upon arriving, could no longer locate them. Unbeknownst to others, Song Rushuang relished this turn of events, secretly wishing for Bai Tingting's disappearance from the world. If that were to happen, she would no longer need to share Bai Yuntian's inheritance with anyone. Furthermore, the popular inn would rightfully belong to her. Hence, she felt entitled to issue commands to the staff as the head of the household. Little did she anticipate that her joy would be short-lived. As Bai Tingting and her companions had returned unscathed, it seemed her happiness had been in vain. "Where's my father?" Bai Tingting inquired in a flat tone towards Song Rushuang. Rolling her eyes, Song Rushuang retorted, "Lazy people tend to find themselves in troublesome situations. He has probably fallen into the toilet again." Bai Tingting brushed past Song Rushuang in search of Bai Yuntian, who, at that moment, was decidedly not in the restroom. What, then, was he engaged in? That shameless old man had set his sights on the beautiful widow, Xiaoyao. It was Xiaoyao, after all, who had come to work at the inn after Xiaoyao saved her little Junjun. Since the incident involving the tornado, communication with Xiaoyao had ceased. Yet Bai Yuntian, as the innkeeper, had taken it upon himself to pursue Xiaoyao, frequently visiting her under the pretense of business, all while harboring ulterior motives. Despite Bai Yuntian's persistent advances, Xiaoyao remained steadfast in her belief that Xiaoyao was still alive and would one day return. To await that fateful day, she endured the indignities and played along with Bai Yuntian. However, it appeared that today, her patience was at its limit. Bai Yuntian's patience had waned as well. He could no longer be satisfied with mere trifles and was determined to assert his desires. "Xiaoyao, why not yield to me? You are young and unaware of the virtues of an older man, mistaking a fool for a treasure. If you acquiesce, I shall provide for you, and you will no longer need to toil so hard." Xiaoyao evaded him, pleading, "You are Xiaoyao's father-in-law, my elder. Furthermore, you already have a wife. If she were to find out, we would both be in dire straits." Bai Yuntian, emboldened by his position, continued his advances, assuring her, "That fierce woman is firmly entrenched as the inn's proprietress, busy reprimanding this and that. She hardly has the time to notice our dealings." In order to win Xiaoyu's compliance, Bai Yuntian did not hesitate to reveal his wealth. "My dear beauty, accompany me, and you shall never suffer." He boasted of owning 10 luxurious riverside villas in Haicheng, 20 thriving shops in the capital, and 80 million in the stock market. Though currently stagnant, it would eventually rise. Additionally, he had no less than 500 million in financial products at the bank. Beyond these, he possessed a renowned wine cellar and an expansive estate in Menglong village. "Follow me, and you shall want for nothing." While Bai Yuntian was indeed affluent, Xiaoyu's heart belonged to another, and she resolutely rejected him. Even if she were free, she would harbor no affection for Bai Yuntian, refusing to become the mistress of a man old enough to be her father for the sake of money. However, Bai Yuntian was evidently intent on forcing his advances. He cornered Xiaoyao, covering her lips, stating, "My lovely beauty, your cries will be in vain. Save your strength to serve me." At that moment, unexpectedly, a stone hurtled from a distance, knocking out his front teeth. "Who dares to attack me?" Bai Yuntian exclaimed, his words escaping with a whistling sound due to his injury. It was Zhuzi, who had stealthily intervened to rescue Xiaoyu. Mindful that Bai Yuntian was the father-in-law of Xiaoyao, and thus unable to confront him openly. Seizing the opportunity, Xiaoyu broke free and fled. Bai Yuntian, however, had no intention of allowing her to escape easily and pursued her relentlessly. Xiaoyu collided into the sturdy chest of Xiaoyao, who had returned. In that instant, she cast aside all reservations and fears, burying herself in his embrace as she wept. "Xiaoyao, you're really back. I knew you would triumph over adversity. It's wonderful that you have returned." Xiaoyu's endurance had not been in vain. Upon seeing Xiaoyao and his companions, Bai Yuntian was momentarily taken aback. "Are you people real or ghosts?" "Father, of course we are real." Bai Tingting stepped forward from behind Xiaoyao, feeling a pang of jealousy as she observed Xiaoyu sobbing in Xiaoyao's arms. Xiaoyao gently inquired, "Do not cry, Xiaoyu. We have returned safely. What troubles you? Were you bullied?" Fearing for his reputation, Bai Yuntian hastily turned the tables, falsely accusing Xiaoyu. "Tingting, your return is timely. This Xiaoyu is truly restless and has ill intentions. Taking advantage of her absence, she has attempted to seduce me repeatedly, and after I rejected her time and again, she threatened to claim I harassed her, seeking to ruin my reputation." Xiaoyu felt as if struck by lightning. She never anticipated Bai Yuntian's treachery. "It is not like that. You must believe me. It was Boss Bai who sought to harass me, not I who seduced him. Do not be deceived by him." Despite Xiaoyu's earnest attempts to clarify, Zhuang Haiyang and the CEO of Pink Sixy, alongside the recently awakened father-son duo, all chose to place their trust in Bai Yuntian. Firstly, Bai Yuntian is a person of stature. What type of woman could he not attract? Secondly, Xiaoyu, being a widow from Wangzai village whose husband died on their wedding night, is regarded as an ill-fated presence, her words bearing little weight. Thirdly, Zhuang Haiyang, the father-son pair, and the CEO of Pink Sixy are affluent individuals, often surrounded by women who seek to exploit their wealth through cunning means. From their perspective, Xiaoyu appears to be a crow aspiring to soar high as a phoenix. Hence, they all opted to believe in Bai Yuntian. I firmly believe that Xiaoyu would not lie. Silly Xiaoyao resolutely supports Xiaoyu, inciting jealousy in Bai Tingting. Regardless of who wrongs whom between Xiaoyu and her father, Xiaoyu's presence has certainly stirred unrest, particularly the mutual trust between Xiaoyu and Silly Xiaoyao. Alongside Xiaoyu's affections towards him, only serves to exacerbate Bai Tingting's envy. Bai Tingting promptly declared, "Xiaoyu, I will offer you an additional year's salary. Pack your belongings and leave this inn. You might not be suited for employment here." With her words, Bai Yuntian felt emboldened. To curry favor with Bai Yuntian and please Bai Tingting, Zhuang Haiyang joined in expelling Xiaoyu. "Women like you, adept at playing tricks, are no surprise to us wealthy individuals. You would go to any lengths to acquire wealth, regardless of the means." Hao Yuqian, eager to please Bai Yuntian and Bai Tingting, derisively remarked to Xiaoyu, "At such a young age, lacking ambition, you shamelessly attempt to gain without effort. For days, my father and I have resided at the inn, and I can vouch for Uncle Bai that Xiaoyu has relentlessly sought to capture his attention, attempting to ensnare him with her beauty. I did not. It is not as you say." Despite Xiaoyu's heartfelt explanations, Bai Tingting remained unmoved, urging her to pack her things and leave. At that moment, Zhuzi leapt from his hiding place. "I can testify for Xiaoyu. It was Bai Yuntian who intended to take advantage of her. You see his two front teeth? I knocked them out with a stone." Everyone's gaze shifted to Bai Yuntian's lips, scrutinizing for any missing teeth. Bai Yuntian, now flustered and at a loss for words, was unexpectedly met with Song Rushi, who arrived at the front desk after reprimanding her staff, ready to defend her husband. Her audacity was remarkable. Fully aware of her husband's audacious intentions towards the young widow, she chose to support him nonetheless. What use is jealousy and rage? Song Rushi harbored no love for Bai Yuntian. She coveted his wealth. To secure the riches she desired, she must now play the role of a dutiful wife. Swaying her alluring figure before the gathering, she explained, "My husband's front teeth were damaged because I wanted to eat apricot from our tree, and he climbed up to pick them, accidentally falling and hurting himself." With Song Rushuang's brazen fabrications, all present, save for the foolish Xiaoyao and Zhuzi, came to believe in by Yun Tian's innocence, viewing the cunning Xiaoyu as a scheming black widow. Who could have anticipated that Song Rushuang, as a wife, would tolerate her husband's infatuation and indiscretions? Thus, many chose to trust her words. Consequently, it became imperative to oust Xiaoyu. Even Bai Tingting's female classmates regarded Xiaoyu with disdain, urging, "Tingting, we cannot allow such a calculating little white lotus to remain at the inn. You must expel her at once. Who knows? She might set her sights on Xiaoyao next." Observing Xiaoyu's affection and trust towards the foolish Xiaoyao and his unwavering support for her, Bai Tingting felt a surge of jealousy. With the corroboration of Song Rushuang and Hao Yuqian, along with the encouragement of her classmates, Bai Tingting resolutely decided to expel Xiaoyu, seeing that Xiaoyu was a lonely widow, also caring for a child left behind by her in-laws, Xiaojun. Xiaoyao couldn't bear to see her forced to leave and approached Bai Tingting, pleading, "My dear wife, must we insist on sending Xiaoyu away?" Bai Tingting coldly presented him with a difficult choice. "Either she goes, or I do. Choose one." Now, Xiaoyao found himself in an exceedingly precarious situation. The thought of letting his charming wife depart was utterly inconceivable. Yet, he also could not bear to part with Xiaoyu. He had promised to look after her and little Aojuan, and witnessing her impending departure tugged at his heartstrings. Seizing the opportunity, Hao Yuqian spoke plainly. "Fool, if you cannot bear to see Xiaoyu leave, then why not accompany her?" While Hao Yuqian's motives were dubious, his words served as a reminder to the oblivious Xiaoyao. Xiaoyao approached Bai Tingting, grasping her hand, and implored, "My dear wife, you cannot leave. If you do, I shall lose my peace at night. But if you insist on Xiaoyu's departure, allow me at least to see her safely on her way. She is but a vulnerable woman, and alone, she is unsafe." At that moment, despite his navet, Xiaoyao exhibited remarkable responsibility. Even Hao Yuqian's father, Hao Daqi, who had remained silent until now, was moved by the boy's sense of duty, reminiscent of a true man. It evoked memories of his own youth, when he had pursued a fleeting romance with Dai only to later regret it and search tirelessly, beset by the pressures of her influential family. He found himself in a similarly challenging predicament, much like Xiaoyao's current plight. Feeling a surge of compassion for Xiaoyao, Hao Daqi approached Bai Yuntian, urging, "You should encourage your daughter to agree to your son-in-law's request. This lad displays loyalty and affection. Let him see this widow off, and he can return once she is settled." Hao Yuqian, taken aback by his father's unexpected advocacy for Xiaoyao, exclaimed, "Father, how can you speak on behalf of that fool? I have yet to resolve my own grievances with him. He might as well leave with that widow and never return." Silence. "During my time here, I have finally discerned the truth. It is not this young man who deliberately opposes you, but rather you who provoke him at every turn." Hao Yuqian gazed incredulously at his father, feeling that this old fellow had subtly favored the fool from the moment he encountered him. One might think the fool was his own flesh and blood. "Father, I am your true son. Please be reasonable." Hao Daqi cast a fierce glare at Hao Yuqian. Despite his arrogance, Hao Yuqian still respected his father's authority, for after all, his father was a prominent tycoon who held sway over his financial prospects. The snobbish Bai Yuntian, wishing to save face for Hao Daqi, begrudgingly acknowledged that he had indeed wronged Xiaoyu and, feeling somewhat guilty, actively persuaded his daughter, "Tingting, let us overlook this matter. Do not hold grudges against this young widow. Please help the fool and her leave the inn so they may settle down peacefully." Bai Tingting acquiesced. Xiaoyao, accompanied by the pack Xiaoyu and the little Junjun, departed from Medicinal Wine Inn. Xiaoyu sighed despondently. "The world is so vast. Yet why is there no place for me and little Ajun to find peace? I can no longer remain in Wangzai village." The villagers whispered behind her back, calling her a jinx, a harbinger of misfortune for men. Now even the medicinal wine inn could no longer accommodate her. Tears streamed down Xiaoyu's face, a heart-wrenching sight. While others might appear unattractive in tears, her sorrow evoked a profound sense of pity, more poignant than Dayu mourning the flowers, more moving than the drunken beauty of the imperial consort. Xiaoyao, feeling a surge of compassion, stepped forward to wipe away her tears and comfort her. Xiaoyu, do not be disheartened. I will take responsibility for you. In his naive state, he was unaware of what taking responsibility implied to a woman. Little Ajun grasped the hem of Xiaoyao's garment and suggested, Uncle Xiaoyao, why not marry my Aunt Xiaoyu? This could indeed be feasible. His master, Wang Gaoren, had wed 3 beautiful wives, after all. However, he wished to return and discuss it with his charming wife, Bai Tingting. Alas, he was truly struck dumb by lightning. Would returning to confer yield any results? He might end up prostrating himself before a durian. Seeing Xiaoyao hesitate, Xiaoyu did not wish to pressure him. Children speak without malice. Do not overthink it, Xiaoyao. Having endured widowhood for so long, she was capable of withstanding solitude and hardship. Suddenly, she recalled a distant cousin in Haicheng, affectionately known as Nichioge. I just remembered I have a cousin in Haicheng. I will go seek him. Perhaps I can find work and a place to stay there. Then I shall escort you. Xiaoyao insisted. Once you secure a place and a job, I can leave with peace of mind. Xiaoyu felt a pang of reluctance at the thought of parting from Xiaoyao, and thus agreed to let him accompany her to Haicheng. The journey from Wangzai village to Haicheng was long, requiring either a flight or a high-speed train. However, to save some money, Xiaoyu suggested to Xiaoyao, let's take the high-speed train. The plane tickets are too expensive. Unexpectedly, the naive Xiaoyao pulled out a wad of cash from his suitcase and stuffed it into Xiaoyu's bag, saying, hee, don't worry. Before I left the medicinal wine inn, I took quite a bit of money with me. In the past, while living on Yinu Peak, there was no need for money. Those days were truly carefree. Now that I have descended the mountain, the people down here seem to mention money at every turn. What a hassle. However, the 3 beautiful mistresses have advised me to adapt to local customs. Here, Xiaoyu, take this money. Xiaoyu felt a surge of emotion, but was also concerned that if Xiaoyao were to reveal such a sum, his charming wife might notice, and it could potentially impact their relationship again. Xiaoyao cheerfully reassured her. This money is not something I secretly took from my charming wife at the medicinal wine inn. It was generously given to me as travel expenses by the grand and ambitious CEO. They said to call them if it wasn't enough. Xiaoyu sighed, truly, a fool's luck befalls the foolish. Yet, she was reluctant to spend excessively, especially before securing a place to stay. She believed it wise to save as much as possible, knowing there would be many opportunities to spend in the future. Ultimately, Xiaoyao heeded Xiaoyu's advice, and the trio boarded the high-speed train. Having always followed Master Wang to cultivate on Yinu Peak, Xiaoyao's first ascent led him to Menglong village, and later he traversed with Bai Tingting to Wangzai village. This was his inaugural visit to Haicheng, and it was also his first experience on a high-speed train. Filled with curiosity, he was utterly amazed by the train's swiftness, feeling somewhat like a country bumpkin venturing into the city. On the train, the man sitting next to him, noticing Xiaoyao's naive and unworldly demeanor, couldn't help but scoff, removing his shoes to rest his feet on the seat. The odor was so foul that it made one question existence 100 times worse than that of pickled vegetables. Xiaoyu and Xiaojun, seated opposite, were nearly overwhelmed by the stench, let alone Xiaoyao, who sat right beside the man. Xiaojun, who had just voraciously devoured a bowl of Master Wang's braised beef noodles, now found his appetite completely vanished. Xiaoyu covered her nose with a tissue. Polite as ever, Xiaoyao turned to the man beside him and inquired, "Excuse me, could you possibly put your feet back in your shoes?" The man, chewing on a toothpick, cast a disdainful glance at Xiaoyao and retorted, "Why is there so much nonsense from this country bumpkin on the high-speed train? You can't even speak properly. I ride the high-speed train every few days, and it's common for people to rest their feet like this. If it bothers you so much, go find an empty seat." Indeed, the world is not lacking in such negative energy. Nearby, passengers were secretly taking out their phones, preparing to capture this scene and share it online for collective condemnation. The man, sensing the situation, stood up, stepped over Xiaoyao, snatched the phone from the one filming him. and arrogantly smashed it on the ground, ready to stomp on it again. However, a toothpick, propelled with unyielding force, pierced the man's kneecap. This display of inner strength had already delved deeply into the essence of martial arts. It was terrifyingly powerful, yet incomprehensible to the ordinary person. An invisible surge of vital energy pierced through the air, striking the man at his hip joint, rendering his legs immobile, leaving him awkwardly poised like a solitary rooster. What on earth is happening? This is utterly bizarre. Why can't I move my feet? Surrounding passengers cast disapproving glances, silently condemning him to his fate. At that moment, several scruffy men extracted stockings from their pockets, donned them over their heads, and rose to their feet, vociferously threatening the passengers. Don't move. Hand over your valuables. Quit dawdling and act swiftly. If you lack cash or jewelry, simply make a payment through the scanning code. These ruffians brazenly displayed their payment QR codes, flaunting their audacity to an outrageous degree, akin to beggars soliciting donations with a modern twist. However, the passengers were aware that they were aboard a high-speed train, and these criminals must have passed through security checks prior to boarding, which would preclude them from carrying any weapons that could jeopardize public safety, thus alleviating their fears somewhat. Some even dared to rise and champion justice. Fear not, fellow passengers. We are many, united in purpose. Together, we shall bring these villains to justice. Such acts of valor are commendable. Unfortunately, his strength was lacking. No sooner had the words left his mouth than one of the assailants executed a swift maneuver, delivering a brutal blow that resulted in a violent 180-degree rotation of his head. A sickening crack echoed through the carriage, causing all passengers to gasp in horror. Little A-Jun was so terrified that he buried his head in Xiaoyau's embrace. The passengers held their breath, no longer daring to act bravely. In these times, one cannot assist a fallen elder or engage in acts of heroism unless one is a social media influencer, reaping fame and fortune through live streaming. Only then can one afford the luxury of helping those in need. Otherwise, it is best to refrain from impulsive actions. As the passengers settled into their seats, compliant and subdued, the man who had lost his ability to move remained foolishly upright. His ignorance of danger was astounding. The gang of men in stockings soon decided to use him as an example. One particularly agile thug delivered a powerful kick, sending the man crashing through the high-speed train window. The force of the external wind and pressure dramatically yanked him out of the train. Had it not been for the quick reflexes of the hapless yet daring Xiaoyao, who grasped the man's ankle, he would surely have met his demise. However, grasping the man's ankle unleashed an overwhelming, indescribable stench. Xiaoyao could hardly contain his nausea. Good heavens, is this the foot of a millennial-old zombie? The stench is unbearable. I can hardly endure it. Brother, even if it is indeed a zombie foot, do not let go. You must save me. I will treat you to authentic pickled vegetable noodles. Yet the thought of the pickled vegetable noodles made Xiaoyao shudder, wishing to avoid any further association with that foul odor. He was about to forcefully pull the man with the foot inside, when unexpectedly, several men wearing stockings over their heads approached from behind, intending to push the foolishly carefree one out through the shattered glass window. Without hesitation, he yanked the man with the foot in, using him as a weapon. He nestled the man under his armpit, deploying his foot against the series of audacious assailants. Each time one approached, he would let them take a whiff of that foot. The stench was overwhelmingly foul, rendering the assailants unconscious, akin to the power of a bomb. However, the last assailant proved to be a peculiar case. No matter how much he inhaled, he remained unfazed. Tad rufian chocolate with bravado. I have lost my sense of smell. No odor can affect me. Just as he laughed heartily, the carefree one swiftly removed the stinky sock from the foot and, with lightning speed, stuffed it into the ruffian's mouth. He was determined to test if the man had lost his sense of taste as well. At that moment, the ruffian began to retch violently. Seizing the opportunity, he delivered a fierce kick. Surprisingly, the ruffian was quite skilled himself, using one arm to counter the incoming kick with impressive agility. The clash between arm and leg within the confines of the high-speed train carriage was momentarily evenly matched. It seemed this was a master of martial arts. Yet, One must wonder how such a master could have fallen to the life of a criminal. Kid, you certainly possess some skills. Why not join our ranks? I can offer you a 70-30 split. The carefree one, with innocent curiosity, replied, what does a 70-30 split mean? Is 70 a type of Chinese medicine? Why would you want to divide it? The ruffian was taken aback by his words, realizing this lad might have a few screws loose. At that moment, the timid Xiaoyao, hiding behind Xiaoyao, peered out to clarify, Brother Xiaoyao. A 70-30 split doesn't refer to the herbal medicine. It means dividing the ill-gotten gains in a 3-7 ratio. The carefree one seemed to grasp the concept, but still disagreed. Must it be a 70-30 split? Have you consulted the 80-20 party? Even the 90-10 cold medicine wouldn't suffice. In any case, one cannot extort others' wealth. The master-level ruffian was nearly struck dumb. With a blend of southern and northern martial arts, he seemed invincible. Clearly, this lad was indeed a fool. A fool does not qualify to join their ranks. Fool, he thought, speaking to you is like playing music to a cow. You'd best obediently retrieve the valuables from your suitcase. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise is most unpleasant. The man with the foot trembled in fear, urging the carefree one, brother, just pay him off. Your life is more precious. Big brother, I can transfer the money via WeChat. Here, S the QR code. The carefree one slapped the man's phone away, solemnly admonishing, my master's wife has advised me not to pick wildflowers by the roadside, nor to scan obscure codes. The ruffian could no longer endure the foolishness and unleashed a barrage of southern and northern martial arts techniques against the carefree one. It appeared this ruffian was indeed a master of traditional martial arts, which are categorized into southern and northern styles. Southern martial arts emphasize agility and fluidity, while northern martial arts focus on resilience and ferocity. This nefarious individual truly possesses remarkable skills, adept in both southern and northern martial arts, seamlessly merging the southern fist with the northern leg techniques. Witness his decisive strikes: Tai Chi, Xing Yi Bagua, Five Ancestors Fist, Crane Fist, Luohan Fist, White Crane Fist, Dragon Stance Fist, and Tiger Respect Fist, all morphing into a singular style within moments. By integrating northern leg techniques such as Lingxing Tan Leg, Jingwu Tan Leg, Stab Leg, and Xing Yi Bounce Leg, the combination of southern fists and northern legs indeed exudes an overwhelming presence. Silly Xiaoyao adopts a strategy of retreating to advance, leveraging the opponent's force against them. Drawing from the techniques he observed from this villain, he skillfully applies the southern and northern styles in real time. His punches are infused with power, every muscle harmonized into a singular force. Strength arises from the soles of his feet. Energy surges from the depths of his being. The application of a Xing Yi bounce leg catches the master-level villain off guard, producing a resounding crack as a rib fractures. The master-level rogue is visibly struck with fear and astonishment, pondering if this young fool is even human. In that moment of hesitation, silly Xiaoyao unleashes the Jingwu Tan Leg, driving towards the villain's chest, forcing him to stagger back several paces to regain his balance. In the next instant, the rogue leaps through the shattered window of the high-speed train. Silly Xiaoyao follows closely behind. The villain ascends to the roof of the train, a perilous maneuver that would spell doom for anyone lacking expertise. Yet, silly Xiaoyao nimbly follows, effortlessly reaching the train's apex. The train continues its rapid journey, ignoring scheduled stops, as the gang had long since coordinated their efforts, having seized control of the train's operator, compelling him to obey their commands and proceed without halting. On the rooftop, the wind howls while the train races forward. Unless one possesses significant strength, maintaining balance is nearly impossible. However, both combatants not only secure their footing but also engage in a dazzling exchange of strikes. Occasionally, one would launch a kick while the other would spin, creating a mesmerizing display. Amidst their swift movements, each punch lands with a resounding thud, echoing in the ears, instilling a sense of dread. The master-level rogue, while exchanging blows, boasts of his prowess. My true strength is formidable. I rank 99th on the Asian master list. Silly Xiaoyao chuckles. Is that all you can muster at 99? I rank 66. This claim is a fabrication, for he has just descended from the mountain and holds no recognition on the Asian master list. He whimsically asserts the rank of 66, inspired by his master, who often tells his wife that the numbers 9 and 6 together create a perfect harmony. Yet, the foolish Xiaoyao still fails to comprehend what makes the combination of 6 and 9 so perfect. At this moment, there is no time for reflection, for this master-level villain is pressing forward with menacing intensity. A palpable aura of malevolence erupts from his being as he sneers, "Fool! Tumble down from the roof of the high-speed train and return home to beg your mother for milk." Such audacity is truly outrageous. Who knows who might actually roll down and seek their mother for milk? In a swift flash, a silhouette darted past. The speed was beyond description. In the blink of an eye, the master-level villain perceived a blur before him. By the time he regained his composure, Xiaoyao had already leaped into the air, hovering above him. The sheer force of his presence was earth-shattering, stirring both heaven and hell. With a decisive and powerful kick, Xiaoyao channeled the primordial strength into his leg. Delivering a swift blow, crimson blood cascaded down from the head of the master-level villain. Astonishing, the displayed prowess surpassed anything he had ever encountered. It left the villain both awed and humbled. In the next moment, he bent his knees and knelt atop the train. The sound of his head thudding against the roof echoed as he repeatedly performed the act of homage. A dignified, master-level expert. A figure ranked 99th on the Asian master list. Yet, here he was, bowing to a fool. If his followers were to witness this, they would surely be struck dumb with shock. Xiaoyao, feeling a bit awkward, inquired, "What are you doing?" "I, Wan Fengling, have never submitted to anyone in my life. Not even the 98 masters ranked above me in the Asian master list. You are the sole individual to whom I yield. Please accept me as your disciple. I do not seek to be born on the same day, month, and year as my master, but rather to die on the same day, month, and year." Even Xiaoyao felt that something was amiss with these words. Is there truly such a manner of apprenticeship? Regardless, he had no desire to accept Wan Fengling as a disciple. It was not out of disdain, but rather because he had already taken Wang Gaoren as his master on Unipeak. As Xiaoyao's mentor, Wang Gaoren insisted that Xiaoyao must offer gifts during festivals, except during Qingming. He declared that, as a disciple, it was only right to show filial piety to one's master during celebrations. Thus, in Xiaoyao's subconscious, he perceived that taking on a master entailed considerable expense, especially with the abundance of holidays, including the newly minted Singles Day. Not only that, but Wang Gaoren also expected gifts from Xiaoyao on Valentine's Day. Xiaoyao had once questioned why gifts were necessary on Valentine's Day. Wang Gaoren had cleverly argued that the bond between master and disciple is as profound and steadfast as the love between lovers, thus necessitating gifts on such occasions. Upon considering these matters, Xiaoyao found the notion of apprenticeship, which required excessive gifting, to be rather burdensome, leading him to decline Wan Fengling's offer. However, Wan Fengling was not willing to concede defeat. The realm of martial arts was rife with the trappings of wealth and materialism. With a furrowed brow, Wan Fengling declared, "Your refusal to accept me as your disciple stems from disdain for my abilities, does it not? I possess the strength of a grandmaster. Kneeling before an inconspicuous fool like you is a testament to my submission and sincerity." Reluctantly, Xiaoyao acquiesced. Very well. Very well. I fear you. Hence I shall take you as my disciple. However, there is no need to present gifts to the master during festivals. Moreover, are you not impoverished to the core? With martial skills reaching the level of a grandmaster, yet you resort to robbery. At this moment, Wan Fengling felt utterly ashamed, unable to lift his head. Alas, I have brought disgrace upon the elite experts of the Martial Arts Association. The current society is indeed excessively competitive and overwhelmingly pragmatic. Every aspect is measured by monetary value. Despite my profound abilities, I am perceived as nothing more than a brash fool in the eyes of the mundane. In bygone days, those who acted with righteousness and possessed martial prowess were revered by many and adored by countless women. Yet in today's reality, what does it matter if your skills are unparalleled? If you wish to promote martial arts and recruit disciples, you must possess various qualifications and credentials. Even to establish a martial arts school requires an array of permits. I am currently ranked 99th among the grandmasters in Asia, yet I find myself thwarted by bureaucratic hurdles. I have approached the relevant institutions multiple times to apply for the necessary certificates, only to find that they value only money and connections. A man of integrity like myself, with nothing but the clothes on my back, has faced obstacles at every turn. I need to pay the wages of my loyal disciples who have followed me for years. I require ample funds to facilitate the future opening of a martial arts academy and to expand recruitment. As the saying goes, a skillful woman cannot cook without rice, and a good man cannot achieve greatness with empty pockets. Alas, I admit that I am unworthy of the title of Grandmaster, having sullied it for a mere handful of silver coins, resorting to a life of crime. Wan Fengling lamented. It appears that the situation is thus. Although the means may be dishonorable, it is somewhat understandable. How much do you need? Since you acknowledge me as your master, I shall assist you with this sum. Wan Fengling instantly felt a surge of excitement, his eyes gleaming. Master, you are still so young, merely in your 20s, yet you possess strength that surpasses that of grandmasters. Given time, you will reach the pinnacle. Even the small stage of Longwo will not suffice for your talents. With the master's support, I shall surely be able to propagate martial arts far and wide. However, Wan Fengling glanced awkwardly at the simple-minded Xiaoyao, who was dressed modestly and had taken a high-speed train to travel, suggesting he may not possess the wealth of a tycoon or a financial benefactor, and perhaps the master would be unable to assist. Thus, he politely declined. Thank you for your support, master. However, the funds I require are not a mere 10 or 20,000. Xiaoyao responded incredulously. While I was cultivating on Yunna Peak, my master once told me that in the martial world, one's strength, military rank, social power, and wealth are of no consequence. Everything is based on strength. How is it that upon descending the mountain, I find that the martial world has also changed its essence? Wan Fengling sighed deeply. Indeed, the truly powerful masters in the martial world are becoming increasingly obscure. Many who bear illustrious titles are merely showy fighters, their qualifications bought with money and connections. The martial world is rapidly becoming saturated with the mundane scent of materialism. We must not allow such a trend to continue. Disciple, take me to the Qualification Assessment Agency, and I shall confront them personally. Wan Fengling expressed his concerns, hesitantly urging, Master, you are still young, full of vigor and unafraid of challenges, indeed possessing great strength. However, in a realm governed by power and wealth, even heroes find themselves rendered powerless. It would be wiser for you to refrain from such pursuits, instead of facing inevitable disappointment. Let us draw inspiration from the legendary heroes of old, who showcased their martial prowess on the streets, earning the admiration and financial support of onlookers. Alternatively, we could adopt the modern trend of live streaming, where your remarkable skills and striking charisma could attract generous donations from fans. Once we have amassed sufficient funds, we can successfully launch our martial arts academy. Indeed, naive and fearless, Xiaoyao was determined to visit the Martial Arts Association's Qualification Assessment Center. Upon arriving in Haicheng via high-speed rail, Xiaoyao first settled Xiaoyu and the others in a hotel before allowing Wan Fengling and his companions to guide him to the center. Upon reaching the entrance, a fully armed security guard halted their progress, demanding, "Please present your appointment code." "Must we have an appointment to enter?" Wan Fengling replied helplessly, nodding, I had forgotten. It is indeed necessary to book 3 days in advance. These days, one must often follow public accounts and make online reservations. Master, I will book it now, and we shall return in 3 days. As he spoke, Wan Fengling took out his phone to make the reservation, only to be interrupted by a Maybach brazenly entering the parking lot. 2 men descended from the vehicle, representatives of the Sun Never Sets empire, distinguished by an embroidered eagle on their chests. Their commanding presence suggested that they were martial artists of a formidable caliber, with the man on the left, possessing red hair and blue eyes, having already reached the realm of martial spirit. At that moment, the fully equipped security guard surprisingly bowed and fawned over them, ushering them into the center without the need for an appointment code. The 2 men strode in, exuding arrogance and completely disregarding the procedural requirements. Xiaoyao, indignant, questioned, why do they not need to show an appointment code? One of the guards, visibly annoyed, mocked him. Why? You struggle to articulate. Can you compare yourself to them? They are esteemed young commanders of the Royal Legion from the Sun Never Sets Empire. In the spirit of diplomacy, we must extend a green channel to these masters from developed nations, showcasing our Dragon Kingdom's inclusive grandeur. Such sycophancy was intolerable. The dignity of the Dragon people was being tarnished by these actions. Infuriated by the center's blatant double standards, Xiaoyao disregarded their barriers and boldly stepped inside. In an instant, the overbearing guards attempted to strike him with their electric batons. How dare you? Just because I remain calm, do you assume me a feeble cat? Xiaoyao stood resolutely, channeling his inner strength, which rendered the guards' attempts futile, as they were repelled by an invisible force, tumbling in disarray. The security guards were profoundly shaken. What on earth was this young man? The expert, blinded by wealth, rendered them pale with fear, causing them to collapse on the ground, dragging themselves backward in retreat. How did it resemble a mop? It even left behind damp traces. It appears they were frightened to the point of wetting themselves. Wan Fengling kicked at their soaked pant legs and bellowed, do we still need an appointment code? How we scan? Dry or wet scan? The guards were left speechless with shame. The foolishly carefree Xiaoyao, accompanied by a group, marched forward with an air of indifference, unimpeded and unafraid of any obstruction. Upon entering the Central Service Hall, a significant number of those applying for qualifications were merely showy in their martial arts skills, yet they were well-connected and had generously greased the wheels. The application for a qualification certificate was merely a formality. Among the procedures was a martial arts assessment, judged by esteemed experts from the Martial Arts Association. These so-called evaluators included those who claimed to be disciples of the legendary Tai Chi master Zhang Sanfeng, as well as disciples of Hui Yuanjia and Huang Feihong, an array of claims of dubious authenticity. The assessment required a hefty registration fee, and it was rumored that the higher the fee, the greater the chances of passing and the more prestigious the qualification certificate obtained. Truly, it was a system that operated on monetary influence, rife with corruption. To add absurdity, a practitioner from the Curry Nation was attempting Tai Chi. Tai Chi was originally created by the founder of Wudong, Zhang Sanfeng. The essence of Tai Chi encompasses fundamental techniques, the harmony of body and mind, practical applications, internal cultivation, and various essential practices. Mastery and application of these principles can lead to enhanced physical health and personal development. However, this practitioner from the Curry Nation had evidently not grasped the fundamental essence, merely mimicking the form without substance. One would think such a level of skill would never pass the assessment, yet to everyone's astonishment, the evaluator, who claimed to be a disciple of Zhang Sanfeng, lavished praise upon the Curry Nation practitioner. Remarkable. This is a treasure of our Dragon Nation's traditional martial arts. For a foreigner to achieve such mastery of yielding against force and fluidity of movement is truly commendable. Each action is executed perfectly, evoking an impeccable beauty. This has clearly integrated the essence of the martial art, delivering an immense sense of pleasure. Implied in his words was the notion that the assessment had been passed. How could such a level suffice? Wan Fengling had attempted the assessment no less than 5 times, consistently outshining this Curry Nation practitioner by several streets. Yet he had failed each time. The reason lay in the connections and bribery involved. The Curry Nation practitioner had a wealthy ally in the form of a Qatari prince, the richest in the world, ensuring that everything had been arranged beforehand. Even with closed eyes, success was guaranteed. Having completed the application form, Wan Fengling, still harboring doubts, advised Xiaoyao, Master, perhaps we should return and find a way to raise funds first. However, Xiaoyao insisted that they would not leave until they had obtained their qualification certificates today, come what may. Very well then, Wan Fengling, in a fit of determination, boldly decided to accompany the gentleman to his fate. They first submitted their completed application forms at the second service window. The staff member, busy reapplying her lipstick during work hours, glanced at Wan Fengling as he handed in the application and sarcastically inquired, Have you prepared all the necessary documents? Indeed, replied Wan Fengling, pulling down the zipper of his coat, revealing an array of documents neatly tucked inside, including diplomas from primary school through university. The naive and carefree Xiaoyao curiously asked, "Do we really need so many documents?" Wan Fengling nodded. "Master, I have experience. The first time I came, they claimed I lacked my ID. I fetched my ID, and then they said I needed my household registration book. After providing that, they insisted on my graduation certificate, and in a fit of exasperation, I even brought my birth certificate. I carry everything with me to ensure nothing is amiss." Indeed, he had gone to great lengths. The staff member at the window cast a sideways glance at them and began methodically processing their registration on the computer. After a while, she tossed out an assessment application, instructing them to proceed to the evaluation phase. As they entered the assessment room, it became evident that Wan Fengling had no connections or sufficient funds to grease the wheels. And unsurprisingly, he was assigned the last position. Wan Fengling found himself in a bittersweet predicament. If things went as expected, he would likely fail the assessment. However, having just pledged his allegiance to Xiaoyao as his master, he felt compelled to endure yet another disappointing outcome. Currently undergoing evaluation was the red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Eagle Nation, who had strutted past Xiaoyao moments earlier. Astonishingly, his clothing appeared to flutter without the slightest breeze, as his arms moved with a crackling sound, as if the very air around him was fracturing. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, he unleashed a punch that sent shockwaves through the ground, creating a spiderweb of cracks radiating from his point of impact. It was evident that he had reached the realm of martial prowess. The onlookers swallowed hard. The man, with a disdainful smirk, casually proclaimed, "That punch only utilized 10% of my strength. A true master indeed." The experts leading the applause clapped thunderously, their sycophantic admiration resonating. Had this man from the Eagle Nation also paid a price to curry favor with the experts? In all honesty, no. However, the Martial Arts Association was replete with obsequious staff who idolized foreign experts, such as these evaluators who nearly fawned over the prowess of those from beautiful nations like the U.S. and the Eagle Nation. Their intentions were to cultivate relationships, transferring wealth abroad, so that in the event of any corruption being exposed, they could flee to those countries. In less than 5 minutes, the evaluators allowed him to pass effortlessly. Following him, martial artists from Durian Nation, Maple Leaf Nation, Cherry Blossom Nation, and others took their turns in succession. Some truly deserved their accolades, while others were mere pretenders, merely going through the motions, yet the evaluators allowed them to pass as well. The four masters, brazenly brandishing their qualifications accredited by experts from the Dragon Kingdom, aimed to exploit this vast and resource-rich nation by targeting those who idolized foreign cultures and sought to learn international martial arts such as Muay Thai, Taekwondo, and boxing. Finally, the time had come for Wan Fengling to take the stage. With a reassuring grip on his shoulder, the carefree Xiaoyao encouraged him, saying, "Go ahead. I shall secretly lend you my support." Understanding the unspoken message, Wan Fengling nodded with excitement and confidently ascended the stage. He intended to skillfully merge the southern fist with the northern leg, delivering unexpected moves that dazzled the audience. He showcased the traditional martial arts of the Dragon Kingdom while boldly integrating elements of innovation. However, to his dismay, the panel of experts, upon reviewing his application, quickly marked it with disapproval. As anticipated, Wan Fengling's assessment did not pass. The expert team scoffed, declaring, "Our Dragon Kingdom advocates progress. Martial arts must evolve with the times. While your southern fist and northern leg may be surprising, they remain somewhat stagnant. Innovation is essential. The traditional arts bestowed by our ancestors should not bind the descendants of the Dragon Kingdom to a rigid, conservative approach. Bold innovation is required." Wan Fengling felt a surge of indignation. Over the years, he had meticulously blended the southern and northern traditional martial arts, achieving breakthroughs in innovation. How could these so-called qualified experts of the Martial Arts Association claim he was stagnant and uncreative? Were they blinded by greed or merely incompetent? Even more infuriating was the so-called disciple of the legendary Tai Chi master Zhang Sanfeng, who shamelessly proclaimed, That master from the Curry Nation demonstrates an innovative Tai Chi based on traditional forms. With diligence, he will surely reach the pinnacle of mastery. Such nonsense was intolerable. Xiaoyao could no longer contain himself, a crimson aura gathering around him. His eyes turned ferociously bloodthirsty as he advanced towards the experts, a gust of energy trailing behind him. The Martial Arts Association's experts dismissed Xiaoyao with disdain and called for security at least 5 times, yet no guards appeared. Were they too engrossed in social media? Truly, they should be dismissed for such negligence during work hours. While the experts lounged in their air-conditioned office, scrolling through their phones, they assumed the security personnel were doing the same. Yet in truth, the guards had been incapacitated by Xiaoyao and now dared not enter. In a fit of fury, Xiaoyao unleashed a punch that obliterated the desk before the experts. The desk did not merely break. It disintegrated into dust, filling the examination room with choking clouds. The coughs of those present echoed throughout the chamber. The foreign martial artists who had previously passed their assessments widened their eyes in astonishment, recognizing that this was no ordinary confrontation. With bare hands, he shattered a solid wood office desk, reducing it to mere powder rather than causing it to splinter. This formidable inner strength was unfathomable, undoubtedly surpassing that of a master. He might well have reached the vanguard stage of the martial spirit realm. The so-called Tai Chi master, Zhang Sanfeng's disciple, who had been choked the hardest, found his dignity shattered. How could he tolerate a mere young lad wreaking havoc in his presence? Today, he would demonstrate the might of Tai Chi. This expert, it must be said, was quite adept at Tai Chi. His movements flowed like a gentle stream, perfectly timed, and his posture was steady, as if each gesture contained the strength of 1,000 pounds. In the next moment, he employed the principle of 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds, moving gracefully as he sought to instantaneously redirect the carefree lad's power. In his estimation, the carefree youth would surely be forced back, rendered powerless, with defeat inevitable. To his utter astonishment, the carefree lad let out a hearty laugh and leaped high into the air. Descending from above, he unexpectedly landed behind the expert and executed a classic Tai Chi technique known as the diamond hammering pestle. With the force of a thunderclap, it was as if the vast ocean had momentarily stilled. The carefree lad's fists met, his waist relaxed, and he stood firm as a diamond. Just as the expert was taken aback by the youth's mastery of this classic move, the carefree lad unleashed another technique, the covering elbow strike. The true strength of the covering elbow strike lies not in its release, but in its accumulation. The act of covering is a transformation, gathering strength within the body, responding with precision, and releasing from the point of contact. When faced with a mountain, a path is forged. When confronted with water, a bridge is built. When their fists collided, it was the wise and courageous who triumphed. The expert was sent reeling several meters back, and had he not been fortunate enough to lean against the wall, he might have found himself flat on his back. Once more, the expert was astonished. "Who did you study Tai Chi under?" The carefree lad sang playfully, "I want to tell you. I want to tell you." The Tai Chi he practiced was not taught by his master, Wang Gaoren, but rather learned from a true master who often sparred with Wang Gaoren. This master was indeed a genuine disciple of the legendary Tai Chi master, Zhang Sanfeng. While serving tea and water, the carefree lad had keenly observed the master's classic techniques during their sparring sessions on the mountain. This lad was truly a prodigious talent for martial arts. Regardless of the complexity of the techniques or the difficulty of the realms, he grasped them swiftly, with a mere touch enlightening him. He even learned Tai Chi by observing the battles, secretly practicing the techniques until they became second nature, transforming them into instinctual responses, evolving into an ability to adapt spontaneously. This embodies the concept of having no technique surpassing the existence of technique, not the absence of technique, but the digestion of many into the void. Thus, the carefree lad taught a lesson to the boastful disciple who claimed to be the successor of Tai Chi master Zhang Sanfeng, leaving him utterly speechless. Simple and brutal. No, more accurately, it should be said that he overcame strength with gentleness. The essence of Tai Chi lies in the principle of overcoming the hard with the soft. In the next instant, there was a resounding thud as a heavyweight expert stomped his foot, creating a sensation akin to the earth trembling and mountains shaking. As Xiaoyao turned around, he beheld a hefty figure, weighing over 300 pounds, trembling with excess flesh, glaring menacingly at him. This formidable opponent hailed from the land of cherry blossoms and had recently passed his assessment with flying colors. He had successfully acquired various qualification certificates, aspiring to establish several chain sumo halls in the Dragon Kingdom. WNFNGL called out to Xiaoyao, cautioning him, "Master, be careful. He is a sumo expert from the land of cherry blossoms." Sumo? The fool could not comprehend. Yet, understanding was unnecessary. Today, Xiaoyao intended to transform the sumo master into a mere flattened photograph, subduing him into submission. The sumo expert arrogantly taunted, "Boy, do you believe I could reduce you to a pulp with just one arm?" With that, he charged forward. In an instant, akin to the swift movement of celestial bodies, Xiaoyao remained calm and observant. As the sumo master approached with unyielding force, Xiaoyao made a deft leap, slipping under his right armpit. The sumo expert, burdened by his own brute strength, struggled to pivot, stumbling as his footing faltered. Seizing the moment, Xiaoyao grasped him with his right hand, maneuvered his left hand into the opponent's crotch, and, using his shoulder, hoisted him up effortlessly. The sumo master, inverted, was now a sight to behold, leaving the onlookers in utter astonishment. What followed was even more catastrophic for the sumo master. With a thunderous crash, accompanied by the sound of cracking bones, Xiaoyao forcefully slammed him onto the ground. The concrete floor shattered upon impact, visibly collapsing beneath them. A collective gasp echoed throughout the arena. But that was not the end. Xiaoyao lifted one foot and, without a care in the world, stomped down. With a resounding thud, the mass of flesh was crushed, blood splattering everywhere. An utterly horrific sight. The experts from other nations stood aghast, rooted to the spot. In mere moments, the sumo master was truly flattened beneath Xiaoyao's foot. His mind was flooded with shock, fear, regret, and disbelief. An overwhelming aura of astonishment spread like a tsunami. The assessment hall fell into an eerie silence. This lad, appearing to be in his early 20s, had managed to overpower a master-level expert, revealing the profound depths of his martial prowess. The assessment specialists were rendered speechless, though the experts from other nations felt a tingling urge to step forward and spar. Witnessing the 300-pound sumo master crushed flat, as if he were a mere photograph, quelled their impulsive desires. However, there remained an audacious expert, undeterred by fear or defeat. The brazen man from the Eagle Nation, with red hair and blue eyes, who had come without even making an appointment. Despite recognizing Xiaoyao's formidable power, he believed his own strength was equal. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the crowd, it beckoned Xiaoyao with a finger, taunting in a fairly fluent dragon language. "Aha, boy, you are quite resilient. Unfortunately, you have crossed paths with me today. In a moment, you shall obediently crawl beneath my legs, and I shall allow you to linger in despair." The foolish Xiaoyao, upon hearing this, clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, "Crawl beneath your legs? How amusing, thrilling, intriguing. However, it shall be you who crawls beneath mine." The man, humiliated and enraged, bellowed, "You insolent fool, perish." As the sound cannon descended, the red-haired, blue-eyed man instantly materialized before Xiaoyao. He was poised to unleash the Barton's technique upon him. What is the Barton's technique? It is a hybrid martial art originating from the Eagle Country in 1898 that combines both offensive and defensive maneuvers. This method merges Eastern and Western martial arts, incorporating judo for the Cherry Blossom Country, boxing from the Eagle Country, wrestling from the Chocolate Country, as well as kicking techniques and staff arts from the Perfume Country. Renowned for its pragmatic philosophy and integration of diverse martial disciplines, the Barton's technique is celebrated as the self-defense art of the suited thug. In the next instant, the man transformed into a marauder, employing low kicks and signature thrusts in an attempt to deliver a swift and devastating blow to Xiaoyao. With a deft roll, Xiaoyao evaded, but the marauder utilized the principle of leverage, executing a cunning maneuver that sent Xiaoyao tumbling to the ground. The man, now consumed with arrogance, believed he had Xiaoyao firmly in his grasp. At this moment, his true nature was revealed. His grin turned grotesque, displaying two sharp fangs, resembling a vampire. In the next breath, this vampire-like figure leaned forward, attempting to sink his teeth into Xiaoyao's neck. Quick-witted and agile, Xiaoyao yanked out the man's fangs. In an instant, he soared into the air, surrounded by a surge of blue and white lightning. The pinnacle of the duel had commenced. Xiaoyao leaped, soaring above, his hands channeling energy to conjure a sphere of flames, the ultimate infernal fire. The red-haired, blue-eyed man from the Eagle Country narrowed his cold gaze, a fierce determination radiating from his brow. With a swift motion, he deflected the fireball hurled by Xiaoyao, causing it to explode like a blazing sun. Xiaoyao, as swift as an eagle, darted forward and back. The man, akin to a great rock, appeared instantaneously around Xiaoyao, a phantom-like presence, unpredictable and elusive. In midair, Xiaoyao executed a sweeping strike that extinguished the man's fierce spirit. Another strike, a howling tempest, shattered his malevolence. The red-haired, blue-eyed man staggered back, blood spewing forth, splattering the qualifying exam experts with a crimson deluge. Wan Fengling, witnessing this spectacle, gaped in astonishment, his mouth agape as if it could accommodate a large goose egg. He had just become an apprentice to this master, who seemed invincible, yet the display of power was beyond his imagination, truly divine. The red-haired, blue-eyed man was visibly horrified, contemplating. The Dragon Country is indeed an ancient land with a rich history, a place where dragons lie hidden and tigers crouch. This youth before me is nothing short of a prodigy. Xiaoyao, with a sharp memory, recalled his earlier words and pointed to himself, saying, "Come on, crawl." The red-haired, blue-eyed man stared, wide-eyed in disbelief. He is a distinguished master from the globally renowned empire of the Rising Sun. How could he crawl beneath the legs of a person from the Eastern Dragon Nation? The experts present from various countries are all watching. After going through such humiliation, what dignity would remain? Would he not become the laughingstock of the entire world in the future? Contemplating this, he could only betray his own words, thick-skinned, and turn to clutch his painful chest, wishing to flee. With a formidable master like shy and carefree backing him, Wan Fengling felt emboldened and intercepted the man with red hair and blue eyes. A master of the martial spirit realm cannot be so untrustworthy. If you do not crawl beneath, you shall not escape. The other masters present gasped in shock, secretly relieved they had not overstepped their bounds. Otherwise, they too would be enduring such humiliation. Yet, the man with red hair and blue eyes was unwilling to crawl beneath shy and carefree, so he resorted to trickery, throwing down a flash powder that obscured his escape, vanishing without a trace. Now was not the time to settle accounts with him. The most pressing matter was to obtain the necessary qualifications for opening a martial arts school at the Martial Arts Association's Assessment Center. With a powerful master like Shy and Carefree supporting him, Wan Fengling felt fearless in front of the flustered assessors, stating now, "Can you provide us with the required qualification certificates?" The assessors exchanged glances, feeling quite displeased. These barbaric individuals had offered them nothing of value. So why should they be so readily granted the certificates? One of the assessors, who claimed to be a disciple of Hua Yuanjia, sarcastically reminded Wan Fengling, "Have you brought this?" Gesturing with his hand to imply money. Wan Fengling's pockets were emptier than his face. Embarrassed, he sheepishly asked, "Could this be paid in installments?" "What? Installments?" The assessor exploded in fury. "Do you think this is buying a house or a car? You truly have an extravagant imagination." Wan Fengling weakly retorted, "Why should purchasing a house or a car allow for installments, while applying for various martial arts qualifications does not? If installments are not possible, could we perhaps receive a discount? The application fees are simply too exorbitant. I do not have that much money at the moment." The assessors, dressed in imitation clothing, were astonished that he could even consider such a thing. They shook their heads, indicating that without proper funds, they could not proceed, even if a knife were held to their throats. Since money could solve the problem, it was not an insurmountable issue. Shy and carefree generously said to Wan Fengling, disciple, "No worries, I will cover this expense for you." The assessors scrutinized Shy and Carefree through skeptical lenses, noting that he bore no designer attire. His jacket, evidently a cheap one. This jacket had been gifted to him by the president of the online shopping platform when he left the medicinal liquor inn with Xiaoyao. The platform offered not only this, but also a plethora of other items. Everything from gadgets to nutritional supplements, providing anything one could desire, limited only by one's imagination. The CEO of Pink Sixy deliberately had the Navi Xiaoyao don a coat sold on his platform, hoping that wherever he went, he could showcase the coat's allure through his extraordinary martial prowess. This would not only inspire admiration for Xiaoyao's exquisite skills, but also encourage others to emulate him by shopping for such stylish coats on the Pink Sixy platform. One cannot deny that the CEO of Pink Sixy possesses remarkable insight and an unparalleled business acumen, though the experts were awestruck by Xiaoyao's martial spirit. When it came to his financial standing, they dismissed him with disdain. "Young man, acquiring a martial arts qualification certificate is not as simple as purchasing this counterfeit garment for 9 yuan with free shipping. Indeed, it will be wise for you to return and gather some funds first." With these dismissive remarks, the experts made to leave. Having descended the mountain for quite some time, even the most Navi-Asian understood that the world below was rife with material desires, intoxicated by wealth, where money served as the ultimate measure. He called out to the departing experts, "Whatever amount you require, if you can articulate it, I shall provide it." The experts exchanged glances, deciding to clarify this matter for the Navi fellow clad in counterfeit attire. "This amount, do you possess it? After all, we represent the most authoritative and qualified assessment association in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Possessing a certification from our association is tantamount to holding the most esteemed endorsement in the Dragon Kingdom. Presenting such a certificate during job applications would ensure that even the CEOs of state-owned enterprises would personally attend to you. Opening a martial arts school with such a certificate would draw countless martial arts enthusiasts to enroll. The value is incredibly significant." The experts extolled the merits of their martial arts association's certification to the skies. Xiaoyao felt no envy. He merely wished to expedite the acquisition of the certificate for Wan Fengling and leave this place as soon as possible. "I may not fully understand the specific amount you mentioned, but regardless of what it is, I can assure you I can afford it." Xiaoyao produced a black gold card from his pocket. This card had been discreetly bestowed upon him by Hao Daqi, the father of Hao Yuqian, as he departed the medicinal wine inn with Xiaoyao. Why would Hao Daqi give Xiaoyao a black gold card for his journey? Even the cunning and calculating Hao Daqi was uncertain why he chose to assist Xiaoyao. Perhaps it was a serendipitous connection between individuals. Despite Hao Yuqian's constant disparagement of Xiaoyao before his father, urging Hao Daqi to seek vengeance against him, Hao Daqi inexplicably developed a fondness for Xiaoyao during their brief encounters and felt an uncontrollable urge to lend him a hand. Thus, he gifted him a universally accepted, unrestricted black gold card without a limit on funds. This card proved to be immensely useful. The experts exchanged incredulous glances, doubt lingering in their minds. Surely this card cannot contain more than a dime. They instructed the staff to take Xiaoyao to swipe the card. Once the funds were confirmed, matters would be much easier to resolve. Xiaoyao followed to the designated window to complete the card payment. The resounding notification of a payment reverberated through the ears of the experts, rendering these snobbish individuals, who looked down upon others, wide-eyed in disbelief. Lo and behold, this seemingly unsophisticated individual, clad in counterfeit designer attire, turned out to be a golden goose. It was inevitable that they would seek to exploit him mercilessly. Even the president of the Martial Arts Association took it upon himself to intervene. This president, appearing harmless, harbored a plethora of ulterior motives. Observing the naive and somewhat awkward demeanor of the foolish Xiaoyao, who brandished a globally recognized black gold card and extravagantly made a payment. He inwardly scoffed. The phrase foolish yet wealthy is a fitting description for this dimwit. With a smirk, the president of the Martial Arts Association addressed Xiaoyao. Sir, you are now eligible to obtain the qualification certificate you desire. However, Xiaoyao was perplexed. Is there a however? What does that entail? The president, employing a strategy of feigned restraint, continued. This qualification certificate is merely of basic level. To attain the highest tier, one must progress through each level, passing all assessments to secure the ultimate qualification certificate. However, advancing through each level may take an eternity. Thus, in the spirit of providing convenience to the public, our association has established a green channel. As long as the payment is made, one can ascend directly to the highest qualification certificate through this expedited process. So this was merely an insidious form of extortion. Wan Fengling could no longer tolerate the blatant swindling of his master by the Martial Arts Association. He stepped forward, pulling Xiaoyao aside for a discreet conversation. Master, although you currently possess the black gold card and are indeed financially secure, these greedy miscreants are using their positions to treat you like an ATM. I cannot bear to witness this any longer. Silly Xiaoyao, upon Wan Fengling's insight, came to understand the situation. He resolved that this would be the end of it. He would not part with another penny. Xiaoyao strode towards the president of the Martial Arts Association and declared, President, grant us the highest qualification certificate. The president, with a sycophantic grin, gestured eagerly, implying that the payment needed to be expedited. Once the funds were received, the certificate would surely follow. To his astonishment, Xiaoyao seized his finger and, with a forceful grip, effortlessly snapped both the fingers and thumb. The president of the Martial Arts Association found himself at the mercy of Xiaoyao as formidable strength. The spectators held their breath, fearful of disturbing the tense atmosphere. This extraordinary young man was indeed ruthless. In pain, the president threatened, You little brat, do you wish to leave here a body bag? The most dashing lad of Longhua, alongside the legendary soldier, dares to engage in such brazen thievery? In broad daylight, how do these ostentatiously titled individuals of the Martial Arts Association differ from robbers? With a single command from the president, a swarm of skilled fighters encircled Xiaoyao and his companions. At this moment, the heart of the association was impenetrable. Not even a mosquito could hope to enter. Unfazed, Xiaoyao disregarded their threats, striding forward alongside Wan Fengling and the others with an air of indifference. Let us see what happens if we take another step. Let us give a try. With a swift whoosh, the foolishly carefree individual dashed forward, unleashing a formidable and terrifying inner force that radiated outward in all directions. The elite masters, encircled like a wall, were sent into disarray by the overwhelming wave of energy. Following this, a deafening crash echoed, causing the ground to fracture like a spider's web. The masters lying on the ground howled in despair, their spirits shattered. These were indeed the best masters of the Dragon Nation, reduced to a pitiful state by a mere youth in his 20s. If word were to spread, would the Martial Arts Association be compelled to dissolve or reorganize? The president felt a shiver run down his spine as he quietly retreated to a corner to call for reinforcements. This is the Martial Arts Association. There is someone wreaking havoc here. Please dispatch the Dragon Soul Special Forces to deal with this individual. The Dragon Soul Special Forces, led by Long Tongue, swiftly assembled and rushed to the aid of the Martial Arts Association. In no time at all, they had gathered at the center of the association, charging in with an imposing presence, unstoppable by any force. Row upon row of soldiers, armed and ready, aimed their weapons at the foolishly carefree individual and Wan Fengling. Regardless of their prowess, they could not escape the storm of bullets. In an instant, the foolishly carefree individual unleashed his inner energy, forming an invisible barrier that thwarted the assault of the Dragon Soul Special Forces. With a thud, he stomped his foot, sending forth a retaliatory force that sent all firearms flying into the air. The entire office building had become a scene of chaos. Leading the charge, the soldier king Long Tongue moved like lightning, closing in on the back of the foolishly carefree individual. A surge of inner strength erupted from him, his body as solid as rock. With a decisive intent to eliminate his opponent, he attempted a lethal strike. Suddenly, with a crack, before the foolishly carefree individual could even turn around, he had accurately seized Long Tongue's wrist. With a swift rotation, he prepared for a face-to-face confrontation, ready to deliver a forceful punch. However, to their astonishment, as the foolishly carefree individual turned to face Long Tongue, both men were taken aback. Was this young man not the one who had saved him from the cliff last time? Was this Special Forces soldier not the one who had fallen and been bitten by a venomous snake, whom the foolishly carefree individual had rescued with the essence of a giant python? Their reunion was filled with profound emotions. The Special Forces soldier, brimming with vigor and charisma, embodied the spirit of the Dragon Nation's military. Long Tongue, the Soldier King, exclaimed with delight, "My savior, how can it be you? Special Forces brother, it has been so long." They embraced in joyous surprise, their previous misunderstandings evaporating in laughter. The president of the Martial Arts Association stood in stunned silence. "Brother, I missed you." Such words, uttered by a stalwart soldier king, were rather touching. Even the rough and tumble Wan Fengling felt goosebumps arise. After a moment of bewilderment, the president finally regained his composure. "Long Tongue, this individual is intentionally sabotaging the Martial Arts Association, provoking international martial arts masters. He harbors intentions of rebellion. I dare wager he is highly suspicious, possibly a spy sent by the beautiful nation." Such utterances were nothing short of absurd. Alarmist rhetoric. The esteemed warrior Long Tongue approached the president of the Martial Arts Association with utmost seriousness, issuing a grave warning. "This young man saved our lives during a mission executed by our special forces and even destroyed a helicopter belonging to the spies of the beautiful nation. How could he possibly be a spy sent by them?" The president of the Martial Arts Association was rendered speechless once again. Wan Fengling now fully comprehended just how formidable his master truly was, being on such amicable terms with the king of special forces. Instantly, he straightened his posture and confidently approached Long Tongue, detailing the sordid internal affairs that had plagued the Martial Arts Association over the years. The president, now terrified, had initially intended to extort the foolish Xiaoyao, but instead found himself reported. Should a stringent investigation be initiated, it was likely that more than half of the members within the Martial Arts Association would face imprisonment. Long Tongue, with a stern countenance, warned the president, "This matter concerns the dignity of the Dragon Nation. I shall report the truth to the relevant investigative authorities. Prepare yourself for the ensuing scrutiny." This was truly disastrous. If an investigation were to ensue, the repercussions would be dire. No, this incident is a mere misunderstanding. The president of the Martial Arts Association, in a state of abject fear, collapsed to the ground, clutching Xiaoyao's leg, tears streaming down his face. "Dear brother, I implore you to overlook our transgressions and spare us. It was all just a jest. Whatever qualifications or certifications you require, we will provide without hesitation, at no cost." It was too late. Xiaoyao kicked him away. Yet, several qualification assessment experts rushed forward, clinging to his leg. "Young man, no, great hero, the most esteemed figure of the Dragon Nation, please do not annihilate us completely. We have a 99-year-old mother and an infant under a month old. If we are investigated and imprisoned, who will care for them?" Such blatant deceit without preparation. These experts appear to be in their 50s or 60s. How could they possibly have an infant less than a month old? One of them, appearing aggrieved, explained, "This is the absolute truth. Nowadays, the youth of the Dragon Nation are reluctant to have children. When persuaded to buy houses, they refuse. When encouraged to have children, they decline. When urged to spend, they do not. Alas, the Dragon Nation is running out of resources to exploit. The authorities have decreed that childbearing must begin with the experts, setting an example for others. Therefore, as experts, we are all striving for second and third children. With the new policy in place, if we do not bear at least 3 children, we risk losing our expert qualifications. There will be no pensions left to claim upon retirement." Wan Fengling nodded in agreement from the side. "Master, this indeed holds true. Given that they have both elderly and young dependents, Xiaoyao decided against further kicking them, allowing them to remain intact, thereby providing for their families. However, while capital punishment may be evaded, lesser crimes cannot escape justice. Their transgressions shall be left for the appropriate authorities to adjudicate. Upon exiting the center of the Martial Arts Association, Xiaoyao bid a reluctant farewell to warrior Long Tongue. He would soon also have to part ways with his disciple, Wan Fengling. Wan Fengling could scarcely bear to part with his master. This stalwart man, who seemed so resolute, was now shedding tears as he bid farewell. "Master, please don't leave. Your disciple cannot bear to part with you. Allow me to accompany you. I would serve you tirelessly." The devoted disciple was reluctant to let go. However, at present, Xiaoyao still needed to be settled, and he had to depart. Wan Fengling, still clinging to his master, declared, "Master, my ambition is to establish martial arts academies throughout Dragon Country, merging the southern and northern styles into a new form of martial arts. Could you stay and oversee my academy?" Without hesitation, his master replied, "That is not possible. I must ensure Xiaoyao is well taken care of before returning to Menglong Village to find my lovely wife. Should you encounter any troubles with your academy, simply call me, and I shall arrive post-haste." Wan Fengling was once again overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. "Master, you are truly benevolent." Yet inwardly, he mused about his master's navet and his unexpected tenderness. As a parting gift, the master produced another bank card for Wan Fengling. "Disciple, did you not mention that establishing an academy requires funds? Take this card. I only need one for myself." This act deepened Wan Fengling's reluctance to let his master go. "Master, you are indeed like a second father to me." Wan Fengling knelt, bowing deeply until his master vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the master sought out Xiaoyao at the inn. Xiaoyao had been waiting eagerly for his return. Little Ajun, unable to contain his anxiety, repeatedly questioned Xiaoyao. "Annie, do you think Uncle Xiaoyao might have abandoned us and returned to Menglong Village?" Xiaoyao assured him confidently, "No, Uncle Xiaoyao is not that kind of person." Yet, as time passed, her own confidence began to waver. Just then, a knock echoed through the room, igniting a spark of excitement in both Xiaoyao and Ajun as they hurried to open the door. Indeed, it was Xiaoyao returning. Xiaoyao, overwhelmed with joy, clenched her small fists and playfully struck Xiaoyao's chest. "Xiaoyao, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to return? We were so worried." In that moment, her excitement caused her to forget that Ajun was still by her side and that Xiaoyao was now a married man, leading her to embrace him. Faced with Xiaoyao's affectionate gesture, Xiaoyao experienced a natural reaction typical of a man. However, he vividly recalled his wife's earnest warnings before he left Menglong Village. He must not engage in any physical contact with Xiaoyao, not even holding hands. If he disobeyed, his wife would deny him the chance to have a football team of children. Remembering her counsel, Xiaoyao awkwardly maintained his distance from Xiaoyao. It was then that Xiaoyao realized her indiscretion. Though a widow, having lost her husband on their wedding night, she remained untouched, and this was her first time expressing such affection toward the man. In an instant, her charming face flushed a deep crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. When she became bashful, she resembled a budding rose on the verge of blooming, exquisite in beauty, rivaling even the most delicate of blossoms. The foolishly carefree one turned to Xiaoyao and said, "I shall escort you to find your distant cousin in Haicheng." Xiaoyao first dialed her cousin's number, and after acquiring the address, they set off. Indeed, Haicheng was a place unlike any other, filled with vibrant lights and intoxicating pleasures. The local women seemed particularly averse to heat. One could scarcely find anyone clad in trousers, as all displayed their elegantly long legs in alluring fashion. As for their upper garments, they donned scanty pieces of fabric that barely concealed them, seemingly unperturbed by the prospect of exposure. The men of Haicheng were often wealthy and portly, relishing the role of surrogate fathers, particularly enjoying the company of surrogate daughters, taking them to jewelry stores to purchase extravagant gems. Upon entering Haicheng, the carefree one remarked to Xiaoyao, "My dear, do you not think this place may be unsuitable for you? Perhaps I should have my apprentice, Wan Fengling, look after you. He plans to open a martial arts school and could arrange some tasks for you." However, Xiaoyu thought to herself that although Wan Fengling was the apprentice of the carefree one, he was a stranger to her, and she felt a stronger connection to her cousin, with whom she had played as children. Thus, she politely declined the suggestion, insisting on taking refuge in her cousin's abode in Haiqing. Eventually, her cousin managed to break away from his busy schedule to meet Xiaoyu. From a distance, he immediately recognized her, honking the horn repeatedly from his vehicle. Xiaoyu focused her gaze and confirmed it was indeed her cousin. Upon exiting the car, his penetrating gaze scrutinized her closely. "Cousin, I recall our last meeting was at your wedding. Now, as a widow, you have somehow become even more enchanting." Xiaoyu assumed he was jesting, saying, "Cousin, you jest." He chuckled, and his gaze fell upon the foolishly smiling, carefree one beside her. And who might this be? Xiaoyu hurriedly introduced them to each other. Listening to their jovial banter, her cousin quickly assessed that the one accompanying his cousin was rather simple-minded and regarded him with little seriousness. Even when the carefree one extended his hand for a handshake, her cousin merely offered a perfunctory smile, withholding any engagement. Her cousin led them to the opulent residence of the esteemed and wealthy businessman, Fu Rongshan, where he served as the steward. Though merely a steward, attaining such a position in the illustrious Fu household was no small feat, given Fu Rongshan's esteemed reputation in Haiqing. After years of diligent service, her cousin had risen from a common servant to the position of steward. As they walked through Haicheng, many treated her cousin with courtesy, recognizing his association with Fu Rongshan. Upon arriving at the grand entrance of the Fu residence, Xiaoyu paused for a few moments, regaining her composure, and spoke with trepidation. "Cousin, I have no ties to the Fu family, and it is evident that such a grand estate is not for ordinary folk. Is it not rather inappropriate for me to enter uninvited?" To my astonishment, my cousin unabashedly boasted, "Dear cousin, I am the steward of the Fu family, overseeing all matters within the estate. Master Fu places immense trust in me, allowing me to make decisions independently. How audacious of him to shamelessly claim that Master Fu has granted him full authority over the household. In truth, Master Fu has recently fallen victim to a peculiar ailment, and Miss Fu is preoccupied with seeking medical assistance, which has temporarily afforded my cousin the opportunity to meddle in the estate's affairs. Should Master Fu recover, my cousin would merely revert to being a mere servant within the Fu residence. After just 2 days of wielding power, he has deluded himself into believing he is the master." My cousin reassured Xiaoyu, "Do not harbor any concerns. Feel free to bring your beloved little Ajun with you into my quarters." However, his tone took on a sarcastic edge, and a disdainful glance was cast towards the simple-minded Xiaoyao, suggesting quite clearly that he wished Xiaoyao to depart without delay. Xiaoyu and Ajun were reluctant to let Xiaoyao leave so abruptly. Xiaoyao also wished to remain with them for a few more days to ensure they had acclimated to their new surroundings. Yet, my cousin's disdain for Xiaoyao was palpable, and he had no intention of allowing him to set foot within the Fu household. At that moment, a servant rushed in, exclaiming, "Steward, steward, we have dire news. Master Fu has coughed up blood." Upon hearing this, my cousin's demeanor shifted to one of urgency, disregarding Xiaoyu entirely as he hurried inside. Xiaoyao, possessing medical knowledge, recognized that there was no time to waste in offering assistance, and he followed Xiaoyu and the others to investigate further. Thanks to my cousin's status as steward, Xiaoyu and her companions were granted unobstructed access. As for Xiaoyao, my cousin was too preoccupied with the gravity of the situation to issue him an eviction order. Considering Master Fu's life was at stake, they traversed the garden, navigated around the ornamental rocks, and passed through the wooden corridor adorned with flowing water, a journey more intricate than entering a royal palace. Such is the grandeur of a wealthy family's estate, reminiscent of the opulent residences of ancient emperors in Longhua. At last, they arrived at Master Fu's bedroom. A pungent scent of blood permeated the air, and the maid had swiftly attended to the blood-stained sheets. Just as my cousin and Xiaoyao entered, Master Fu coughed up blood once more. "Alas, Master, you have coughed up blood again. I shall summon the Taoist from afar to perform a ritual and drive away the malevolent forces." As he spoke, my cousin prepared to dial the phone to contact the Taoist, but Xiaoyao's hand landed on his device. "Cousin, do not seek the Taoist. This esteemed gentleman is ill, and I can cure him." My cousin, visibly irritated, swatted Xiaoyao's hand away from his phone. "Begone. You are clearly a naive country bumpkin who knows nothing. What sort of esteemed doctor has not attended to our Master Fu?" A plethora of internationally accredited expert teams have been summoned to treat him, yet to no avail. This indicates that Master Fu's condition is far from ordinary. It is likely that as our Master Fu's business flourishes and his reputation grows, he has attracted the envy of competitors. It is they who have employed sinister sorcery to curse our esteemed master. Otherwise, given his robust health, how could he possibly suffer from an ailment that refuses to be cured? My cousin is utterly convinced that Master Fu has fallen victim to malevolent forces, and indeed, the entire Fu household shares this belief. Previously, a highly skilled Taoist priest from afar was summoned to perform a ritual within the Fu residence. At that time, it indeed proved effective. After Master Fu consumed a bowl of the priest's enchanted broth, he ceased to cough up blood. Yet, just a week later, the blood returned, indicating the necessity of inviting the Taoist priest once more. My cousin, disregarding the foolish musings of the simple-minded, insisted on calling for the adept again. The Taoist priest arrived in haste, drawn by the lucrative compensation that awaited him. The Fu family, being a prestigious lineage, offered remuneration that far surpassed his annual earnings. The priest, with narrowed eyes and clad in traditional robes, came equipped with an array of exorcism tools. Upon entering the bedroom, he began his theatrical performance. "Hush, silence. This room is laden with heavy Yin energy, detrimental to one's lifespan. Allow me to conduct a ritual to dispel this malevolence, ensuring peace for the Fu household and the well-being of our master." My cousin nodded fervently, affirming the priest's assertions. "Indeed, indeed. We beseech you to wield your profound powers to rid us of this malignance and restore our master's health." The priest, employing a strategy of feigned humility, spoke in a deliberate tone. "This will require a substantial expenditure of my spiritual energy." Before he could finish, my cousin had already summoned servants to present trays laden with gold bars. The gold shimmered under the light, blinding the priest with its brilliance. "Rest assured, I guarantee that I shall thoroughly cleanse the malevolence, restoring tranquility to the Fu estate," the Taoist priest vowed with conviction. After his grandiose promise, he finally commenced the so-called exorcism ritual. His theatricality rivaled that of a grand sorcerer. With one hand clutching a piece of yellow talisman paper and the other wielding a ceremonial sword, he chanted incantations, subsequently casting the talisman into the flames while shouting. By the urgency of the law, he continued to recite an incomprehensible litany of spells. Ultimately, he cast the burning talisman into a cup of water and, as was customary, administered it to Master Fu. However, this time fortune did not favor them. After consuming the talisman water, Master Fu's complexion grew increasingly ashen, and he was unable to suppress the urge to expel blood. The priest was met with a face full of crimson, leaving my cousin aghast. "Taoist priest, why does our master appear to be in such a dire state?" he inquired anxiously. The priest, with eyes wide open, fabricated a response. "Do not be alarmed. This is merely the malevolent energy within him struggling against the suppression of my talisman. Once this struggle concludes, he shall emerge unscathed." The priest's words were nothing short of absurd. Unable to bear the spectacle any longer, the simple-minded stepped forward and addressed my cousin. "Your esteemed master has already succumbed to a terminal condition. If he does not receive my 9-yang fire cloud divine needle to safeguard his heart and restore him promptly, he is doomed to perish today." My cousin, however, would not be swayed by the ramblings of a fool. This is the Fu residence. I am the steward of the Fu household, and I advise you to return from whence you came." In a moment of exasperation, the cousin of Xiaoyao, with an air of arrogance and ignorance, threatened, "If you continue to be a nuisance, I shall have the servants of the Fu residence carry you out and cast you aside." Unmoved by his brashness, the carefree and innocent Xiaoyao calmly responded, "Should you delay any further, preparations may need to be made for your master as final affairs." Unable to tolerate the situation any longer, Xiaoyao's cousin called out to the servants, "Come, Quickly remove this ignorant fool from my sight. He could not fathom that a mere imbecile could cure ailments that even esteemed experts could not remedy. Xiaoyao stepped forward to defend Xiaoyao, saying, "Cousin, you must trust Brother Xiaoyao. He truly possesses the ability to heal." At that moment, Fu Fangfei, the young lady of the Fu household, burst into the room, having hurried back upon hearing of her father's alarming condition. With worry etched on her face, she embraced her father, feeling utterly helpless. Observing the young lady's bright eyes and radiant smile, Xiaoyao considered that perhaps she was not as obstinate as the steward, and thus endeavored to persuade her. Indeed, Fu Fangfei was astute and perceptive, yet she remained cautious of this stranger. However, faced with her father's dire state, she had little time for hesitation and inquired, "Father, I am unsure of his capabilities, but would you allow him to attempt treatment?" With great effort, Fu Laoi suppressed his pain and weakly replied, "Very well. Given my condition, let him try his luck with a dead horse as if it were a living one." Having received the nod of approval from Fu Laoi, Xiaoyao retrieved several 9-yang fire cloud needles, long and sharp, evoking a sense of trepidation at their mere sight. Xiaoyao's cousin interjected, "You foolish boy. Are you prepared to recklessly jab those needles without any examination?" Xiaoyao, firmly gripping the silver needles, retorted confidently, "Who says I haven't examined him? From the very beginning, I have closely observed his condition and am thoroughly acquainted with his ailment." "Utter nonsense." Xiaoyao's cousin shot back angrily. Renowned Western medical teams, equipped with various diagnostic instruments, have conducted numerous tests yet failed to identify the cause. Traditional Chinese medicine practitioners have repeatedly checked his pulse and examined his tongue, yet have been at a loss. You, a fool, without any machinery or thorough questioning, think you could diagnose him merely by looking? Xiaoyao waved his hand dismissively. "Could you possibly keep quiet? Your incessant chatter is disrupting my treatment." At this juncture, the Fu father and daughter had no choice but to set aside their reservations and allow Xiaoyao to attempt a desperate remedy. However, the overseas Taoist became anxious, fearing that the gold bars he coveted would be snatched away by this fool. That could not be permitted. With a peachwood sword in hand, the Taoist pointed it at Xiaoyao, declaring, "Do not muddle the waters here. Your master is clearly possessed, yet you insist it is merely an illness. If you delay my exorcism, it may soon be too late." Indifferent to further discourse, the foolishly carefree individual extended his hand and forcefully snapped the peachwood sword of the Far Ocean Taoist. "This is my demon-slaying sword." The Far Ocean Taoist, unable to swallow his indignation, was determined to contest with the fool. Without delay, the carefree one grasped a silver needle in one hand and skillfully inserted it into the acupoints of old Master Fu. In the blink of an eye, he had punctured 6 needles. While manipulating the needles with deft precision, he summoned the energy from his dantian, channeling it through the tails of the silver needles into old Master Fu's acupoints, thereby aiding in the restoration of his damaged organs. At that moment, old Master Fu's complexion began to improve gradually. He felt waves of warmth and comfort emanating from the sites of the needle pricks. Since falling ill, his health had deteriorated, compounded by the heavy burdens of his mind, making each day feel like a descent into a freezing abyss, worse than death itself. The Far Ocean Taoist, in a state of panic, recognized that if he did not deal with this fool promptly, he would miss the opportunity for the coveted gold bars. Seizing the moment while the carefree one was engrossed in his healing, the Taoist attempted a sneak attack from behind. Little Yu could hardly utter a warning in time. Fortunately, the carefree one possessed remarkable reflexes. Before the Taoist's hand could touch his back, he was repelled by a powerful internal force. A mere trickster, one who deceived and misled the masses, dared to scheme against a distinguished disciple from Yinu Peak. Such audacity was laughable. An hour had swiftly passed. The carefree one was drenched in sweat, having expended considerable energy from his dantian. Fortunately, effort bore fruit. Old Master Fu was finally saved. The sight of him on the sickbed, now with a rosy complexion and seemingly rejuvenated, speaking robustly, left little Yu's cousin dumbfounded. He had even mentally prepared for the grand funeral arrangements, should the old master not survive. Yet, to his utter astonishment, it was this fool, whom he had looked down upon and humiliated repeatedly, who had healed old Master Fu. The cousin's face was left stinging from the slap of reality. He retreated into the shadows, rendered speechless. Meanwhile, the far ocean Taoist, with a shamelessness thicker than iron, audaciously claimed credit. You see, it was my exorcism that restored old Master Fu to health. But Fu Fangfei was no fool. Being a person of science, she dismissed notions of evil spirits. You are merely pretending to be mysterious and misleading people. This young healer has cured my father, and you still have the audacity to remain and claim credit? The far ocean Taoist, now flustered, protested. Miss Fu, you cannot betray your benefactor. It was indeed I who saved your father. How can you turn your back on me now? Here, let me begrudgingly offer 2 gold bars to this young man. Huh, dream on. Little U.S. cousin finally spoke up from the corner. All these gold bars belong to the healer who saved the old master. As for you, not a single one shall you receive. The far ocean Taoist protest was cut short as Little Yu's cousin and the other attendants promptly ejected him from the premises. This individual is exceedingly avaricious. As he was expelled, he audaciously shouted towards the bedroom. Even a few of my gold bars would suffice. After the charlatan was driven away, tranquility finally enveloped the bedroom. Old Master Fu, no longer requiring assistance, was able to rise from his bed unaided. Young man, he remarked, at such a tender age, you possess remarkable medical skills. In my long life, I have never encountered such a youthful and exceptionally skilled healer. Those experts, armed with foreign-imported ultrasound reports, were utterly confounded by my ailment. Even the esteemed masters of traditional Chinese medicine could only furrow their brows in despair. Young man, I implore you to remain by my side as my personal health consultant, with an annual salary of 1 million. For an ordinary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, such a salary is enviable. However, for the carefree fool, it was of no interest at all. He yearned to return to Wangzai village, to reunite with his charming wife and manage his medicinal liquor inn. Meanwhile, Xiaoyau's cousin was consumed with envy and resentment. As a steward in the Fu residence, his salary was merely in the hundreds of thousands. This fool, a mere novice, fortuitously cured the old master's illness, and now fancied himself destined for greatness? Such delusions. At that moment, old Master Fu suddenly recalled a crucial matter. He addressed everyone, saying, "In my suffering, I prayed to the divine, expressing that if someone were to cure my affliction, I would bestow my most beloved treasure, my precious daughter Fu Fangfei, upon this savior." Upon hearing this, Fu Fangfei's cheeks flushed. Indeed, her father had made such a vow. She had been deeply concerned that the healer would be an elderly master of traditional Chinese medicine or a corpulent Western medical expert, even losing sleep over it. Eventually, as her father endured immense pain, even Fu Fangfei, who held a scientific skepticism towards the divine, found herself secretly wishing, "Heaven, send a miraculous healer to save my father. Whoever restores his health, I shall devote myself to them." Now, with a young man having cured her father's illness, it implied that Fu Fangfei was bound by her promise. Old Master Fu felt an instant rapport with the foolish wanderer, finding him exceedingly agreeable. Such a son-in-law would meet with his approval. It was now up to Fu Fangfei to decide. Old Master Fu promptly sought his daughter's consent. "My beloved daughter, do you wish to fulfill your promise? To dedicate yourself?" Fu Fangfei's face reddened as she gazed at the tall, handsome young man, having unknowingly developed feelings for him. She bashfully deflected her father's inquiry. "Oh, Dad, you decide. I'm not aware of such matters." Old Master Fu laughed heartily and turned to the foolish wanderer, saying, "I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. I can offer no greater reward than to grant you my most cherished daughter." He held her dear, fearing to drop her if held too tightly, and fearing she might dissolve if held too loosely. "Henceforth, I entrust the lifelong happiness of my daughter to you, hoping that you shall not disappoint this old man. In the future, all the assets of the Fu family will be managed by my daughter and her husband together." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao felt a pang in her heart. How could her carefree brother be so fortunate in love, always sought after wherever he goes? Yet, The foolish carefree one shook his head in refusal. No, no. I cannot marry Miss Fu. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Fu father and daughter suddenly darkened. The illustrious Fu family is one of the foremost noble houses in Haicheng. Their business is vast, extending not only throughout the Dragon Kingdom, but even abroad. Old Master Fu has no sons, and Fu Fangfei is his only daughter. Marrying Fu Fangfei would mean a lifetime of ease and comfort. Such an enticing prospect is the dream of countless men throughout Haicheng, the Dragon Kingdom, and even overseas. Yet this young man outrightly rejected it without a second thought, instantly causing old Master Fu to feel humiliated and Fu Fangfei to feel insulted. Old Master Fu snorted coldly. Humph. Does this young man believe that my daughter is unworthy of you? No, no. It is not that Miss Fu is not beautiful. She resembles the celestial Chang'e. But I'm already married to a lovely wife and have promised her I would not engage in any romantic entanglements with other women. Although the foolish carefree one did not understand what romantic entanglements meant, he was aware that one could only marry one wife. It would be wrong to have 3 wives like his master, Wang Gaoren. Sharing a bed with one wife would inevitably neglect the other 2, which he deemed inappropriate. Only upon hearing this explanation did the Fu father and daughter realize that this young man was already committed. While they felt regret, they simultaneously held great admiration for his character. Old Master Fu, with a hint of disappointment, remarked, "So it is. It seems my daughter and you are not fated to be. Very well, very well. Since you are my savior and cannot marry my daughter, then stay a few days longer so that I may host you properly before you depart." The foolish carefree one was eager to return home to reunite with his lovely wife. Yet, unable to refuse such hospitality, he agreed to stay a few more days. Also to help settle Xiaoyao. Old Master Fu, this Xiaoyao is my friend who has come to Haicheng to settle. Could you arrange a job for her? The foolish carefree one requested of Old Master Fu. Certainly, Old Master Fu readily agreed. This Xiaoyao appears bright and clever. I have many stores in Haicheng, and she can start as a sales assistant. Once she becomes familiar, a promotion to store manager is certainly within reach, and even the position of manager is not out of the question. With Old Master Fu's verbal assurance, Xiaoyao was immensely excited and expressed her gratitude profusely. However, Xiaoyao's cousin felt quite displeased. He believed that it was his responsibility as her cousin to approach Old Master Fu regarding her situation. Yet the foolish carefree one had seized the opportunity to impress. Moreover, it was evident to all that Fu Fangfei harbored feelings for the foolish carefree one, thus creating an unexpected rival for Xiaoyao's cousin. This cousin had held feelings for Fu Fangfei ever since he first entered the Fu residence. At present, he is merely around 30 years of age, yet his ascension to the position of steward is indeed no small feat. His aspiration is to win the heart of Fu Fangfei before he celebrates his 30th birthday, thus not only securing the affection of a beautiful woman, but also reaping the boundless wealth of the esteemed Master Fu. However, with only half a year remaining until his birthday, Fu Fangfei remains indifferent to him, and now, out of the blue, an imbecile has appeared. This fool, whether intentionally or not, has captured the heart of Fu Fangfei, whom he has been ardently pursuing. How can Xiaoyao's cousin remain calm under such circumstances? He is acutely aware that although Master Fu claims to simply be offering hospitality for a few days, he is, in fact, reluctant to part with this fool. If this simpleton lingers day after day, developing feelings for Fu Fangfei and becoming reluctant to leave, would that not jeopardize his own future? No, he must devise a plan to tarnish this fool's reputation, ideally leading the Fu family to misunderstand that he is not a good person, thereby driving him away. Xiaoyao's cousin begins to plot in his mind how to ensnare the fool. Yet, Master Fu, with great cordiality, addresses him. It is mealtime. Allow me to take you to the most prestigious hotel in Haicheng, the Furuide Hotel. Steward, prepare the vehicle. Upon hearing this, Xiaoyao's cousin, wearing a somewhat troubled expression, responds. In response to Master Fu, you truly have a forgetful nature. The Furuide Hotel does not accept any guests who arrive on the same day. Regardless of their status or position, reservations must be made a month in advance, mustn't they? Master Fu furrows his brows, recalling that this hotel indeed possesses such an audacious policy. After all, the proprietor of this establishment is a remarkable businesswoman, astute and exceptionally shrewd. Having earned her first pot of gold by the tender age of 10, a sum that would elude the average person throughout their lifetime. Furthermore, the hotel's renowned chef has garnered World Culinary Championship accolades. Food critics who have sampled his creations have been left in sheer ecstasy. It is true that reservations for the Feuerweide Hotel must be made a month in advance, and even he, a prominent figure in Haicheng, is no exception. However, Master Fu has always valued his reputation. Having already blurted out the intention to dine at Feuerweide Hotel, he must now muster the courage to find a solution. Regardless of his circumstances, in front of everyone, he boldly declares, "Never fear, I have my ways. Steward, prepare the vehicle at once." Reluctantly, Xiaoyao's cousin complies. They proceed to the parking lot of the Fu residence. Indeed, the Fu family is among the most prestigious clans in Haicheng. The parking area resembles a grand plaza, housing no fewer than 20 luxury vehicles. The least expensive car starts at several million, which is designated for the Fu family's kitchen procurement officer. To drive such an expensive vehicle to the market for grocery shopping would surely make the fresh produce tremble in fear. With great generosity, Master Fu turns to the simpleton and says, "Young man, have you set your eyes on any particular car? I could easily purchase another brand new one of the same model to gift you." Xiaoyao's cousin, with a hint of disdain, remarked, "My dear sir, this carefree young man hails from a remote and impoverished countryside, utterly unfamiliar with luxury vehicles. I dare say he likely lacks even a driving license. Bestowing upon him a luxury car would be a sheer waste." Xiaoyao's cousin was reveling in his own superiority, convinced that this unsophisticated rustic would not recognize a single luxury automobile. To his astonishment, the carefree young man surveyed the parking lot and pointed directly at a sleek luxury car, exclaiming, "That is a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost." Indeed, he was acquainted with the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost. It was the very luxury vehicle he had admired before. He held a particular fondness for the Silver Ghost. Xiaoyao's cousin was momentarily rendered speechless, but soon regained his composure, still tinged with condescension. "So what if you recognize it? You've likely never even sat in one. In your backwater village, you'll never have the opportunity to ride in such a luxury vehicle." The carefree young man boldly retorted, "Not only have I sat in one, but I have also driven one." This boast elicited a scoff from Xiaoyao's cousin, who would have expressed his disbelief more colorfully had it not been for the presence of Mr. Fu and Miss Fu. However, Mr. Fu believed the young man's words. This young man, possessing remarkable medical skills at such a tender age, was indeed a legendary figure. Owning or having ridden in a Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost was not beyond the realm of possibility. "Huh, since you're so keen on the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost, let us take it to the Feuerweide Hotel," Mr. Fu declared, a command that Xiaoyao's cousin felt obliged to follow. He skillfully extracted the key to the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost from a large bundle of keys. Everyone boarded the vehicle, with Xiaoyao's cousin at the helm. Throughout the journey, Mr. Fu inquired about various medical matters from the carefree young man. To Mr. Fu's astonishment, the young man not only practiced acupuncture, but also possessed knowledge of numerous folk remedies. The medical arts of the Dragon Kingdom are profound, with the essence of ancient wisdom having been passed down through millennia, much of which has been lost to modernity, especially among contemporary youth. Few possess the skills of diagnosis and treatment. This carefree young man, barely in his 20s, astonishingly surpassed many experts in medical proficiency, leaving Mr. Fu utterly impressed. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao's cousin felt increasingly unsettled, often cursing the carefree young man under his breath, which distracted him from driving. As fate would have it, the Rolls-Royce brushed against a parallel driving Ferrari. The owner of the Ferrari, brimming with arrogance, rolled down his window and sneered, "Do you even know how to drive, four-eyed frog? If you can't drive, don't embarrass yourself on the road. Just get lost." Mr. Fu advised Xiaoyao's cousin to ignore such uncouth individuals. However, the Ferrari owner seemed relentless, intentionally bumping into the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost and laughing mockingly. Ultimately, after widening the gap between their vehicles, they scattered sharp nails on the road, puncturing several tires of Mr. Fu's luxurious Rolls-Royce. The tire of the Rolls-Royce Silver Ghost was punctured, rendering it unable to proceed. These ungrateful individuals, completely lacking in decorum, had pushed their luck too far. Mr. Fu, in a fit of fury, pulled out his phone, ready to summon assistance. There is no need to call anyone, Mr. Fu, came the response. Immediately, the carefree Xiaoyao exited the vehicle, employing his lightness of foot to chase after the Ferrari. Mr. Fu and his daughter were left in astonishment. Even Xiaoyu's cousin found it utterly unbelievable. Mr. Fu mused, "This young man is truly remarkable. Not only is he a masterful physician, but his skills and agility are equally extraordinary." With a gaze filled with affection, Fu Fangfei watched Xiaoyao gracefully maneuver, her heart blossoming with joy. Xiaoyu's cousin, unable to contain his curiosity, inquired about Xiaoyu. "Cousin, who exactly is this fellow?" At that moment, Xiaoyu was equally smitten, responding with unabashed admiration. "Cousin. Xiaoyao isn't just any man." "What?" The occupants of the car turned their attention toward her. Realizing she had momentarily lost her composure, Xiaoyu quickly added, "What I mean is Xiaoyao is a divine being." Her cousin sighed in relief. "You nearly gave me a fright. I thought you were going to say he's not human, but a ghost." To which both Xiaoyu and Fu Fangfei retorted in unison. "Since when does such a handsome ghost exist?" Their words left Xiaoyu's cousin in a state of exasperation. Meanwhile, Xiaoyao had already caught up to the Ferrari, executing a leap that allowed him to lightly land on the car's roof, before flipping gracefully to the front. With a swift motion, he pressed down on the vehicle, immobilizing it completely. The men inside were left astonished, their jaws agape in disbelief. Who was this formidable individual capable of halting a speeding car with a single hand? Then came Xiaoyao's voice, commanding, "Get out and swallow those nails." The men inside, though taken aback by this surreal encounter, were resolute in their refusal to exit the vehicle to partake in such absurdity. They considered themselves significant figures, likely believing their status would intimidate anyone into submission. Thus emboldened, they prepared to accelerate, planning to run over the obstacle that was Xiaoyao, thinking, after all, what was one life worth? A mere compensation of 1,000,000, which for these privileged individuals was but pocket change. In an instant, the signs of privilege pressed the gas pedal. Yet, Xiaoyao merely placed his palm upon their car, and astonishingly, the vehicle remained utterly immobile, as if ensnared by an unseen force.